The others were in such disbelief when they saw the person in front of them that they thought they were dreaming. Quinn had gone missing for a while now, long enough that they assumed it might be years before he returned. Or if they really wanted to find Quinn, then they would have to find him themselves. The only thing was, they had no idea how determined Quinn was to get back to Earth and return to the others to see if they were okay. When Quinn saw the large ship, he had no clue what it was or who it belonged to, but he could sense that Peter was using his celestial energy now. The amount used was increased, and without a doubt he was fighting. Because of this, he didn't slow down as he busted through the many levels of the ship, following the energy like a red arrow. Quinn used his red aura to easily bash through the levels one by one, until he eventually landed in front of the others. My guess was right, they're here, and it looks like they're in the middle of a tough battle, Quinn thought, as he could see Peter had transformed. And then he turned around, only to find partially transformed Chris. This has to be related to Pure, so they were fighting against Chris up until this moment? Quinn wondered. It seems like he's going easy on them since this is not his full transformation. Last time I struggled, but I have been through a lot compared to then, and this time the outcome won't be the same. Quinn had no intention of going easy on Chris, though, and started gearing up for his own attack on Chris, who still didn't seem to have recovered from seeing Quinn appear in front of them out of nowhere. Immediately, shadows covered both of Quinn's wings, turning into solid forms. At the same time, he activated his soul weapon, and the twin chains caused blood to trickle down his forearms. As the blood dropped on the floor, Quinn wasn't letting it go to waste. While keeping his chest piece on, he started to harden the celestial blood that was oozing out of his body. He created a pair of leg pieces that turned and twirled, looking like an image of a ram's horns on his knees. He also created shoulder pads in a similar fashion, having the indentation of flags on both of them. Then, finally, the soul weapons themselves started to glow a bright red, changing their form into the deadly gauntlets he had used. He has the power of a werewolf in him. Their physical strength is great. I could fight him at a distance using my blood skills and more, but I don't need to do that, and throwing out a punch is a lot more satisfying. Using his blood control and his speed to the max, Quinn moved his body as fast as he could to where Chris was standing. Following Quinn was a red aura that was so large that it encased the entire room, and the others felt a chill as they sensed the massive amounts of energy. Quinn's fist landed right on Chris's chest, and he could no longer be seen. Instead, there was a large hole, around 30 feet long and 20 feet wide, right above where he once stood. Upon looking through the hole, though, one could see the sky, as the attack had gone right through the entire ship. I'm learning how to use my celestial power to power myself up even more, Quinn thought, but I still have a number of things I have yet to try out. The reason why I thought for so long and trained so hard was because of this. I don't want my enemies to hurt those I care about ever again. He could still get a sense of where Chris was and got his wings ready once again as he decided to follow him out. That won't be enough to kill him. He's a godslayer after all. At least I'll get a chance to see how much my celestial energy can do, Quinn said as he flew through the hole in the distance. Flying through the air, Chris was eventually descending, and there was a large fist mark on his body, and the internal wound had injured him as blood spit from his mouth. That really hurt. He's gotten so much stronger in such a short amount of time, but I should expect no less from someone like him, Chris thought. Turning his head, he could see a small island that was mostly rocks and void of plant life and more. Just before he landed, Chris's entire body began to change. His snout grew slightly larger, his teeth started to elongate, gray fur covered him from head to toe, and his huge build had turned even more muscular. The internal wounds inside his body were starting to heal. Finally, landing and skidding across the surface, Chris had fully transformed himself, and he could see something coming toward him in the distance. As it got closer, he could make out what it was. It was a giant red blood spear. Chris instantly started to run forward on all fours, and just as the spear was about to hit him, he leaped up in the air and grabbed it. Immediately he felt intense pain in his hands, and the veins all over his body began to tense. Then, spinning around, Chris threw the red spear back, right where it came from. He hadn't expected the spear would hurt so much just by holding onto it. Thankfully, Chris was already healing up the damage thanks to both his ki and the werewolf form's powers. He shook his head, not sure how to approach this confrontation with Quinn. "It looks like you're not here to talk this time," Chris said. "You're right," he heard a reply from above, and upon raising his head, he saw a shadow portal. Quinn suddenly came out of it and threw his fist. He slammed Chris's head right into the ground, making the whole island tremble. "I'm not." Back in the laboratory, the others were in shock and still at a loss for words at what had exactly occurred. They had seen Quinn appear out of nowhere, and then suddenly he had disappeared like that. It was almost as if the whole thing was a dream. "Oh, what's this? You look a bit different from the last time I saw you," Syl said, and this was directed toward Peter mainly. It took a while as Peter looked at the person who was speaking, the one that had come with Quinn. The face instantly reminded him of someone, Hilston, but that was impossible, and they didn't look exactly like each other. There were just many similarities. "I see you are struggling to remember, but it's Syl," Syl smiled. "I never did get to thank you in person for the times you helped me back then, Peter. I was a different person back then." Peter was so speechless that he canceled his transformation then and there. He walked closer, wondering what circumstances could have occurred that led Syl, the person in front of him, to be with Quinn, the one they were looking for. The only thing he knew was that Syl was out there somewhere in space. He didn't know a lot, but even he knew the chances of running into someone in such a large space would be tiny. "I don't understand how. How are you here? And how did you find Quinn?" Peter asked. A lot of the others were interested as well and wanted to know his story, but they could soon hear footsteps and people shouting while heading their way. "I would love to tell you all and introduce myself to Quinn's new friends. However, it looks like you guys were a bit busy here," Syl said. "Maybe we should get rid of this problem first before we get rid of the other problem." Hearing this, everyone snapped back into reality. They still had a task to do, though things had actually gotten a bit more complicated since the arrival of a particular person. "Wait!" Jessica shouted. "What about Quinn?" "Oh, you don't have to worry about him," Syl replied. "He is an even bigger monster than he was before, compared to when you last met him. I doubt there is anyone on Earth that could take him on." Muka began to shake her head at the situation. "That's not the problem," Muka replied. "Chris, the one that Quinn is fighting, has just agreed to join our side. He was helping us, not fighting us." A large smile appeared on Syl's face. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "That's quite funny. It looks like he's doing the same thing as me, and he was the one who called me hot-headed. Anyway, don't worry. It will all work out. I hope." The others in the group were still unsure who exactly the new people who had come along with Quinn were. Still, it didn't matter too much, as more enemies could be seen coming from the entrance of the lab, and just like before, some of them were pulling a huge key cannon, and everyone also had key guns as well. These enemies also carried a few more weapons they hadn't come across against the previous bunch. A few had a couple of large, square-shaped shields, and just like the key gun, it looked like it was creating a shield purely out of key. Well, this is quite interesting. I'm not surprised to see many things have changed since the last time I came here," Syl remarked, while looking at the weapons with curiosity. "Watch out for that cannon!" Jessica shouted, warning him about the weapon's immense power, but by the time she finished her sentence, the man had long left and was already standing on the other side of the room and holding the now crushed tip of the cannon up in the air. "You should really try and focus on improving on yourself, rather than using weapons like this." Syl let out a fake sigh of disappointment. Then, shaking his head, he raised his hand, and instantly, all of the weapons, including the shields, were snatched from the enemy's hands and began to float in the air. Is it the power of telekinesis?" Lucia was surprised. "So cool! All the weapons are flying," Minnie pointed out. This was her first time seeing such a thing, and she felt amazed to witness something like this. Syl moved his arm, and all the weapons were thrown to the side of the room. Before anyone could react, he lifted all the 30 or so men who had entered the room off their feet and raised them in the air. "How? I've never seen someone who has such a strong power like this before. Who can do something like this? I wonder who he is," Jessica thought, out loud. "Well, he is a friend of Quinn's, and Quinn does seem to know some powerful people," Mitchell commented. "Don't kill them!" Muka suddenly shouted, remembering Chris's request. Hearing this, Syl kissed his teeth and dropped the men to the ground. Loud thuds resonated, and they began to hear a few cries of pain from the other side of the room. Fortunately for them, it wasn't at a height that would lead to any severe injury. "Fine, so I can't kill them, but I will definitely make it so they can't follow us for a while," Syl said, and suddenly, both hands started to glow blue. Then, Thin lightning strikes began to form after a moment, jumping from one finger to the next, and so on. "This is the power of the Greylash family?" Lucia blurted. She could spot something like this from a mile away, considering she herself was from the Greylash family, and seeing what he had done before, it had clicked in her head. "This person, he's definitely from the Blade family, but who is he?" On the other hand, after saying these words, Syl released the lightning by touching the floor. It instantly started to crawl like 1,000 spiders on the ground towards the prey closest to them, and when lightning touched one of the men, it began to give them consecutive nonstop shocks. The whole area slowly lit up in blue light, and more cries of pain began to come out of the men's mouths. "I'm not too sure if they wish they were killed right now." Jessica shook her head, finding it hard to even look at those being fried right in front of their eyes, but eventually Syl put the lightning punishment to a stop. "Finally, now no one will interrupt us," Syl nodded. "My guess is the next lot of people won't be here for another 5 minutes, or they are protecting the other places. They can't just keep sending people down here, right? And it looks like you've already taken quite a few before we even arrived." Peter shook his head upon hearing these words. "You always have to show off, don't you?" Peter then walked up to Syl, and when the two of them were in front of each other and with a few yards of distance between them, he requested, "Fight me." Syl chuckled upon hearing the request. "Are you serious, Peter? We have only just met, and you guys seem to be in the middle of doing something right now, and this is the first thing you say?" "I want to see who is stronger of the two of us, so why don't you fight me right now?" Peter repeated. "Is this really the right place and time?" Lucia frowned, shaking her head. "The two of you can fight at any time later, Peter. It doesn't have to be now. Chris has asked us to do something, so we should complete it, get off this place, and get to both Chris and Quinn before their fight gets out of hand." Peter continued to stare at Syl with his fists clenched. The two didn't have a hatred for each other, but after growing in strength in leaps and bounds, Peter was satisfied with second place. After waking up from his slumber, he believed that Quinn was at the top, and then he was just below Quinn. There wasn't anyone else stronger than him. However, it wasn't long after that he encountered Aaron, against whom he couldn't do much. This had frustrated him, and now another powerful guy was in front of him, which frustrated him even more. Although there were those like Chris and Zero, Peter didn't know their strength, and in his head, he could beat them anyway. "I don't want to be fourth," Peter commented. "Well, I'm not going to fight you," Syl replied. Eventually, Peter felt someone grab him around the arm, and could see that the others had gathered and were walking towards him. Seeing the person who was grabbing him was Lucia, for some reason his anger started to reside, and he was happy to, at least, wait until the matter at hand gets resolved. "I didn't get to introduce myself to you at all last time, but my name is Syl Blade. I haven't been back on Earth in a while, so I doubt I have met you guys before or you have heard of me," Syl said to the group. It was true. Most of those that were there didn't know his name. Although Syl was a legendary name to the Blade family, to the others, he was just another Blade, but seeing his powers, they knew he wasn't just another Blade. "It's nice to meet you as well," Jessica replied, and the group introduced themselves to Syl. It was a bit weird, since just a moment ago, they were all fighting as if their lives were on the line, and now they were completely at peace, and because Syl was so confident, it had made them all grow with confidence as well. On top of that, Cyril had also introduced herself to them all, not really explaining to them at all who she was, but in her current form, she looked just like any other human. "Her scent, it's quite strange. I've never smelled anything like it before. She certainly isn't a human, but why does she remind me of a vampire?" Muka wondered, incredibly confused. After the introductions, they explained a little about where they were and what was happening around here. They hadn't explained the whole Aaron background story because they didn't have time and thought that it would need to be told when Quinn was here as well, to see if he had any thoughts behind it. "I see, but then we don't know what Agent 4 plans to do with the Red Heart. Did you say that was his lab right behind you?" Syl asked. The others nodded. They had already destroyed most of the equipment, but Agent 4's lab was still somewhat untouched, as that was when the enemies began to arrive. "Before we go and destroy all of these things, maybe there is a way we can find out where they went and what they know about the Red Heart," Syl said. Confused looks on people's faces were seen, and that's when a book appeared in Syl's hand. Finally, after changing his ability, he seemed ready. "I just need to remember where it was." "Oh, that's right," Syl added, with a smile on his face. "I'll be right back." A large circular portal suddenly opened up in the air, and stepping through it, Syl disappeared. The others waited, wondering what he was doing, and around a minute or so later, the same portal opened once again, and Syl stepped out. "Sorry, I just needed to pay someone a little visit. It seems he was a bit shocked by the suddenness," Syl said as he pulled someone out of the portal and placed them on his side. That's Logan Green," Jessica pointed in shock. "Yeah, I think he's the man for the job." The others continued to blink as they continued to see people they never thought they would see on the pure base right here. Somehow, one way or another, Logan was in front of them. None of them had been given a portable teleporter for Logan to use, so they could only guess one thing. It was an ability that the blade had. "How is that possible?" Lucia thought. "Even if he did use an ability, a teleportation of some kind, Green City is thousands and thousands of miles away. How would anyone have the MC cells to make a trip there and come back?" This was possible, of course, because it was Syl, a person who had been increasing the amount of MC cells he could use for a long time, and that was exactly what he had done. When meeting Logan Green, even Logan himself was stunned. However, explaining how the situation was pretty tense at the moment, Syl had only given a brief introduction and had stated that Quinn was back as well. After that, Logan said that there was no need for him to say any more, and would come with him, telling him what he needed to do. "I know this isn't what any of us expected. Honestly, I tried to predict a good amount of outcomes, and although I thought a fight would occur, I never thought that Quinn would come back in the middle of it, nor that Chris would choose to switch sides," Logan stated. "All right, no need to explain yourself," Syl replied. "All of you with Peter should be enough, but go ahead and take out the men at those facilities. Don't destroy everything, because we want Logan here to steal all the data they have. What is theirs will now become ours. In the meantime, Logan and I are going to try to find out what Agent 4 was doing in his lab. I will be here to protect Logan, so don't worry about us, and if you need help, just shout really loud." After seeing what Syl could do, they had confidence in leaving them, and that's what they did, as they wished to complete the task before it got even more serious. Who knew? Maybe a report was already sent out to Zero, and he was already on his way back? Cyril had stayed with Syl, and the three of them headed to Agent 4's lab. It was time for Logan to do his stuff. He pressed both of his hands on the console, trying to get as much information as he could. "I see. So there are a lot of protective barriers that you have created to try and stop my ability, but unfortunately for you, I am able to do things you could never imagine, Agent 4. Logan smiled to himself. Information was flooding into his head, and after a couple of minutes only, he had let go. "Those guys, they have the vampire armor, the one that Richard Eno was using." "The one that was used on Blade Island that Quinn talked about?" Syl replied. "Does that mean Pure were there that day? Were they working with Jim Eno as well?" It seemed like a possibility, but there was no information about that day, only the fact that they had been running tests on the blood armor and that they still had it. "I also know what they plan to use the Red Heart for," Logan said. From the get-go, after the fight that had occurred last time, Quinn knew that he couldn't go easy or pull any punches when fighting against Chris. He felt the strength from the last time. This person was a bigger threat than Graham. The strikes were more powerful, the healing capabilities were better, and they were faster and stronger at the same time. This was why Quinn had used Shadow Overload on himself to drop down, and bashed both of his fists like a hammer straight on top of Chris's head. His whole body had been slammed into the ground, but just as quickly as he had been hit, Chris came up swiping in the air. Leaning back, the claws had missed Quinn's face by a few inches, but soon after a powerful strike had come out from them. Quinn swiped both of his hands as fast as possible, using his hands in a claw-like shape, and ripped through the claw strikes, breaking them apart. Straight after seeing Chris in front of him, he kicked him right in the chest, and a flow of red aura was blasted into Chris as it sent him across the floor. The ground was kicked up so heavily behind him that it looked like a mountain of dirt had been created. Not giving him any time to rest, though, Chris noticed that there were two shadows right next to where he was. What is happening? Was Quinn always this strong? Is he going to come through one of these? Chris thought. However, that wasn't the case at all. Quinn had used his soul weapon to change his gauntlets once again into the twin blade chains, and he chucked them through two more shadows that were next to him, and immediately they went to where Chris was. Using blood control, Quinn was even able to control the twin blade chains without having to swing them a certain way. Immediately, they wrapped around and dug into Chris's arm, twisting around them and contracting them in place. What are these things? I can't block them from entering my body with my ki. The energy is different from what I faced before. Screw it. It just means I'm going to have to win with raw power. Despite the chains digging deeper into Chris's werewolf body and his blood dripping onto the floor, he ignored all of that as he howled into the air and began to run forward. Due to the chain still being linked to Quinn, suddenly Quinn felt his whole body being pulled forward towards his two shadows. He tried to pull back, but it seemed impossible, so instead, he changed the shape and form of his soul weapon back into the gauntlets again. Seeing Chris had a speed boost, Quinn went to close his shadow wings to block the attack or redirect it back. The only thing was, Chris was fast, extremely fast. He had already gotten past Quinn's wings and now was directly in front of him. Throwing out both of his clawed hands in an X shape, it had ripped the demon tier armor that the vampire celestial was wearing in seconds. The shadow on his wings disappeared, and the chest piece had fallen onto the floor. Right across Quinn's chest, blood squirted out in a large X shape, and he was sent flying back. Quinn remained standing, but the clawed X shape was still across his chest, bleeding and falling to the ground. I guess I was wrong to think I could beat you in a physical fight, Quinn stated, but I'm still going to try anyway. The blood that was around his chest started to harden, and a celestial blood armor had been made with a similar design to that on his shoulder. Around the pectoral chest bit, there were twirls that looked like horns, and on the abdominal part of the chest piece, there were fangs that looked like the teeth of a vampire. Finally, though, one hand continued to glow red, and he suddenly had a large scythe in his hand, while the other was solidified shadows. The entire of Quinn's left arm was a dark purple that went right up to his elbow and started to trail off. Chris didn't know why, but his instincts seemed to be telling him that his shadow hand was something that he needed to be careful of. I'm not sure how well this will work on someone like you, but if I want to stop this and continue to protect the Earth, then I need to improve every aspect of myself, no matter what different types of enemies I face. For a long time, Quinn had been focusing on his blood powers, his celestial powers and more, trying to figure out the different ways he could use them. Since he couldn't exert his celestial powers properly, it left him with no choice but to use his powers in a physical sense. That led him to improve his hand-to-hand and close-quarter combat abilities. Fighting with blood aura was handy when fighting against multiple enemies at once, but it just didn't cut it when he was fighting a strong enemy like Athos. In the future, there was a possibility that Quinn would be going up against someone like Athos without Syl around. If that was the case, then Quinn needed to figure out some other aspect that he could evolve, and while creating his own space, he had mainly focused on improving his shadow powers. The shadow power is meant to be a god-slayer ability, but it has never felt like that. But Arthur, he had created a lot of the moves, and even created the Shadow Eater skill to punish vampires. This means there are more ways to use the shadow. I just needed to learn them, Quinn thought. In his hand, it looked like a condensed form of the shadow, but it wasn't, as it was constantly shifting somewhat similar to his shadow body. When using Shadow Overload and fighting with his shadow body, the shadow had slightly different properties, and Quinn had decided to explore this. On the other side, Chris was cautious of these new types of weapons he hadn't seen before, so he decided to attack from further away, getting up close only when he needed to. Swinging out his arms constantly, Chris sent out slashes through the air, one after the other. Seeing this, Quinn then got his scythe ready and started to spin it, slashing through the attacks and breaking them one after another. After breaking the initial series, Quinn moved to the side and gathered a red ball of aura in his left hand, where the shadow was, and threw it out towards Chris. Chris could tell that this was an explosive and powerful attack, and he whacked it away into the air, covering his hand with ki. A few seconds later, the red aura exploded in the air, dyeing the sky red for a few seconds. However, that was just to allow Quinn to get close, as he was already by his side, swinging the scythe toward Chris. Moving quicker than Quinn, Chris had grabbed the back edge thinking he had stopped it, but he hadn't at all. The soul weapon blood scythe had the ability to use the blood forest. In fact, all of Quinn's blood armor could. Blood moved from the scythe and hardened into several spikes, shooting out to hit Chris straight in the head. Using his great strength, that outmatched Quinn's, he pushed the scythe upward, which moved the small hardened blood trails, but they were still going towards him. At the same time, Quinn slammed his foot into the ground, and blood aura filled the cracks. Knowing something was up, Chris quickly leaped up in the air and threw Quinn's scythe into the ground. Blood had risen from the ground in the form of little spikes and branches as the blood forest attack was used, but it had hit nothing. While in the air, Quinn had changed the scythe into a spear and threw it towards Chris. Having seen this before, Chris was ready to grab it once again and throw it back, but while it was midair, its shape started to change, and it began to turn into almost a deadly tornado. It reached the clouds, turning them red as well. The next second, the entire tornado engulfed Chris's body. He was constantly being hit by attacks that were similar to that of the blood swipe from all over. He was unable to fall down as his body was being hit from below, and everywhere was being ripped to shreds. As fast as he was being cut and hurt, though, his body was keeping up with the healing process as well. As the anger started to rise in Chris and the pain started to build up, he just began to attack the tornado, swinging his arms out, creating breaks in the red attack, but it soon healed up. "I need to move faster. I need to attack harder," Chris thought in his head as he continued to swing. He was slowly getting faster. His movements were breaking up more of the tornado that seemed invincible, and he didn't have to worry about the attack because it didn't hurt him at all. Lifting both of his hands, Chris struck beneath him, and the entire tornado had disappeared. What Chris didn't expect was that right after the tornado had disappeared, Quinn was already directly in front of him, with one red gauntlet soul weapon hand and one shadow hand. The red armor was no longer on his body, and he had switched to his demon tier blue fang set. "Nitro accelerate activated." "Just for a moment, I need to be faster than you," Quinn thought, as he already had thrown out his fist and punched Chris in the stomach. As soon as he hit Chris once, he continued to hit Chris again and again, all over his body. As he did this, shadows were being left on Chris's body, attached to him, as if they were small fires that were burning on his body. Quinn didn't stop punching as he threw hit after hit, constantly on him. "You think your weak punches can do anything?" Chris shouted as he threw his own fist, sending Quinn back down to the ground. A loud bang was heard and rippled the air several times, and less than a second later, another bang was heard as Quinn crashed into the ground and sunken into it. "You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're very versatile with all your powers," Chris said, as he landed back on the floor. "But that means nothing when you are fighting against someone who is faster, smarter, and is all around just better than you." Crashing up through the ground, Quinn came out with his armor crumbling to pieces and falling to the ground. The blue fang set had lasted him a long time. He knew it was a risk using it in this fight, and with someone like Chris, it possibly would be destroyed. The other demon tier chest piece had been destroyed, but had a passive effect of healing itself again if it was damaged, but that wasn't true for the blue fang set. It was practically useless now and was to be lost forever. "Helen, the gift that you had given me has saved me more times than I could ever count. I'm sorry, I never really appreciated your feelings at the time, and I'm sorry I never really got to say thank you to you. But just like all those other times before, your gift has not been wasted." Quinn held out his shadow hand and pointed it toward Chris from a distance. All over Chris's body, there were still parts of the shadow on him. He was currently more shadow on his front than his actual body. "I don't know if you have ever felt fear before," Quinn asked, "but I guarantee that you will feel it now." Twisting his hand, the shadow all over Chris's body started to expand and spread. The small dots had attached to each other and started to grow rapidly. Chris tried to use his ki to fight it off. He even started to punch his own body, trying to get the shadow off him, but he was unable to do anything. Then, finally, all of the dots of shadow had been connected, and the entirety of Chris's body was covered in shadow, and there was only a shadow body of Chris that could be seen. "What happened? I can't see anything. I can't hear anything, or taste, or smell." The data had revealed a big truth, and Logan was left in disbelief. After raiding Agent 4's lab, he had come to know what Pure was attempting to do with the Red Heart. With all of Richard's data that I have, this could be possible, but why would they attempt to do such a thing? If people thought what the red vampires were attempting to do was bad, this was much worse than that. Will you just spill it out already rather than staring into space? Syl eventually couldn't hold himself back. You're starting to freak me out a bit. Logan didn't say anything because he wondered how he could not catch what the Pure was planning to do sooner. In a way, he was kicking himself in the foot and couldn't believe he was working with Pure in an attempt to track the Red Heart down. What would have happened if Logan did find the red heart and gave it to Pure? He would have been an accomplice.
Sil, you haven't been around, so you don't understand, Logan replied. For one, judging by the data, Pure now has the red heart. Second, I thought if the Dampiers were to get such a thing, they would have attempted to destroy it, but instead they have given it to Pure. And what they plan to do...
Look, does it really matter? Sil replied. Right now, we have Quinn fighting out there, not to mention you even have me. And they haven't done anything yet, so there is still time to stop them. So let's deal with the rest of this and get to Quinn without wasting any time. In the end, Sil was right. Although maybe, because Sil wasn't involved in the events of Earth for a long time, he didn't really know the worry Logan had. Still, perhaps it was a perspective the latter needed as well, because the problems that Earth faced were small compared to the universal problems out there. Pressing a few things on his arm, the self-built armor that Logan was wearing started to change slightly. Rather than the usual spiders that Sil was used to seeing, it reformed and turned into something else. It looked like the suit of armor was just extending up his neck and covering his entire face. In the end, he looked like a superhero wearing a complete suit to hide his identity. A metallic blue over his entire body with a solid, slight green where his eyes and mouth would be.
What is that for? Sil asked.
I have to hide, Logan replied. I had sent those people to apologize for getting involved in the fight between the red vampires and Dampiers in the first place. If the people saw me and knew I was part of the attack, it would cause many problems. We must be careful with what we do. We cannot afford to appear in a bad light when Pure's public image is quite possible at its best. Sil walked over to Logan and suddenly grabbed the latter's arm. Oh well, you don't have to worry about that because they're not going to see us anyway. Logan stared at the hold, and without explaining anything, Sil used his blink ability. The next moment, they disappeared from the lab and reappeared a floor above. Now they were in some type of cleaning area or part of the lab's ventilation. Just hold on. I will quickly get us to where we need to be, Sil said with confidence.
Wait, I understand you're using the teleporting ability, but you don't know the ship's layout. How do you know where we're going? Logan asked, worried they would suddenly go into the ship engine room or an incinerator.
I'm listening to the noise. I can hear everything each time we stop, so I have a good sense of where to go. They said that there are 3 palaces, and we have gotten rid of one, so let's finish this up quickly. After several jumps through the ship and following the noise of the people running around everywhere, it was actually very easy for Sil to figure out where they needed to go. Eventually, they ended up at the very top deck of the place. It sounds like there is something underneath, Sil said, but I thought I would enjoy the fresh air for a bit and see how Quinn is doing. Looking out in the distance, Sil couldn't see the two of them, so he imagined they had to have been blasted off quite in the distance. Still, he could sense strong energy far off. Chris is a lot stronger than I thought, Sil thought. Is he like me? Has he surpassed what a human can achieve? But how is that possible? How did he do it? Unless he has been absorbing energy from nest crystals like me, or maybe it's something else. Either way, the good news was that he deduced that Quinn was doing okay, from the large amount of energy he could sense. Only if the energy started to fade would he have to worry. Let's get to work, Sil said. He jumped up and reached a great height in the air, right above the large ship Rain. Then he started to turn his body, and as he did, flames started to spiral right above. There were some people that were outside on board the deck seeing this. What is that? Is it a phoenix? Someone shouted, while pointing at the incoming flame enveloped Sil. The flames had certainly made the shape of a giant phoenix in the sky, so enormous that they couldn't even see the small human within it. Don't hurt the people or destroy the ship. Right, this should be okay, Sil thought. The large flame phoenix started to dive down and head straight to the ship. It was flying down at a fast speed. The next second he changed his ability, switching to the one he had used before, Blink. Teleporting through at the last second, Sil and the flames of the phoenix had instantly disappeared and had gone right to the floor below the top one on the deck. Logan, still standing on the top deck, began to feel the entire surface below his feet heating up, and the whole ship shook. The end of the large ship had tipped slightly into the sea and soon started to balance out. However, as soon as Logan regained his balance, he found Sil standing in front of him again. All right, I didn't destroy the ship. It seems I have quite good control now, Sil commented. Anyway, let's head to the next place. Did you forget something? Logan asked. I was meant to get information from each lab. That's why you told me to come with you. Sil didn't say anything, and sweat trickled down his forehead. He had gotten carried away at that moment.
It shouldn't affect us too much, right? I destroyed everything in there, so it will be hard for them to use anything. Let's go." The two of them blinked away, heading for the next place. The rest of the group, along with Muka, had traveled through the ship. Most of the normal populace had gone into hiding due to the alerts and system warnings. This was good since the group didn't wish to be seen by the general public in the first place, either. A few moments later, they entered the training area where around 1,000 or so pure members were currently present. Not only that, but also the high-ranking members from rank 11 to 20 that were still alive were also standing at the front. "We had prepared for this," the rank 11 of the agents declared as he stepped forward. He was a tall figure that looked thin. His face was sunken in, making his head look like that of a human skull. "There was always the possibility that you would come to attack under the disguise of apologizing. We have been preparing for an attack on the Green family. Do you really think that we wouldn't be ready for—" A large fist punched Agent 11 right in the face and sent him flying through the air before he could even finish his words. Then, landing on the ground and standing in front of everyone, was Peter. "Why does each one of you have to talk so much? We're in a rush, you bastards!" The large-scale attack started once again, but with the skilled agents that knew Key, it looked like this was going to be difficult. Or so they thought, as in the middle of their fight, coming out like a lightning bolt, Logan and Syl appeared in front of everyone. Lightning covered both of Syl's hands and was already shocking the nearby enemy pure members. "This is the last place, and then we can go to Quinn," Syl stated. Although many of those there thought they could win due to their numbers, Agent 18 felt otherwise. Seeing Agent 11 and others being defeated so easily, they needed help. "Why? Why can't I get in contact with Zero? Why hasn't he responded yet when the main base is in a crisis?" Agent 18 wondered. Chris was shrouded in complete darkness. It was something he had never experienced before. He couldn't see anything around himself, neither hear nor smell anything to judge where he was. It was strange that all the noises one would usually hear normally seemed to have disappeared, even the sound of his own heartbeat. It was a truly frightening experience, making him wonder if he was even alive. Is this a skill, or have I been sent to the afterlife? He tried to use his key or do the routine stuff he normally did, but there was still no such reaction at all. Finally, however, he soon was able to feel something, intense pain in his stomach. Looking down for a few seconds, he noticed a red fist. This is real. He really has managed to get rid of my senses somehow, but it looks like when he hits me, it breaks the strange shadow he has. Chris honestly didn't know if he was flying through the air or what, because he couldn't even feel the wind. All he knew was Quinn's hand was on his stomach, the last time he had seen it. In desperation, Chris threw his fist as fast as possible, trying to claw at Quinn. He had no other choice anymore. If he couldn't sense Quinn in any way, he would have to throw out attacks that would disrupt the shadow. Did I hit him or did I hit the air? In the middle of his thoughts, another strong punch came right from behind. It was powerful, and for a moment, Chris heard his bones crack when the shadow broke for a split second. Another punch hit Chris across the face, and now he felt pain all over his body. This damn shadow, it covers me as soon as he attacks me. I can't tell where he is. The only thing Chris had on his side was that even though the hits on his body were hard, he could heal from these wounds. I have no choice. All I can do is make a swing and try to hit him. I will use all my attacks. Maybe one of them will hit him, and I will escape from this wretched prison. However, despite that, the beating on Chris continued as he suffered from Quinn's punches and kicks. From the outside, Quinn was hitting nonstop. A knee to the stomach, a pull from the shoulder, and a punch to the face. Each hit had the key and red aura powers as he continued to give Chris a beating. I was hesitant at first, but this worked the same way as it did against Syl, Quinn thought. Chris is strong. Chris is really strong, but fighting completely blind is impossible at our level. For a second, Quinn had stopped the beating. The land looked different, from the constant attacks of hitting Chris on the ground, punching him, throwing him, and slamming him all over the place. But no matter what, Chris still stood up time after time. Coming to a halt, he looked at Chris. The latter's body was still covered in the shadow, and he was huffing and panting, trying to catch his breath as the wounds on his body began to heal. This power is strong, and it's what I need to keep going. Since nothing was working so far, Quinn needed to use all his power to take Chris down, just like with Graham, when the latter's body would heal itself time after time.
Quinn needed to prepare a strong attack once again. While Quinn had gotten a lot stronger than the time he had fought Graham, he also did not have the same one-of-a-kind conditions he did before. The condition that had led to the creation of the Red Heart, and perhaps was in some ways the cause of the current conflict. I don't have the same amount of blood to use as last time, so I will just have to do what I can with my own blood aura and celestial energy. In the next instant, Quinn spread out both his hands, and 4 great large swords, each about the size of a car, formed behind his back. They were covered in a dark red aura of power and pointed at Chris. At the same time, Quinn opened his hand in a claw-like shape as he got into a stance. He drifted his hand in the air, and the red flow of energy followed. Crossing his hands, Quinn made deep cuts on his arms, draining more of his blood out of his body. The celestial blood energy was flowing out of his body. It floated and gathered around his fingertips, making them sharper and condensed. However, the flow of blood continued to spiral around, floating about, and began to glow brighter by the second. Quinn's blood, flowing with celestial energy, was coalescing into a stronger attack, so that Quinn could end it in one hit. Using celestial energy in my fights hasn't been favorable, but I think I found a way to use the power to give me as much power as possible. The attacks have stopped, Chris noticed, but I know this isn't a good sign. My body is strong, I know that, so he must be trying to charge up to finish me off. I carried on with this fight because I wanted to push Quinn to the limit, to see how strong he is. I need to know his strength if we will go up against Zero. I know I haven't fought against Zero or seen him fight at full strength for a while, but I also know that he isn't the type of person to just do nothing during this whole time. He must have gotten considerably stronger. With all these thoughts in his head, Chris had made the decision. Quinn, I don't want to fight you. I've lost this fight already. I wasn't trying to hurt your friends. Instead, I told them I would join up with them to take down Zero. With the shadow over his body, Chris couldn't even hear his own voice, but he was sure Quinn at least heard his words. What is this? Quinn frowned. Desperation? I know Chris isn't a bad person, but he has always been by Zero's side, and for him to have lived this long, he must have used the key drain skill. The Chris in front of me is not the same person who had taught me once before. Moving from his back, all 4 of the giant blood swords went towards Chris, with the spiraled floating celestial blood from Quinn's own body flowing through the air, and a large trail of blood aura came out from behind him as he charged forward as fast as he could. A new skill has been created, Celestial Tiger Blood Pulse. At this moment, the system had created a new skill. It was strange because this had never happened, even though it had been a long time since he had been using his blood attack in newer ways, and Quinn had used the blood control and changed his attack multiple times before. So it made him wonder, why now of all times? And that's when he felt something strange happening as well. As the skill was being used, the gauntlet and Quinn's fist let out a pulse of red aura that ran through his entire body and behind him. It didn't just happen once, but went on continuously, and it looked like the pulse of red aura that was coming out was larger than ever. Each pulse was increasing in intensity, giving off a more powerful aura. This attack will finish it. Quinn! Chris shouted. Believe me! If not me, then believe in Leo! Quinn's fist was aimed right towards Chris's chest, right where his heart would be, and all of the swords floating in the air were ready to stab Chris from every angle. However, hearing Leo's name, Quinn used all the power that he had left and shifted his foot slightly. Moving his clawed hand, he hit the ground right next to Chris, and an enormous explosion erupted. The island was split in half, and part of it was falling into the sea. Large waves formed behind the attack, and the shadow on Chris started to rescind. The ground trembled from the massive attack, and Quinn had to take a moment to steady himself as the island started to fall into the sea. Quinn was trying to catch some breath while looking at what he had caused. In front of him, there was nothing but the sea, and they were only on half the island now. Next to him, Chris had cancelled his werewolf form, but the blood swords had managed to go through his body, entering from his back and the top of his shoulders. The next moment, Chris fell to the ground as he collapsed. Quest complete. Defeat a Godslayer. Looking at the collapsed Chris on the floor, the large blood swords that had entered his body had disappeared. It was clear he was no longer in any state left to fight, so Quinn decided to retract the rest of his skills himself as well, and allowed his body to heal the wounds on his hand. That attack at the end, the new one, I managed to expend the celestial energy properly, similar to when I fought against Graham that time. Maybe this is a step to using it better, Quinn thought. Although Chris was bleeding quite badly, even now, his body was healing, but his breaths were deep. Looking around, Quinn went to pick up his demon tier chest piece and placed it in his shadow. He then looked for the broken parts of the blue fang set. Not just one part had been destroyed, but all of it. Still, he placed this in his shadow as well, as a memento. That was some attack power Chris had in his attacks to destroy demon tier equipment like that. It makes me wonder, if I had to take a few of his attacks straight on, what would have happened? These werewolves are strong. In a way, they really are physically superior to vampires. I kind of understand a bit of what was said and how the vampires acted in the past, getting rid of everything they deemed as a threat. 5,420 MC points have been removed from your total amount. Seeing the system message, it was expected. The new skill that Quinn had used with the Shadow was a skill that could only be used with his soul weapon, Shadow Overload. However, Quinn knew that blocking attacks would take up a large amount of MC cells as well. So, against a strong opponent like Chris, he refused to use it in such a way. Otherwise, the drawback of using his soul weapon in blocking attacks would have been too great. He would have been back to zero once again. Using it in the way he had done, with portals and such, and covering his opponent's entire body in shadow, had a set amount of MC cells that would be taken for using such a skill. Although it still didn't allow him to use it as freely and against whoever he wanted, it was a much more viable option. The best thing to do is still to search for nest crystals, so I don't have to worry. If I had over 1 million MC points, maybe then I could even use it to block attacks from the gods and godslayers as well. There was a reason why Quinn was thinking about this, and it was due to completing the quest of defeating a godslayer. Although he hadn't killed Chris and could see he was still bleeding, defeat must have meant winning the battle. You have defeated a godslayer. The universe has decided to reward you. Please choose from one of the following: celestial level increase, celestial energy increase, MC points increase. The three options had made him somewhat struggle with what to choose. The main reason was that the rewards didn't state how much the increase would be. The celestial level up would help Quinn in the celestial space and give him a new skill to use. However, the celestial skills tended to be more helpful to his dedicated followers and less so to him. At the same time, he could no longer really enter the celestial space and was already back on Earth, where he needed to be anyway. If Bliss pulled the same trick again, he would have problems, but he felt like it was unlikely. On top of that, celestial energy being increased meant that he might go up a level anyway, which was the natural way to do things. The only thing was, although celestial energy was great for fighting against celestials until recently, it did next to nothing fighting against non-celestials. Who knew how long it would take before Quinn learned to use celestial energy in a way it would be able to help him in fights against others as well. I'm really going to kick myself in the foot if it's a small increase, but after seeing how effective the shadow can be and how it's been used, the MC point increase would be the best. Selecting his reward, Quinn could feel strange energy enter his body. It felt as if something was being drawn out for the air and was going inside him. Energy that no one could see, something he had never seen before, but this feeling was familiar. It was the same feeling Quinn had when he would absorb the nest crystals as well. This continued on for a while, and in the middle of this, there were a few guests that had suddenly appeared on the island. So this is where all the fun was, Syl stated. After heading to the military section of the pure ship, with Syl there, they had made quick work of all of them and had managed to get information from the lab, this time before destroying it. After that, Syl suggested that it was best for them to make a quick exit as soon as they could. So he decided to teleport them to where he had felt the energy from before. It was easy work. Green City was further, so even with more people, it was no hassle. Everyone looked at Quinn, and it seemed like he was in the middle of doing something and was on his own on the island. The fighting stopped. Does that mean... Mitchell didn't say the next sentence because everyone was worried. He's over here, Peter shouted out. Everyone ran over to where Chris was and could see he was badly hurt. The reason why his body was finding it hard to heal was actually due to the celestial energy that flowed into him. Quinn didn't notice it, but during his Tiger Pulse attack, the celestial pulse had gone off, and the energy had entered into the open wounds the blood swords had created. Chris's body was doing well to fight it off, though. It was just taking longer than usual to heal. Did Quinn do all of this? I'm guessing he wasn't able to speak to him in time then, Jessica commented. It appears not,
But we should see this as a good thing, Muka stated. His luck is great because he has survived, and Quinn, for whatever reason, has chosen to spare him. So at the end of the day, no harm has been done. There was a weird smile on Muka's face. While looking at Chris in a pool of blood, it was hard to be positive. There was looking at the glass half full, and then there was this. Don't worry, I can do something, Syl replied, as he got his book out, changing his set of abilities once again, and pressed both hands on Chris's body. Soon they all saw the wounds closing up at an incredible speed. The color on Chris's skin was returning as well, and he was starting to look a lot better. A healing ability? Lucia commented. How many abilities can you hold? What blade are you? A lot of what she had blurted out was meant to be said in her head, but she was so surprised that she just had to say something in the end. I don't mind explaining a bit, but I have lived for as long as Quinn, so I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and that book of mine allows me to change to use whatever ability I have used before. Hearing this, the others around were stunned. The blades were already strong, and their ability disregarded them for a lot of rules that they already knew, and now this. The person in front of them was clearly a monster on the scale of Quinn. Cyril, who kept quiet, knew there was more to it as well because Syl hadn't even used the demon-tier weapons that he had in his possession as he had done on the last planet. Eventually, Chris opened his eyes, once again, and started to lift his body. You were all here, and I'm still— Yes, you're still alive, Peter replied, but honestly, with Quinn back, I'm not sure we really needed you or not. Before, Chris would have thought that Peter was exaggerating Quinn's strength. Now, having faced it face to face, he no longer thought this. Maybe Quinn could solve this all on his own again, like he had done in the past, without without him. Chris clenched his fist. It's fine even if that is the case. This time I will be on the right side. It was at that moment that Quinn had finished with what he was doing, and he looked at both of his hands. What is this? What was all of that? How is this even possible? 620,234 total MC points. Quinn continued to look at his stat points. He was wondering if he had miscounted, but without a doubt the number that was on the screen was true. From this quest alone, he had earned around 500,000 MC points. How was I even able to get such a reward from the system in the first place? Quinn started to think. Is the system still rewarding me through equivalent exchange? Has the system continued to grow as Vincent thought, or was it something else? Thinking about it more, Quinn did see that this time the system stated that the universe was the one that wanted to reward him for his tasks, which made him wonder, was the universe trying to push him in a general direction? For him, a celestial, to go against his natural enemy, the Godslayers, it was hard to say, and due to not knowing any other celestials that he could just speak to, he was also unable to find out if they received such things for defeating Godslayers. Either way, he had been given what he had been given, and it was more than he had ever expected. For a long time, Quinn thought about his strength. It had been at its greatest when he had originally turned into the celestial he is today. There was a surge of power from the transformation. His celestial energy could be used freely, and on top of that, Quinn had gathered the blood from those from all over to defeat his enemy. However, he felt like this entire time he had never been able to get to that same place again. He tried to make up for his loss of strength by learning new skills and becoming creative in the way he used celestial energy and more. With all of that, Quinn had grown stronger, but still not comparable to that time. Now, though, with his new skills improving, his shadow as well as with the additional 500,000 MC points, Quinn believed that he could do more, and without a doubt, he was currently at the strongest he had ever been. Quinn looked at his fist and clenched it hard, with a smile on his face. It was hard not to smile at this achievement, especially with how many bad turns there had been lately in his life. If only I could go into the celestial space with all my powers now. I would love to show the arrogant gods what's up. It was only then, after hearing the sound of the voices next to him, that Quinn noticed that the others had arrived. He had seen them while he was absorbing energy, but had not really paid attention to them. Quickly, he rushed over and could see that they were all crowded around Chris. Judging from the fact that everyone is around you and isn't scared, I have to believe what you said is true, Quinn stated. Is that your way of apologizing? Chris asked, standing up off the floor. His outside wounds had healed, but there was clearly some damage inside him as well. I'm sorry, Quinn replied. Things have been difficult for me as well.
Since I've come back, I've lost a lot of people, and you can't blame me due to the last time we met as well." Soon, sniffling sounds interrupted the group. Turning around, they could all see that Minnie had burst into tears. Daddy!" Minnie screamed and leaped up from where she was and grabbed Quinn by the neck. For a second, Quinn couldn't breathe as he slowly held her in his arms and close to his chest. "Where did you go? Why did it take you so long to get back?" Minnie started to cry. "I'm sorry," Quinn said as he wiped away Minnie's tears. A lot of them were wondering the same thing, but didn't want to ruin this father and daughter moment. "I tried to come back as quickly as possible, but it's my fault that you were left on your own. I wasn't strong enough to stay by your side, but I won't let that happen again," Quinn smiled. The sniffles and the tears slowed down as Minnie grabbed Quinn by the face and started to rub her large, fat cheek against his. The females' hearts melted as they saw this affection. Quinn was already an incredibly handsome man, and seeing him act this way with Minnie was just melting the women's hearts. "Quinn, you are a good dad. Maybe you need a wife as well," Mooka said confidently without any embarrassment in her voice. Jessica wished that she could have been as brave as Mooka, but when looking at the two of them, she just felt like it was impossible to compete. "He still doesn't know about Layla yet either," Jessica thought, as the list of women who were interested in Quinn just kept piling up. "Quinn, the two of us have a lot to talk about, and I'm sure there is a lot that the others want to share with you as well," Chris stated. "But since they are all here, there is one more thing I need to do before I leave." Moving away from the others, it looked like Chris was ready to jump in the direction of the ship, but before he did, Syl approached him. "You're planning to go back, right? Don't worry, I'll pop you over there, turn invisible, let you do your thing, and we can come back," Syl said. With all of his abilities, there seemed to be nothing that the group couldn't do. Once changing out of his abilities, Syl did just that, teleporting Chris right on the deck of the ship towards the front. In an instant, he turned invisible. There were a lot of people on the deck, panicking, worried, scared, and wondering if they should try and leave, but they could suddenly see Chris in front of them and no one else. "Agent 1, you have to help us. The ship, it's under attack," one man cried. Soon, many followed after him, pleading for Chris to help out those in Pure. They had assumed, seeing him now, that he wasn't present, and that was how the ship had come to be in its current state. "Enough!" Chris shouted out to them all, with a powerful key voice. They could feel the vibrations in their body, causing them all to shut up. "I am not here to help you," Chris said. "In fact, I am here to tell you the truth. I was the one that started the attack on the ship. I was the one that caused all of this mess. I know many of you may be upset or annoyed with me, but I will explain myself. Pure is not the group you think it is. The leader, Zero, is using everyone, even the members and soldiers of Pure, for his own goal. He's been doing this from the very beginning, and Pure has lost its goal ever since the loss of Lucy, the original founder. Zero has been using humans for experimentation, trying to combine them with beasts. He has used slaves to make his life longer. The man that you look up to, the organization that you have been supporting, has been doing nothing but use you. I understand that many of you don't believe me, and perhaps will never believe me, but I have not done any of this because I want you to thank me, or to like me. You may all even hate me for ruining your life no matter what the reason. I've done this because I have done what I believe is right. I couldn't stand by and do nothing anymore." After Chris had said his words, there was quiet for a few moments, until the crowd started once again. "Traitor! You attacked our home! You've gone to the green side! You're just doing this to support them! You've ruined everything for us!" There were many words, many insults, and many tears as well. Turning his back towards them, it was the signal that Chris was ready to go. "I don't mind being the villain of the people if that's what they need," Chris thought. The next second, he was teleported and back on the island with everyone else. "These people will one day understand what you did for them," Syl said as he made himself reappear. Chris was stronger than him in some ways, because if he was in Chris's position, he would just be filled with anger. The people he was doing everything for and trying to help had treated him like that. "All right, you can take us back to Green City, right?" Quinn asked Syl. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Syl said as he told everyone to gather. "A werewolf, a vampire, a superhuman, and the strongest undead you will ever see," Peter commented. "I don't think we will have any problem taking out Zero." The portal opened, and it was time for them to head back to Green City, as everyone had a lot to talk about. Syl had been to Green City a few times before, so as long as their location hadn't changed, he was able to get them all back safe and sound to Green City. If it had changed, then there was a good chance they would be falling into the sea, but rather than ask, Syl had decided to just grab them and teleport them all anyway. Slowly, after using his powers, he began to open his eyes and could see they were in the lab that he was familiar with, at the top of Green Tower. "Great! It looks like we all made it safe, that's a relief," Syl said with a smile. "Relief? What do you mean by that? Were you not sure?" Quinn asked, somewhat guessing what could have happened to them all if Syl hadn't used his powers correctly. "We are here, right, so all is okay. Come on, we have a lot to catch up on," Syl stated. In the lab, there was a lot of open space, but there weren't many seats, since in the first place, it was a lab made for Logan to work on his experiments and such. Placing both his hands on the floor and activating his soul weapon, he could control and make anything into a form of technology or AI, so he started to break down the structure of the place and turn it into large seats for everyone to sit down. Once everyone was seated, Logan sat back in his chair and let out a big sigh. "I have to say, none of what has occurred was within my calculations," Logan said, looking at Chris, who was in the room with them. "I guess, so that we are all up to date, we should start off with informing Quinn what has occurred from the beginning since he had left, and then maybe we can figure out this whole thing." The others agreed, and Quinn was also interested to know what they had been doing. It was easier for Logan to do the talking and explaining, because he had filmed a lot of the events after Quinn had left. The first thing that had taken place, of course, was the tournament that had occurred. During that, Vincent revealed himself stating that he was looking for Quinn. However, the tournament had been stopped as Laxmus had joined in at the last second, eventually taking out Vincent and taking the red heart which Vincent had instilled in his body. "Wait, Vincent is still alive, and he had the red heart?" Quinn said, surprised. Another person who had helped them through a lot was here. "Vincent is still alive. We are using a nest crystal to get his vitals back up to what they were before. Don't worry, I will let you see him," Logan said. Continuing on the tale, Logan went on to inform them of the next part, which was heading to the Red Vampire's base. While there, they were already fighting with the Dampiers. Laxmus had been defeated, but the Red Heart had been taken by Aaron. From listening to everything and the details the other went into when describing how strong she was, Quinn was trying to think how he would deal with her. Laxmus certainly was powerful and had the help of his Celestial. Even then, Aaron had beaten him quite easily by the sounds of it. He was also happy to hear that Borden was alive as well, and when they had no problems, he would like to go back to the Blade family, possibly with Syl, to say hello to them. In the end, Quinn decided that he was currently stronger than Aaron. He just couldn't imagine the current him not being able to deal with her. However, his mind was quite distracted by one thing. Layla. So she really was working on our side this whole time, and she is still alive and in charge of the Red Vampires. That is a relief. I would love to go see her, but what would I even say? Quinn thought. Then it was time for them to explain why they had gone to the Pure Base, Rain, in the first place, trying to find out why Erin had turned into what she was currently. They explained their theory of thinking it was linked to Leo, and that was why they had gone to Chris. That's when they were in for a surprise and learned about Leo's dreadful past. While listening to it all, Quinn was clenching his fist. While telling him the story, the others felt a pressure coming off him that made him feel heavy, that even he wasn't aware he was giving. Quinn sat there in silence for a good 5 minutes with no one saying a word, due to how heavy the atmosphere was, until, "Daddy, please don't be angry," Minnie shouted as she ran over and jumped up sitting in his lap. "I don't like it when Dad is upset. We just got back, and we are together now, and now you're all upset." For some reason, seeing Minnie act this way had calmed him down a bit, and he gave her a big smile and hug. "You also went through a lot as well. I'm sorry that you got hurt and your powers taken away. Don't worry. I promise I will pay her back," Quinn stated. Minnie didn't see it because Quinn had said these words while hugging her, but the others could see for a second a flash of red glow was seen in his eyes. He was beyond furious. Whenever a certain person's name was mentioned, he was just hiding it extremely well. Now, with Minnie sitting in his lap, he was stroking her, which she seemed to enjoy, and he continued while talking, since it was calming for the both of them. From everything that has been explained so far, from the sound of it, if I was to take a guess, Zero is also working for a god, Quinn explained. There were many confused faces and looks in the room, but Quinn went on with his theory for a while. I can't think of anyone else that would be able to bring back those that he killed back on this earth. Perhaps a god has promised him that he will bring them back if he does something for them. This is the only thing that makes sense in my head. I know a lot of you won't understand what I'm talking about, but maybe it's time I tell you everything I've been through. Quinn went on to detail what had occurred to him while he was away, and to all of them, it sounded like a mystical tale. Planets, other races, gods, a celestial space, and more. It was hard for them to imagine there were such things, that their current lives and the things they were going through were so small in the grand scale of the universe. What was even more impressive were the strange actions that Quinn had decided to take to come back. Even when telling his story, they could tell how urgent and serious he sounded in wanting to come back. However, despite all the things about the gods and much of the world, the one thing that stuck out to them the most out of everything was that there was a Dalki. This was something that they could not comprehend and could imagine the dangers that they would face. Since it was so far away and in the distance, Quinn had told them not to worry about it, at least for now. Instead, he wanted to focus on the current problems that Earth had before any of that. Aaron, honestly, I'm not sure what to do. From the story you told, I think she too is dangerous. I understand you guys trying to find out the truth and find out why she's doing this, but I already lost someone close to me because of that. Leo lost his life because he was too obsessed with finding out why this had happened to her. If I was to meet her again, I would say the best thing to do is to put an end to her, before she does anything else. The answer from Quinn had surprised many in the room. Although they had only been traveling with Quinn for a short while, they knew no matter what he would avoid killing unless he had to, and now he was willing to kill his friend just like that. It made them think about what Quinn had expressed. Learning about the Celestials and that entire space to act like this caused him to see the world in a different way.
What about Layla? Peter asked. I know you might be able to accept the fact that we have to eliminate Aaron, but Layla won't, and you are going to be the one that tells her you killed her best friend without finding out why?
Peter was right, and the silence from Quinn made him think. He was still sure it was the right thing to do, but his emotional attachment to Layla made him second-guess things for sure. I know, Syl clicked his fingers. Hey, Logan, what location is the Red Vampire base at again? Saying a bunch of numbers that only Syl would understand, Syl nodded and opened up a portal, disappearing. Then, a minute later, it had opened up again, and being pushed out of the portal, along with Syl, was none other than Layla. Why don't you talk to her yourself? Inside the castle-like structure, Layla was staring out the window, looking at all of the vampires down below. The people had smiles on their faces and the streets were lit up. There was a good atmosphere all around. The Red Vampire base had been rebuilt back to what it once was. There was the option of moving again, but Layla felt like there was, now, history to the place for the people here. This gave the whole area more value. To them, it felt more like a home, and they had gone through the rebuilding of their home. I made the right decision in staying here, Layla thought. You've done extremely well, Xander stated in the corner of the room with a bow. During the entire time, he had stayed by her side helping her fix and rebuild everything. On top of that, he was happy because he had never seen Layla happier in these 1,000 years. It was almost as if becoming the leader of the Red Vampires had given her a purpose that she was missing. Finally, she can forget about Quinn and continue to live her life. I'm sorry to say this. I know you did a lot for her, Quinn, and I know from the stories that Layla has said about the two of you that you cared for her, but with you gone again, it could be another 1,000 years until you see each other again. I don't want her to hold on for that long, not again. Lifting his head to look at Layla, he suddenly saw that a portal had appeared behind her. Immediately, Xander wasted no time rushing across the room. Blood aura surrounded his fist as he went out to throw a punch. It slammed into something solid, and the strength behind the punch shook the room. However, whatever or whoever had come out of the portal was currently holding on to his fist. You shouldn't attack guests like this, Syl replied. Guests? You're an intruder! When Xander said these words, he was trying to figure out who was in front of him. Judging from the smell, it seemed like a human, but how would any human be able to hold his fist solidly like this? Layla turned around and could only see the back of his head. Unlike Xander, she didn't react straight away, but had her hand on her black sword that she kept at her side at all times. Everyone, it would be best if you were to calm down, the mysterious man stated. I'm just here because I want to take you to Quinn. Those words had frozen both of them, and before they knew it, Sil had grabbed Layla by the hand, who was frozen, and opened up another portal, taking her away. Meanwhile, Xander was left stunned in place. Layla and the mysterious man no longer could be seen in front of him. Did he say, Quinn? Is Quinn back? I hope this outcome will be a good one for her, Xander stated as he smiled, and decided to wait in the room for her return. The portal opened back in the lab, where Logan and the others were, and stumbling through at first was Layla, and following her was none other than Sil. All right, so it looks like everyone is here. It looks like we can talk now about what to do, Sil smiled. At first, Layla's eyes had landed on Logan. He was still as small as she remembered him, but it had been a long time since the two of them had last met. Her heart ached a little, thinking of all the time she had spent on the other side of this whole thing. After that, she moved her head, with her eyes falling on the rest of the group. She had seen all of them during the attack before. Then finally, they laid on one person, Quinn. Immediately, she knew that this was him, his long black hair, his perfectly symmetrical face, and his pointed but strong chin. There was no emotion on her face. The others were looking closely to see what her face would show, but it looked calm and collected. However, there was something on her body that was reacting, and it was her horns. Constantly they were turning a bright red and cooling down. It was like a heartbeat, only it was going incredibly fast as the horns continued to blink and blink. Other than this, the two of them just stayed there staring at each other for a while. Not a single one of them said a word. "That's the one Daddy likes," Minnie shouted and pointed. She had been following their story for a while. Immediately, Jessica picked Minnie up and covered her mouth. More so than ever, this scene was hurting her quite a bit. "I've lost. I already know I've lost. Never have I ever seen that guy make that type of reaction or look at a person in that way before," Jessica thought. "At least I can move on now. I should just think of Quinn as an unreachable hero, like a superstar in a movie." "All right, everyone," Peter shouted, clapping his hands. "Let's give these guys some space. It's clear that we are giving them a bit of stage fright. We'll come back and talk about this once you guys are done. Just give us the signal," Peter said, walking off, and everyone else went to walk off toward the other side of the lab as well, out of respect for the two of them. That's when they saw that Logan was doing something strange. He had gone to one of his computer terminals and placed his hand on it. Then a couple of seconds later, a screen appeared. On the screen itself, there was none other than Quinn and Layla. "I have cameras all over my lab that I can access. They are in my lab, so I see nothing wrong with doing this." The others didn't say anything because they, too, were interested in what was going to happen. So instead, they crowded around the monitor with their backs toward Quinn and Layla. "Quinn," Layla said, being the first one to speak. "It's been so long, so very long." Layla thought she could hold it back, but already now that the others were away, there were droplets of tears running down her cheeks, and a lump was felt in her throat. I was so worried that I would never be able to see you again. There were days when I thought I forgot what you looked like. You, of all people in the world, the person I thought I would never forget. I felt so guilty that I was forgetting your face, and I'm not talking about the ones that they plastered on the statue. I'm talking about the real face that's in front of me now." She sniffled and wiped away her tears. "Layla, let me finish," Layla said with her head to the ground. "I waited for you, Quinn. I waited and waited for the day for you to come back, and then I heard you had returned, but you disappeared again. I had hope, and it was chucked away. My heart was ripped out again. It was so painful for me, so painful that I decided to bury you inside of myself, and try to forget about you." Finally, Layla lifted her head, her eyes swollen from crying, tears still falling all down her face, and her cheeks a little rounder than before. I realized I couldn't, though, Quinn. I could never forget about you because I love you." With no sound made after that, no footstep touching on the floor, Quinn was suddenly right in front of Layla. He had moved so fast and quickly that she had no time to notice. Before she could do anything, he had hugged her, pulling her tightly into his chest. "Layla," Quinn said, his voice a little lumpy and shaky, "no matter what happened to me, you were always there for me. You were there at the beginning when I turned into this. You stayed with me even though I was different, and you never hated me for getting you involved in all of this mess. Instead, you stayed by my side each time and continue to try and help me in your own way. I heard from the others about everything that has happened, and I realize now, at any second, anything from our lives can be taken away. So, I'm not going to hide how I feel. I'm not going to just wait for something to happen. I have to do things myself like I have always done, and that includes my feelings for you. Last time I was unable to do this, but this time I will." Quinn's fingers touched the side of her neck gently. Layla felt a force pull her forward, and a tingling sensation could be felt running up her entire neck. The two's faces angled, with Layla's staring into Quinn's. The next moment, moving forward, Quinn's lips locked with Layla's. Two of them kissed each other, closing their eyes, longing for this long-awaited moment.
"Yeah, my man!"
Peter shouted as he started to clap. All the others that were watching the video also began to cheer, on the sideline, soon after Peter, at this joyous moment. That single moment for Layla felt like an eternity. It was long awaited, and she didn't want it to end. It wasn't just the kiss with the love of her life, but the first kiss she had ever received as well. When growing up, she had only focused on Pure. After that, the events of the world continued to transpire one by one, and the entire time she just couldn't be herself. She couldn't settle down with the man she loved, but that was perhaps because the man she loved would go on to become the hero of the entire world and save it from unimaginably powerful enemies. In the end, though, the kiss had to end there as Quinn pulled away and held her by her shoulders. Her horns now remained a bright red, and she couldn't stop looking at Quinn's eyes and his lips again. All of the girls watching by the side, who at some point had some type of feeling towards Quinn, thought they would feel jealous of this, but for some reason they didn't. The moment was so sweet. The aura around the two showed how they were made for each other, and after hearing the story and seeing them pour their feelings for each other, none of them felt like they deserved to be with Quinn. In the end, the one who had always loved Quinn and always been by his side through all this time would stand by his side, hand in hand. "I owed you that for a long time," Quinn eventually said. "I wanted to do that a long time ago." What Quinn meant by this was the strange connection that stopped the two from kissing each other in the past. There was a time when the two of them had made their feelings clear, but the special bond between vampire and familiar made things complicated, and they could never take the next step. However, Quinn did have a theory and idea as to what would happen. He was hoping that now he was a celestial vampire, that his body wasn't completely the same. Quinn was essentially his own race, something that could even create new subclasses. He no longer followed the vampire rules. He was now on the same or a similar level as the ones who had created the vampires, so it made no sense to still be restricted. Hearing Quinn's words, Layla didn't really know what to say. In truth, she would love to spend a day or an entire week with just the two of them, so they could just experience life together, talk and catch up about everything each one of them had done, but, as always, there were important matters at hand. Even now, there was something she had to do, and Quinn was going to be busy as well.
"Sorry to ruin the sweet moment," Logan's words interrupted her thought. "However, there are some matters that we need to talk about. Once this is all done, don't worry, I'll create a special event for you, and we will have the most spectacular wedding the world has ever witnessed."
"Wedding?" Layla said, stepping back a bit. "Isn't it too soon for that?"
"What are you talking about?" Peter replied. "You confessed your feelings 1,000 years ago, and you guys kissed after 1,000 years. Don't tell me we have to wait another 1,000 years for the two of you to get married. Anyway, as long as I am the best man, I don't really mind it. I have known the two of you for a while, and you know Vorden doesn't deserve it. I mean, he isn't even here right now."
Layla's heart was racing. She had never even thought about these things because she never imagined she would even be in this situation in the first place. Her mind was getting flustered. Too many things flashed in her mind at once, which made her think of, essentially, nothing.
"We need to get to the point of what to do next," Logan continued. "Right now we know that Pure has the red heart. According to Chris, Aaron has given it over 0, and this is a serious problem. At the Pure's base, I learned what they were planning to do with the red heart, and I think, Quinn, you were on the right track. The power of the red heart has enough energy to open up a portal."
"A portal? That's it? I open up those things all the time." Syl was surprised and moved his finger to open up another one.
"Well, this portal is vastly different. From their research, they have been trying to open up a portal to another plane. This will be hard to describe to you all, but it's essentially like another universe that is like this one. There are multiple theories, but no one has ever actually managed to achieve such a thing. As for why they are planning to do this, in the files, it's stated they want to meet God."
It was then that everything clicked in Quinn's head. When talking to the Celestials and Bliss, he had heard several things as well and learned from Chris what Zero truly wanted to do.
"That has to be it," Quinn said. "The deal that Zero made. Zero talked about bringing people from the dead back to life. A long time ago, Richard Eno talked about opening up a portal to this other place, and that was how the vampires came into existence in the first place. The deal, it must be for Zero to open up that portal again."
Logan nodded, and those that had been with Quinn from the beginning followed, while the others were confused. They had no idea who Richard Eno was. Unfortunately, it was a name that was lost in time and replaced by Quinn's fame.
"If a portal is opened up to that place again, then something more dangerous could happen than just vampires roaming the streets. The information I got from Eno stated that there are several different gods on that plane as well. It would be like opening up a portal to hell in the world."
Grinding his teeth, Quinn felt partly responsible because he was the one that created the Red Heart in the first place. It was because of him that this whole thing could even be possible in the first place.
"Wait, Aaron is with Zero?"
Layla asked, not having been caught up on everything. Once again, there was a brief overview of everything going on for them to catch up on what had happened. Logan even explained a bit how vampires had come into existence in the first place. This revelation blew the others' minds. This was something that Muka didn't know either. She just thought vampires were mutations of humans or an evolution path that got separated from the latter at one point and took a whole different trajectory.
"I know the area where Zero perhaps would venture into," Chris stated, "but I don't know the exact location or planet. Right now, along with him, there's Agent 4, who has the blood armor, and Aaron, along with Flora, who holds the vampire Arthur's great sword."
When put like that, and after hearing everything that they had done so far, none of the opponents sounded like they were easy to deal with.
"Quinn," Layla said, "I know what you wanted to ask me. I can see it on your face. I agree that Aaron needs to be dealt with. It's clear that something is up, but if we leave her as she is, she will just continue to grow stronger. Even with our power right now, there is no way for us to find out the truth. I was too weak to stop her."
Saying these words, Layla grasped the black sword's hilt. Quinn was happy that he didn't need to worry about what Layla would think of him if he was to deal with Aaron, because in his mind right now, it was something that he might have to do to end it all against her.
"I don't want you to come with us," Quinn replied. "You have already tried to talk Aaron out of it, but it didn't get through her head and turned out to be useless. You just being there would do nothing. If I'm honest, it might even be a distraction for me."
It sounded harsh, but Layla knew those words were right. She had already tried her best and failed.
"However, there is a chance that while we are away and searching for Aaron and Zero, we may not find them because they might attack you again. That sword," Quinn said while pointing his finger at it. "I checked it before, and it seemed all right, but the marking, it's the same marking that was on Laxmus's head that time. The two of you seem to be getting the same energy from the same god. I think it's a bit dangerous, so let me do something."
Layla pulled the sword out of its sheath.
The sword had been a great companion for her this entire time, and she knew she wouldn't have survived so long without it. However, she wouldn't say no to Quinn and handed the sword over to him. And it was then that the system message popped up in front of Quinn. "The sword has been sealed with the soul of a godslayer. Would you like to attempt to break the seal?"
Reading the system prompt in front of him, Quinn was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. At first, he thought the sword was just a regular celestial weapon. In truth, Quinn wanted to test his own celestial weapons that he could create against this sword, and he now had enough points to do so. The only thing was that he wanted to try to create celestial weapons from scratch, and to do that, he needed the best forger that he knew. Still, with the sword in front of him, he thought it might be a win-win situation. Either its powers would increase or decrease, depending on what he did, and in doing so, Layla would be a lot safer using the sword. But that was if he could even change the marking on the weapon in the first place, since now that this message had appeared, he was uncertain if he should go through with it. Is there a power of a godslayer in this sword? The power that Layla draws from the weapon is not just celestial power? I guess that would explain why it was so powerful, but then what happens if I break the seal? To break the seal, Quinn felt like it meant releasing the power from the inside of the weapon, and if that was the case, it would no longer be special. "Hey you, I saw everything. You and that girl, both of you are together, right?" a voice resounded in Quinn's head. He turned his head left and right for a few seconds, but soon realized that it was coming from the sword itself. "Who would have thought that she would know someone like you? I can't believe it. The second you touched my sword, I could tell that you have the same type of energy. You can break me out of here, right?" The man in the sword's voice was almost trembling near the end. Quinn didn't know whether to tell him the truth or not, but hearing the sound of the man's voice inside, Quinn could tell the man trapped within the sword was an incredibly sorry state. At the same time, Quinn wasn't foreign to the idea of things being trapped. Vincent was originally part of the system as well, so why couldn't one be placed inside a sword? It also reminded Quinn that Vincent believed when he was placed inside the system, his power of equivalent exchange had entered it as well, which was why Quinn got such great rewards dependent on the tasks that were given. Perhaps it was the same here? "Even if I can break the seal, I don't have the ability to remove you from the sword," Quinn clarified. The sword turned silent upon hearing this. It knew that its body had long disappeared from this world. "That damn god of death tricked me," the sword shouted, "pulling me down and such." Hearing this, Quinn could only assume that the sword was talking about the same god that Laxmus was under, the god who had created the original vampires in the first place. "What happened?" "You know what? I kind of forgotten. It's been so long. I just remember that he tricked me, and that's how I ended up here. Then I was flung around all over the place. I just remember my past was extremely difficult and sad. Whenever someone usually grabs me, I can't help it, but if they take any of my power, they take part of my pain. But Layla, she was able to handle it. She was used to the motions and pressure of using my powers put on her. But many people have gone mad before. I'm guessing it's not affecting you because you're a god as well." The sword began to plead. "So please, if you can find a way to release me, break this seal and give me a body, I promise I will do everything in my power to help you. Once I have done everything you have asked, then I want to remember everything that happened, and I'll face that damned god himself." Although this was a weapon created by a possible enemy, Quinn was surprised to find the sword actually had a true hatred for said god, even if it couldn't remember why that was. "I might have a way to get you out of that sword, but unfortunately I think it might be better that you stay in there. You see, the person you were protecting is someone I care about, and I hope you can continue to protect her. However, I'm a fair person. I'll break the seal from you to prove I will help you, as long as you continue to give your power to Layla as she needs it. When all that is done, I will ask someone to move you," Quinn said, glancing at Syl, who was visually confused because Quinn had been holding the sword for a while now, without saying or doing anything. But everyone just stayed quiet, thinking he was focused on something. "I've already been in this sword for longer than I can remember," the sword replied. "If I have to continue for a little while longer with the hope of breaking free, then I will do as you wish." Hearing this, Quinn turned his attention toward the system. In the next instant, energy began to flow out of Quinn. His hair was floating on its ends, and everyone could feel the strange energy surrounding him. "I can feel my celestial energy being drained into the weapon. Minus 1,234 celestial energy. Minus 1,825 celestial energy." Thankfully, Quinn had obtained a large amount of celestial energy for defeating Athos, and he was sure that whoever had put this marking on wouldn't have placed a ridiculous amount on a weapon. At least he hoped. Soon, dark black sparks were shooting all over the sword. They continued to spread out, hitting the ground and getting larger and larger. The others decided to step away as they saw this. "Quinn!" Layla shouted out, worried that something was happening. Minus 23,637 celestial points. "So he did use a lot more celestial points than I thought to create this weapon. Just who is this god?" Eventually, the black sparks started to fade, and the energy from Quinn was slowly starting to disperse as well. When turning the sword around on its hilt, Quinn noticed the marking had disappeared. "You did it! I can tell! I can feel that I'm freer," the sword said. "Thank you so much, kind stranger." "Don't thank me just yet. I need to make sure that Layla has the same power as before." Quinn had thought about using his celestial energy on Layla. However, after meeting the other Celestials and traveling in the universe, he changed his view slightly on things. Giving celestial energy to those close to him would make them a target. Maybe not now when they didn't have to worry about these things, but if Quinn made an enemy he hadn't already, then there would be those that would be coming for him, and they would target his dedicated followers first. It was just too risky for him. After hearing about the sword and how much power it gave Layla, he realized there was another way he could help them, by sharing his powers with others through weapons. The only downside was that if the person were to die, then anyone could get their hands on these weapons and use them how they weren't intended, which was somewhat what had happened to the sword in the first place. "Wait, so you broke the seal but are now just going to put your own on me?" The sword sounded upset. "I don't break promises. As I said, I need you to be strong enough to protect her." "Would you like to mark the Godslayer sword?" "That's quite a good ring to it. Let's make a sword that actually is capable of slaying those damn gods," Quinn thought. "Yes, mark the sword." The energy from Quinn was clearly being expended outward again. His hair started to float, and everyone took a step back once more. However, rather than a sinister dark energy that they had felt before, instead, this energy was more familiar to most of them. It felt somewhat like the vampire aura they were all used to, only slightly different compared to that. This time it didn't take long, and where the markings of the single eye with 2 wings were, it was replaced with a red dragon head in front of a black shield with crossed chains. "The celestial energy right now isn't so much of a use to me, and on top of that, Layla needs to stay safe," Quinn thought. "You did a good job. You were able to take quite a bit of celestial energy. Maybe it's because you were at the level of a Godslayer." "Minus 50,000 celestial points." By breaking the seal, and by giving Geo, the others, and Cyril a load of his celestial points, he had made quite a dent in the amount he had. 162,256 of 285,462 celestial energy. Still, it was large enough for him to attempt to do more things, to create more weapons, and still enough for him to fight most of the Celestials. In a way, spreading out his celestial energy like this was giving more people a way to fight against these gods. "The sword is complete. I've placed my own energy into the sword. I'm not sure if it will have the same effects as it did before, or if it will be stronger, but I'm sure it will come in useful." Layla accepted the sword from Quinn with both hands. Although the two of them had just shared an intimate moment, she still wanted to show respect and thankfulness for what Quinn had done. When taking the sword, there was a surprised look on her face. "He's still inside," Layla smiled. "The two of us made a deal," Quinn winked. The others had no clue what they were talking about, and at the same time, he believed that they didn't need to know. "I hope that weapon does you well. Honestly, I wish I had my own weapon to use as well," Quinn commented. Although his soul weapon allowed him to form it into whatever shape he wanted, he knew the power and strength of things such as demon-tier weapons. His soul weapons were on limited timescales, whereas a normal weapon was not. It gave versatility to fighting, and also helped when fighting multiple opponents. "It would be good if Alex was here. I would have liked to have tested something with him." Hearing that, Logan had a smile on his face as he came over. "Actually, there was something in the story that we didn't mention. When Laxmus was defeated, a strange, coffin-like structure had come out." Logan led the way, and the rest followed him to his lab. It was here that Quinn had also caught a glimpse of Vincent and what state he was in. Based on the machine next to him, one could see that he was at least still alive. "This here, we believe that's Alex inside. Unfortunately, I gave you the blood solution to open it. Do you still have it?" Logan asked. It took a second for Quinn to realize what Logan was saying, but he soon realized that they believed Alex was the one that was in the chamber coffin. "You actually found him," Quinn stated. Memories of when Quinn and Alex first met were flashing in his head. The system helped him pick out a talented forger, and before Quinn had truly made a name for himself, the two of them had decided to work together. Together, they were going to grow his name, and although his items were sold quite wide and far, in the end, he had never created a name for himself, apart from those on the cursed faction that had also now disappeared. "So, this Alex was a forger for the cursed faction?" Jessica asked. "Yes, he was the forger that created many weapons that were used in the battle against the Dalki," Quinn stated. "On top of that, though, he was a dear friend." Walking up to the chamber, Quinn's arm was covered in shadow, and soon the little vial of blood was in his hands. As he walked up to where the circular lock was, where the blood needed to be dripped, he hesitated for a second. "Why am I so worried?" Quinn thought. Thinking about this, Image's effects started to come into his mind. When Quinn had woken him up, how frail and weak he looked, how tired he was. That feeling of first waking up in this new world and seeing that, It was a feeling that hadn't gotten out of his mind this entire time. What if I wake up Alex and he's like that as well? Quinn thought. Either way, he couldn't be afraid anymore and decided to pour the vial of blood on the mechanism. Slowly, it started to drop and fill up in the circle. It lit up a light red before starting to spin and unlock in certain ways. This hadn't happened before when the other blood was spilled on it, which made it clear that this was Alex Way, the Blood Fairy. A final click was heard, and the door swiveled open. A few seconds later, a hand could be seen holding onto the side of the round casket. "Why do I feel so strange?" a voice was heard. Eventually, the group could see a sat-up body. The top half of the said person was there, and for the girls, their eyes were memorized by the sight in front of them. Unaware, when the blood had awoken Alex, it had caused his natural blood-red wings to snap open. The clear red, almost crystal-like, color was incredibly beautiful to them all. "It's so pretty," Minnie said, pointing. Hearing these words, Alex turned his head to look at a group of mostly strangers. "Where is this place? What happened?" Alex said as he continued to rub his eyes. They were quite blurry due to the amount of time he had taken to wake up. "We decided to wake you up," a voice said. "I heard what you went through, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Because I was the one that turned you into this. People were after your blood, yet I was nowhere to be seen. I have to take accountability for what I did." The voice Alex heard had sent shivers running down his spine. It was a voice that he would never forget. All those years after he had gone away, Alex hadn't forgotten about him. The will of the cursed faction was to do as Quinn wished, and it was why Alex had tried so hard to complete his job as a forger for the cursed faction, continuing to make weapons that would help them out in their battles. At the end of the day, Alex also blamed himself for not being able to create weapons good enough to help the cursed faction combat the enemies that they had made. "Quinn!" Alex shouted, his wings flapping in excitement so fast that he was now hovering in the air. Everyone could now see him in the room above. "It's really you! It's really you!" Alex then flew at a great speed straight towards Quinn and landed right in front of him. His wings were still flailing about, but he was on the ground. "I can't believe it! Quinn, you were alive! You finally woke up! Do you know what happened to Fex? To the others? It was so hard." Looking at Alex carefully, Quinn could see his hands. They were cut and burned all over, and at the same time, he had wounds over his body that looked like they hadn't healed either. Was Alex also involved in fighting as well? How did this happen to him? Quinn thought, clenching his fist. The good news was that Alex looked just as good as Quinn had last seen him. It appeared as if he hadn't aged too much. Logan did state that Alex had been placed in slumber early on due to those that were after him, but it looked like it had happened a little too late before he had gotten involved. "I'm guessing you have woken me up because you require my skills," Alex said, pumping his fist. "Well, tell me what you need, boss, and I'll make the best weapon in the world for you." Quinn smiled at this comment. "I'm going to need a better weapon than that. I'm going to need something that can take on the whole universe," Quinn replied. Once again, since there was a new person in the group that had slept for a long time, they needed to be caught up on everything. Thankfully, Logan had a solution where it wasn't necessarily needed for them all to talk together again. For a case like this, he had recorded their conversation from earlier, and at the moment, Alex was watching all of it. At the same time, he had asked for a pad and paper, that way he could write down notes of what had occurred while he was in a deep sleep. "Quest complete. Find and wake up the Blood Fairy Alex Way. Plus 10,000 celestial points." Quinn had almost forgotten about this quest he had received a while ago, and in truth, he didn't really see it as a quest because it was something he just wanted to do. Still, he wouldn't complain about getting these rewards, especially since he had plans to use more of his celestial energy. "New quest received. Get Forger Alex Way to create a weapon using a Godslayer crystal." A Godslayer crystal, like the crystal the shadow came from. But do all Godslayers drop crystals? Or is it only beasts that are deemed to be at the level of a Godslayer that drop crystals? Either way, this new type of crystal could change everything, but I don't have the time to go looking for Godslayers right now. It made Quinn wonder as well if the weapon Layla used was then classified as a Godslayer weapon. Although it seemed more so like a Godslayer's soul had been into the weapon along with its power, it did contain one of the strongest abilities Quinn knew. The power to negate anything it touched was part of the reason why they were able to defeat the demon-tier dragon in the first place. "I think it would be best if I was to go," Layla stated while everyone was waiting around. "Syl, thank you for bringing me to Quinn.
I mean it, and this meeting is something that I will never be able to forget." Saying those words, her horns started to light up slightly red in the process. "However, I know Quinn is busy, and the red vampires won't be safe until Aaron is dealt with, which is why I need to return to them. Syl, if possible, would you be able to take me back?"
Syl nodded, and before Layla was to return to the red vampires, she walked up to Quinn.
"Whatever happens to Aaron, I believe you will make the right decision about what to do. I know you have a good heart, and I know you would have tried your best. Just don't get yourself killed, Quinn, because at the end of the day, you are the most important person to me." With that, she went and hugged Quinn tightly, and he did the same to her. "When this is over, I will come and visit you, and I'm telling you now, I don't plan for this to take a long time." With that said, Syl opened up a portal returning Layla to where she had come from, and for himself to return shortly after. It was only around 30 minutes later that Alex was finally done catching up with everything. "I can't believe all of that stuff happened, Quinn. I really can't imagine how it is to live a life in your shoes," Alex stated, moving his arms up and down. "Honestly, the two of us were close to each other in age, and although a lot has happened to me, it's nowhere near on the level as what is happening to you." Shaking his head, Alex tried to get himself out of that mood, and his wings started to quickly flap about again. "Anyway, I will create whatever you want. Do you have anything in mind?" Alex asked. As soon as Alex said that, Quinn opened up his shadow, and on the floor, several items started to appear. First, there was the destroyed Blue Fang set. "This was destroyed in a fight, and if we can, I would like to have it repaired," Quinn asked in a pained voice, and Chris, the person who had destroyed it, was looking away. "When repairing it, or with the new set of items, I want to try two things. I have the ability to mark weapons and give them power, that is, after they have been made, just like I did with Layla's weapon. I would like to mark the weapons after that, but during the repair and making process, I want you to use part of my blood to make the weapons as well." When Quinn extracted the blood from his body, it was the easiest way for him to use his celestial energy in the form of a power that would work on not just celestials, but others as well. On top of that, Quinn was hoping for something else as well. Although hardening his own blood and creating a blood armor did help him, it was an alternative to his normal armor, due to his normal armor disintegrating when using celestial blood energy. The problem was, he would also lose HP when using his blood in this way, leaving him less to use offensively. Hopefully, using his blood to create the weapons would stop, or at least lessen his own energy stopping the weapons and armor from disintegrating. "I'll see what I can do. I got used to mixing my own blood in with items, so it should be okay. The only thing is, to repair a demon tier level of equipment, I would need another demon tier crystal to begin with," Alex explained. "It's why most people don't bother going through with repairs, since they would rather use the crystal to make something else. Are you sure you want to do this?" "I'm sure. This armor means a lot to me," Quinn replied instantly. Although he now had set his heart on someone else, there was still someone that he could never forget. This armor was his last link to her. Quinn also wanted to put a marking on his demon tier chest piece, although the effects of the demon tier were nice and it didn't take up MC points for each attack he blocked. With the current enemies he was facing, they were either faster than he could use his wings, or he would have to use Shadow Overload anyway to block the attacks, therefore eating into his MC. There was a big risk, when marking an item or a weapon, that it would lose its active skills, but Quinn was also betting on the fact that it might become something that was more useful to him as well. "I also want a demon tier weapon as well," Quinn requested, "made in the same way as the armor. I know you're limited to what the crystal can be used for, but I also know that you will do a good job." He had only just woken up, and he was being told to make universe-changing items. There was no forger in the entire universe that he felt was more lucky than him in the current situation they were in. "So, I can do all this, but I'm going to need some crystals." In total, they would need at least tier crystals for the items to be made, but at the same time, they wanted to go searching for Zero and Aaron. "Let me do the searching," Chris said. "I know the areas where Zero will be. I won't engage with him. I'm not foolish enough to think that I can do this without you. When I know where he is, I'll contact you straight away. In the meantime, you concentrate on getting what you need for those weapons. You're going to need them," Chris said. After fighting with Chris and knowing his strength, it did make Quinn wonder just how strong Zero was. "Maybe we don't have to wait long," Logan smiled. "That energetic son of mine has already been out hunting."
The group turned to Logan, wondering what he meant, and he soon explained.
"My son Jake. While all of you were busy on the Pure ship causing mayhem and a ruckus, I sent him off to gather a few demon tier crystals.
Logan explained.
It felt like a large battle was soon coming, a fight with Pure. What I didn't expect was for us to suddenly attack them before they even got the chance to attack us. I also thought Pure would stay quiet for a while, so it was the best chance for us to gather extra power. Jake is strong enough to fight demon tier beasts on his own. Originally, they were going to be used as weapons and handed out to our best, or you guys, but now they have a better use.
Logan smiled. They didn't know how long Jake would take, but it was a head start, with Logan's demon tier tracking device as well. As long as there was no trouble in killing the beasts, all would be well.
Even if I do get all the materials,
It would probably take me around a week or so to make the weapon for you. You will have to wait either way, Alex explained. In this situation, Quinn felt a bit restless, because there was nothing he could do to speed up the process. Everyone in the team was already moving. I still think it would be best if we search for Zero ahead of time. I doubt there will be much he could do in a week's time, but we can never be too sure, Chris explained.
I think it's a good idea, Logan replied. However, I think you should take someone with you. I think Peter would be a good choice. With the two of you, your strength will help even if you do happen to run into a fight with them. In the meantime, Quinn will wait for the weapon to be done. I would say to take a teleporter with you. However, I doubt it will have any effect with Agent 4 there as well. The only thing we can do is once the weapons are complete, have Quinn come out to you as fast as possible.
Quinn didn't want to be split up from the group again. Not this time, but he was wondering if there was anything else. Alex knew the Shadow, so Quinn could get to him at any point in time, but getting to the others was harder. The only forging equipment that was good enough for Alex to work on was in Green City as well, and Sill's teleport powers didn't work that far. I guess it's the only thing that could be done, but I would feel a lot safer if Sill was there as well, Quinn asked.
What do you think? I'm not strong enough? Peter shouted. I kicked that Florigo's arse already, and I will slap Erin back to herself, or to death if I meet her.
I think you should trust Peter on this one, Sill said. Everyone here has managed to survive without you, Quinn. They went against Erin and survived. I honestly wouldn't worry about them. For me, the bigger threat is out there. I took some time off to help you, Quinn, but I need to get back out there. I forgot a lot of what I saw before, but all these events happening now are making it come back to me. I can tell it soon. Sill didn't want to worry the others with what he had seen with his vision, and after seeing Quinn's power, there was no worry in his head that they would be fine without him. Sill, you have a really important task. Everyone does. I think you should stick to your guns on this one. After a lot of talking between the group, it seemed like many of them were ready to finally leave, now knowing that Quinn was okay. Lucia was worried about the state of the Greylash family. She wanted to head back and see how the vampires were doing there. She felt like she had already accomplished a lot and was no fool. She knew that with the next fights against Erin, Zero, Flora, and Agent 4, she could do nothing. Jessica had also decided to go ahead with her. With the Dampiers mostly destroyed and no longer feeling under threat, now she could enjoy her life as a traveler, which was something she always wanted to do. On top of that, she knew there was no longer a reason for her to stay by Quinn's side anymore. Then there was also Muka. She still had no clue what had happened to the rest of the vampire chambers. According to Chris, they knew nothing about them, so it was unlikely that her answer was with Pure or the others, so she needed to find out her own answers. This left Cyril, Minnie, and Mitchell. There were quite a few conversations between them all as they said their goodbyes. Minnie was crying her eyes out for losing her beautiful aunties and asked them to come see her from time to time. As well, everyone thanked Quinn, not just for what he did now, but also for what he did back then in the Dalkey War as well. They had learned that Quinn had never been able to get the pleasure of being thanked like that, so they wanted to make it up to him. Sill said he would help each of them by teleporting them to where they wanted to be before he went off to do his own thing, and now the place suddenly seemed a lot quieter than it usually did. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, hasn't it, Minnie? Quinn said, sitting down and patting her head until she fell asleep on his lap. Putting her to the side, Quinn gently placed her down, allowing her to continue to sleep, and decided to head to a particular area along with Logan. While waiting for the crystals and weapons to come, Quinn was going to use his own celestial space to train again, getting as many hours in as he possibly could. There was a chance that he would have to take all 4 of them on. With the weapons they had, even for him, Quinn could imagine it being a tough fight. All of these individuals were at the same level as Chris, or possibly higher, meaning it would feel like taking on 4 God-Slayers at once. Before that, though, Quinn needed to see someone. Heading over to the large, clear glass tube, Quinn could see Vincent lying inside. His body was breathing, but he seemed unconscious. The nest crystal was in his chest, and the energy was flowing through him slowly. "Can you ask Jake to find a nest crystal as well while he is out?"
"Sure," Logan replied. "I mean, we're always looking for nest crystals all the time, anyway, due to their use. Is there a reason?"
Quinn placed his hand on the glass chamber, and now that he was closer, he could feel the energy slowly entering Vincent's body. He was weak, like someone else he knew. "A nest crystal's energy is almost limitless. I guess the correct thing to say is, the energy is always restoring itself in the crystal, which is why it can create so many beasts. However, if all of the energy is used up at once, it will disappear." Quinn had a lot of experience with nest crystals, along with Syl, and during that time it made him wonder. Vincent is weak like him. There is someone else that deserves to be on this journey to take out Eren. With my celestial powers and a nest crystal, I want to see if I can bring him along with me, Quinn explained.
"Who are you talking about?"
Logan asked. "My blood brother," Quinn replied. "Let me try something on Vincent." Quinn thought of something. Before testing his new idea on Fex, he wanted to try it on Vincent first. The two situations were quite different, yet similar simultaneously, and in the latter, Quinn felt like there was less risk. The main reason behind this was that Vincent wasn't at the end of his life cycle due to the nest crystal in the first place. However, there was one thing that Quinn was unsure about. It was the fact that since Vincent's body was a clone of his, in the first place, it was possible that the rules could differ.
"Quinn, are you sure about this?" Logan asked. "I know you can now do things beyond the realm of humanly possible, but the nest crystals are also an unusual, unique power. You have to be careful regarding them. We don't know how they will react." "I have been able to have a lot of experiences with the nest crystal. I think I can do this, and if it doesn't look like it will work, I'll stop immediately." Hearing the response, Logan opened up the chamber, and Quinn placed his hand on the chest of the nest crystal. Then, closing his eyes, he focused on the energies. "First, I need to see how well the nest crystal energy is flowing into his body," Quinn thought. When just sending energy, Quinn felt a very faint red energy aura that was flowing around Vincent, and then there was the energy of the nest crystal, which was going to all the cells in his body. On further observation, he found out the energy looked like little bolts of lighting were constantly hitting Vincent's cells, trying to reactivate them again. The energy continued to be dispersed from the crystal, yet the cells weren't activating. In fact, it would take 100 or so strikes to activate a single cell to flow and work again in Vincent's body. "Is this the same as what was happening to me? Is that why it took so long for my body to recover as well? At this rate, Vincent won't wake up for another 100 years, kind of like me as well. The problem isn't the energy from the nest crystal. If I force it to expend its energy through Vincent's body, it won't get him back to the way he was, and without the nest crystal, his body will fall apart. Which means maybe there is a way to activate the vampire cells in his body. Let's hope this works." The celestial energy began to draw out of Quinn, just like when he would create a dedicated follower. He had a theory and just hoped it would work. Slowly he could feel his energy coming out of him, but it was doing nothing to the body in front of him. "Come on, work!" Then, when over 100 celestial points had transferred, Quinn could see it even without the nest crystal's help. The red cells would begin to move and come back to life. The figures on the computer screen next to Vincent were starting to change. "You can now accomplish things beyond science," Logan smiled. "I guess you really are a god." After around 300 points of celestial energy, Quinn could feel that Vincent's whole body was finally back to its initial state. When he cut off the energy transfer on that range, Quinn observed that the nest crystal continued to hit the cells, and the latter were responding with life. After a while, Quinn concluded that the nest crystal would not do its job of keeping Vincent alive like it was supposed to. When he stepped away, there was a bright glow around Vincent's chest. The strange device that Logan had attached to him was still there, and so was the wound, allowing one to see the crystal right through his body. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes opened wide. They were entirely red, most likely due to the energy, but it soon started to fade out of him, and his eyes had gone back to normal. The first person he looked at was Quinn, who was in front of him. "Kid, you did a good job," Vincent said, having somewhat understood what was going on around him. "It looks like all that time we waited for you didn't go wasted after all." Quinn felt a lump in his throat when he tried to reply. For some reason, it was quite heartwarming for Quinn to reunite with the person in front of him. "Your voice is so annoying," Quinn somehow managed to speak, "but for some reason, I missed being able to talk to you like in the past."
Well, we can talk all we want now that you're alive, huh? Vincent said as he got up from the table and walked towards Quinn. The next moment he went in and gave Quinn a big hug. These two, in the end, were truly a family. They were relatives of each other, and Vincent had always felt like he had played a significant role in Quinn's life, and also somewhat considered himself responsible for bringing hardships to the young kid. After a while, all three of them began to chat and discuss what had happened so far. Seeing the large smile on Vincent's face, it seemed like everything was working out for Quinn, and thankfully Laxmus, who had done this to him, was dealt with as well. I think my use when it comes to terms in fighting has come to an end, Vincent explained. I had kept the red heart and never appeared publicly, because I knew there were powers out there, greater than mine, who could defeat me with a flick of their finger. I guess it is time for me to say that the new generation of powerhouses has surpassed me, but I will still do my best to help you. Maybe my skills are best here in the research lab working with Logan. I've been trying my best to research the red heart, but it proved difficult, with me hiding it inside myself. If we get our hands on it, I can see what other uses we can have for it. Who knows, maybe we will be able to complete your wish with it, Quinn. My wish? Quinn replied, not really able to recall he had any wishes, other than to pay back a few people and protect the Earth. Maybe we can use it to turn vampires back to humans. It would solve a lot of the problems currently. Those that are turned by others can have the life they wanted back. Vampires can live as they wish, and so can humans. Of course, this is a long shot, but as I said, I think it's best if I stay here. After catching up, Quinn wished to get off. Now he had brought back Vincent, he could most likely bring back Fex as well. While waiting for Jake to bring the demon tier crystals and possible next crystals, there was a certain someone that he would need to ask first if he could see Fex, the latter's blood relative. Is there any way you can get me in contact with Andy at the moment? Quinn asked. Andy is currently not on Earth, Logan explained. The situation on Mars has become quite dire at the moment, so he and the vampire crops have been busy. Do you remember the beast horde you experienced when you first came here? Well, there have been a lot of them, and the level of the beast horde is rising slowly in many areas. With everything going on, the beast horde was such a distant memory, but it was one of the changes that Quinn had experienced in this new world. Why are there, even, beasts in this solar system? Quinn asked. There are, even, beasts on Earth, when there weren't before. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that many people brought back the beasts for research. They created areas for travelers to use. Then the second was a meteor strike that happened around 800 years ago. It hit most of the planets in the solar system, and those meteorites had nest crystals on them. This caused an influx of beasts in all the areas. Of course, by then, we had colonized most of the planets in our solar system, so we have been at battle with beasts ever since, although it's never been this bad. I guess I should head out then, Quinn replied. I will see Andy and ask him about Fex, and maybe I can get a nest crystal myself. In the meantime, if Alex gets the materials needed, I can pop back to him using the shadow and give him my blood. Soon, Quinn would have Fex by his side once again. Out in a distant solar system, away from that of the Greylash area, Earth and all the known beast planets, a ship landed on one of the planets. The universe was vast, with many different solar systems for any race to explore, and those originally from Earth had hardly touched the surface of their exploration. Currently, though, a new planet within a new solar system was being explored. The landmass of the planet was hard and made of a rock-solid black material, and running through it, a large streams all over the planet, was molten lava. The red lava streams gave the planet a strange glow, and they were also reasons why the planet was hot, and there was also steam geysers. At the same time, volcanoes would erupt and explode at any moment, creating loud booms. It wasn't the safest planet by any means, but the 4 people that were currently on it were no ordinary people either. Aaron and Flora walked side by side, with their weapons placed away. Flora was standing on the outside, while Aaron stood next to Zero, and Agent 4 was on the far end. They walked in a single line as they explored the planet. We need to be cautious. According to our exploration team, this planet is full of mighty demon-tier beasts, Agent 4 said, as he stared at a strange tablet in his hand. It was strange how he was able to walk while looking down all the time. Don't forget, we are here to gather the crystals to make new weapons for our upcoming battle. A loud explosion was heard going off in the distance, and the ground below their feet began to rumble. Some of the lava that was in small streams, which were as wide as a car, had spilled over a little. How did you even find this place? And why are there so many dangerous beasts here? Flora asked, moving her head around incredibly fast. Out of all of them there, she knew she was the weakest of them. Sure, she had a boost in strength due to her weapon, but it was hard to say whether or not a single weapon could improve one so much. However, she had been training non-stop with Aaron, pushing herself to the very limit every day until now. "It's hard to tell whether you are young or old when it comes to you Dampiers," Agent 4 commented without taking his face away from the screen. "Around 800 years ago, there was a meteor strike that had entered Earth's solar system and struck several planets. Well, the theory is that the meteor strike had actually come from here when one of the planets exploded. Could you imagine how much power that planet must have contained? It seemed like the planet wasn't the only one in this solar system, and there are plenty here that are full of just as many strong beasts." Flora did know about the meteor strike that had hit the planets, but no one amongst her people had bothered to put the time to research it because it was declared that it was something that would only happen once in a million years. While everyone had their own problems and goals to deal with, this is what Agents of Pure were dealing with. Suddenly, Erin stopped and immediately pulled out her blade. She hadn't pulled out the demon tier weapon and was using the katana blade instead. Seeing how she was acting, Flora looked up ahead. They all did, but none of them could see anything, at least not yet, until a somewhat large black-furred creature appeared on top of one of the dark black hills. It looked similar to an ostrich in size, only it had 2 heads and a single eye on both of the heads. Its feathers were also black, making it hard for them to see it clearly. Agent 4 lifted up his tablet and went to scan the beast. "The reading shows this is only a demigod-tier beast. It's not what we're looking for," he explained, and carried on walking in a different direction to where the beast was. The distance was around a mile away from the beast, and since it wasn't running after them or trying to attack them, they decided not to bother with it. "We should be careful," Agent 4 added. "Although we are plenty strong, and I have no doubt that we could take on a demon-tier beast just with us. If we end up attracting too much attention, it will prove difficult." The group continued to walk, but the planet was enormous, around 4 times the size of Earth, and there was hardly any water on the planet itself, meaning most of it was only land mass. Aaron and Flora didn't really know what Agent 4 was doing, but he seemed in no rush as he walked around, and they continued to follow him and Zero. A few minutes later, Aaron stopped again and looked at her side. Due to her ability, she had a much wider range to sense threats as compared to everyone else. A few seconds later, and now there were 2 of the same bird-like creature. "Okay, this is a little bit creepy now. Are they following us?" Flora asked. "They have yet to attack us, so we should continue to ignore them. We should save our strength for the demon-tier beasts," Agent 4 commented. They continued to trek until eventually they reached what looked like the base of a large volcano. It didn't have lava spewing out of it from the top like the other ones. "There are several strong readings on the planet, and one of them is coming from the top of this volcano," Agent 4 explained. "It is one of the weaker readings." There was something else Agent 4 had seen, but he wanted to privately discuss it with Zero. For now, he was following Zero's first order to find a weak demon-tier beast to deal with. Although he had used those words, weak and demon-tier beast didn't really go together, and on this planet, the readings seemed to be slightly larger compared to the others. It looked like they would have to scale the mountain, but before that, Aaron turned around. "They have gotten braver. I think we have no choice now," Aaron commented. The floor was shaking once again, but it was unlike before. Instead, the shaking felt like it was coming toward them, and it was starting to get intense by the second. Soon, a dust cloud appeared off in the distance, and it was moving toward them. Finally, at the front of the dust cloud, they could see there was a whole army of these strange bird-like creatures, around 50 or so of them, all charging forward. One of the birds opened its 2 mouths, and flames began to gather in its mouth. The next second, it spat out the fire straight toward the group. Aaron, moving her hand, threw out 2 Stage 3 key blasts, destroying them on impact. However, that was just the start of the attack. Soon all of the birds had opened up their mouths, and flames started to gather as they ready to shoot them out. Aaron was ready to change to her other weapon in order to create an ice wall of some sort and reflect the attack back. But just as she grabbed the handle, someone else walked in front. It wasn't Zero, but Agent 4. "This is a bit annoying, and I hope it doesn't attract the attention of our friend up there," Agent 4 said, as he placed the tablet away in his large overcoat and pulled something else out. It looked like a strange red crown. The red crown began to light up when he raised it above his head, and suddenly a wall of blood aura formed, and the flame balls got deflected or stopped when they struck the wall. Every time the flame hit the wall, it would ripple, but nothing was getting through. "Why does he have powers similar to that of a vampire?" Aaron frowned at Agent 4. The 50 creatures in front of them were all at the demigod level, although Aaron didn't think anyone in the group would have trouble dealing with all 50 on their own. To come out of such a thing unscathed would be troublesome, even for her, with the fire-shooting powers. Perhaps she would have to actually push herself and treat the battle as a real challenge if she didn't want to get hurt. This was why Aaron was quite impressed with what she was seeing right now. The strange red aura was blocking all the incoming attacks, and they didn't seem to be weakening it one bit. Struggling to understand how this was possible, Aaron decided to close her eyes to use other senses. When doing so, she could sense it clearly now. With the help of her ability, she could tell that the power wasn't coming from Agent 4 himself. Instead, it was coming from what he was wearing. Armor that allows one to produce blood aura? And I can't even gauge if this thing has a limit. I wonder if it can do anything else, Aaron thought. Well, it would be a good chance to train, don't you think? While one of us is blocking the attacks, it would be nice if someone could deal with the annoyances on the other side, Zero suggested and smiled. Show me the strength you have. The strength you had to take down the leader of the red vampires. Zero squinted his eyes. Even though he had carefully observed Aaron training with Flora, it wasn't enough because there was a plan brewing in Zero's head. I need to see if I'm strong enough to get rid of you, Zero inwardly smiled. While shooting out the strange fireballs from their mouths, the beasts also continued to charge toward them. Aaron was ready to pull out her weapon, but before she could, Flora ran ahead. Pulling out from underneath the armor she was wearing, Flora had a small little vial that was filled with red liquid. She then splashed it across the legendary sword and swung it from her side. As she did, the sword swung out wide, as if it was attached by a piece of string, and headed towards the horde at a fast speed. The second the sword touched the first beast, it sliced off its head, but that wasn't the end of the attack. The sword lit up slightly again, and explosions started to go off, one by one. It ripped through the beast, in the front, while exploding and dealing with the ones on the other side. Flora has managed to improve with the weapon quite a bit, Aaron thought, and I have learned something about that strange power Agent 4 uses. The blood barrier is still up and blocking attacks, but it seems like it can't block attacks from this side. I guess Agent 4 has the power to control which attacks he lets in and out, but it only works one way. Similar to Zero, Aaron was also vigilant and kept a close eye on Agent 4 and Zero because she felt like there was a high chance that coming to this secluded planet could be a trap. After the initial strike from Flora, 2/3 of the beast horde had perished, and many of them were severely injured. Flora then started to swing and pinch the string from where she was in certain ways to make the sword move where she wished. The sword looked like it was flying as it struck down the beasts one by one. They were clearly no match for the sword, and all of them were soon dealt with. Once the job was done and the sword returned, Flora couldn't help but smile while looking at it. Without this sword, I would have never been able to have done something like that, to defeat an army of demigod-tier beasts. Just what is this thing, and who does it belong to? Flora thought, fascinated by the sword. Aaron walked over to check on her, but at the same time, she leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Save the rest of the blood vials, unless you absolutely need it. Even if we are struggling against the demon tier, don't use them unless we have to." Since the sword needed blood to activate, rather than using her own blood, which also worked with the weapon, Flora had brought along about 15 blood vials to use on the sword, but now only 14 were left. "I hope this has scared any of the weaker beasts who are observing us from a distance," Agent 4 said, pushing his glasses onto his nose. "Now we can focus on the bigger things we have to deal with." The 4 of them started to scale the mountain, but unlike before, where they walked through the landmass, Agent 4 started to run, and so did Zero. After that, they all started to scale the mountain, making large leaps. The path that was being made by Agent 4 was quite impressive, and his skills with Ki were great as well, great enough to put him as one of the best. I guess he isn't just a man of science after all, and it makes sense if he was able to come to a dangerous planet like this one. Eventually, the group reached the top, and Agent 4 immediately put the tablet away, as they all could see the enemy in front of them. It was huge in size, around the same size as a school bus. It had the face of what looked like a dragon, and it also had 3 tails that curved back. Each of them had stingers on, like that of a scorpion. It was clear just from looking at it that this was the demon-tier beast. What should we do first?" The demon-tier beast had already charged toward them on the ground, and the 3 stingers started to glow a bright red. The air around and above the stingers was distorted, and one could only imagine how hot such a thing was, but just like before, Agent 4 stood calm and raised his hand. As the 3 stingers were launched toward Agent 4, once again, the red barrier had appeared, blocking the attack. No matter how much the demon tier beast would pull back and attempt to attack, nothing was getting through. Since the demon tier beast was distracted, this also allowed Agent 0 to prepare his own attack. He was holding on to the handle of his sword, still in its sheath. Slowly, a huge amount of energy began to build up, and quickly, the sword was pulled out and put straight back in the sheath again. The next moment, the 3 stingers from the ground fell onto the floor. "You can't be doing all the work here," Zero said. "This is meant to be a group effort." Pulling out her large demon tier sword from her back, Aaron was ready to act. After a minute had passed, the demon tier beast had been defeated, and Flora was left speechless. In the battle, she had done nothing to join in the fight. "Demon tier beasts are meant to be one of the strongest things in the world, right? Many strong people, even the strongest, struggle against them. So how did the 3 of them make it look so easy?" The crystal was extracted and passed to Agent 4, and with the beast dead, no injuries, and none of them tired, it looked like they were ready to move on to the next location. "A demon tier crystal of this caliber won't give us much," Zero complained. "Agent 4, move us into more difficult beings." Although demon tier beasts were the highest tier of beasts, there was a large and varying range in terms of strength between them. For instance, even a humanoid demon tier beast was far stronger than a regular one, like they had dealt with. However, there was something that was seriously concerning for Agent 4 because he noticed a reading of something off in the distance that was going off the charts, something beyond that of a demon tier beast. It had been a while since Quinn's last visit, and the celestial space hadn't been the same as it was once before. There was an uneasy tension just lying around as those who called themselves gods of the universe walked around. There were several reasons for this, and it was mainly due to the fact that things that had never happened before, or hadn't happened for a long time, were occurring. Thankfully, one of the main causes for concern, BB, hadn't returned to celestial space since. Zox didn't want to think about what would happen if BB returned even stronger. It had taken several dozen celestials to subdue him the last time. It made others start to wonder if things were starting to turn around for good. However, that was impossible. It's not like he was dead. Wherever BB was, he was a threat to the other celestials as long as he was allowed to gain more power. "I feel something's about to happen," said Zox, the floating ball celestial, who pretty much only spent his time in celestial space. "You have that tingling feeling in your ball again," another celestial laughed, while observing one of the many white spaces that Zox was looking through. "This isn't the time to joke," Zox retorted. "Have you not heard? Mundus gave out word to everyone from Earth. They haven't been making any moves and just been watching, which is what worries me even more." The energy figure next to Zox started to shiver as he heard the name. "I thought they weren't going to act until they heard back from Imortui." "And do you think Imortui will even reply?" Zox replied back. The celestial energy said nothing because it was a good point to make. While the two were in the middle of discussing such events, it was at that very moment that every single person received a message at the same time. Zox immediately opened it, and so did the others. Immediately, there were whispers and talk about what was to happen. "A meeting has been called, and everyone must attend. It begins in 10 minutes in Area 666. In a fraction of a second, Zox could soon see multiple people entering the space who weren't in it before. It looked like the message was sent out not just to the Celestials in the space, but to the ones who were outside as well. As for why everyone was complying and listening to such a message, it was because the message came from Mundus himself, the one that was known as the messenger in this place. The meeting had to be extremely important. Perhaps the Ancient Ones had decided to do something about BB. Zox felt a sense of excitement and trepidation at the idea. Zox and his new friend immediately went to gather in Area 666. It was packed with Celestials from all over the universe. The Celestials were crowded so close together that it looked like just one blob of light in some places. Luckily for Zox, he could float, so he rose up above the others to get a clear view, and sure enough, standing on the other side was the messenger Mundus. No one said a word because he wasn't just any messenger, but the one who spoke on behalf of the Ancient Ones. This was the most important thing that was happening in the celestial space right now. In the celestial space, Mundus wasn't a ball of energy like others. Rather, his physical body was present. He was a tall, black-skinned figure with a large, square mouth with sharp teeth. His head was also long and rectangular in shape. There were 4 pairs of eyes that went up the large head as well. As for Mundus' clothing, it was a red robe that dangled over him, covering his entire body and whatever was underneath it. "Enough of you have gathered now," Mundu spoke, and it echoed in all of their minds at the same time. "This message can be passed on to those that are not here." Mundus looked out as if he was looking for someone, but the person he was looking for was nowhere to be found. He shook his impressive head as he focused on the task at hand. "I didn't expect him to come," Mundus said, and continued, "We are well aware that there has been a problem, and at first we were to leave it to Imortui. In the past he has dealt with similar problems that have occurred, and we were sure that he would do the same now. To be honest, we do not doubt his powers and believe that he can still deal with the problem if he's given some time. However, whether he likes it or not, the Ancient Ones have decided that the issue with those from Earth cannot grow any more." Zox gulped. This was what he was afraid of, and he knew that their anger would mostly be directed towards BB, and Zox had somehow helped BB, so he was afraid that he might be targeted as well if they mistook them as friends. "The number of powerful god-slayers from Earth has increased at an unprecedented rate, and there have been no signs of it stopping. We believed that a new celestial had come into being to make sure the balance was restored, but it turns out the universe had made a mistake. For the one known as BB is fighting with them and against us. BB is strong, and he is growing quite a strong force with him. However, we are sure he will come around, as we all remember what it was like to be a young celestial. However, the Ancient Ones have asked us to deal with the God-slayers themselves." Mundus lifted his arm, and several images of the God-slayers appeared in front of all of them. "These are the ones that you should fear. We are not asking you to engage with them, but instead pass on information to us if you do find them. We will then request our strongest fighting celestials to take care of them." One by one, as Mundus called the names of celestials, and they came out from the crowd, proud to be called. "Zeko, Kipo, Tumun, Hinto, Wheat, and Gorgath. These celestials have each defeated countless god-slayers and will be asked to do the same again. We ask that everyone aid them in their journey to find and defeat these god-slayers." Looking at those that had come up to the stage, Mundus realized that Gorgath had never come up. "Where is Gorgath?" Mundus asked. For a moment there was a feeling of dread among all the celestials gathered around until someone spoke up. "Gorgath is currently fighting against another god-slayer," a celestial answered. "I work in his solar system. When he's done, I'll pass the message on to him." It felt like every celestial being in the space let out their held breath. Mundus nodded, and with that said and done, the meeting came to an end, and all the celestials dispersed, leaving Zox to give out a big sigh. "I guess this is the sign that they want to put Earth back in its place," Zox thought. "The Ancient Ones probably don't want to act due to Imortui. For now, they don't seem to be going after BB either, so I'm safe." Floating towards the large images that had been left up, Zox looked at them all, and he recognized one of them, the most famous god-slayer out of them all at the moment. This was the one that fought alongside BB. If the two of them are still together, then it could be a problem again. If this doesn't work, will the Ancient Ones finally get involved? In total, there were images of 8 god-slayers on the screen. It was certainly a large number. What was more impressive was the fact that all of the god-slayers had appeared recently. Usually, it would take years and years for god-slayers to appear, but with everything the human race had been through, they had produced so many monsters in a small amount of time. The first one that Zox recognized was Syl. As for the rest, he didn't know, but Bliss, who had also joined the meeting quite late, was looking at the image as well. "So they have finally targeted them." After Syl, there was the image of Chris, then Zero. It was impressive to see Zero up there, but Bliss knew that it would happen sooner or later. After that, there was Aaron, then Russ, a recent ally she had been working with, who she had to warn. On top of that, there was an old friend's image on there as well, Ray. Besides them, there were 2 more that Bliss had recognized, but was surprised to see they had reached God-Slayer level, especially since she had thought one of them was dead. During this trip, all of the demon tier crystals that were gathered were to go to Zero and Agent 4. That was the arrangement that was made beforehand. Although Flora felt like it was unfair and they were being used, Aaron asked her what choice did they have. They were now hiding behind Pure and were planning to use their army for their goal, and at the same time, they were staying with Pure and being fed every day. Because of all these things, they weren't really in a position to bargain. At the end of the day, she felt like they were getting more out of this deal than the other. On top of that, Aaron felt like she didn't need anything more in the first place in terms of equipment. With her demon-tier armor and demon-tier weapon, she was the strongest she had ever been, and defeating Laxmus was proof of that. She could feel it. Although the Dampier's energy increased depending on the vampire that she would go up against, each time she fought against stronger vampires, it was almost as if a permanent part of that rise in energy was added to herself. She had felt it after fighting Leo, and she had felt it after fighting Laxmus as well. Her strength felt endless, but she would be able to meet someone at the level above Laxmus. Aaron could only think of the possible original vampires that were still in their tombs. There are roughly around 500 signals of those that are at the demon tier level here, Agent 4 informed. Hearing this number, Flora nearly dropped her sword. 500, she repeated, and gulped. Demon tiers were incredibly rare. Not every planet had a demon tier beast on it, which made her wonder, just what was this solar system? Was every planet like this filled with deadly demon tier beasts? However, it made Flora realize what Pure's plan was. If they could gather as many crystals as they could this time, it would allow them to create weapons and give them to their army. After that, the army with demon tier weapons could, then, travel to these planets and fight on their own, gathering even more demon tier crystals. Their group would be unstoppable and there would be no match for them. Green City would be annihilated easily. I guess that means there is still a lot of work for us to do then, Aaron claimed. The group went off from the volcanic mountain and headed to the next energy source. The area was in a more difficult terrain for them as it was inside of what looked like a mound, in the ground. They went through this large entrance that was filled with webs all over the place. Then, when they got to the end, they were in some type of large open area. Waiting for them, there was what looked like a giant spider, only there was a female body that seemed to be attached to the upper half of it. Is this a humanoid beast? Zero asked. Not quite, but judging by the readings, it is stronger than the last, Agent 4 replied. Zero planned to take a back seat in this fight because he was hoping it would be enough to give Aaron a challenge, and it seemed like she was up for it as well. Entering the space, Aaron held out her sword and fired out an ice tunnel directly toward the strange spider creature. When the tunnel got close, it looked like its instinct had kicked in as it leaped up and landed right on top of the tunnel. Yes, now that spider is going to be frozen in place, making this easy, Flora thought. However, the tips of the spider's feet looked red hot. Steam was being produced from the ice as it was attempting to freeze the spider, but it wasn't working at all. Before they knew it, the demon tier beast was running down the ice tunnel straight toward the group. Interesting. Then let's try fighting it seriously, Aaron said, putting her large demon sword away and pulling out her blood sword instead. As she ran forward, she started to swing her sword, letting out yellow lines of aura. They hit the spider, bouncing off its hard skin, but it looked like that was only to get rid of the legs in front. Aaron had quickly slid underneath, so she was now under the spider. She let go of her sword, throwing it in the air and spinning it, making it float for a brief second. Her entire body started to glow yellow all over, from the tip of her toes to the strands of hair on top of her head. Then, with one movement, she pushed and slammed the bottom of the sword with the palm of her hand. A giant arrow of yellow aura had erupted and lifted the Spider-Woman in the air. Blood started to pour from underneath, and as a last resort, the spider part of the demon tier beast opened its mouth, spewing hot lava all over. It looked like there was a moment when Aaron needed to catch her breath after using her move, meaning she couldn't straight up avoid the lava, but it was not a worry to her. Finish the job, Flora, Aaron stated, as she stood there and her armor started to glow. Flora was already on the move, having swung her sword out once again. The demon tier beast was already heavily weakened from the single blow, so it was unable to block the sword, swiping right at the female body's head and cutting it off, killing the demon tier beast. As for Aaron, she was completely fine and had gotten out of the situation she was in unscathed, and walking away, she left Zero and Agent 4 to do the dirty work of obtaining the crystal. Zero walked up to the demon tier beast and was thinking about what he had seen. The attack from a demon tier beast is nothing to laugh at, especially when it's on its final legs. However, to come out without being hit? Her demo tier armor, does it allow her to phase through any attack? I have to find out more before making my decision about what to do. What is the cooldown time? What other things is she hiding as well? And the amount of ki and Dampier aura she displayed in that single instant was fascinating. After taking out the crystal, Zero went to Agent 4 because he had made a decision. We need something stronger, a lot stronger than this. Take us to the largest energy source that this planet has to offer, Zero asked. There was hesitation in Agent 4's voice as he looked at the readings. He wasn't sure when to make Zero aware of this. Sir, are you sure? The reading I have, do you really think we would struggle? We have possibly the 4 strongest people from Earth here, right now. She had practically defeated the demon tier beast by herself. We need something that can challenge us." Just as everyone was getting ready to leave, the whole cave that they were in was starting to shake, to rumble, and part of the ceiling was falling down. "Is it an earthquake or a volcano?" Flora asked. The shaking continued one after the other, and the variations in shaking continued as well. Looking at his tablet, there was a bad feeling that was going through his stomach. The energy readings that he was seeing were starting to grow. They were getting higher with the rumbling, which made him assume it had to be from them. Just what is causing this? A humanoid demon tier beast? But there are 2 readings on this device. The sky had turned bright purple, causing the sea to have a strange purple tint. The land was full of vegetation, with trees, rocks, and a few river streams there and in between. It was a heavily forested area, but it was not what it once was. Most of the land was now destroyed. Several trees were uprooted from where they were, hills had their tops blown off, and the seas had created tsunamis that submerged most of the coastal landmass. What happened was not a normal thing for the planet, and everything changed when he arrived. In one part of the area, the forest was completely uprooted for around a mile, and now there was nothing but dirt on the ground. When he stepped forward with a heavy foot, it sunk into the ground, and his tail shifted from side to side. "Damn, these guys are annoying!" There was a crystal in his hand, and not just any crystal, but one which belonged to a demon tier beast. "If I was in my normal body, then you wouldn't even be able to get a hit on me." Standing large, the person who looked somewhat like a Dalki with its tails and spikes but had a human face was none other than Ray Talon. Crushing his fist, he broke the crystal there and then. "This isn't what I need, and you guys keep getting in my way. Just take me to the nest crystals," Ray shouted in the air with an almighty roar. Several beasts in the area could feel the power and instantly knew they were no match for such a person, so they decided to run away in an instant. Out of frustration, Ray sat on the ground, and his form started to revert to a more human-like state. He now looked like a man in his 30s with red hair, but there were streaks of black as well. However, like Borden, even in a human form, he could not get rid of all of the scales on his face and arms. And these scales were mainly because the body he was currently in wasn't his. After absorbing a recent power he had inside him, he could unlock some of the powers he had before, but that still didn't solve the other problem he had, the fact that the body he was using was unable to contain his strength. This was why Ray had left Earth in search of nest crystals. He had managed to find a few and had successfully absorbed them, but he was annoyed after knowing how long it would take him to get his power back. "Why did I even bother to get my power back?" Ray started to think, as he stared at his palms and began to recall what had happened in the past. Ray had lived on Earth, at a time when beasts still existed, but he himself was not a human. Rather, he was a beast. He was one of the strongest beings, a dragon. However, a certain god named Bliss tricked him, and he reincarnated as a human. During that time, the world was in danger, and Bliss claimed that she had done what? To avoid an unstoppable end of the world. "I promised to leave it up to future generations. I had already done my part for the human race," Ray said. But thinking about this, there was one thing that he never understood. What was Krad's goal? He wanted to bring all of the dragons back from that place. But what even was that place? It didn't feel like Earth and just reeked of death. Whenever Ray would think back to that place, about the powers he had sensed in there, and the troubles that were happening around him, the urge to regain his strength and become strong would come back again. In the distance, crashing through the trees, was a gigantic hairless creature that looked somewhat like a dinosaur. It had a large head and small arms, but on its back were several legs, like that of a crab. "I guess you weren't scared of my shout earlier, which means you must be a strong one." Ray cracked his knuckles, and then kicking off from the ground where he was, he shot off like a rocket. Ray had overshot himself, though. He was soon covered in black blood. He turned around when he landed on the ground, only to see the demon had already fallen, and there was a large hole in its head. "I guess I have gotten stronger than I thought. It makes me wonder, though, where is the armor that I had before? Did Bliss hide it? If I had that, it would grow my strength as well. The armor was created from my own body. It's a bit weird to wear, but it just goes on to show how strong I was." Resuming his search, Ray continued to fight beasts upon beasts, and soon, when the numbers started to become larger, he realized that he might be getting closer to what he wanted. Opening his mouth, he let out a breath of fire and burned all the beasts to a crisp. Ray then transformed and grabbed the head of one of the beasts, throwing it into the others and knocking back all of them. Not wasting any more time, he just ran forward, cutting off limbs and more of the beasts he ran by until he finally reached another nest crystal that he had been looking for. Closing his eyes, he began absorbing the energy of the nest crystal as he always had. Then, just 5 minutes later, the crystal disappeared, and Ray could feel himself growing stronger again. "That is a good feeling." After saying these words, Ray noticed something up in the sky from the area he was just fighting in a moment ago. It was happening around half a mile from where he was, but the clouds were starting to swirl. "What is that?" White energy started to gather between the swirling clouds, and gradually the energy began to spread out, only for it to suddenly shoot down, creating a wave in the sky and causing all of the clouds to disperse and leave a clear sky. The beam of energy reached the ground. It was so bright that Ray even had to look away for a few seconds, but soon the energy started to fade, and it completely dispersed, revealing a person standing within it. "So this guy teleported here?" The figure was around the same height as Ray, and just as muscular as him as well. The person's skin was a dark gray like coal, and there were strange markings all over his body, giving him quite a strange look. What stood out the most, though, was from the back of his shoulders, there were 2 large serpents that were the same color as the person in front of him. However, what concerned Ray even more was the look in the person's eyes. They were light blue, radiating with cold energy, as if this person had seen things beyond what anyone could imagine. "I am the god known as Zico," the man declared. "You god-slayers have caused enough problems for us. This is why I have been assigned the task of eliminating you. But do not feel as if this life is unfair. This is just how the universe is meant to be." "A god?" Ray smirked, grinding his teeth, and replied to Zico. "Well, this is good. But I hope you are a strong god, because I have a message for you too. I fucking hate gods." Inside the celestial space, information was being passed around just as had been requested. News had spread to the Celestials that they were keeping an eye on each of the solar systems they were in control of, trying to see if they could spot any of the God-Slayers that were on the special list. Because of this, and due to the time difference in the celestial space compared to the outside world, it didn't take long for them to find the first troublesome God-Slayer from Earth. "The Ancient Ones have made their move against those from Earth. Will they find out what I did?" Yongu was shaking as if he was in the celestial space, because he was the one that had helped not only BB head back to Earth, but also had helped Syl, one of the God-Slayers that had been targeted. Since he had heard the news that one of the God-Slayers had been found, he was now heading in the direction of the planet where they were discovered. Just like before, a space was to be set up that would allow the Celestials to watch the battle in real time. According to the news, the god Zico had yet to travel to the planet. He wanted to put on quite a show and was waiting for the other Celestials to come and watch. "Friend, your energy looks nervous. Is something wrong?" Zox asked. "I could say the same to you. Shouldn't we be happy that there is a legendary battle taking place?" Yongu replied. The two didn't realize it, but they were both worried because of the same person. "I have heard from others that these God-Slayers from Earth are strong." Yongu expressed his worries without revealing his true fears. "I've heard the same thing, but I would say we have no need to worry," Zox replied. "The gods that have been selected are pure fighters. Zico is one that has endurance that is out of this world. There was once a similar problem of God-Slayers on another race's planet. Zico had been sent to deal with them, and he managed to fight with all of them for 10 days straight without rest, eventually defeating them all, and he still had the energy to continue fighting." Yongu started to light up slightly when he heard this about Zico. There were so many Celestials, so many gods, that not everyone knew the details of every single one, but Zox, of course, prided himself on this knowledge. Anyone who heard this would have confidence. After all, the God-Slayers were given their name because they had the ability to kill the Celestials in the first place. So to hear that this was a veteran when it came to terms of killing God-Slayers, it had settled Yongu's heart a little. Hopefully this whole thing gets sorted without anyone ever finding anything out, Yongu thought. Eventually, the two reached the area, and a number of Celestials had already gathered. Standing in front of the area was Zico himself, and although they could only see his energy outline with the 2 serpents coming out from his back, he seemed like a menacing force. Unlike the other Celestials whose energy was bright, his energy seemed cold, bold, and just powerful. "I will prove myself to all that are here," Zico said, and nothing else, as he went into the bright ball of light for everyone to see. The current situation was as it was, and Ray, standing opposite the god, could tell this would be a difficult opponent. Gathering himself, his body started to change.
The spikes came out from his body, a tail grew from his behind, and now he was freely able to express himself. "I don't like the way you're looking at me," Ray shouted, as he ran from where he was and threw out a lightning-fast, powerful fist. It had been blocked by Zico, hitting it away, but the force of the punch alone had destroyed the trees that were closest in the background. Ray punched again, and the attack was blocked once more. Zico's reflexes were extraordinary, and it was the first time that one was even able to block a punch without their whole arm being destroyed. After blocking a few hits, Zico threw a couple of fists of his own, but the top of them were slammed down by Ray. "You think you're the only one that can block?" Ray asked. At that moment, he could see the two serpents that were on Zico's back had opened their large mouths and were aiming straight to bite down on Ray's shoulders to hold him in place. Seeing this, Ray opened his own mouth and a breath of fire appeared. It wasn't just any fire, though. It was mixed with Ray's energy, causing the serpents to flinch for a second, and in that second, Ray grabbed both of the serpents by their heads, closing their mouths shut. He then swung the two serpents over his shoulder, lifting the whole of Zico's body and slamming it into the ground, causing a large crater to appear and cracks to appear around a mile in the distance. Ray went to punch the god while he was down once again, but it was hit away. However, Ray didn't care as he unleashed a flurry of punches toward the ground, hitting again and again. The punches were blocked one after another, but that's when Zico was noticing something. "The punches, they're getting faster." Ray continued to throw his hands as fast as he could, and his eyes started to narrow as they looked more like that of a dragon. Eventually, Zico was unable to block a hit while on the ground, and he was hit deeper into the ground. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Now hit after hit was hitting Zico. Eventually, Ray grabbed Zico's leg and threw him into the air. Soon after, he jumped from the ground chasing after him and appeared directly above him as he sprouted wings and with both fists slammed them right into Zico, sending him back to the ground again. "Ha ha! This is great! Your body is strong! This is the first time I have hit someone in a while, and no holes have appeared in their body," Ray exclaimed. Getting up from the ground, Zico wiped a small bit of blood that had come out of his mouth. "This god slayer is tough, but there is no god that has better endurance than me. Soon he will tire and I will prevail," Zico thought as he charged forward and threw out a fist towards Ray but completely missed, causing Ray to slam his fist right into his face, sending him flying back and across the planet. Inside the celestial space, they had been watching the fight go on. The first day of fighting had passed, then the second, and now it had reached the 10th day. The two of them had been fighting mostly physically with their fists. Most of the planet had just become miles and miles of craters that had been created from their fight. However, they all had one thing on their mind. How much more could Zico's body take? On the ground was a worn-out Zico. His whole body was covered in purple and black marks, scars that were no longer healing, and blood dripping out from every hole in his body. Ray had delivered another punch from below, hitting Zico right on the chin. He flew up in the air, almost reaching the sky, and his limbs were lifeless as he fell back down through the air and landed right in the spot where he had been hit. Zico could no longer move. Every breath was painful, while Ray, he had a few scratches on himself here and there, but he wasn't tired at all, despite fighting for 10 days straight. "You're a monster," Zico painfully said. "Me? The monster? Do I have to remind you that you were the one that came to me picking a fight?" Ray declared, as he placed his foot on top of Zico's head. "You damn gods are all the same. You think you're untouchable, but the truth is, you're scared. You're all scared that your position on top will crumble." Zico started to laugh. "You think killing me will do anything? There's a big difference between me and you. Even if you kill me, I will be born again. The universe has declared that my life is more important than yours. And do you think I am the only one? There are plenty that can replace me, and they will chase after you, as long as you are what you are." Ray let out a big breath for a second, as he focused all his power on his foot. It had been a long time since he had to use anything like ki or gather his energy to a certain place, and with a stomp, Zico's head had exploded, killing him on the spot. "If they are all like you, then I guess I won't have a problem," Ray said. "Are you watching?" Ray turned toward the sky, not knowing if there was anyone watching. "If you are, bring that damn Bliss here. I have a lot of questions to ask her." However, there was silence and no response, because even if they were watching, they had no clue what to do. Ray, figuring this out, decided to sit down for a bit. His body felt sore in many places, and he decided to lie down and look at the sky. After resting for a few minutes, soon Ray could see something in the distance. With his great eyesight,
He could see beyond the sky and into space and notice something. It was an incredibly large spaceship, larger than anything he had seen before, and on the side there were some words written on it. Marpo Cruise? Now that sounds somewhat interesting. Walking out of the cave after having just defeated the demon tier beast, Agent 4 continued to walk in the direction where the two large energy readings were coming from. Zero was getting somewhat impatient as he had a big smile on his face. His hands were twitching during the walk. If he could, he wanted to personally test Eren after seeing what she had done and sensing the energy inside her. I thought that the Dampier's strength was mainly from their own personal aura. I knew that the Dampiers also learned ki, but I never expected to find someone that has managed to cultivate their ki to this level, Zero thought, as he imagined what it would be like to use the ki drain skill on her. It would mean all of the power and all of the strength that Eren had would be added to Zero's strength. Then he could achieve what he needed to achieve, and if a certain individual was to back out of their deal, he would also be able to make them pay. However, there was a reason why Agent 4 was walking rather than running to the scene. He was carefully following the two large energy readings they were going towards. On the device, the energy readings appeared as circles. The color of the circles changed from a red to a green, and an array of different colors depending on how strong the reading was. At the same time, once in a while, the circles would get bigger depending on when their energy was used. That was why it was very strange that every time there was a rumble, the ground shook like a volcano was going off, and the energy sources would get larger. Without a doubt, all this shaking, it has to be coming from these energy sources. What creatures have the power to make it feel like an eruption and earthquake is going off, even though we are so far away? According to the map, there were at least another 100 miles away. Of course, for them, this distance could be covered quickly if they were all to run at their full speed. There was still a very visible apprehension in Agent 4 looking at the two readings, so he decided not to pursue them at full speed, but he couldn't let the threat get away either. Picking up the pace, Agent 4 headed in that direction as his fear turned into interest. Just what type of weapons and armor could be created from such things? As they continued to move, though, Agent 4 noticed something else, and it was the fact that many of the energy sources that he believed were demon-tier beasts were starting to disappear. Not just any, but the ones that were closest to the large energy sources they were heading towards. Zero, you claimed that you wanted a challenge. Well, this is probably going to be the biggest challenge we have, but with the blood armor that can block any attack, we should be fine, Agent 4 thought, while he was playing out the scene in his head. It had to be fine. Eventually, Agent 4 slowed down as the magnitude of the rumbling grew louder. The shaking was so violent that explosions of lava shot up from the ground. "Just what is happening?" Flora asked. "I think I can see it now. It's a fight," Zero replied. There were several broken rocks that had been stuck in the ground, creating what looked like small hills. On closer inspection, they weren't naturally there. It looked almost as if the ground had been pushed out in such a way, similar to the debris of an explosion. Something had destroyed large pieces of rock and simply thrown them away to make these new hills. When standing on top of these hills, they could see the ground had somewhat changed. The hard black exterior had somewhat been removed, and now several pits of lava, as well as small-looking veins of lava, could be seen on the ground everywhere. The heat from the ground was also immense. If the group were to travel on it, they would have to use their ki to protect themselves, but their attention wasn't focused on that. It was on what was going on ahead of them. On one side, they could see a red-skinned, muscular man with a single horn sticking out of his head. It rose up high, almost as large as an arm. On its body, there seemed to be strange circular balls as well. Meanwhile, on the other side not too far from it, there was a giant worm, a beast with a long, large, thick body and the head of what looked like a dragon. Its tail split in two at the end, and all over the dragon there was the same red, vein-like material like that of the planet. It looked like a vicious beast, almost godly. The radiating energy that was coming from it, it was too strong to be called just a demon-tier beast. The one that could tell this the most was Eren, because she had the ability to sense its power. "If I was to go up against that, it would be a tough fight." Yet even though she knew this, the other human-like figure was the one that intrigued her even more. Because of the energy that she was seeing now, it was a white energy, an energy that she had seen only a few times before, of those that seemed incredibly special, and it was a similar energy to the one that Zero was hiding. He hid it well from those outside, because he could condense the energy inside him, but Eren could still feel it. What are the similarities between these two? Aaron thought. She had more than enough reasons to be wary of Zero, but the sudden appearance of this person with similar white energy as him had reminded Aaron that she could never let her guard down around him. They were allies of convenience, and either one would betray the other if it suited them. Bringing back her thoughts to the present, Aaron turned to look at the fight that was starting in front of them. The worm started to slither on the ground and opened its mouth. Out of it, several rings of fire had gone towards the other figure. Leaping off the ground, he seemed to avoid them all. "You think I would let those rings touch me? I would never have lived this long if that was the case," the man said. He charged in, and the worm, noticing this, charged in as well. The strange balls that were embedded into the man started to spin, and sparks of energy started to come out. Using his hand, he held it out with his fingers straight and swung it down right in the middle of the beast. Its body continued moving forward, and as it did, the hand from the man sliced right through the beast. It continued to move forward until it reached its tail, and the beast had been completely sliced in half. The beast was no longer moving, and it looked like the fight was over. Strangely, the man walked over to the beast, and it appeared that something strange was starting to happen. Right where the beast had been killed, Aaron could see it. Energy was gathering in a certain area, and finally, as it condensed, a crystal appeared just like that. The crystal! It wasn't inside the beast to begin with, but I could see the energy moving from the beast, the dead body, to that location. What type of crystal is this? Aaron was unaware that what she was witnessing right now was the creation of a God-Slayer crystal, something that was unable to be destroyed. Even if the crystal was destroyed, its energy and power would form somewhere else, which was why it was the best for the Celestials to just keep it themselves. Lifting it up in the air, the crystal soon disappeared. For a second, the man paused, and then, when he moved again, he looked in the distance towards where Zero and Aaron were. "A grand task has been bestowed upon me. They stated that they were the ones on my planet. It seems they were correct, but I was unaware of how close they would be. I, Gorgath, will continue to complete the tasks that are ahead of me." The strange balls that were embedded into Gorgath's foot started to spin once more, and the others knew to take it as a sign that he was now coming toward them. Immediately, Agent 4 lifted his hand and started to activate the blood power, even before Gorgath had moved. It was a good thing he had done so, because in a flash, Gorgath was right in front of the blood wall, having slammed into it. "I will eliminate you both," Gorgath declared, while attempting to break through. There was an odd pair that had decided to travel together. Decided wasn't quite the right word, as it was more requested for the two of them to travel together, and at the same time, they weren't technically alone either. "Did you really have to bring that with you?" Chris asked, as they were walking through quite the busy wide street, full of life and all sorts of different people.
"This person is now a part of me, a part of my power," Peter said, as he hit the large figure to his right. "You shouldn't worry too much either. Nearly no one knows what Laxmus looked like before, and especially in this form, not even those from the Red Vampires will recognize him. So stop your whining unless you want to fight."
There was no attempt to hide Laxmus's risen undead body, and it certainly was catching the attention of everyone around them. Still, due to those from the Bree family still being alive to this day, and still using their power, they just assumed that Peter was one of them, and had managed to tame the figure next to him. Chris was the one that was in charge of this expedition, and currently, the two of them had traveled to one of the Greylash planets. These planets were far more peaceful compared to the ones near Earth, where there was constant fighting. At the same time, for Chris, it was odd seeing vampires and humans in the same place. Although there weren't many, there were those that just walked around, out in the open. It made him think that maybe a life where the two of them lived side by side could work after all. It was working here. Just as he had that thought, though, he also saw a vampire being kicked out of a restaurant establishment. The vampire looked upset but didn't retaliate, which made him have an odd set of feelings. At the same time, due to the non-existent fighting, the city, towns, and land were, well, more normal. There was no living below sea level. There was no giant ship where people had to share their lives. There were just normal streets, shops, markets, and more. As for why they were here at the moment, it was because Chris wasn't exactly sure about where to go. He knew the general direction and knew it was past the planets the Greylash owned, so he thought maybe they would have an idea. After all, the coordinates of such a place hadn't been shared with him, and he couldn't go back to Pure and ask either. It was a shame that the information of where they had gone hadn't been left in the lab. Otherwise, Logan could have given them an idea. "So where are we going right now?" Peter asked as he pushed past people, just walking forward with his arms crossed. If people didn't move out of his way, he would just barge into them, and of course, to them, Peter was like a solid, unmovable wall. A couple of people had even fallen over, but Peter didn't care either, stepping on or walking over them. They looked like they wanted to say something, but quickly changed their mind when they saw the body of Laxmus. "Didn't you listen to anything I said?" Chris replied, and let out a big sigh, wishing he had been given anyone but Peter to do this task. The Greylash have a detection system that should track every ship that comes and goes out of their space. Since I know the general direction, we just need to track a ship that seems like it's heading somewhere else, and then, from there, we can find the planets that Zero has gone to. "I know that," Peter replied instantly, which caused a vein on Chris's head to pop out. Usually, Chris was quite a patient person, but his patience was wearing thin. Especially since Chris just had to pull a little girl out of Peter's path, otherwise she would have fallen over and then had a foot on her face. "I mean, where are we going now?" Peter asked. "Logan said once he informed the Greylash of what we wanted to do, someone wanted to meet us," Chris answered. The two of them were on just a regular old Greylash planet. Each planet had several bases, and there was an army walking around in armor and such all over the place. They weren't anywhere special like the Greylash home base, which was why even Chris was wondering who would want to meet them. "What is that?" A female, wearing a black outfit and red curly hair, came in front of the two and was pointing at Laxmus. "It doesn't smell like a beast." "Damn it, vampires can smell the difference between things. Why didn't I think of this? I knew this guy was going to bring us trouble." When Peter got close, just like he had been doing, he went to walk straight ahead. As his shoulders touched hers for a second, there was resistance, but it didn't last long as the vampire fell to the floor. "Wait," the female said, as she rolled out of the way before Peter's foot had crushed her, and quickly got back up. Not slowing down, the female could now just see the backs of the two heads walking off in the distance. Just then, a young vampire man with gray hair stepped out of one of the shops and joined the female by her side. "What's wrong?" the male vampire asked. "Lucas," she stated. "Those damn guys nearly stomped on me, and look." Pointing out, Lucas could see what she was pointing at. It certainly did seem interesting. "Oh, it has a similar appearance to the bloodsuckers of the past." "Bloodsuckers?" she replied. "Yes, you don't see them much these days, and it's classified as a taboo technique, although they still exist. Perhaps exist is not the right word. They still appear from time to time, but in order to keep up our image, all news, including to vampires, is suppressed. But how is that one so tame?" When Lucas turned to his side, he could see his childhood friend Vanessa's eyes lit up with fire, and her fist rose up by her chin. "Let's follow them. It looked like they were in a rush to go somewhere, so let's follow them." Eventually, Chris and Peter reached their destination. It was the center of the city, a large open circular area with a fountain in the middle. Behind the fountain was the Greylash base of the city. Even this place was full of people, children that were having fun playing in the water, running and chasing after each other. There were those that looked to be having a nice trip, couples and families. "That reminds me. Didn't Lucia return to one of the Greylash planets? Not that she would be here." Just as Peter had that thought, by the fountain sitting on the outer rim, he felt like he was imagining things, so he rubbed his eyes, but it looked like it was her. "Peter!" Lucia shouted, hopping off from the rim, but she wasn't alone. There was another figure by her side around the same height as her. He was wearing a strange white and golden robe, and his face was hidden due to a metal mask covering the bottom of it. "I didn't think I would be seeing you so soon," Lucia said, twiddling her fingers as she felt a little awkward as to how to act or what to do. "Neither did I. Why are you here?" Peter asked. The response had disappointed her greatly, but Peter didn't seem to know or act. "I was asked to come here. When we were told who was coming, I was asked by our leader," Lucia replied, and bowed down to the person next to her. "It's nice to meet you both, especially you, Chris," Xenon stated, the current leader of the Greylash faction. The two vampires, Vanessa and Lucas, had caught up with Peter and Chris pretty fast. Although neither of them claimed to be strong vampires, otherwise they would have joined the Vampire Corps or something of that nature. They did pride themselves on their stealth skills, which they often used as the two were quite nosy. At the same time, due to the constant bickering that was going back and forth between the two, it felt like they didn't even have the time to notice they were being followed. Eventually, they entered the main fountain. The two continued to hide themselves and pretended to be a lovely couple that was just enjoying the fountain. They walked up to the outer rim of the fountain while placing their hand in the water. At the same time, their ears were on high alert as they listened in on the conversation, and in the first few sentences they couldn't believe it.
"Did she just say what I think she said?" Vanessa asked.
"I heard it as well.
"They said he was the leader of the Greylash. That means Xenon Greylash is here right now,"
Lucas whispered back. The Greylash leader was one that spent most of his time on his own planet, with the high-ranking officials in the Greylash family. Sure, he made several public appearances on planets from time to time, but due to him being quite the popular leader, whenever there would be an event, it was almost impossible to even catch a proper glimpse of him.
"Who are these people, to know the leader of the Greylash family?
Not just that, to actually get him to meet them here in secret?" Vanessa asked, still whispering but finding it hard to keep her voice down due to the sheer shock of everything. Immediately, she pulled out a strange device. It was the size of a nail, but upon pulling it, it grew larger until it was the size of her hand. A screen had appeared, and immediately she started typing away.
"What are you doing?" Lucas asked. "What do you mean? This is huge news. This is a scoop. There has to be a reason why he's here. We need to send this to someone."
Right now, Vanessa was pinging the most famous reporter that she knew, Band V Station. Band V Station had a host that went by the name of AJ, and he had recently grown more in popularity after the chained wedding, being able to capture the other side of the story and the best of the best scenes. A reporter as famous as him got hundreds of messages a day about potential scoops, and usually he wouldn't bother looking through his messages. But at that moment, he was in a pretty sour mood. This was because there were constant reports going off about the Pure Base, Rain, being attacked, and by Chris, of all people. Since he lived on the Greylash planets, AJ wasn't the first one at the scene, so he was looking for the next big thing and was checking all of his incoming messages, and that's when he saw Vanessa's message.
"What is this? This has to be something. I can feel it. This strange tingling sensation I'm getting all over my body."
Immediately, AJ got out of his chair and using his super speed ran to his ship to fly off to the said Greylash planet. It wouldn't take long. After all, AJ was a wealthy person and a fast ship was needed for his job in order to get to the next place as fast as possible. After Xenon had somewhat introduced himself, Chris noticed that there was quite a gaze looking in his direction. "Sorry," Xenon said, "but you should know why I am a bit unfriendly with those from Pure. We made the deal with your group, so you would stay out of things. Yet you still used the Dampiers to meddle with us as a way to get around our agreement." Chris couldn't deny that fact because it was true. Even though the Greylash family had signed a deal with Pure, they were doing the exact thing he said whenever they would need something or to go after someone on the Greylash planets. "However, I am not here for that. I am here because of a different matter." Xenon tensed up for a second, and he was silent for around a minute before he walked up to Chris and looked up to him. Chris was a large man, a much larger man than Xenon, but he knew he had to be tough. "I need to ask you in person. Are you, or do you know, the one that killed Owen Greylash?" Xenon asked, not breaking eye contact and not looking away. Vanessa opened up her mouth wide hearing these words, and before she could gasp, Lucas placed a hand over it. Just then, a certain individual had run right by the fountain at a great speed and stood by their side. "What did I miss?" AJ asked, as he opened up his secret camera in his jacket, twisted his hat that also had another camera on it, and began to film everything. "You're not going to believe it even if we told you," Lucas replied. I don't know," Chris replied. "I don't know who killed Owen. However, I doubt it was Zero, but I do have some information. These guys," Chris pointed toward Peter, "when they fought against the Dampier Queen, it seemed like she had a familiar with her. Well, not just one familiar, but a few of them, and one of those was Genbu, the Great Turtle." Hearing those words, Xenon felt like his eyes had gone bloodshot in that instant, and out of his control lightning was starting to spark a little off his clothes. This was because the turtle was somewhat of a legendary figure. Owen had stayed with that turtle for a long time. There were even statues of it at the palace. Whoever owned it now, in his mind, was the most likely culprit in Owen's death. "I thank you. I needed to speak to you in person. I needed to see if your eyes were telling the truth. Hopefully this will allow me to get to the truth of what happened to Owen Greylash." Now AJ, who was standing at the side, couldn't believe it. This was a far bigger scoop than he could have imagined, and to top it all off, he also recognized one of the figures, because they too were also at the chained wedding event. "I didn't go live. I didn't think it was going to be a huge scoop, so I didn't go live," AJ said as he started to broadcast live. He didn't give the live stream any special title because he feared that if they found out where they were and who the masked figure was, then there would be a rush of people at the square and he would lose his big story. "I have to thank you both for bringing this to my attention," AJ said. "I promise you will have enough money to last you a lifetime. Well, at least a human's lifetime," he corrected himself. "Okay," Xenon said, smiling. "About your request, we can check things out inside the building behind us. Let's not waste any time." The second Xenon turned around, he and a few others noticed something in the sky, right above the fountain.
"This,"
Chris said.
"We've seen it before,"
Peter finished off the sentence, and so had Lucia. The white light that started to gather dispersed the clouds out of the area. It was getting larger and larger until a white beam shot down, hitting the fountain. Immediately, Xenon used his powers to create a lighting barrier, surrounding the white light energy just in case it was harmful to the public. However, the energy didn't spread, and soon it started to fade away, but it had left a certain individual standing in the fountain having destroyed the centerpiece. "I got him to have come to destroy the God-Slayer." For once, Quinn felt like he was on a break, in a sense that he wasn't rushing off to be anywhere, because no matter how quickly he completed his job, he would still be either waiting for Chris to come back with some information or for Alex to be done with making something with the crystals. This was why, right now, he was just enjoying the public transport that would be used to head from one place to the next. Quinn wasn't traveling alone on this trip. He had taken Minnie with him. She was practically attached to his hip ever since he came back, even more so after Jessica and Lucia left, because now the only person she had was her father. The two of them were on what was known as a space train. There were these beams of energy tracks that could be turned on from Green City that would take a large group of people to the planets in the same solar system, and currently they were heading to Mars. Everything was so different from what Quinn remembered. In his time, one couldn't even live on the planets, yet they had all been terraformed and regulated to try and create perfect conditions similar to that on Earth so life could be sustainable there. Even a train going through space was strange. At the moment, he was sitting in his seat and looking at Minnie, who was staring out the window opposite her.
"It's so pretty outside. Everything is so pretty,"
Minnie said with a giant smile on her face. He was happy that she was happy. After hearing her story with how she had the shadow taken away from her, Quinn felt partly guilty. She should have never gone through something like that, yet she had done so, and it was because of him. Even though Quinn had originally given her the shadow powers so she could protect him whenever possible, it had somewhat backfired on him. "I wonder, why did Bliss want me away from everything?" Quinn thought. "I thought I understood her point, but in the end I still came back. Doesn't she have the ability to see the future? So surely she should have known that I would come back." Quinn was starting to imagine that maybe it was Bliss's plan to face other Celestials in order for him to grow and gain more power. If she was really on the side of humans, then it would make sense. It lined up with what Syl said as well, in how he had seen Celestials attacking Earth. If that was the case, then maybe everything Quinn experienced would be for the future.
"Dad, stop thinking about all that stuff. We're on holiday,"
Minnie said. The small vampire was right, and for Quinn, it should be a time for him to relax his mind. Just then, down the alleyway, there was a train attendant pushing a trolley with a bunch of snacks and more.
"Would you like anything from the cart, little miss?"
The woman smiled.
Yes, I'm on holiday, so my dad will get me as much juice as I want," Minnie replied.
Now, Quinn knew why she was claiming that it was a holiday. It was an excuse for her to have as many juice boxes as she liked. When bringing out the juices from out of the tray, there was a specific one that was wrapped in metal and had a picture of a blood droplet in the top corner. Minnie recognized it as well and pointed. The reaction from the attendant wasn't the best, even though she was trying to keep her composure. Quinn could hear her heartbeat changed as she grabbed the juice and placed it on the table, quickly moving her hand.
"I hope you have a nice day,"
the woman said with a shaky voice as she continued going down the rest of the train.
"This is another problem that won't be solved overnight. It's quite unbelievable that after 1,000 years of humans knowing that vampires exist, that the relationship between the two is like this. Is there a way to solve this?" Quinn thought.
Eventually, the train had come to its destination, and lifting Minnie up, Quinn carried her on his shoulders. She wasn't tired. Minnie was a strong vampire and had the stamina of one, but she enjoyed the tender moments like this. When exiting from the train, though, once again, Quinn could see the attendant talking with the others with their hands covering their mouths, and although he couldn't see, He could hear. "I believe she's a vampire, the poor thing." "Poor thing? That thing is just a monster that uses our blood to survive. I can't believe we even take clients like that on the train. I heard the young ones can't even control themselves. What would they do if they attacked everyone on the train? If it was up to me, I would throw them off the train and into space." The one speaking was a male attendant, and although the female somewhat agreed, they didn't feel that strongly against such a thing. The man let out his frustration with a large sigh, and when he turned around, he could see Quinn standing there, and in his hand was a little girl. "Usually I would let things pass by," Quinn said, "but I have had a chance to view the world. You are brave enough to say those words when you think others can't hear you, and you may think that they do no harm, but they have angered me greatly. I'm hoping to create a better world for my daughter to live in, and while there are people like you in this world, that isn't possible, which is why I'm going to give you one order." Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and he looked directly at the man. "Since you have a cruel and dirty mouth, I think this will teach you a lesson. You are not to say a word to anyone for an entire year." At the same time, Quinn had his hand pressed on the man's shoulder. The standard key that everyone had learned to avoid the influence skill wasn't working. He had taken it away. What Quinn had used was the influence skill, but it had been a while since he had used it in this way. Usually he would use it to just get information. It was very rare he could give orders, and he could only do so if they were mentally weak, among other things. The person in front of him was no one special. Honestly, Quinn wasn't even sure if this would work, but he knew it would at least work for a while. After saying these words, the man attempted to say something, but something in his head had caused his mouth to stay shut. He looked to the two by his side and attempted to talk again, shaking them greatly. Then, when turning around to try and get the person to reverse what had been done to him, both Quinn and Minnie were away. After going through a few checks here and there, the two of them were now at the Central Mars train station. It was largely open and flourishing as people came in and out, but what was strange to see, as before, were the walls and different zones that had been built everywhere. "Hey, we're on a new planet. Let's go to a fun fair and go on rides and drink more juice," Minnie shouted in joy and was jumping up and down. Quinn had set up a meeting with Andy, or at least informed him he was coming, but there was no set time, so he believed that maybe he could treat Minnie to those things. But as they walked through the exit, there were many people holding up signs with several names on them. That's when Quinn spotted a particular sign amongst the crowd that had the words BB on it. "Are they here for me? And how do they know that name, or is it just a coincidence?" Quinn thought. The letters on the sign were written clearly. They were large, and there was only the BB, nothing else. When looking at the said person, though, it was a male in a suit, someone that Quinn didn't recognize at all. He tried to sense the energy coming from him from a distance. There was no need to make a scene, definitely not in a train station where there were people around, and there was always the worry of Minnie. "Why? I thought I could relax a bit. After that reaction from Yongu and not going back into the celestial space, why can't those damned gods just leave me alone?" Quinn thought. However, he was unable to sense any celestial energy, but from meeting Bliss he knew they could hide it quite well. The only other way to confirm it was if Quinn was able to touch the person. Walking over, Quinn took Minnie off his shoulders and started to hold her hand. He brought her in close to him and was careful and on guard every step of the way as he walked toward this person, thinking about what to say or what to do. After a few steps, another man suddenly appeared right in front of him. "Hello there, sir," the man said with a large bow. This man was in black leather that looked more like a person that was ready for combat, unlike the other people around the area. "I've been directed to escort the two of you to the main base to meet with Leader Andy immediately." So focused on the other person holding up the sign, he hadn't noticed the man coming from his right and out from the side. When Quinn turned to look at the man holding up the sign, he had disappeared. "I guess he found the person he was looking for, and that sign wasn't for me after all," Quinn told himself, not really believing his own words. "I guess I should deal with this first," Quinn said, as he walked with the man, and the two of them headed off toward a small spaceship together. After seating up, it was time for them to head over to see Andy. "The leader has told me to treat the two of you like royalty, so if there is anything the two of you need, please don't hesitate to ask. I am known as Baron Neal," the gentleman introduced himself. Quinn didn't say much, his mind was on other things, but Neal was being a good host. As they flew over, he was describing the places, the improvements, and the changes that had been going on Mars. It seemed like the Vampire Corps was doing a lot of things around the other planets. Since the Dampiers and Pure's concentration was more so on the next election and wished to take over the Greens, it allowed the Vampire Corps to do more than it usually would have done. However, when going over a certain part, there was a destroyed wall and several destroyed buildings as well, and it looked like a small town had been destroyed.
What happened there? Minnie asked.
Neil nervously chuckled a little bit, not really sure how to answer such a young vampire without worrying her too much. Mars has been under horde attacks from beasts for a while now. The waves and attacks have been getting slightly bigger each time. Unfortunately, this town had experienced quite a high-level wave. They didn't have the power to defend themselves from the attack. Still, everyone was able to get out safely, so there is no need to worry about that, Neil explained. It was just as Logan had said. Mars was experiencing a beast problem, but according to Logan, it wasn't just Mars, it was other planets as well. In truth, it was happening to all the humans who were on the beast planets that were discovered during the First Dalki War. Quinn had little sympathy for humans, in a way, because they were the invaders, but in this case, it was a different matter. The beasts were actively attacking areas and working together. It was almost as if, in the beasts' minds, they were at war with the humans over territory on the planet. In the end, they had made it to a large black Victorian-style place. There were castle walls, and inside those walls there were barracks, training grounds, and there was a large square-shaped building. It wasn't quite a castle, but it did remind Quinn of the vampire castles in the past. This was the main Vampire Corps base that was located on Mars, and currently where Andy would be. The spaceship flew over most of the place, eventually heading around the back of the main base, where there was a large courtyard of flowers and grass, but there was also a circular centerpiece that was designed for a few spaceships to land now and then. Surprisingly, waiting for them just where the landing spot was Andy himself. As they got off the ship, Quinn smiled at Andy. The two of them didn't get off on the perfect foot together when they had met, but Quinn had an increase in celestial points at one point, and he was pretty sure it was because Andy had gone through with his request of sacrificing blood to a statue. "Thank you for your help, Neil. I can take it over from here," Andy stated. The three of them walked through the courtyard that was quite a pretty sight. It was full of flowers, nicely cut grass, and other things. It was a place where Minnie was able to enjoy herself as she looked at everything on display, and also allowed for the two of them to talk freely in peace. "Logan stated that you had something to speak to me about, and since it's you, I assumed it was important. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come to you as we have had our own problems to deal with," Andy explained. "I saw," Quinn replied, "the beast waves." "Correct," Andy sighed. "However, they haven't been the only problem we've been dealing with. I'm sure you know about the incident with Pure's rain, correct?" Quinn of course knew about it because he saw the whole thing develop. It had only been a couple of days since the development of what had occurred, and the news channels were just catching up with it. "You see, now that the main base of Pure has been destroyed, there are many of those that are leaving and looking for protection. Not everyone can migrate to Earth, so that means they have been coming to our place as well. However, those from Pure don't exactly like that we are the ones that are helping them in the end. I'm sure you understand the difficulties. It has been difficult inside our towns and cities and outside as well." Quinn didn't really think about that, but perhaps this situation and difficult time would make it so the two sides would be forced to live together. "Anyway, please go ahead with your request." "I would like you to take me to your father again. Your blood is the only thing that can wake him up, and I believe I have a way to re-energize him and power him again." Hearing these words, an intense look appeared on Andy's face. "I'm sorry, but even if you have found a way to prolong his life or re-energize him, I feel like there is no need for him to come back. He would only be in pain and would be obsessed with his revenge like he was before. I do not want my father to suffer any more." "I understand," Quinn said, "but your father asked me for a favor, and I plan to complete it. I wish for him to be there." "You mean?" "That's right. I plan to kill the Dampire Queen, so please take me to your father." Andy paused for a second as he thought about everything being said, and then smiled. He thought he could go up against Quinn before, but he had lost last time and felt like he would lose this time as well. "Very well, I will take you to see my father, but only after the problem is resolved here. If you can help me with that, then I will let you see my father," Andy said with relief. In Quinn's mind, it was a fair deal. Due to the position that Andy was in, he couldn't just leave his post. Being in charge of a large organization in the past had taught Quinn that, and if someone had asked him the same things, his response would have been similar. Although, in the past, he had one of the best men in the world helping him out, and the mystery of what happened to him and where he was or where he went was still unknown. "So what do you want me to do, and when do we get to work?" Quinn asked. Andy was surprised that Quinn was so eager to get into action. At the same time, he never thought that he would get such help from such a person. In his mind, he was trying to weigh Quinn's strength, and in doing so, figuring out how exactly he could help. "I still have a lot to do in the bases themselves, like I said, so honestly, we haven't been able to find out why the waves of beasts have become more frequent and worse, in terms of power. The land that is open on the outside, less and less travelers are going out there. Maybe I could organize a team for you to try to find the cause of this." For Quinn, the reason didn't matter, but the solution definitely did. Hordes of beasts came from nest crystals, so if he was to find the nest crystals and get rid of them, that would be his answer. "Don't get rid of all the nest crystals," Andy stated as he could tell what the other was thinking. "I don't know what it was like during your time, but the use of beast crystal energy is immense for us. They power nearly everything and all our everyday things. Without beasts, not just this planet but other planets will really struggle. We just want the tier of beasts to lessen, so our cities and manpower can handle it." The task might seem somewhat impossible, Andy knew that, but this was the great hero they were talking about. Solving this problem would be nothing compared to the Great Dalki War. Still, Andy had to make preparations in case things did not work out perfectly for them. He had not stayed the leader of the Vampire Corps without having different plans for any situation. One of Andy's 100 squad commanders had been called in. It was one that was a similar rank to Mitchell, who had also stayed behind in Green City for now and had come to collect Quinn. There were quite a few people that knew who Quinn was in the higher ranks of the Vampire Corps, because there were those that had traveled with Mitchell. At that time, he had gone to meet Fex, and they had seen everything. However, the news of Quinn's return was never spread due to the fear and power shifting it might cause. Still, those worries from before were dwindling. Dhampir attacks were practically unheard of at the moment, and Pure had been dealt a huge blow that most thought they would never be able to recover from. Either way, the man in front of them, with short, spiked-up hair and a beret hat, was Arid Buckley. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Arid bowed down and lifted his head, saluting Quinn, while then pointing to those that were by his side. "Andy has told me to treat you with the utmost respect, as you are our honored guest. He has also explained that you will be going out to try and help us in finding out the reason for the beast waves. I thank you for your cooperation." The men couldn't help but look at Quinn, up and down. His skin was crystal clear. His appearance was one of a calm face, and he was quite the looker. None of those in the Vampire Corps could even imagine that this person in front of them was able to be much help. "He must be some type of high-ranking official in the Green City that happens to be a vampire or something, coming along to show that they have attempted to help." A lot of vampires were critical of those that lived in Green City, because the Vampire Corps was the place where vampires were meant to be. Humans were accepted, but in the core unit itself, it was 90% vampires. Those that joined Green City or ran off to the Greylash planets were often criticized in the Vampire Corps for not trying to fight and support their own kind. They felt that even the Red Vampires had more backbone. At the same time, they had always felt that the Vampire Corps did a lot more to help Green City than they did to help them. Once in a while, token gestures, such as Jake Green or people like this that were in front of them, would be sent out for help, but it wasn't enough. Sending one man to help with the situation was almost like an insult to some of them, but given the fact that their commander had met with him personally, he might be a powerful person. On top of that, there was one thing that was concerning for them all, and that was the fact that there was a young vampire girl that was traveling with the man and holding on to his leg. Sir, will she also be coming along with us?" one of the men asked. Arid was not too sure and looked at Quinn for an answer, although Andy had told him that his name was Nate, so no one in the room at the moment was aware of who he was. "She will be coming with us, but don't worry about her. I hear she is quite capable of handling herself, and if worst comes to worst, I will protect her. Each of you can be concerned with protecting your own life," Quinn answered. Since that matter was somewhat resolved, although from the look on the others' faces they couldn't believe it, Arid decided to continue. "If that young girl dies, then we're the ones that are going to get all the blame for this," one of them inwardly complained, and it wasn't too far off from the others' thoughts. Why, in a mission like this, had a little vampire been asked to come along? "These people here are the best men for my 100-man squad. I would say with all of us together, we are even capable of taking out a demon tier beast if we were to come across one." Have you ever fought against a demon-tier beast? Quinn asked. No, we have not. Liam was the one who answered, and who looked like the youngest of the vampires in the squad. Hearing the answer, Quinn shook his head slightly, because he knew anyone who fought against a demon-tier beast would never say that. Their strength varied greatly. At one point, the world's strongest had to be gathered to take on a demon-tier beast. Then there was the dragon. All of the vampires, including some of the originals, had been woken up to attempt to take that down, but the more Quinn thought about it, he assumed the dragon had to be at the God-Slayer level rather than the demon-tier level. It was just that his system was unable to recognize such things before. Have you? Liam asked. Have you ever taken on a demon-tier beast? The other core members were smirking hearing the question asked. It was fair for him to criticize their work, but not hear it from the others. Quinn's silence on the matter just made the others more confident, expecting that Nate was just all talk. Just as the group was getting ready to leave, a sound had been heard throughout the building, a constant alarm that was going off. What is that? Quinn asked. It's the beast waves. It means they're attacking right now, Arid replied with his eyebrows furrowed inward. Them attacking us out of nowhere is disrupting life for us. This is why we have to complete our mission. The group all looked frustrated and started to continue to pack their supplies. What are you doing? Quinn asked. Shouldn't we go help get rid of the wave? Andy stated that no matter what was to occur, we were to go with you and help complete this task, Arid replied. Yes, but he also said that you were to assist me at all times, right? Well then, I will be going to the front line to fight off the wave, so you have no choice but to come, Quinn replied, as he walked away and started to head towards the wall. For a second, the rest of the group looked at each other and started to regret their thoughts from before. Even if he was weak, he surely wasn't spineless, and thought about what they wanted. That man is not so bad after all, Liam smiled. There had been a lot on Andy's mind ever since that day, the day when he had met his father once more. He had taken over the vampire corps for a while now, and yet the whole world had been at a stalemate of sorts. With no group able to progress in what they truly wanted to do, they fought, helped, and protected those that they wished to protect. But Andy had never been able to complete his father's goal, nor had he changed the way the world was. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, he just wasn't that type of person. Yet when Quinn had returned, the first thing he had done was take out the chain. It was a world-changing event, and it was why Andy had changed his mind and had chosen to support such a person, which was what he was doing right now. After the alarm sounded due to the incoming wave, Andy was on the move. This was because, according to the report, it was the biggest wave of beasts they had ever experienced. Usually, the beasts would start coming from low tiers to higher tiers, hitting the wall in different areas. This was what had happened before, but according to the report, not only was this the highest tier wave they had experienced, with there being more beasts of the higher tiers than ever, but it was also the largest wave, and it looked like beasts were going to attack the entirety of the west wall at once. This was why Andy himself had decided to move, and the whole of the Vampire Corps had been mobilized. There were now around 5,000 Vampire Corps members across the wall. Some of them were on top, but the majority of them were on the ground, in front of the wall of the city. Andy stood in front of them, all facing away. They were in a grass-like field that went on for miles. The area had been cleared for fights like this. This way, the beasts had nowhere to hide, and their attacks could hit them freely. However, in the distance, the vampires could hear the rumbling from far away. Their sensitive ears could pick it up, and they were just waiting to get the first glimpse of the beast wave. To them, it felt like they were about to have a war, going into battle for Mars, in a fight between the vampires and the beasts. Everyone, remember why we fight, Andy shouted out loud, so all the vampires across the wall could hear. Remember who we are protecting behind these walls. Remember why we chose to do this, why you chose to become a member of the Vampire Corps unit. For me, it's because the people that I want to protect are right here in front of me. The members of the Vampire Corps didn't expect to hear this answer from Andy, and the unexpectedness had brought a smile to their faces. I am standing here today because I don't want to say goodbye to any of my brothers and sisters that have chosen to fight by my side, which is why I still fight, to make sure I don't have to say goodbye to any of you. So, don't disappoint me. A gigantic cheer was heard from each of the members as they raised their hands in the air. It could be heard by those that were within the city, aware of what was going on outside right now. The humans, the vampires, all of them, were putting hope into the vampire corps being able to successfully defend them. They had heard the news of what had happened to some of the towns recently. A city had yet to fall on Mars, but there was always a first. Finally, the vampires could now see the wave of beasts that were coming toward them, and it was worse than any of them could imagine. Looking from one side to the other, it was impossible to even see the end of the line of beasts that were heading their way. The beasts themselves were of all different kinds. Some of them slithered on the ground like snakes. Some ran on all fours. Some ran on claws, and even some flew in the sky. There was a mixture of types everywhere. On top of all that, the level of the beasts and the energy readings from them was off the charts for what they had seen before. There were no lower-tier beasts than that of the Emperor tier that was coming towards them. In total, there looked to be around 15,000 beasts of all different tiers. There were hundreds of demigod-tier beasts by the looks of it, and worst of all, there was even a single demon-tier beast at the back. It was ginormous, looking like a giant slug, with four-pointed large leg-like claws sticking out from its back. It had eyes that went down its front that were lifted outright, big and yellow. Honestly, even Andy was taken aback by this. He somewhat expected the number of demigod-tier beasts, but hadn't expected to see a demon-tier. How can this be? When using Logan's device, there was no demon-tier beast energy reading. Does that mean one had been born on this planet naturally? But how is that even possible? The worst part of it all was that Andy would have to face the thing. Although he was confident he could take it down, it would mean he would be unable to help the others as much. After saying these words, he felt like a fool. "Sir, worry not. We are also here to help." Turning around, Andy could see it was Arid and the 10 others he had sent off. "What are you doing here?" Andy said. "Don't ask why we are here. It would be foolish of us not to help," Arid replied. Andy shook his head because his question wasn't directed at Arid. "No, what are you doing here?" Andy asked again, looking at Quinn, who was at the back of the group. He walked forward and stood right by Andy's side, placing his hand on his shoulder. "I said that I would help, and that includes this as well." Seeing how Quinn was so easily able to place his hand on Andy's shoulder, and Andy giving no pushback, was amazing to all of those watching. It made them reconsider the relationship between the two, and at that moment, Andy had done something he never thought he would do in his life before. "Please, can you help me? Help me protect all of these people?" Andy asked. Before, while in the room, he was too afraid to ask, and somewhat felt like he was blackmailing Quinn into helping him, but now in this moment he realized, why didn't he just ask for help? "Of course," Quinn replied. "Tell everyone to make a small cut on their hand, and I will get rid of this trouble for you." Andy's eyes lit up. With Quinn by his side, he thought they might be able to do this, and although he had made a weird request, Andy was willing to listen to him. "Everyone, in order to make our bond stronger and start this battle right, I want you to make a small cut on your hand. The first wound on our bodies will not be made by the enemy." Although Andy had made this up, his words were convincing. Everyone complied, making a small cut on their hand, and the blood went to drop on the floor, but as it did, it stopped mid-air. "What is going on? Why is the blood floating?" they started to ask. When Andy turned to Quinn, his eyes were glowing red. "Every single person here will be of help to get rid of the wave. I will make sure of that." Quinn's aura erupted directly around him, making him look like a large flame. The vampires had never seen such a strong aura before. Soon after that, the aura started to turn and form shapes, that of swords. Hundreds of swords were being made, thousands of swords, and they were being spread out all across the wall far and wide. After that, the blood that had been spilled by the vampire core was rising, and that power was being used to add to the blades, to create even more weapons for use. It was a sight that none of them had ever seen before, as they looked up to the sky, and it was filled with blood swords. "This power! There is a reason why I have the title of Ruler of Blood," Quinn smiled as he threw his hands forward. Immediately, all of the blood aura swords had gone out toward the beasts. They had been propelled like bullets and smashed into the wall of beasts. The beasts fell to the ground as the swords went through their heads and continued to fly about. Quinn continued to use the swords, not to just take out the weaker beasts, but then use the aura to take out the larger beasts as well, as the swords were then used to target them. In just around 10 seconds, nearly all of the beasts had fallen to the floor and were dead, while the blood aura swords had dissipated as their energy was used up. Still, there was one more, and it was then that Quinn had made a cut on his own hand. His celestial blood started to gather, and he began to form it into a different shape, It soon had taken on the shape of a spear. It was hardened, but beaming with red celestial power. Running forward slightly, Quinn then hurled it from where he was, and a delayed bang was heard. There were two, one from when Quinn had thrown the spear, and the other from when it had completely ripped half of the demon tier's beast body off, disappearing into nothing. The threat was gone. The threat was no more, and it had all been the work of one person. "I hope they won't cause you any more problems," Quinn said as he turned around. Everyone was left with their mouths wide open, frozen in place. Not a single word was spoken, and that included Andy. "How?" Liam shouted. "How can you have that much power? How can you have so much power, and we have never heard of or seen you? Who are you, and where were you?" A mixed set of feelings were coming over Liam that he didn't really know to react. If such a person existed, why didn't they help the vampires out before? And at the same time, they were thankful for just being saved right now. "There is no reason to hide it anymore," Andy stated. "The world needs to know of your accomplishments. The world needs to know what you have done and what you are still doing for them. This, everyone, is the great hero of the past, and still our hero now, Quinn Talon," Andy shouted at the top of his lungs for everyone to hear. The Vampire Corps were already finding it hard to process what they had just seen, the amount of blood aura that had been used to create the swords in the first place, the power, and how they were used with such fine blood control to take out the army of beasts. Since most of them were vampires, with a few subclasses here and there, they knew how impressive such a feat was, how impossible it was to have that level of blood control or aura that had been used. No one had seen anything like that before. Even the ones who might have read about the history of the vampires and knew about the stories of the old vampire kings found it almost impossible to believe. Then there was the large spear that had been used to destroy the demon tier beast in a single hit. Right now, they knew they were looking at someone beyond that of a vampire. All of that was going through the Corps members' heads as they were told one thing: the person in front of them was the legendary Quinn Talon. At first, they thought that Andy was playing a joke on them all. It just seemed so impossible, and even the figure Quinn, in the past, and his feats, seemed impossible for many of them as well. However, when thinking about it a bit more, it was the only thing that would explain the situation, why he had so much power, and why someone was on such good terms with Andy. "The hero, is that really Quinn Talon?" "I mean, it has to be, right? Only the hero could do something like that. He's the only vampire with such strength." "But we were told that he died 1,000 years ago, and he hasn't appeared since, so why is he here now?" "Maybe he was drifting off in space, or maybe he was working from the shadows. Why do you guys have to ask so many questions when we have such a great person in front of us?" It seemed a lot of them had their suspicions about Quinn, and he could understand why. If he was in their shoes, he probably would be thinking the same thing. For a second, Quinn turned to look at Andy, who gave an awkward smile back. Andy was unsure what the reaction would be, outing him in public like that, and doing so before talking it over with Quinn. Judging by the aura around him, though, Quinn seemed to take it well. He relaxed after seeing that Quinn was not mad about his actions. He couldn't think what he would do if Quinn had said something about his moment of spontaneity. Would he have refused to help them? And he thought that was unlikely. One way or another, it was going to come out, and with the red vampires now working for us, the Dampiers are next to nothing. There isn't much to be worried about anymore, with the truth of me having returned. I just wonder what the reaction will be from now on. While thinking all of this, Quinn used his aura to create a set of claws around his fingers. Then, grabbing his long hair that went down to around his waist, he started to slash and cut at it, making it shorter. He was practically giving himself a very rough haircut in front of everyone that was there. After slashing his hair a few times, it started to curl up a bit like it had done in the past, and a few more seconds later, Quinn's hair was now just down to his shoulders. "I needed that for a while now, but I thought the new look wasn't so much of a bad thing," Quinn stated. Now with his haircut, the vampires were getting a second look at the person in front of him. His hair was around the same length as it was before, making him look more like the statues that they all knew well. They look really similar. I mean, they don't look exactly the same. There are a few changes here and there, but it's been so long. Plus, statues aren't going to look exactly like the original, right? Maybe it's just a look-alike. With that much power, why are you in denial about everything so much? There was a stir brewing between them all about whether or not this was the real Quinn, and soon questions started to pop into their minds. If this was the real Quinn, then what happened to him? Where had he been this entire time? Seeing how the situation was beginning to turn slightly, and Quinn could see that there would be a bombardment of questions, he turned to Andy. "You know what?" Quinn said, as he summoned his shadow and took Minnie out of it. He had placed her inside during the fight since it was so sudden. She soon hopped onto his back after, and the other vampires, seeing the shadow, just started talking more. "Look, he even has the shadow ability. Only Quinn or the Guardians have the shadow ability. He looks like Quinn, is as strong as Quinn, and has the shadow like Quinn as well. Has to be him. Yeah, and it looks like he has a kid as well. Maybe that's why he went into hiding for so long, to run off with the love of his life." Now it was seriously getting strange, so once again Quinn placed his hand on Andy's shoulder. "I will leave this all to you. I think it is better for me to solve this problem on my own. Otherwise the others will just slow me down. I hope all of this can be cleared by the time I get back, and I also hope that it won't take too long." Entering his shadow on the ground, Quinn started to use his shadow travel to explore the various areas of Mars. He didn't have his wings at the moment, so it was the next best thing to get out of the area. After disappearing off in the distance, it left Andy just shaking his head. "I guess I was the one that outed him, so I should be the one to deal with the consequences." While traveling through his shadow, Quinn did make a quick stop at the demon-tier beast he had killed and went ahead and grabbed its crystal. Although he was unsure how strong it was or what skill the beast had possessed due to it dying quickly, its crystal could still be used for repairs if needed, and if Jake Green came back empty-handed. After going out in the distance for a while and toward where the beasts were heading from, Quinn noticed something that was different compared to before. In the past, there would be countless beasts in a certain area, but here it was wasteland. Just plant life, insects, and so on, but no deadly beasts. Eventually, Quinn decided to stop and come out from his shadow. Even if he was to travel at full speed, it would take him a while to head around the entirety of Mars. "It's a good thing that I have a lot of experience when it comes to dealing with nest crystals, thanks to that little journey I had with Syl, but how would I find such a thing?" When thinking about this, an idea popped into Quinn's head, something that might just work. Sitting down on the grass, crossing his legs, the vampire celestial made a cut on his hand. He also activated the celestial energy as he usually would have done. When the blood dripped onto the ground, it slowly started to spread out. This looked similar to that of the blood forest skill that Quinn would use. The blood spread out on the ground in all directions, and it looked like a spiderweb of sorts made out of blood was appearing from Quinn. The blood continued to flow out from his body, and while doing so, it was spreading out, going further and further. The blood was being spread out as thin as possible, while it was traveling in all sorts of different directions. "I can control my blood well, and since it has my celestial energy in it, when it touches or gets close to the nest crystal, I should know." Quinn continued to do this, and as his blood spread out more and more, his celestial points were being used up, and his health was dropping slightly. But then finally he had found something, an energy similar to that of the nest crystal. The thread of blood that had touched the crystal was lighting up, going right back to where Quinn was, but soon after that, several other threads started to light up as well, near the area where the nest crystal was at. "What is this?" Quinn thought, as it was something he had never experienced before. Although Quinn had never done such a thing with his blood before, it seemed like his theory had worked out, and his celestial blood had managed to make a connection with the nest crystals. However, it wasn't just one nest crystal in total, it looked like there were 8. As there were 8 glowing lines going straight toward where Quinn was. "Since I have been studying more about how my powers work, it has allowed me to do more things with my powers. The more I learn about celestial energy, the shadow power, and the energies of the world in general, the more things I am able to do with them. I guess this was how the others were able to come up with their own techniques or own powers in the first place. Not just by replicating what they see," Quinn thought, but he needed to focus on this strange occurrence. "Why are there so many nest crystals in one location? 8 in total. There has to be a reason for this." Opening up his eyes, he could see Minnie right in front of him, just staring at the lines of blood on the floor. She too looked to be concentrating and looking at what Quinn was doing. Then, when all of the blood lines returned to Quinn, and seeing him stand up, she clapped her hands. "What was that? That thing you did? Can Minnie do it as well?" Minnie asked. "I'm not sure," Quinn replied back, "although I'm sure in the future you will have plenty of time to test out those things. And besides, is there any reason for you to learn how to do something like that?" Minnie pumped her fist in the air as she smiled. Of course there is. I want to be as strong as Daddy. And if I am Daddy's daughter, then I need to be just as strong as him. From the stories he had heard, Minnie was quite the little monster vampire, being incredibly strong, especially when using her celestial form, but Quinn treated Minnie like his own, and he would never want her to go into battle. Hopefully there will be no need for you to worry about how strong you are in the future. Besides, let me take that burden, Quinn said, as he picked Minnie up, carrying her on his shoulders. This time, since he knew where he was going and since it was slightly faster, he decided to run out there on his feet. Around an hour of running later, he had reached his destination. The land of Mars was much like that of Earth, apart from the ground that was more of a red color rather than a typical soil due to the high content of iron. It made some of the plants and trees that grew on the planet more robust compared to those on Earth, which was why the current sight was strange. The trees, the grass, and nearly everything in the area looked to have been destroyed with no signs of life, like the old way of Mars, and for the first time, Quinn could see beasts. One popped out of the ground looking like a giant lizard. It was standing on its back 2 legs, attempting to bite down on another beast. As for the other creatures, it looked more like a large insect with many long limbs and joints. It had wings as well, but they looked to have been destroyed. Since the two were fighting against each other, they had completely ignored Quinn as he continued forward. The only thing was, this scene that Quinn saw was becoming a common occurrence. More beasts were fighting each other as he got closer and closer to where the nest crystals were. It wasn't just the number that was increasing, but also the tier of beasts. They were getting higher, and sometimes more than one beast was fighting against each other. It was then that Quinn had seen one beast kill another and start to consume the crystal that was in his body. Is this the reason why the beasts have gotten stronger and have increased in level? Because they are constantly fighting against each other? Soon Quinn would know that his theory was right on point because he had finally reached the nest crystals where the largest parts of the battle were going on. Battles between all types of beasts continued as Quinn and Minnie were in the thick of it. Once in a while, Quinn would have to quickly move from his position to avoid getting hit by the attacks. The heat and energy were intense, as most of the beasts here were at the demigod tier level. Then, looking around, he could see the nest crystals, all of them, were around a few hundred meters apart from each other. So the beasts that are being produced by the nest crystals themselves are the cause of their infighting and battles. This is causing them to grow in strength quite quickly as they consume the beast crystals of their fallen prey. Andy told me not to get rid of the nest crystals, but I suppose if I move them, then it should solve the problem as well. It might not solve the problem of the horde attacks. I still have no idea why that is going on, but it will at least stop the high-level horde attacks from happening. When Quinn took a step forward towards the nest crystals, though, 2 of the large beasts that were fighting had turned their heads. I guess protecting the nest crystals is still the most important thing to you. Using blood aura, Quinn had hardened it to create 2 swords in his hands. I'm not much of a swordsman, but I have enough power and speed to do this. A long-necked creature shot out its head, snapping it towards Quinn. Stepping to the side, he swung his blood aura sword down and sliced right through the beast's head, killing it as the head fell to the ground. I was just going to get rid of all the nest crystals, but I guess I need to get rid of all of you annoying ones before I do anything else, Quinn stated, as the sword energy dispersed into nothing, and he made a cut on his hand, ready to throw it onto the ground. Just then, a large vine came out towards Quinn, aiming to hit him. Quinn was going to take the attack, as he thought it would do nothing to hurt him, and as he had other ways to deal with such a thing, but before it got close, Minnie had trapped the lightning-fast green whip-like tentacle and used her other hand to cut it straight off. See, I protected Daddy, Minnie cheered. Yes, you did. Thank you, and now Daddy can get to work. Placing his hand on the ground, blood had entered through the cracks, forcing itself to spread out in the entire area. Just like before, only this time, it was an attack rather than a location skill. Out from the ground, right where the beasts were, several spikes of blood shot up, piercing through all of the beasts in a certain way. It was the blood forest skill being used in action, as a wide-range attack, how Quinn had originally intended it to be used. The only thing was, the blood forest attack also allowed one to consume the blood of its enemies that it pierced, but for the beasts, their blood was still something that didn't quite work for vampires like him. Now that all the beasts were dealt with, it was time for Quinn to grab the nest crystals and move them apart. As he was doing this, and moving them around Mars, a thought came to his head. I wonder, There should be enough nest crystals in this place. I should make note of where they are just in case they are needed again at some point. At the same time, Quinn had decided to take one of them for himself. He knew there were plenty, and a certain someone that he was about to meet. Perhaps there was a way he could use it to get stronger himself. Now, Quinn had the nest crystal that could be used on Fex. After splitting up all the crystals, Quinn completed the task in half a day and was ready to return to the base. On his way there, he had used the shadow travel to avoid all of the Vampire Corps members, because right now, he just didn't want to deal with all of that. After that, he had gone to the office, where he soon found Andy. Popping up, Andy was surprised to see him back so soon. "Wait, you're saying it should all be okay now?" Andy replied, quite speechless. "Somewhat. You won't have the same problem to the degree you were having before, especially not any time soon, since I dealt with all the beasts in the area. So, now that I have completed my half of the deal, I think it's time you completed yours." Andy shook his head in disbelief. A problem that had been plaguing them for years had been solved in less than a day. It was safe to say Andy had underestimated the strength of the person in front of him. "Very well, let's get going, shall we?" After saying these words, Andy thought Quinn would be happy, but instead, he had a large frown on his face, and it almost looked like there was a vein about to pop. It was the first time he had seen a certain someone so angry. Quinn was angry because there was a message from a certain someone through his system. "A message has been received from Celestial Bliss." The Celestials all had something similar to Quinn, a system that allowed them to send messages to each other. Although the feature for Quinn to send out messages to others was recently unlocked, and it looked like that happened because he had leveled up. Quinn didn't really have any friends in the celestial space, and if he was to send a message to Bliss and the others, it would just be a load of hate anyway, so it was unlikely they would reply. Since he had chosen to ignore it, he had somewhat forgotten that it even existed, and yet here, there was a message in front of him from the one and only person that knew who he was. What does she want? Quinn thought, as his finger hovered over the button to open the message up. Every time I have gotten involved with her, something ends up going wrong. Truthfully, Quinn had somewhat forgiven her for what she had done to him. That was because during his journey, he had learned a lot from the other planets, and it was quite an enjoyable experience. In the end, nothing had gone wrong either. Everything was fine, and everyone was safe when he returned. However, there was one thing that he could never forgive, and it was the reason why he was filled with anger at the moment. It was the fact that she had taken the shadow of Minnie at the time. The shadow was there to protect her, and the way Minnie had described how scared she was at the time, and to do that to someone he cared about, it was something that the bitch deserved getting hit in the face for, even if it was just once. "Is everything all right, Quinn? If you want, we can always visit my father later. After all, he has all the time in the world," Andy said, approaching carefully. Thankfully, his words got through to Quinn and calmed him down a little. Now, an internal debate had started inside him because he was wondering if he should open the message and read it or not, or continue on with getting Fex out of that box he had been in for a while. "Ah, this is so annoying," Quinn said out loud, which made Andy wonder what could the legendary hero possibly be struggling with. This was a person that had it all, had the strength to change and do whatever he wished. It was hard to imagine if a horde with a demon-tier beast didn't give him trouble, what could? Seeing the kind of level Quinn was fighting at, perhaps there were still things that were not easy for someone like him to solve. In the end, Quinn felt like he had no choice. Otherwise, the contents of the message would just bug him forever. "I know you don't like me." It was the first line of the sentence, and that was nearly enough to just make Quinn close the message, but he continued reading. "However, whether you like it or not, the two of us have the same goal, and that is protecting the people on Earth. Ray eventually realized that, and he was a Talon, and you are one as well, so I hope you will realize that as well. Earth is in trouble, in serious trouble, and I mean it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be contacting you right now. Someone needs your help, and if they don't get it, then you and everyone could be in serious trouble. Travel to these locations. It is urgent to get there as soon as possible." The end of the message was a bunch of numbers that Quinn really didn't understand, but they looked like the universal coordinates that one could input into ships to assign a destination, which meant the place where Quinn needed to be was most likely not on Earth, which meant that she was trying to send him off Earth once again. What is this? Can't she just be clear about what she wants me to do? It sounds like she wants to meet me, or me to meet someone else. This whole thing could be a trap again by her to send me away. Although if that happens, I could try and contact Yongu to send me back to Earth, right? Either way, this is seriously annoying because she didn't mention any details other than the fact that it sounds like I'm going to need to fight. Despite the fact that this could be another trap, Quinn could not completely shake off the feeling that she was genuinely asking for help. She had reminded him of her and Ray working together, but that only brought to mind Ray's own words about not trusting her. Thinking about it for a while, looking at Andy, and then turning and looking at Minnie, Quinn sighed as he had made his decision. I'm sorry, Andy, but something urgent has come up. I promise I will be back soon, and I hope you aren't so busy and can help me out then. Before Andy could reply, Quinn covered himself in shadows and had taken Minnie into his shadow space again. Just as he left, there was a large smile on Andy's face. You idiot. I will always have time for someone like you, Andy thought. Now I'm starting to understand why my father liked you so much. As for what Quinn was doing, he was using the shadow link to hop to someone who had recently woken up, and Quinn soon found himself inside Logan's lab, surrounded by everyone. Quinn, what are you doing here? Alex asked, and the other people were confused as well. Whoa, you can do that? Jake said. Vincent, Jake, Logan, and Alex seemed to be talking about something in the lab. Unbeknownst to Quinn, Jake had just returned with the items that were needed. I'm sorry, but this is quite an urgent matter. It looks like I need to go somewhere. Logan, can you input these coordinates and tell me where they lead to? Quinn asked as he read out a bunch of numbers. Quinn could see a bunch of crystals that were in Alex's hands. He could tell that there were a couple of demon-tier crystals in there. However, there was no nest crystal as requested. I'm sorry, I couldn't find a nest crystal, but I thought if I came back and gave the demon-tier items first, that he could work on that. Jake explained what Quinn was thinking. Don't worry, Quinn replied, as he summoned his own demon-tier crystal and handed it to Alex. I managed to get my own nest crystal. Finding a nest crystal and a demon crystal in such a short time. Well, you are still impressing me as always, Vincent commented. It had been a long time since he had seen Quinn, seen his strength, so he currently had no idea what Quinn was capable of. He was still proud of what his descendant had become. Well, this is great. I can start making the weapon straight away, and with you here, we can add your blood just like you asked, Alex suggested. There was a hesitant look on Quinn's face, and not one of joy as Alex had expected. What's wrong? Alex asked. You said that the weapons would take maybe a week or so to make, right? So, you need my blood at some point during the process. How early do you need my blood? Quinn didn't want to delay the process of the weapons at all. Once he had the weapons and the location of Aaron and Zero, he would be off. The only thing was, right now, he needed to be somewhere else as well. Both tasks seemed urgent, but he would not give priority to Bliss over his own needs. I guess you need to be somewhere. Well, I actually only need it in the starting phase, but it will take me about an hour or so to get ready. Is that okay? Alex asked. Quinn, Logan shouted. Those coordinates, they're on Venus. I have a teleporter that will get you there quite quickly if need be. Venus was a habitable planet. The greenhouse gases had been removed from the planet, making it a bearable place to live, but it was still relatively hot compared to others. However, the people that lived there were more neutral than anything, just those not wanting to get involved in any of the mess. It had a low population as well. It was strange that this location was given, so Logan was assuming the worst, which was why he had made his suggestion. If someone were attacking Venus, they would have no way of really defending themselves. There weren't any powerful people on the planet. 1 hour, right? Okay, I'll give you that 1 hour. Let's work on this now, Quinn ordered, hoping that whatever he was needed for could wait. The first event that started to move the cogwheels on the political landscape of the Earth was the chained wedding. It was an event that was talked about by the entire human race for a while. Several videos had hit hundreds of millions of views and were all being watched daily to get as much information as possible. It was the first time a powerhouse was taken out, defeated in front of the whole world by a new group no less, and against such a small number of people as well. This told the world that no group was safe. However, even after the crushing defeat and many switching sides at the end, the Chained didn't cease to exist. Those in the Blade family still saw it as their mission to capture the unruly Chained. Their ancestors still chose to use their powers in cruel and harsh ways. At the same time, those who were part of the Chained before and had left were finding it somewhat difficult to live a normal life. If they tried to join a faction, for fear of angering certain people, they didn't accept them. This was common, and because of this, the Chained had gone back to their old ways, forcing people to help them. Still, there was a question in public and the Chained members' minds. What had happened to their leader? The leader was known as Russ to the world, and there was no footage of him during the wedding. After seeing how he was forcing a particular woman to marry him, the world viewed him as an evil, vile being. Some said that this was the reason why he hadn't appeared. Others theorized that he had been killed off during the wedding, but no one was there to see it. Since there was no confirmation, Russ's name would be passed around from time to time. The truth was, Russ was still alive, and he wasn't living the spectacular life he used to in his faction days. Using a robe to cover his face, he had managed to live by joining factions and hunting beasts. He lived quite a good life in terms of a traveler, but it wasn't the same life he lived before. A short while after the wedding, Russ walked into his room as he usually did after a long, tough hunt. The only thing was, there was an uninvited guest in the room, standing by the window. "I never thought I would see you again. I thought you would have completely abandoned me after I was useless and used up for your goal," Russ commented as he took off his robe and went to lie on his bed. "Used you?" Bliss replied. "I helped you. Without me, you would have never realized the true potential of your powers. Remember, I was the one that introduced her to your team." Her response made Russ frown. He wasn't bothered by the response, but rather by her body language. They had seen each other on and off a few times, and during all of those times, he had never seen Bliss act this way. Right now, she was agitated and flustered, but at the end of the day, this wasn't his problem. "Ah, yes, and now without them, I have an ability that takes up far too many MC points if I was to go up against someone strong, leaving me with an ability that is mid-tier at best," Russ complained. "Mid-tier? Do you have no clue just how strong your ability is? You have a power that is able to take down gods," Bliss said, getting more agitated. "But I understand your frustration, and it's part of the reason why I have come out here. I have a way for you to grow your powers." Suddenly, Russ was no longer lying on his bed as he got upright. Ever since then, he had wondered if he would ever be the same as he was before. Would he ever be able to feel the same power as he had done when fighting against Quinn Talon? It was hopeless, and on top of that, his revenge against the Blade family would never be complete with the power he had at that moment. "I see that caught your attention." Bliss opened a small portal with her hand and pulled out a crystal. "This here is what is called a nest crystal, and we are going to use them to get your powers back to the way they once were." After that, Bliss taught Russ how to absorb the energy of the nest crystal in order to increase his MC points. She had given him 3 nest crystals in total, boosting him. That was all she could give, though, and claimed that the rest was up to Russ, but also gave him details of how to get nest crystals. With this, there was a goal in Russ's mind once more, and he began to work as a traveler. He rose through the ranks, joining larger and bigger groups, discovering nest crystals on the way. There were times when there was also news of other groups discovering nest crystals. When this happens, a mysterious robe figure would visit them, and their group would be no more as the nest crystal was taken. Most people had no clue what to do with them, and to Russ, it felt like this was a cheat that only he had, something that he could take advantage of. In the first place, there weren't many that could even get to a nest crystal with their power. They would need an entire army, but for Russ, it was the easiest thing in the world. Eventually, though, his betrayal and antics caused Russ to go to a quieter planet, to go into hiding and travel from there, which brought him to the planet Venus, a planet that was covered in meadows and had plentiful small little villages. It was one of the few planets that had next to no beasts on it. There was the occasional beast that would escape from time to time or be brought back, but other than that, it was a peaceful place, relative to the people that lived there. For a while, Russ had decided to lay low. What he had found was rather than doing all of the work himself, it was easier to let the higher factions get an inkling of a nest crystal or discover one and take it from them. Following the news forums, he could see when they were recruiting a large team, and it was always for the same people and for the same pattern. "Good morning, Dean," a jolly woman said with a nice smile as she watered her planets hanging outside her home. "Good morning, Miss Fern," Russ waved back, walking through the village. His appearance had slightly changed from before, but it also seemed like the people that lived here didn't care about the news. Since Russ would only go out when there was word of a nest crystal and then come back from time to time, This place had become his base, and the people all got to know him, and he got to know them all. After all, there were only 200 or so people in the village. "Ah, someone help! A beast! A beast!" a woman wearing a dress shouted as she ran across the stone-paved village. Shortly behind her, there was a large black cat with razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this enter the village, everyone panicked. There was hardly anyone who would deal with such a thing. That was until the large cat suddenly started to swing in the air, and eventually it collapsed just like that. When it did, there was a certain person standing behind. "Dean, was that you?" Fern asked. "I used to be a traveler, but my fighting days are over," Russ smiled. The people were thankful. They were praising him and would shower him with gifts as this continued, but it was then when looking up at the sky, a bright white light could be seen twilight from above. "What is that?" When he raised his head to look up, Russ had no idea what the bright light was. However, it was clear to him that this was bad news. The energy was so spread out and intense that the clouds had separated, which was enough to put him on edge. This was why he quickly ran from the spot where he was, and as soon as he moved, the white light shot down from the sky and headed towards the ground, shrouding a wide area. Turning around, Russ was blinded by the bright light and lifted his arm, covering his eyes. He had just escaped by the skin of his teeth. A few moments of silence prevailed, and a few moments later, the panic shouts and cries echoed as the villagers were now terrified. They had already had an unusual experience and a fright for their life with the beast's appearance, and now there was this as well. "This light, what is going on? Is it an ability or is it an invasion of some sort? No, this all feels too foreign. Ever since I got involved with that god, strange things have been happening," Russ frowned. He prepared himself for the worst. Eventually, the bright light started to fade, and now in its place was what looked like a giant bird. Although it was a bird, it was unlike Russ had ever seen before. It stood on its two small legs. They were tiny compared to the rest of its body, which was quite thin but as large as a person. Its skin was dark blue, with strange black swirling patterns on its skin. Unlike a normal bird, this one didn't have any feathers. Rather, it was more scaly, like a lizard, at least just from an initial look of it. Then there was its long tail and two wings. On closer inspection, since there were no feathers on its wings, it made the wings look more like two large hands clawing inwards. In addition, there were 5 individual claws on both wing-like arms, and the same could be said for its tail. Finally, there was its bird-like head, small in size, but with a fin on the top like that of a shark, and a black mane around its neck. This was the only hairy bit on the bird that reminded Russ of the mane of a lion. "Is it a beast?" a villager whispered in a trembling voice as they cowered behind a plant. Immediately, the figure turned its head and stared at the person, a large woman, who had said those words. "How dare you call me a beast? I am Wheat, a celestial, from a place far above any of you," the bird declared. Quite a crowd of the villagers had gathered at where the bright light had come, but at the same time they were too afraid to come close. Instead, they all carefully watched, trembling and scared. They didn't understand what a celestial was, and they were not curious enough to ask. "You," Wheat then turned to look at Russ. "You are the only one who is not scared of me. I guess it is a trait of who you are, a godslayer." "Should I be scared?" Russ replied. "I've lived this long, and I will continue to live. I'm not worried." The strange bird spoke without opening its mouth, yet everyone in the area could hear its laughter and the words it said. "I like to do things the quick and easy way, so I hope you don't mind," Wheat said in a low tone that rumbled the stomachs of those nearby. "It would be easy if you were to just kill yourself. That way my task will be complete. However, I know you wouldn't simply comply, so if you don't kill yourself within 1 minute, then everyone in the area will die." It was clear to Russ that this beast, or celestial as it called itself, was after him. Although he was unsure why this was, considering that he had managed to upset quite several people during his time, there were plenty of reasons for people to chase after him. And this was not the first time someone had come after him. Russ lifted his head, and a smirk appeared on his face. "You don't seem to know me very well, do you?" Russ asked. "You see, I think you have the wrong person. I don't care what you do to these people." The words were said out loud, and the villagers that heard the man they knew as Dean say this were surprised. "What do you mean, Dean?" the shaking woman asked from before. "Didn't you just save us from that beast before? Are you saying you're just going to let us get killed?" Suddenly the woman stopped in her tracks after taking a few steps towards Russ. It wasn't because she was afraid, but because her body had stopped listening to her, and her brain as well, as her head slid off from her body, and the strange bird, Celestial Wheat, was right behind her. "You have 30 seconds, Wheat said. The woman was dead. After her head rolled to the ground, the rest of her body also fell. The Celestial had moved and attacked in such a swift manner that Russ didn't even see it move. "This will be a tough fight, maybe the first one since I went up against Quinn, but have I consumed enough nest crystals for my power to be what it was back then?" Russ wondered. Seeing the dead body on the floor, the people started to panic. They were screaming at the top of their lungs as they ran about. Some tried to get as far away from the bird creature as possible, while others went back into their homes and the closest shops and boarded up for protection when they heard it speak once again. "Time is over. I'm not so sure if you are bluffing or not. You are a strange one. Celestials see lives as nothing because we see them come anew and be replaced all the time, but the ones below us see it differently. It's the first time I am meeting someone like you. Still, you could just be bluffing, so I should make sure, right? I don't like to go back on my words." Wheat flapped its wings and took up into the air. It came as a surprise because the wings were thick and looked heavy, yet Wheat had no problem flying above the village. It then looked down, and its eyes started to glow blue like a mist floating off into the air. "No one can hide from me," Wheat crackled. The swirling black patterns on its scales began to light up in a light blue color, and then small blue lasers shot off from its body. There were hundreds of small lasers, and they were directed at everyone in the village, hitting them right through the head. Men, women, and children all fell to the ground in seconds as the lasers went through their heads. As Wheat had declared, no one could hide as the laser beam attack went through the buildings and still managed to hit its target. In one move, everyone in the area was killed, just as Wheat had said. However, the results were different when a laser struck the primary target. Just like the others, the laser had hit the man's head, but it soon started to flash, and before it could even reach Russ, his body disappeared and reappeared at a different spot this time. Done with its attack, Wheat landed back down on the ground. "So you are still alive. I expected nothing less from a God-slayer." Russ clenched his fist. "I see. So you really did care for those people. It was a bluff after all." "You overestimate your threats," Russ said, lifting his head, "but you have ruined my hiding spot. Now because of you, I will have to start all over again, and for that, I will make you pay." A blue mist started to emit from Russ's eyes, and sporting out from his back, all of a sudden, were a pair of large, thick wings that had 5 claws out the back of them. They looked exactly like Wheat, and even the Celestial seemed surprised upon seeing this. While the fight was going on, someone was observing the battle from celestial space. "Russ, the fight with Quinn has made you grow leaps and bounds. You are strong in your own right, and I hope you won't need the help that is coming because it might not arrive in time." Russ's body had taken on a similar form to his opponent, Wheat. The only thing different was the human body, and because of this, the Celestial was being a little careful. Flapping his wings, Russ rose up high in the air, and parts of his body started to glow blue, just like Wheat. Now, the Celestial knew what was coming next. This wasn't just an imitation, it was an exact copy of what was to come. Several sharp blue lasers shot out towards the Celestial. Since there was only one target, all the small lasers had spread, making it impossible for the attack to miss, and Wheat knew this best, which was why it decided to cover its head with its 2 large wings. The 2 claw-like ends of the wings had interlocked with each other. The next second, the wings had expanded, creating half a ball blocking the vital parts of the Celestial. The lasers had hit the wings, causing smoke to come off from them. There was a slight tingling sensation that was felt, but the attack didn't get through, and the lasers eventually stopped. Even though the wings looked a bit singed, the Celestial seemed mostly okay. Opening up its wings, the calm face of the bird was still present. If anything, it looked like Wheat was now smiling. "My attack is a strong one, but nothing can get through the defense of these wings. Honestly, I'm quite impressed. You managed to even slightly injure them," Wheat proclaimed. That was when the smile on Wheat's face vanished, because he noticed that Russ was doing something. He was still in the air, and the spiraling patterns that were on his wings and tail, they were lighting up once more. It was caught in surprise by that attack, and had no time to really dodge or block. "Whatever you can do, I can do better," Russ stated, as he used the same attack once again. Lasers came out from his body, all aiming toward Wheat. The attack was incredibly fast, and the only reason why Wheat was able to block it last time was due to it somewhat guessing what its opponent was going to do.
There should be a slight cooldown before releasing an attack like that again. How was he able to release it twice in a row?
Wheat struggled but did the only thing he could do, and that was to give the same attack back. Its body lit up, and several blue lasers came out from its body, aiming to match each one of Russ's. The great eyesight that Wheat had allowed it to do such a thing.
Your mere imitation will never be as good as mine, Godslayer, Wheat shouted.
When both of the lasers hit each other, it didn't last long as there was a clear winner in power out of the two. Russ's lasers had completely destroyed Wheat's and continued forward, hitting each part of Wheat's body. Using the lasers, he brought them together to condense their power of them even more and pushed Wheat with his own powers until it was on the ground, unable to get up. The force of it was strong, and its whole skin and body was burning up.
How can this be? It makes no sense.
Wheat struggled, and eventually managed to muster up the great strength to move its wings and block the condensed lasers. It was for a brief second, which allowed Wheat to push with its tail moving from its position. There were several parts of flesh that were burning on the Celestial where the laser had pierced through its rough skin, but slowly they were starting to heal, forming back to what they once were. Wheat's head was shaking with rage.
This is why I wanted to finish things quickly and through the other way.
Watching the fight from the Celestial's place, Bliss was impressed with what Russ had done. She had expected him to put up somewhat of a fight, but this was beyond what she had imagined. The urgency with which she had contacted Quinn had almost felt unnecessary at the moment.
He must have obtained quite a few nest crystals if he's able to make attacks like that appear, Bliss thought. This is why Russ is important to the world. His powers aren't an illusion, as many people guess. It's different, and in a way, it's a counter to the Celestials that think incredibly highly of themselves, which is just causing Russ's powers to be boosted even more. Still, there is a problem. If you still had her by your side, I wouldn't worry, but the stronger these attacks are.
Frustrated, Wheat flew into the air and started to spin its body. As it did and picked up the pace, it started to give off a strange blue aura. The air looked denser around the Celestial strangely. Seeing this, Russ did the same as Wheat had done before and closed his wings together. In doing so, they expanded in size, creating half a ball-like shield.
I know from your words before that in your mind you think that there is nothing that can break through this, so this should work.
The next moment, Wheat slammed into Russ's wings, and waves of pressure continued to hit Russ. Some of the buildings that were high enough were being destroyed and evaporating into nothing. Waves of energy were flowing out from the attack. Still in the air, still there, was Russ, though, all in one piece. Both Wheat and Russ fell to the ground.
How? How are you able to block my attack?
I guess you just think your defense is stronger than your attack, Russ replied, but was heavily concerned about something after that attack. The question had popped into his mind, how could he win this fight? Russ was on a time limit due to his MC cells. He had landed an attack, but the Celestial in front of him looked completely fine. With everything he had, searching through his powers, he didn't have a solution to win, not unless he could continuously use his powers freely like he could before.
I need more nest crystals, more power, before I fight someone like this.
Which was why Russ had decided to run. He flapped his wings and flew off into the distance, weaving and swerving in and out of the buildings. He continued going forward, but in the end, the buildings had ended, and now there was just long grass for a few good miles. Turning his head, Russ was trying to see if West was chasing after him, and there he was, right on his tail. When close enough, Wheat flapped its wings, and a beam of energy was shot out, hitting Russ right on its body, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. His arm was bleeding, and he was in pain.
My real body was hit. This is bad. It's harder to fake it, Russ thought.
Now he was starting to wonder if running was the best decision for him to make, but fighting, he would have eventually lost. He knew because there were some things he could see that he couldn't use.
I will just have to buy time, Russ thought,
standing up and retracting his wings and tail into his body. Russ started to walk, and each time he took a step, a copy of him seemed to appear. He continued this, creating 10 versions of himself.
You have seen what I can do. Do you really think just copying yourself is going to do anything? I would just kill you all,
Wheat declared, as its body lit up, and the other, Russ's, started to disappear. It wasn't quite the same laser attack as before. It was almost as if they were small particles of energy that were hitting everything, and that included Russ's body. Slowly, he could see that the air looked to be glowing slightly blue, and his skin was starting to hurt all over. It was a strange sensation, as if he was being burnt alive. Trying to move, he could still feel pain. "Just get out of there," a voice said, and suddenly, Russ could feel his body being dragged and moved out of the strange glowing dust. He crashed against the grass and found himself looking up. Quinn!" Russ said, surprised to see him, here of all places. Standing in the middle between the two of them now was none other than Quinn. "BB, I have heard a lot about you, but I am here to tell you that I am not your enemy. We are both Celestials, and we both have a task, to get rid of the Godslayers. But if you choose to go against us, that will be bad, not just for you, but for Earth as well. So choose now who you wish to stand with," Wheat asked. A sick feeling was felt deep within Syl's stomach as he sat in his ship. He was taking his time, returning to where he originally was, and continuing on his journey outside of the world. After all, he had seen what was to come and knew that whatever the cause, these Celestials would one day attack Earth. However, when using his power so drastically to see into the future, he was unable to see clearly as he could see moments into the future. There was too much overload of information, so he just saw glimpses, more like that of a dream, which was why Syl had no clue as to why they would attack. Regardless, Syl just didn't think this way. Rather than ask why they attacked and try to stop them from attacking, Syl wanted to get stronger just to stop the invasion. "Should I try and look again? Maybe if I lowered the output of MC cells, I would be able to see slightly into the future," Syl thought, "and learn if I had done enough to stop this." Although Syl didn't know why he felt this way, after meeting with Quinn, he wanted to see the others, see those from the Blade family and those from the Cursed faction, spend a few years with them, and stop traveling the vast universe for years and years, just endlessly fighting with no end in sight. It had its exciting moments, but soured compared to the time he spent with others. Logan said that looking into the future that far ahead is tricky to do, because one could only see one of the outcomes that were possible. Perhaps knowing the outcome was the cause of the outcome. So it was best to not constantly look into the future, trying to fix what was happening. Solving problems now often leads to bigger problems in the future. The humans know that well. In the end, Syl couldn't help himself. He didn't activate all of his MC cells while attempting to use the ability, worrying that he would see too much like last time. Then, finally, it was used. Images flashed in his mind, in front of him, like they were on super speed. He was now concentrating hard, trying to find anything, trying to follow what he was seeing. Usually, using the ability with his eyes open would allow him to see an outline of what was in front of him, but using the ability to this level, with this many MC cells, it had somewhat even changed the ability, evolving it to the point where these images were shown in his head. Not just that, but he could somewhat choose where he saw these images. The only thing was, it was difficult to control, not impossible to control, completely in a certain direction. Yet for some reason, he started to think about home, and when thinking about home, it took him to the Blade ship, one of the berthas that had become the Blade's home. Just after a few seconds, Syl opened his eyes. He stopped using his ability and bit on his lip hard, drawing blood. "What was that? Nothing changed." "No, it seemed to have gotten worse," Syl said. "And why? How could the whole of the Blade family just be annihilated like that? And by who?" Immediately, Syl started to punch in some coordinates on his ship and started to returning to the Blades to see them before he went off. "I don't really know how far off that was into the future, but where was Quinn to stop all of this? He's back on Earth now, right? Everything should be okay again, right?" Now, Syl had only messed up his own mind, and it was just as Logan said. He was unsure that if he stayed with them, it would be the cause of the Blade's demise, or if he left to deal with the problem out front, that they would be okay, or perhaps leaving them all to be killed. However, he couldn't take any chances. He was heading back to the Blades now. It didn't take long for Syl to see the large, giant ship floating in Earth's orbit. The Blade ship often stayed between Mars and Earth, as they somewhat acted independently, and from time to time, the members of the Blade would act as mercenaries for disputes, battles, and quests that the others needed help with from time to time. Shiro had just returned to the group, and once again he was back in his body taking charge of everything that was going on. There was a warm welcome for him back on the ship as he talked to all the others and told them what he had learned and everything that was going on so far. At the same time, the group was glad to see that Borden had also returned in one piece. There were no grave injuries on his body, and soon their routine had returned to normal until, "Sir, sir!" A young female ran up to Shiro as he was walking around the halls, looking at everyone working diligently hard. On board the ship, there weren't just the Blades, but a number of different ability users as well. They were part of the Blade group, helping with their mercenary tasks and maintenance around the ship and more. After all, the Blades also needed them around because, apart from a certain someone, without abilities they were useless. "What is it?" Shiro asked. "Should I be concerned that you're so panicked?" "There's a ship heading this way. It's been giving us a code of 3235, which we don't recognize." Hearing the numbers, the old code that the Blades used to use, Shiro's eyes lit up. "It's your brother, Syl. He returned." They had been informed that Quinn and Syl had come back. After helping the group with the red vampires, they returned and were unable to see Quinn or Syl, so they assumed they were just too busy. "Maybe he misses us?" Borden stated. "Misses us? Are you crazy? Now after all this time?" Rayton shouted. "That damn kid, no matter how many years pass, he's still the same immature brat." Giving permission for the ship to land, they immediately headed to the docking station. Shiro and Borden were the only ones, however. Shiro had switched to Borden. He didn't think it was right for him to be the first to greet their brother they hadn't seen in a while. Although the other Blades knew about Syl, as stories about him had been passed on, they weren't alive during his time, and he sounded somewhat like a legend, similar to Quinn, so most wouldn't be able to recognize him. Getting off the ship, Syl looked to be in a panicked state, but upon seeing everyone, his hand was placed on his chest, and he gave out a big sigh. "I'm so happy to see that all of you are all right," Syl said with a smile. "Same to you, but you have aged a lot since the last time I saw you. You look so—" Borden didn't know the right words to say. "I look like him a lot, I know," Syl replied, not wanting to remember those times so much. The 3 or 4 of them caught up quite a bit as Shiro would change from Borden to Rayton, and Borden would all talk. After all of them were brothers and were used to their presence. When they entered the main hall of the ship, there were many that looked at them, wondering just who Shiro was being so friendly with, since it was a face they had never seen before. While in the middle of their conversation, though, the ship felt a great force being slammed on it. It shook the entire thing, causing people to lose their footing and fall down. "Are we under attack?" Borden wondered, but the single beam had stopped, and strangely, when looking in front of them, there was someone in the center of the room they had never seen before. "This energy, it's the same as Athos," Syl recognized as he stared at the person. "So, you are the famous God-Slayer, and the one that has caused the most problems for us," the stranger stated. The stranger looked almost human, if it weren't for the fact it had purple-like skin. Other than that, though, it looked identical to a human. "I guess that's why they sent me, Kippo, to deal with you, and while I'm at it, I might as well kill everyone here to make sure there are no more God-Slayers from this annoying place." For a second, hearing those words, Syl's heart beat slightly louder. "Really? Well, you're an idiot," Borden replied, walking forward. "Not only have you chosen to go after my brother Syl, who could deal with you on his own, but you have done so in the middle of all these Blades and our Dalki brother here, and we don't take threats nicely." Bliss's hand was shaking as she held on to the staff. There was a moment when watching Russ's battle that she thought he would be eliminated, and if that was the case then, it would mean one less God-Slayer to fight back against what was to come. "You finally made it," Bliss thought. However, her worries hadn't ended there, and there was a fear that Quinn would, instead of teaming up with Russ, team up with the Celestial. After all, Russ wasn't the most saintly person. The two of them had a history, and some of the Celestials could be quite quick with their decisions. "I can't watch this, not right now," Bliss said to herself as she waved her staff, and the space she had created to watch the ongoing fight had disappeared. Since time in the celestial space was completely different compared to that on Earth, she wouldn't miss any of the fight but would come back to watch it when she was ready. Instead, she thought she would try and get information on the other Celestials that were sent to attack and see if they had found the God-Slayers that they had been looking for. The thing was, in Earth's time, they had literally years to scout all of the white energy to try and find the God-Slayers of Earth, and only a few minutes would have passed. So while the Celestials could take all the time they needed to locate all the Godslayers, the Godslayers themselves would have no time to prepare or warn another once they were attacked. I'm not going to go looking around myself. That would take too much time, but there is one person that should know a few things, that busybody. Waving her staff, the celestial system had appeared, and a message was sent out to a specific celestial. After a few minutes, there was a large floating ball of energy that was coming right towards her. Why am I the one that keeps getting dragged around? I'm just a sweet innocent ball, Zox thought to himself, but he didn't want to get on Bliss's or Imortui's bad side, so it was best that he listened to their order. He drifted over to where Bliss had called him and made himself seem pliable and friendly, even as a ball of energy. Please, can we keep this short? Zox asked in a pained voice. You're really not the best person to be speaking to at the moment, or at least you could not form your energy into that staff that you always have around you. It makes you quite recognizable around here to the others. Realizing what Zox said was true, Bliss got rid of her staff-shaped energy, and the energy returned back into her body. Celestials from Earth were probably not looked at in the best light at the moment, and if they knew that she was also working with a Godslayer, her position in the celestial space would be jeopardized as well. For now, Bliss focused on her task at hand. She turned to the ball shape of Zox. I wanted to ask, the Celestials that Mundus had sent, have they all left the space? Have they all found the God-slayers that they were looking for? Bliss asked. Hearing the question, Zox was quite excited, because just like Bliss had expected, he had been gathering information from all over. Nearly all of them, apart from one, Zox replied. Tamoon is still waiting. According to the reports that have been gathered from those that have been around the Earth area, the God-slayer that they were keeping their eye on has left Earth's solar system and is beyond, which is why it's proving to be quite difficult. On top of that, they are debating whether to send Tamoon to fight against the God-slayer that recently won its battle. Honestly, no one expected Zico to lose. Bliss had managed to catch that fight firsthand. It was popular amongst many Celestials, since it was the first battle that was to take place. However, the way Zico lost after fighting for several days was a large shock to all. Honestly, Bliss thought that if Zico had gone against anyone else, he probably would have won. It was just that he happened to have run into Ray, but that had given a chance to the rest of the God-slayers to come out on top. Tell me what has happened so far in your own words. Listening to Zox speak, Bliss had been updated on all the fights that had started around the various solar systems, and she was surprised at the timing of it all. Although there were only so many from Earth that had the power or title to be classified as a Godslayer, there were plenty on Earth that had great power and came close to it. If it was just a Godslayer fighting against the Celestials, then they would probably lose, but they had those people by their side. Hey, it looks like Tamoon is getting ready to leave, one of the Celestials shouted. Quickly running over to where the direction was, Bliss looked at the white ball of energy that was Tamoon, getting ready to leave for a planet that seemed quite far away from Earth, and it was strange she had never seen or heard of this planet before, which was why she was surprised to hear that there was a human on it, of all places. A planet that was filled mostly with green, large trees, plants, and more, which also had large giant factories on it, was the center of attention just then. A gigantic ship that had Marpo crews on it was drifting towards the planet, to dock and have a few repairs be done on it. On the outside platform, there were Dalki waving the ship in with their hands, and a few other races from all over who were ready with their tools to do a few repairs here and there. Watching everything going on was a particular person who was in a large glass building, the owner of the entire Marpo cruise. After the repair is done, tell all the other cruises out there to come back, the man ordered the person who was by his side, his eyes a tint of red, as they both looked out of the glass to the area ahead of them. Does this mean you will finally make your move after all this time? The red-eyed man replied back. Everything is ready. We have made preparations on top of preparations. Honestly, I don't think there is a single thing that can stop us. The Blade family, Green City, Pure, the Vampire Corps, the Red Vampires, the Greylash family, and the Cursed faction, including Quinn. Even if they were all to team up together and try to stop this, it would be impossible. The man by his side chuckled. If people had heard you say those words, some would think you were mad, but that's just because they don't understand the power we have been able to accumulate during this whole time. As cautious of a person as I am, I know what you are saying is true. Pine! The red-eyed man called out. Heavy footsteps were heard coming from the back of the room, and that was when a Dalki, with a strange upward mountain-like head, came into view. Send out the order for everyone to get ready, and tell them soon we'll be returning back home. Also make sure that he is awake. We will need him as well."
"Of course."
The Dalki smiled and began to take a few steps forward, but as he did, a strange surge of energy could be felt. The color of the sky had slightly changed, and when looking up through the glass ceiling, they could see that in the sky there was a beam of white energy. "What is that?" the man asked. "I thought that this might happen. It is perhaps something that I should have warned you about." The red-eyed man stated, "It appears that our strength has caught the attention of them." "Who?" "The attention of the gods." Finishing up his sentence, the white energy beamed down, hitting and smashing right through the glass, breaking it to pieces. Each of them looked away, but soon the energy started to disappear, and in its place was a large bald-headed man who looked human, apart from the fact that there were 6 eyes on his head that were glowing blue. The god looked around the room for a few seconds.
"You are not the ones I am looking for, but he is in this building," Tamoon stated.
"So this is a god. Well, it will be a good test for us then to see if we are ready or not," the man smiled. "Bring H here just to be sure to get rid of this guy." Unbeknownst to the world, the human race was undergoing a tough battle. The celestial space, the world of the gods, had acted for the first time in thousands of years. The recent influx of god-slayers that was coming just from a single race, for whatever reason, worried them, which was why they had sent celestials that had done this before, had fought against god-slayers and prevailed, and Mundus, the messenger for the Ancient Ones, hoped this would be enough. Otherwise, it would be a repeat of history from a long time ago. Out of all the fights that currently were happening, the whole world was aware of one of them, and that was thanks to the reporter known as AJ, the well-known reporter, who was filming everything and had just filmed the entrance of the Celestial, coming crashing down right where the fountain was. "What was that bright light that just came in? Did the camera break for a second? Hey, did you see that lightning barrier that was put up? That was strong. You don't think that Xenon is there, do you?" "No way. Wait, it would make sense. Maybe AJ got a big scoop finally as well." As the viewers continued to watch and the light started to fade, the camera could finally see who had landed. "I am the Celestial Hinto, and I have come for your head." The voice was a powerful one that resounded in the whole area. Those that were eating their meals or playing in the area around them had all stopped to stare at the white light of energy and then heard this. What was worse was the actual appearance of the person that was in front of them, because without a doubt in their minds, this person wasn't human, but they didn't look like any type of beast either, unless it was a humanoid one. No longer was AJ hiding the fact that he was filming. Instead, he pulled out his camera and started to pan up and down on the creature that called itself a celestial. It had a long, thin, slender body in the shape of a human, but from the bottom, where one would have feet, it had types of hooves instead. Going up around its waist, it was clothed in a black cloth that seemed to constantly be floating about. Then there was the body, the most human thing about the creature, with 2 arms and a normal chest apart from the dark purple skin color. However, it had horrifying features that made it clear that this was not a human, and in this case, it was its face. It was narrow and sharp with a pointed chin. As it smiled, black teeth could be seen, as sharp as razors. 2 eyes that were narrow slits pointed upward, matching its pointy ears. In the center, there was a red glowing dot right in between its eyes. Then coming out from the top of its head were, not horns, but something that seemed to be a part of the body, the same texture as flesh. They were large, almost like an elephant's trunk, and went up and curved downwards towards the shoulders as their thickness started to thin out. No one knows why, but just looking at the thing, in person and on the screen, made them all shudder. It was almost as if they were looking at something from a nightmare. "My whole body is shaking. Is anyone else feeling the same thing?" "No way, stop capping. Are you serious? I have goosebumps as well." "Me too. Are we all just scared?" "Nah, I feel nothing looking at that thing. What was it again, a celestial? Prob's just some other alien, like those damn Dalki." AJ's hands were shaking as he was filming the creature for longer, and sweat was running down his face for some reason. However, the camera was filming everything just fine due to the stabilization software it had on it. However, he had made a decision. "You two, get everyone out of here and clear the area. We can't let that monster take advantage of the people in the area. Quickly send the message out, and for anyone who is watching, tell them not to come here and get out of the area," AJ ordered. Lucas and Vanessa, the 2 vampires who had been following Peter due to the large lacksmiths that followed him, both thought the same thing. Even though they were vampires, there was something about this creature that made their skin crawl.
"Everyone leave the area! It's dangerous! Get out of here! Run!" Vanessa started to shout immediately.
Lucas did the same, and all three of them started to run out of the area as well. The people seemed to listen as they went out of the area. Although the person who had arrived had yet to do anything, everything in their gut was telling them to get out of there. They had experienced too many bad things to leave it up to chance that this creature was a nice person. Regardless, there were a few that just locked themselves in the shops that were around the large fountain and square, believing they were safe, watching what was going to happen next, and it was the same for AJ and the two vampires, as they had entered a building, reaching the roof, and was filming from there. The square was incredibly large in the first place, being around 2 miles in length and width, so AJ at least hoped that the fighting wouldn't spread to where they were.
"Am I really that scary?"
Hinto said, in a deep and resounding voice that shook everyone who heard it.
"Fortunately for all of you, I have only come for one person."
Lifting up his hand, it pointed toward Chris of all people. Xenon found this strange because they were on the Greylash planet, so he had assumed that they had come for him. Out of the celestial named Hinto's hand, a dark black sword started to appear, not just from the one he was holding out, but from both of his hands. The next moment, Hinto swung the sword, and a black line that looked almost like flames was shot through the air and immediately hit Chris, sending him flying. The attack had pierced through his chest, a centimeter deep, and blood was falling from it. Immediately, Chris started to transform his body as gray fur started to appear all over him, and he swung his claws in an X shape to destroy the attack right there and then.
"Oh, you managed to stop the attack, and here I thought that I could finish this entire fight in a single strike," Hinto claimed. "You seem to be stronger than the other Godslayer that I have faced, but let's see you win against 2 strikes.
While lifting its other hand, a pure lightning bolt shot out in a solidified form, hitting the Celestial right in its arm before it could lift it. It didn't go through Hinto's hand, but instead was stuck to it, and soon sparks started to go off one after another, shocking the creature uncontrollably. Those watching online now knew exactly how it was that was there, because this was a soul weapon. It was the current leader of the Greylash family's soul weapon.
"This thing stings a bit, and it appears it is slowing down my movements,"
the Celestial said as it swung its hand with the sword, although to everyone watching the movements didn't seem slowed at all.
"I don't exactly like that guy, but I can tell you that you are trouble," Xenon claimed.
"Oh, I wasn't going to hurt you, but be my guest, you can have your lightning bolt back." The sword was dropped to the ground, and with his bare hand, Hinto pulled the lightning bolt out. It was a surprise, because the lightning bolt would surely have restricted the person's movements and strength by around 50%, yet he seemed to be doing everything just fine, and with the lightning bolt held in his hand, he threw it out directly toward Xenon, far faster than it was thrown to him. Before it reached Xenon, though, another black-encased hand had reached out and grabbed onto the lightning bolt. Red energy was beaming from his entire body, and the sharp, long head tail had appeared.
"I don't like the fact that you're ignoring me. Do you think I'm weak? Bitch!"
Peter shouted, as he had transformed fully with his celestial points, with both of his arms encased fully in his celestial energy form.
"Hey, isn't that the guy from the chain wedding?"
"Yeah, I think it is. I think you're right. He's here as well, and he's fighting along with Xenon."
"Did you just hear what he said? He called that damn monster a bitch. Kill the ugly bitch."
"Oh, this is interesting. A dedicated follower plans to go against me. I guess this really is the land of the arrogant. Once I have dealt with you, I will have to have a word with your master," Hinto claimed.
"The last person who said those words ended up as my little pet, and I have room for another one. So bring it on, fucker!"
Peter shouted back as he charged in, with Laxmus right by his side as well. Charging in, Peter still had the lightning bolt in his hand, and for some reason, once again, Xenon was surprised that his usual soul weapon effects weren't working at all, as Peter was moving at full speed. This was all due to the special effects of a wight. They weren't affected by things such as this. It was a special trait of the undead. Not really knowing what was in his hand, Peter slammed the lightning bolt into Hinto, who raised his sword calmly. Streaks of lightning came out from the lightning bolt, hitting the ground around them, leaving scorch marks in the process.
"You have great strength. This is a surprise coming from someone who's not on the list," Hinto stated.
"Do you always talk when you're fighting?"
Peter moved his head tail, aiming to stab right into Hinto's face. However, he moved his head from side to side, up and down, avoiding every single one of the stabs, and eventually, the strange trunk-like things he had on his head moved as they wrapped around the head tail, grabbing onto it. Peter tried to move it, mustering up his strength, but it seemed impossible to get the other to let go. But that didn't matter, because Laxmus was already on the other side, opening up its mouth, gathering a deadly red beam of energy. Something that, for some reason, what Laxmus could still do as an undead lesser white was use his red aura powers. Seeing this, Hinto went to throw Peter using his head trunk off to the side, causing him to crash into the floor, breaking it apart. It was a strong throw that caused his body to continue to bounce. The red breath beam attack had been launched and was heading straight for Hinto. "Let's not waste my own energy on this," Hinto claimed, and rather than use his swords to match the attack, he moved to the side instead. The red beam attack had completely missed him, and instead was going straight toward the buildings that were placed behind. "The people!" Xenon thought. Turning his body into a lightning strike, he shot himself into the sky, and then soon landed right in front of the red beam attack. Swinging both his hands, lightning started to gather around them as if he was creating a tornado of lightning. Then, at the right time, he shot it out at the red beam, hitting it and breaking the attack in bits, causing it to dissipate, but it was far stronger than Xenon imagined, and although the bulk of the attack had been stopped, there were parts of it that continued and were still going towards the buildings. It was then that there were two figures, two vampires who shot out their own blood aura, using blood slashes to hit the remnants of the attack, stopping them before they hit the building. Landing on the ground were Vanessa and Lucas. "You need to focus on the fight. The people, we will protect ourselves. Xenon, just focus on taking that guy down," Vanessa shouted. Xenon was surprised because he was still wearing his mask, but he thought it was useless now as he threw the mask to the floor. "They're right. We need to take out this person together." Just then, while Xenon was in the middle of blocking the attack, though, Chris had recovered from the initial attack. His scar across his chest had healed, and he slammed both his hands down on top of Hinto. Hinto had lifted both of his swords, but was unable to stop the attack, his knees buckling as the ground cracked throughout the streets beneath him. Chris's strength was unmatched, and it was even more than the fighting Celestial thought. "This is our chance," Xenon claimed, as he sped across the floor, speeding up his legs, running across, and throwing out a fist of lightning. He hit Hinto right in the chest, a great shock, zapping him and sending him across the ground. Digging his sword into the floor, he soon stopped himself from sliding, but standing behind him, Peter was ready. "That hurt!" Peter shouted as his hands started to glow, and he whacked Hinto right in the face, sending him across back to the other side. However, Peter noticed something, and it was that his arm had a deep slash on it. "He must have got me in the middle of that attack." Still, the slash was healing, as it always did with Peter. Perhaps it was due to his own celestial energy inside him that the wounds weren't having as much trouble healing as they thought they would. Laxmus started to use his wings to float and fly in the air, and while doing so, several red beams of energy were shot at Hinto. Since they were from above, there was less risk of the attacks straying off course and going into the crowd. Using the two swords, the Celestial continued to hit the beams of energy. As it swung its sword, black energy flowed out from the Celestial and was able to completely destroy the red aura that was created from Laxmus. A lightning streak had come from the side, but slamming the black sword into the ground, black flames rose, blocking the attack, and soon Hinto could see that Chris was heading towards him once again, with his arms and body covered in fur. His two claws slashed and were thrown out, but they had just clashed against the swords. As soon as Chris's attacks were blocked, though, he began to swipe, again and again. Relentlessly he threw his hands, one after another. Loud clashes were coming out. Vibrations were sent through the air, breaking windows in the distance, and parts of weak housing structures started to fall. The clashes continued, and Chris was getting faster with his attacks, but still, none of them were going through. "I'm not weaker in terms of strength, but he must be faster than me. Otherwise, how is he stopping everything?" It was then that Chris felt one of his hands hit nothing but air. It hadn't clashed against the sword like it usually would have, and a deep cut was made across his chest. "You think I care about something like this?" Chris shouted, as he continued to swing his arms despite the cut, throwing them out again, making the whole area vibrate as the sword was clashing against his claws. Since the attacks were hitting nothing else but each other, it was hard to tell how much power was behind the attacks, but Chris's fists were capable of destroying mountains. However, just like before, there were times when Chris felt like his hands were slipping off, or slipping to the side, and that's because Hinto was incredibly skilled with the sword. In fact, it wasn't that Hinto was equal in strength compared to Chris. He was wrong about that part. It was that, at the right time, the energy could be deflected away just enough to it felt like the attack was being blocked. Once in a while, Hinto could completely guess where the attack was coming from and avoid it, allowing him to perform another strike and cut Chris. Now, he had several cuts on him within a time of a few seconds as well. I can't keep doing the same thing. My body has good healing, but eventually I will wear out and lose just like I did against Quinn, Chris thought, as his strike missed again, and rather than going for a slash, it looked like Hinto was going for a stab instead, right towards Chris's chest. "Did you forget about me?" Peter shouted, as his head tail and his two fists slammed into the sword at the same time, hitting it away, and immediately Peter went for a punch and attacked the Celestial again. A slash from the sword went upward, and Hinto thought he was safe because Peter would try to avoid the sword slash, but instead he continued throwing out his fists, and as the sword went through his arm, slicing it completely off and dropping it to the floor. It was only Peter's hand, though, and before the sword could slash towards his body again, this time Chris was there holding on to the sword with his clawed hand. Then, with his injured hand, which was practically only a stump, Peter threw out another punch, hitting Hinto right in the face, leaving a blood mark across it and sending him across the floor again. "Even if I just have my fucking head, I'll still beat you," Peter shouted as he picked up his hand off the floor and placed it on the wound, healing it up. Chris's arm was healing as well, and before Hinto could even strike again, both Laxmus and Xynon fired out lighting and blood aura at his position, attempting to finish him off and attack him while he was hurt. That guy, he didn't even care that his hand got blasted off. He's like a zombie or something. I think he just reattached his hand. I just can't help but root for him. People watching the fight had their hopes on the group, who seemed to be doing well, but they had to admit, one person was clearly taking on 4 greats, so they knew the power of this Celestial well. "He will be coming out of that, but I have a plan," Chris said. "You and I are going to have to work together a bit, and I'm going to need you to trust me, okay?" Peter didn't care. He would do anything just to win this fight, and that's when he noticed Chris's form started changing, from his werewolf self into something else, and it wasn't his human body. Since there were many things going on in the celestial space all at once, the attention of the Celestials was divided among those that were fighting against the various Godslayers. Many were interested in the various fights and wanted to check all of them out. Since these things were happening at a much slower pace outside the celestial sphere, they had plenty of time to move around and check up on the different fights. At the same time, some of the Celestials just weren't interested in what was happening. Over the course of time, things like this had happened before. They came and went, and then there were those that would make a big deal over what was going on, and those that just went with the flow, not caring about the result all that much. On top of that, they had their normal duties to attend to, planets that they kept careful eyes on. However, there were 2 Celestials that were more interested in the things going on, more so compared to others, and those were Zox and Yongu. "I thought just BB was strong, but it looks like there are plenty of strong people from Earth. What has happened? Surely we should have known about such a dangerous solar system before it got to this point," Yongu asked. "That's the thing. The Earthlings have just been put through a lot lately due to their own mistakes, and in order to get themselves out of the situation they were in, they had to evolve to this point. And besides, I'm pretty sure that the dedicated follower isn't one that belongs to Bliss or Immortui. Otherwise, they would have never fought against Hinto." Yongu turned to his celestial ball friend, since he was slightly confused, although he knew dedicated followers didn't tend to harm other Celestials. However, the way Zox said those words, it was more so like he wouldn't dare to attack someone like Hinto. "I can tell you're confused, but the background of Hinto is more mysterious when compared to any of the other Celestials that were sent out on the attack force," Zox explained. Now, Yongu was really intrigued, because when watching the Celestial fight, he was wondering why there was a chill that he could feel around him, and of course, Zox was happy to explain. In fact, he was waiting for someone to be interested. It gave him a chance to show off his trove of information that he had collected over time. You see, Hinto is not originally from the same place as us. He is from the red celestial space. If Zox could see Yongu's eyes, they would have lit up immensely. The surprise that Yongu felt sent an uncontrollable shiver down his whole body. Is he that high of a celestial? But if he can travel between spaces, then how come I have never heard of him? The red celestial space was another name for the celestials that were on another plane, another dimension, compared to the rest of the celestials. They had the same planets. There was Earth and other planets, but these beings usually were unable to interact with each other. The familiar world was one example of another space, called the mystic space. As for the red space, it was known to be an incredibly cruel and brutal place, even between celestials. You should know the stories of those from the red space. The creatures that live there are ones that are unmatched when compared to our space, which is why any celestial that is known to come from that space is also known to be strong just to survive, Yongu mumbled, and now also understood why he got a strange feeling when looking at Hinto. It was the difference in energy, the aura around said person. It was something that one wasn't used to. Technically, it was still the same energy, but it almost had a different flavor to it. I still don't understand. I know that some celestials can travel between the planes, but that is either due to the celestial themselves or due to the level of the celestial. But Hinto was not at that level. If he was, I would have heard of him, Yongu replied. You are correct, but the truth is that Hinto was pulled out of the red space and brought into this one, Zox stated. Not many people know about this, but of course, you are talking to the #1 information gatherer in the celestial space right now. Hinto was in a bit of trouble in the red space, and he was able to contact one of the ancient ones. In order for them to help pull him out of the red space, he agreed to do their bidding. Now, Hinto works under them, doing whatever they ask. He has done quite a few tasks like this for them before, but it just has never been publicized in a way like this. After hearing all of this, Yongu started to think more about the red space. He hadn't really met many celestials from there, and for good reason. There just weren't many that had the ability to travel between spaces. Even if they did, sometimes they could enter the space but were unable to use the white balls of energy to travel to the places that they needed to go. They would not be able to move as freely as the celestial from this plane. In fact, at times, Yongu had heard rumors that if there were celestials that were difficult to deal with or caused too much trouble, the ancient ones would get involved and send them to the red space. At the end of the day, the ancient ones were the ones that were there from the beginning, the overseers of all the spaces. They all knew this, even though Yongu had never seen one in person. Anyway, the point is, even though those idiots from Earth are strong, Hinto will be no easy match for them. After the endless attacks from Laxmus and from Xenon had stopped, the smoke appeared around the area. The camera from AJ zoomed in, waiting for the result. As the smoke started to fade away, they could still see the figure standing there completely fine. Even the clothes on Hinto seemed to be unhurt, and the swords were still held in its hands. Do you have any idea how many battles I have been through? Hinto said, as the red crystal in between his eyes started to light up. Both of his swords were now covered in black flames. Battle after battle after battle in that place, and I won every single one of them. Today it will be the same as well. I will win this battle as well, because following them and not having to fight every second of my life is far better than my old life. Swinging his sword upright, a large wall of fire had been raised as tall as an apartment building. It had sliced everything in its path, including the buildings on the outskirts, setting aflame everything that it touched. They continued to burn, not growing larger or smaller, but staying in place. There were screams and cries, as some had been hit by the attack, and for those that had been, their life was slowly fading away, until it was nothing. Eventually, Hinto lowered his sword and the flames disappeared and looked like they had gone back into his weapon, and that's when he noticed that his attack hadn't hit his target. Where did the two annoying ones go? Hinto asked. During the fight, Hinto had noticed that after all of his attacks, those two in particular had some type of super healing ability that allowed them to continue fighting. So, he needed to increase the strength in the power he was drawing from himself to finish them. It had been a while since he had to fight like this, had to fight this hard, which just proved what type of opponents these two were. Turning his head quickly, he could hear the sound of something. It flashed in his vision, and he turned again, trying to keep track of it, until eventually he could see it coming straight towards him at a great speed. It pounced, shoving its 2 claws right into Hinto, pushing him down on the ground, and now Hinto could see what it was. On top of him was what looked like a large gray-furred wolf. Not a werewolf, but a full wolf. The sheer speed of the attack had caused Hinto to fall back, and before he knew it, he had been stabbed right in his shoulder as well, because on top of the wolf was none other than the dedicated follower Peter.
"Looks like you do bleed, and there's a lot more where that's coming from,"
Peter smirked, as he and Chris were doing something they had never done before. After seeing Chris transform into a large, gigantic wolf, Peter was left confused for a few seconds. For one, he was unaware that Chris could even do such a thing. After hearing about the fight between him and Quinn, there was no mention of Chris turning his body into a full wolf. Of course, Peter did know about his werewolf form, and understood that with that, his ki, and all the training he had done, that was how he had gotten so powerful. And yet, why was he now a wolf? The thing was, just looking at it, he didn't look like any ordinary wolf, at least not the ones that Peter had seen. The sheer size of Chris was different. He was as large as a car. Even though he was covered in fur, the outline of his muscles, on his legs and more, could still be seen, and the fangs on his front teeth, as well as the claws on his paws, were larger. Almost abnormally large, even for the size that the wolf was. "Get on," Chris said, his voice lower than before, almost like a growl. It was also hard for Peter to understand the wolf form of Chris, with his 2 large front teeth sticking out from his mouth. With the attack coming their way, Chris didn't ask twice, and instead just ran towards Peter as if he was charging right at him. It was, at that moment, that Peter understood what this form could do differently than Chris's regular self, and using all his strength, he grabbed onto Chris and held on. Quickly getting on his back and using the strength in his legs, Peter was doing his best to hold on, as Chris zipped around the place, making sure Hinto couldn't guess their next move. There was a reason why Chris hadn't used this form against Quinn, because in his mind it was useless. The current form that Chris was in, it was weaker in terms of strength, and its fighting capability was limited. Against someone like Quinn, who had a versatile use of abilities and could attack from anywhere, there would be no hope. However, what this form did allow Chris, compared to his normal state, was speed. He was faster than he usually would be, and although he knew that alone wouldn't be enough to beat Hinto, in this fight, he wasn't alone. The strength wouldn't come from him. Instead, the attacks were to come from Peter. After successfully stabbing Hinto in the shoulder, Peter pulled out the headtail and started to strike towards his head again. Just before it reached, the 2 trunks on Hinto's head had curled forward, and once again had grabbed onto Peter's headtail, stopping him in his tracks, at least, almost. Before this could occur, Chris leaped up in the air, pulling back, and at the right moment, so Hinto couldn't chase, both Laxmus and Xynon continued to fire lightning strikes, as well as blood aura shots, towards Hinto. Whether it was hurting him or wearing him down, they didn't know, but in the situation they were currently in, it was clear they were playing the supporting role in this fight. They were barely hurting him anyway. All they could do was provide a distraction and time to recover for the 2 who could actually do some damage. If they could just hinder Hinto for a few seconds while Chris got away or something, then it would work out in the end. Once again, though, the smoke cleared, and the black flamed swords were seen. For the first time, Hinto had gotten in a fighting stance, with one sword held upward and another below. He was shifting his foot carefully as he moved in the direction from where he assumed that the werewolf was coming. Chris pounced forward and attacked from the side, and Peter's headtail went for the side this time. Hinto had moved the sword ever so slightly, but he had missed blocking it by a few seconds, and a large cut was made right on Hinto's shoulder as it slashed him. The second Chris moved away, he pounced forward again, getting into a rhythm, and a strike from Peter's headtail was used again as well. With Chris's speed and Peter's power, it was easily cutting through the Celestial's flesh, causing his blood to fall on the ground. Slash after slash was made on the shoulders of the Celestial, creating more and more marks, but eventually Chris needed to take a break as he backed away, which gave the others time to attack again. "Hey, Why don't you aim for his head? Kill him and get this over and done with, Chris shouted.
Ki was channeling mainly through his legs. It was to allow him to move as fast as possible, and honestly, every time Chris went in, he was afraid that it was possible, without the second stage of Ki covering him and not being in his other form, that single hit could get him killed.
Are you an idiot? Peter replied back. 1, it's hard to hit him properly with how fast you're moving, and 2, I'm trying to hit him in the head, but I think he can see. I think he can still see us.
The comment was strange, but Peter felt it. When there were times when he went to aim for the head, it was almost as if Hinto would move, in a way, so the only target Peter had left was his shoulders. Otherwise, he would just end up hitting the swords anyway.
Look at this! Look how good they're doing!
What do you mean, look at this? I can't see a single thing, another replied. The camera is just picking up blurs. You would have to slow down the footage to see what was happening. And that was what some viewers had done, slowing down the image and creating a still frame of Peter riding on top of the wolf. It certainly was a sight to behold, something they hadn't seen before, and some were already using the pictures from this as their background on their phones and screens. There was a huge rush of support for the two of them to take out this being that they had seen as a celestial. The being seemed intent on attacking humans.
You damn aliens! You think you can just attack our planets and think we won't do anything?
Now that they had recovered, Chris went in once again.
I can try slowing down just at the right time. That way you get a better hit on the head of the celestial. Can you charge up more power, more energy for an attack?
No, don't do that,
Peter shouted back, still having this strange feeling. Chris decided to listen to Peter and charged full force ahead, just like before, and with the head tail, Peter gathered all of the celestial energy he could to the point. He could tell that this was the energy, this was the power that was giving Hinto the most trouble, and he was right. Scrunching up his head tail, Peter started to twist it and wound it up like a spring on top of his head. Chris's claws dug deep into the ground, breaking it, and the stone tiles went flying as he charged forward. He layered as much of the second level of Ki as he could near his legs as he dashed off, faster than any of the previous times. It was then that the red light from Hinto started to shine brighter, spreading to his dreaded eyes, and it looked like his entire body was in flames. He moved his swords once, no longer having them on the side as before, no longer blocking his head and body, and instead just by his side.
Screw it, just die!
Ignoring all his feelings, Peter knew he had to depend on this attack. If they couldn't kill it now, with everyone giving it everything they had, then what else could he do? At the right time, the head tail sprung out and spun. It had even stretched as it strangely grew from Peter's head outwards. The point was covered in a strange, dark black substance as Peter used all the strength he could muster up. Hinto smiled, taking a step forward and moving both of his swords in an X shape. The two could now be seen having crossed paths. The camera was showing the two of them having traded places, but was unable to see what had occurred. For a second, it looked like they had just missed each other. Until, falling from the sky, was Peter's head tail, hitting the ground, blood everywhere pouring from the end. At the same time, a large, deep cross had been made on Peter's chest. Blood was oozing out of him. What little he had in his body, anyway.
Peter!
Lucia screamed from the sidelines. The camera zoomed in on the weird, head-tail-like object, and the viewers were in complete shock. To them, it had looked like they were winning the fight. The Wolfman Duo team had the upper edge. Even the cuts on the Celestial's arm were still present, which made them wonder how had the tables had turned just like that, and when they couldn't even see what had occurred. Blood soaked the end of the head-tail, and soon it started to disappear into nothing but dust, as the black flames had consumed it, burning it until it was completely gone. What's going on? Are they going to be okay? They can still fight, right? I mean, his hand was cut off before and they could still fight. The viewers were worried, and on top of that, they had heard someone scream on the camera. Peter! Turning quickly, they could see that there was a female in white robes, the traditional outfit of the Greylash family. She had a spear in her hand, and tears were falling from her face. So far, she had stayed out of the fight, because if Xenon and others couldn't really help, then what use would she be? But it was taking every fiber in her body to not run out there and be right by Peter's side right now. I have to stay here.
I can't run out there. If I do, then I will just become a target and put Peter in more danger. But please, Peter, don't die, Lucia thought as she closed her eyes, squinting and falling to her knees due to how helpless she felt. Chris could feel some of the blood falling onto his back. There strangely didn't seem to be a lot, but that's when they were reminded that Peter was an undead in the first place. Blood in his body didn't really matter.
Peter, are you okay? Can you still fight? Chris asked.
There was no visible wound on top of Peter's head. That was because it had already somewhat seared and healed up. In the first place, the headtail was just an extension of Peter's powers when activating his celestial form, and he was still full of power. His body was still lit up in a red aura, and his arms were encased in black and beaming with energy as well.
Don't worry, he didn't aim for the head,
Peter mumbled as he grinded his teeth, annoyed at what had happened so far. The truth was, Chris was surprised that he hadn't been hit in the attack at all. For some reason, Hinto had only aimed for Peter.
Does he see him as more of a threat than me? But I thought that he was after me, Chris thought.
What are you doing? Let's go in again,
Peter said, slamming his fists together.
But your tail thing, it isn't growing back, Chris asked.
Does that matter? You think I only know how to fight with that? If he cuts off my head tail, I'll use my arms. If he cuts off those, I'll use my legs. And if he cuts off all my limbs, I'll just have to use my head. Even if my eyeballs are the only thing left, I'll kill this guy, Peter shouted.
Chris started to run around the place. There was still support coming from Laxmus and Xynon, seeing the tense and rough situation. But now, it looked like those attacks weren't hitting either. As fast as Xynon's lighting attacks were concerned, Hinto would lift his sword at the right time, completely blocking the attack, as his flames just engulfed whatever there was of the lightning, and it was the same with the red aura as well. Right now, the only attack that had gone through was Peter's. It was the only attack that had hurt him so far. Chris knew this as well, which was why he wasn't against Peter's idea. There was nothing else that had worked.
I have to play my part as well. Without the reach of the headtail and the flexibility, I will just have to go faster, Chris thought,
as he was going to muster every bit of strength.
Chris, whatever happens, just keep moving. It will be our only chance. Just keep moving towards him in and out, and attack no matter what happens. There will be a chance, Peter claimed.
The claws of Chris dug deeper into the ground. The truth was, this form took a lot of energy, and he was tired, but he had to fight it. He needed to dig deep, otherwise everyone here would be dead, including him.
I'm not tired. I still have plenty of energy. I'm the strongest there is,
Chris thought to himself as he boosted forward, straight towards Hinto. It was faster than he had gone before. This rise in strength, Chris could feel it. Once again, during a tough battle he was improving. His ki was growing, and he was using a combination of everything that was in his body. Peter's fist started to glow in a yellow light as Chris dodged slightly to the side and went to swipe with his paw, but Hinto had lifted his sword, deflecting the claw, and at the same time, towards Peter's fist, he went past and cut a line directly down the side. The sword went deep, and Peter's arm had been sliced sideways.
Remember what I said,
Peter shouted. As soon as Chris found his footing, he went forward again, charging in from a different side, trying to help. He used his claws, but they would constantly get blocked by a blade. This time, though, Peter had managed to get a hit, punching Hinto on his right shoulder, but as soon as he touched the skin, there was no weight behind the punch. He could tell that there was no impact. Once again, Hinto had diffused the energy of the attack, moving it to the side and slicing the sword down. Peter's other arm was out of order. Chris, not really knowing what was going on, continued with Peter's command and went in again at a lightning-fast speed, and had success himself, as he had hit Hinto's legs from underneath, causing his body to spin in the air. Peter then leaped and kicked back into the ground. The whole area caved in, and the buildings closest started to fall as their foundations were broken. While dropping down, with his hands not working as they used to before, he only had the choice of using another leg. As he got close, a sword could be seen, and it had completely been sliced off. Peter landed on one leg and fell to the floor. Both his arms were gone, the muscles at least in the other one making it impossible for him to pick himself up off the ground, or at least hard to. The viewers that were watching this had stopped typing as they placed their hands on their mouths or covered their eyes. The horrid condition that Peter was currently in was unbearable to watch,
But most of all, it was the fact that he wasn't crawling away, and instead was using every working muscle in his body to move towards Hinto. Hinto, with the sword in his hand, lifted it, ready to finish Peter off. "No!" Lucia screamed, and couldn't take it any more. If Peter was to die, then she knew that they were all going to die in this place. She grabbed her spear and started to thrust it forward, shooting out red sparks of lightning. Xenon did the same, and surprisingly, they weren't the only ones. All of those that had been watching the fight started to come out of their homes. They began to use all of their powers, their abilities, anything they could, and fired it towards where Peter and Hinto were, anything to stop them from killing the brave man that had stuck up for them. "I'm sorry, Peter, but I can't follow your order anymore," Chris said, as he used his teeth to pick up Peter off the ground and head away. Now, Hinto was just shaking his head, as all of these attacks were coming towards him. "If you all didn't get involved, then you all wouldn't have to die." Chris had appeared by the other side, including Lucia, and she quickly grabbed his body from his mouth. She looked at Peter, tears flowing out. "Peter, you have done so much. You have done enough already. Please, let's just enjoy our final moments together," Lucia said. "Please, I want to tell you something. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but I have to tell you, I love you." Several loud bangs were heard as the abilities hit Hinto in the center. There were hundreds of people, and with the help of Xenon and Laxmus, the attacks were no small feat.
"Love," Peter smiled. "That's a word I don't really understand, but what I do know is, you've given up too easily. I won't give up."
As Peter said those words, the amulet, the demon tear amulet, that had the celestial marking around Lucia's neck, started to glow. The amulet that had been received from Quinn was a blessing to Lucia. It had given her powers and strength to fight in situations where she wouldn't have been able to fight. It allowed her to use blood aura, even though she herself wasn't a vampire. At the same time, the blood clone had allowed her to get out of multiple different situations that would have been extremely dangerous for her earlier. There was another thing about how the amulet worked as well. The more blood that was spilt around her, and the more time spent using it, the more powerful the amulet would become. However, other than using the blood aura, she never really knew how to draw out more power. It was almost as if she could feel there was more power in the amulet, but had no clue how to get it out of there. It made her wonder if she was the right person to have it, and if perhaps it would have worked better with a vampire, but this was an heirloom from her family, and Quinn said she deserved it. Yet, for the first time ever, it felt like she was activating the amulet, but on a whole other level. It started to glow, and energy was being drawn out of not just her, but also the amulet, and it was going to none other than the person she was holding onto. All of the blood from the battle, all of the power the amulet had contained until now, was flowing into Peter. The marking on Peter and the marking on the amulet started to light up as energy was being drawn between the two of them. Blood aura started to form out from Peter, where his limbs would be. They began to harden and form a shape, turning into a solid red color. They were clearly not part of Peter's original body, but now he could stand, and he had his arms back again. He stood up from where he was, breaking away from Lucia.
"I don't know what you did, but you've given me the chance to kick that guy's ass once again," Peter exclaimed with a wide grin on his face. "Wolf Boy, we're attacking again, and this really is the last chance we have," Peter exclaimed.
The viewers watching, seeing Peter stand again, thought it was some type of miracle. They had heard the confession on camera by the female, and they were starting to believe it was the miracle of love. Meanwhile, Xenon, who was close by, had a thought in his head. "We have to do something. We all have to do something. The attacks from everyone have bought us some time, but that won't be enough." Chris was already moving and had allowed Peter to jump on his back once again. Just before they set off toward Hinto, Lucia had a few final words. "Don't die." Peter didn't say anything as he went off, back toward where Hinto was. The constant barrage of attacks from everyone continued, but Hinto's whole body was now lighting up in a black flame. As the attacks got close, they just disintegrated before even being able to touch him. "You idiots! This fire is no ordinary fire. Do you think your attacks, your energy can even harm me?" Hinto claimed. It was true, the attacks weren't working at all, and it was due to the amount of celestial energy Hinto had. Just because a celestial had large amounts of celestial energy didn't mean they were a fighter, and strong creatures, beasts, and beings could harm celestials even without the use of celestial energy, if they were strong enough. However, the amount of celestial energy could be used as a type of barrier. It was a reason why some gods, although not fighters, found it hard to even be hurt by mere mortal beings, and it was this case right now. The only thing was, there was a being that had celestial energy right here in front of him, and he had just gained a bit of a boost from a particular item. Unbeknownst to him, Peter had more celestial energy than he usually would have. The amulet had somehow transferred all the energy it had gathered from the blood and given it to Peter. This resurgent power had given him the edge he would need to win this fight.
"Peter, I'm going to try something, and it's all up to you to create an opening, but let's finish him off here," Chris stated.
The two were running at full force, and for the first time, rather than just standing still, Hinto ran forward. The attacks from the public stopped. Everyone watching online held their breath and stopped blinking to see this final moment. As Hinto started to move forward, a big beam of red aura was shot out, right in front of Hinto. For some reason, he had stopped, even with the flames on his body, as if he was afraid that it was going to hurt him. At that moment, turning into a lightning bolt, Xenon had zapped himself up and directly behind Hinto.
"Everything! The timing of everything is for this moment. This is all the chance we have."
Xenon had the lightning bolt in his hand and stabbed it right into Hinto's back, but to do that, his hands had to go through the flames. He had covered his hands with lightning, but that didn't seem to matter. Still, he didn't care, as the lightning bolt had successfully pierced the back of his body. "Even if this slows him down for a second, it will be okay." Straight after, Xenon had turned into a lightning bolt, going back to where Lucia was. That's when she could see that the black flames were covering his hands, and they were spreading quickly. "What is happening?" Lucia asked.
"Chop them off," Xenon ordered. "Before it's too late, chop them off."
Grabbing a beast weapon from the ground, she squinted as she listened to the order, and just as the flames were about to reach his elbow, she swung the sword down, chopping off his arms right by the elbow. Xenon gathered his lightning powers, trying to spark the ends to sear them off so he wouldn't bleed to death, as he saw both his arms burn away into nothing but dust.
"I hope it was worth it, you two."
Just then, in the middle of running toward Hinto, Chris started to transform back into his human state. It flung Peter forward slightly, and in the middle of transforming back, Chris used all the strength and muscles in his hand to grab Peter and chuck him forward. It propelled him even further, and before Hinto could lift his blades that were down by his side, Peter slammed an energized red punch right into Hinto's face for the first time. It was a solid hit, and blood came right out of Hinto's mouth as his head was flung back. Right after Peter had thrown a punch, Chris then dug both his claws into his body and lifted him up in the air. Blood was dripping from his wounds onto the ground. Bending his knees, Peter was preparing for one last attack. All of the energy in his body was accumulating in his fist. His whole arm was shaking. The ground around them was shaking with power, and once again, there was a new rise in power that he could feel in him as his hand started to glow red and the aura flowed around the area.
"I don't know what you're doing, Peter, but whatever it is, right now I know you need it a lot more than me," Quinn thought.
"Celestial energy has been transferred."
Chris held him there, so there was a target for Peter to hit onto. Blasting off from his legs, all of the energy in his fist was going right towards Hinto's head. A loud churning sound was heard as the ground sunk in the entire area, a good 3 feet deep. It almost felt as if the piece of land they were on had sunken below sea level, and that's what had happened, as the water went onto parts of the land for a few seconds before rising back up to what it was. Hinto put his swords in an X shape, trying to block the attack. The flames covered his sword, but the second Peter's fist touched the flames, it did nothing, and then both of the blades broke as the fist continued hitting Hinto in the head, destroying it in an instant and turning it into nothing, allowing for his body to fall to the ground. Peter collapsed, and Chris collapsed right after him, falling to the floor, and Hinto's body disintegrated into nothing but particles. As Peter laid there on the ground, there was a thought in his head.
"Quinn, I could feel it. You helped me, didn't you?" But are you okay? Peter thought.
During the entire fight, AJ was doing splendid work, and at the same time, the video feed was being sent to his editing team, who were able to slow down the frames and cut parts of the video into smaller clips. The edited version was, now, being shared and shown to others around. At that moment, AJ's careful camera work continued as he zoomed in on the body of the Celestial in the air, and before it even touched the ground, the body looked to have broken down into several particles and had completely disappeared, surprising everyone. It was a clear sign that the fight was over. The intruder that had attacked was dealt with, and they were no longer in immediate danger. Slowly, AJ jumped down from the building, and he wasn't alone as people slowly started to come out of their homes and hiding places one by one.
Everyone, it looks like the fight is over. The Greylash planet is now safe, and it's all because of them. Because of these people right here in front of us, AJ shouted.
The crowd around responded to this. They could tell that the nightmare was over. They had never dealt with something so frightening as this. None of them were ever born during the Dalki War and had only heard about it. This battle had frightened them to their toes, and the fact that the powers and abilities of the general public had even begun to weaken due to the peaceful period after the Dalki War only made the situation worse. Only those that wished to continue to fight or become travelers had honed their abilities and powers. It was the first time, in a long period, that humans were to draw upon their powers like that. It was a battle for their survival on the Greylash planets, which have been deemed as a safe haven for centuries.
Man, do you see the state of that square? It's completely cracked.
Yeah, and look at that sword attack from before. Did anyone look at the clip? I think it sliced houses for miles on end in half. Due to the massive forces that they were fighting against each other with, it was next to impossible for them to really know the level of each of the attacks, because they would either miss, collide against each other, or be dealt with by their own body. It was safe to say that both Peter and Chris were exhausted. Peter, who usually had an unlimited amount of stamina, couldn't move his body as he lay there slowly, just twitching his fingers. As for Chris, he had never felt this sore from overexerting his body in a very, very long time. Sure, he had suffered from pain when fighting against Quinn, but this was pain from using his werewolf form, among other things, to the very limit. While on the ground, Chris tilted his head towards Peter and looked back at the fight.
This person, they said they were celestial. That's what Quinn was talking about, right? Chris thought, thinking back to Quinn's explanation of where he had been and another world out there. As to why he was being targeted, he didn't know. That was because Quinn hadn't told Chris about him being classified as a godslayer. In a way, if I assess my performance in this fight, I believe I fought better compared to when I was up against Quinn. In terms of skill, this Hinto was far better. Maybe it's because all he was using was his swords, but he was a true master. I couldn't even land a full-strength hit on him, but even when I did, it felt like my attack was only able to get through a little, and a lot of my momentum was dispersing fast. Thinking about it more, Chris wondered if Peter was also using the energy. If he was, then what was the difference between the two? Because without a doubt, if he and Peter were to fight, Chris knew that he would be the winner. In either form, he truly believed that Peter was strong, but compared to the two of them, with both their bodies having incredible regeneration, Chris's fighting prowess was just more deadly. In the end, Chris could only imagine it was the strange energy he felt Peter use at the end which could make the real difference, but he had no idea where that had come from. If he had that kind of energy, he should have used it from the beginning. It happened when he talked with Lucia? Was it her? Is it the power of love? Chris thought, soon pulling a face. No way, it can't be something that corny. In the end, both Chris and Peter started to regain their energy a bit. They slowly got off the ground and could see that the others were staying far away. Families were hugging each other with tears of joy. Laxmas had been flying in the sky so far and eventually landed right in front of Peter. Hey, you didn't do that much of a bad job for your first fight, Peter said. It seems you're quite smart.
Yeah, apart from the fact that he nearly destroyed a whole street of houses, a voice said. Looking up from the creator that they had made, they could see that Xenon and Lucia were on edge. The two of them started to slide down into the crater to see how the others were doing. Slowly standing up and squinting their eyes when they opened them up again, they could see Xenon close, and something shocked the both of them.
Your arms, are they going to grow back? Peter asked.
From the elbow down, the ends had been sealed and were slightly black, so they weren't bleeding, but it was obvious what had happened. Xenon shook his head. I'm afraid I'm not a monster like you two. If my arms were still present, then maybe I could use some ki, or go to a doctor healer or something, and have them reattached, but they completely disappeared in those black flames. These words showed Chris how dangerous the black flames were for him. He had also seen what Xenon did at the end. The latter had risked his life to slow down Hinto. Even if it had only helped delay the latter by a fraction of a second, it was quite possible that was what had saved their lives, allowing for them to win the fight. When we are done with what we need to do, if there is ever a time when you need help, then please let me know. We owe you a lot, Chris said. The fight had drawn all of them closer as they took down a common enemy. Lucia glanced at Peter. He still had his blood hardened for his limbs. It was unsure how long this would last, but one thing was for sure, he would need some food. Without it, maybe any time soon he would start going on an eating rampage, and that's what he needed for his limbs to come back as well. Or at least for them to heal back the way they were. Unlike Xenon, Peter's limbs were still in the square somehow. As the group turned around, ready to leave the place, they could see several people standing on the outside of the crater. There we have it, folks. All of the people in here were the ones responsible for defeating the being, who called itself a celestial, AJ reported. Even our very own Greylash leader has been severely injured while protecting us. Everyone, we must burn this image of our heroes in our mind. Everyone around started to cheer as they shouted words of thanks, cheering at the top of their lungs for the people in front of them. At that moment and time, they didn't care if they were vampires, humans, part of the Greylash, or pure faction. They just wanted to show their gratitude then and there.
Peter, Lucia whispered, I think you should get out of here. Aren't you hungry? Lucia whispered.
It was then that Lucas spotted this, and he was also one of the vampires that had seen the two talking before and the confession of love. A deep smile appeared on his face as he opened up his mouth. Kiss! The two of you love each other, and we all know it already. Why are you holding back? Kiss already! Lucas shouted. Lucia's face went bright red, as she didn't know what to do or say, but that's when a chant began. Kiss, kiss, kiss! The chants continued, as she closed her eyes, but soon felt something on her face, a strange feeling of warmth on her cheek. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was Peter's blood-hardened hand.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Peter said, but I'm going to do it anyway because I think I want to.
Leaning forward, Peter pressed his lips against Lucia's, and a cheering roar, louder than when the battle concluded, erupted from the crowd. The news reports were spread around the world of AJ's footage, discussing several different things that had happened, and the headlines seemed to be changing every 15 minutes as the topics moved from one to the other. Will the Greylash leader Xenon retire? Who are the heroes that fought against the mystery beast? Who is Zombie Boy? Who is Zombie Boy's mystery lover? There was a lot of praise from those online about what Peter had done, and even more so, the clip of the two kissing. Towards the end was one of the most viewed videos. But perhaps it was because of what the person who had been deemed Zombie Boy had said or done after the kiss that made it become a hit. After giving the kiss, Peter pulled away and held Lucia by the side of her arms.
Peter,
Lucia said in a soft voice as she looked into his eyes, do you feel the same way? Peter stayed there in silence, not saying a word, and eventually let go and jumped out of the area. Where to? Who knew? But his reaction had caused multiple questions to be asked, whether or not the zombie boy was just shy, or maybe he had no feelings whatsoever. Either way, it was something that people were interested in following, and it was one of the most requested follow-ups for AJ and his team. However, the most important topic that was to come out of the filming was this: is humanity in danger once more? The topic was about the threat that had attacked them. It was something they had never seen before, and the being had called themselves a celestial. The opinions of what these were varied from one group to another. An alien race, a humanoid beast, an experiment from one of the groups. But they were all far off the mark, and if they really knew, it would be almost impossible for humans to comprehend, and it would cause deep fear in them. The stir had even caused popular news channels to create a hosting section. In a studio, there was a sofa at the back, where the host sat in his suit, and there were 3 people, dressed in regular everyday clothing who had come in. One of them was a teacher, another worked for the Green Party, and one of them was a member of Pure as well. Today, we invite our guests to talk about the new beings called the Celestials. We have decided to get those coming from different groups to talk about how they feel about what we should do next on the matter, the host asked, looking towards the teacher. I think the best thing to do is to find out what their goal is. If we can avoid a fight, it will always be best. Maybe we had done something to anger them in the first place, the teacher replied. Although I do agree with my fellow guest, I also think what is important is that all groups come together to fight this force if necessary, the man from the Green Party replied. Look at the clip that you saw. Xenon, the man who they are calling Zombie Boy, and the others, including everyone in the city, had come together to beat the enemy. I think that it's important, if the attack continues, that we should put all our forces together. The host was nodding along as he heard these words, but there was a scoff from his other side. Of course you would say something like that, the man from Pure replied. Don't you think the timing is a little too convenient? Pure had just had an attack, our base destroyed by one of our own, Chris. Yet there he is, on the video, fighting against this new enemy. If you ask me, all of this seems like a setup, an imaginary enemy that was made just to distract you from finding out the truth. That damned Chris and all of them should be hanged for hurting the people. The discussion that was being broadcasted about the event had become heated, and it begged the question, was anyone else someplace else at this point and time also being attacked by the Celestials? If so, they would need to come up with a plan soon. It had taken several extremely strong individuals to defeat just one Celestial, and had left Xenon, the Grey Lash leader, severely injured as well. If another attack happened, would they even be able to handle it? Unbeknownst to the rest of the world, though, at the time the news hadn't just spread to them, but it had been spread to the rest of the Celestials as well. There were stations set up that allowed those to watch the current fights going on between Celestials and Godslayers. However, still, if one was to get out of that space, they would be back to the real Celestial space, where time was far slower. This was why the news of what had happened to Hinto had already been heard by everyone so far. This place is getting stranger and stranger by the day, Yongu said. After you said all those things about him, I thought Hinto had no chance to lose. I thought the same thing, Zox replied. Who knew that there would be those on Earth that were close to the level of a Godslayer, and on top of that, for a dedicated follower as strong as that to help out in the fight? Which brings me to the question, why wasn't that one classified as a Godslayer? I would say it was because of him that the match was won. If it was only the Godslayer against Hinto, I think it was clear who the winner would be, Yongu replied. Exactly, the ball of energy had risen with excitement. The question you asked, though, there is an answer for it. Godslayers are those that are strong enough to be classed as one with their own strength. A dedicated follower can be classed as at the Godslayer level, although we wouldn't typically call them one. However, if they are only that strong due to the energy that they have borrowed from a Celestial, then it doesn't really count. Because, in the end, kill the Celestial and all the dedicated followers perish after. What is strange is how such a person who isn't classified as a Godslayer could hold so much celestial energy like that. The fight was aggravating for Zox, and what was worrying not just him, but all of the Celestials even more, was that 2 of the fighters had been taken out. Depending on how all the other situations went, there was a chance that the whole of the Celestial space would feel very different once again. They had already lost 2 of the Celestials that had been sent out to defeat the Godslayers, and these were ones who were used to fighting against such strong beings. Others would not stand a chance against many of the people from Earth. It was clear that the Celestials didn't like it, this pressure that was in the air, and they just wanted things to return back to normal, which was why all of them were rooting for the Celestials to get rid of the annoying Godslayers. I wonder what Mundus thinks of this, Yongu asked. A small hiccup, a voice from behind replied. When turning around, they could see Mundus standing right behind them, which caused their energy forms to shrivel in size as they were both frightened. Right then and there, they wanted to run off, but if they did, they knew it would be disrespectful, and they perhaps would be put in the reincarnation cycle next. However, even though they had no heart in this space, they could feel it racing when looking at Mundus. Although the 2 hadn't told each other, both of them feared that Mundus perhaps had found out about their involvement with the Celestial in question, that was causing part of this mess. If their loyalties came under question, it would not be long before the two of them would also become a target for the other Celestials and the Elder Ones. "I will explain to you, and I hope you can pass this on if anyone asks," Mundus stated. "The Ancient Ones are always thinking ahead. If Hinto failed, it just means they have something planned for after that. There was a reason why these people were selected. I believe the strongest fighting Celestials weren't chosen, so we could gauge how big the problem is. As for Hinto himself, I believe it's so Immortui can get more involved. You know, the Ancient Ones and him have a history, and maybe sending Hinto was a way for them to communicate, and now with him gone, maybe Immortui will make bigger strides to get rid of this problem," Mundus stated, and continued to walk past. Due to recent events, the small group that was responsible for taking out the new being, which was known as a Celestial, was unable to go around any of the Greylash planets without being recognized. Peter had somewhat of a solution, since he could transform his own looks and change Chris's appearance as well. But then, what would they do with Laxmus? Which was why Xynon had offered for them to come with him for the time being. They were heading towards the base of the Greylash faction, which was more so just a large piece of land that was floating through space. They thought they would also get their answer as to where the ship was seen heading in their section. However, the group wasn't alone, as there were a few extra guests. Currently sitting at a table on the medium-sized vessel, Lucia had her hands on the top of her head. "Remind me why these three were invited here again?" Lucia asked. The man sitting next to her had a grin on his face and a tablet in hand, typing away everything that was happening so far. It wasn't an ordinary man. In fact, it was the incredible reporter that was known as AJ. "One of the biggest topics of discussion that is going on right now is what is happening between you and Zombie Boy," AJ stated. "I won't film anything you two don't want to see. I'm just writing the observations I have, and besides, every time I try to talk to him, I'm scared I might get hit." AJ's eyes darted to the corner of the room where Peter had his arms folded and was paying attention. After eating food and collecting his limbs, he was back to the way he was. During this journey, AJ was so amazed that he continued to ask nonstop questions about Peter, how his body worked, and what that surge of energy was. In truth, Peter just ignored the reporter, not saying anything, but then there was a certain question asked that rubbed him the wrong way. How did he feel about Lucia? That was the first time he had caught a reaction and words out of Peter, but they had sent a shiver down AJ's spine. "If you keep asking questions, I'll punch you through the wall." After those words, AJ stopped and decided to move his questions to Lucia, who at first was open to answering some of them, but when it came to stuff with the Celestials and more, she kept her mouth shut. She was smart enough to know what panic this would cause in the world. "Don't forget that it was because of AJ that you guys were able to get out of there peacefully," Vanessa added. As for the other two guests that had hopped onto the ship as silently as they could, following AJ, it was the vampire pair, Vanessa and Lucas. Since they had been a great help to AJ and had given him the scoop of a lifetime, he had asked the two to come work for him as assistants, and the two of them were more than willing to. They had always wanted a sense of adventure, but not quite one that would put their own lives on the front line, so this was perfect, and they too were interested in this mysterious group. "Yes," Lucas added, "because of AJ reporting that he had seen you guys on the north side, all of those reporters that were waiting for you at the docking station rushed off, and we could sneak onto here with ease. So, I think, a few questions wouldn't hurt too much." "You guys do have to understand a few things, though," Xynon said, sitting at the metal table, and clashing his hands against the bottom, making a clanging sound. For Xynon, he hadn't gotten his arms back. Instead, he had to make do with two bionic ones. They were somewhat common items that people could buy these days, and a procedure that could be done with ease. At the moment, he just got the standard off-the-shelf stuff, but his best bet was to go to Green City after and see Logan, himself, to get the best of the best. "This matter with the Celestials is off-limits. I don't mind you guys talking about your theories and such, but there is a line. From now on, I don't want any live broadcastings of what happens if you are to follow. On top of that, everything has to go through us before it gets out there to the public, and if anything extremely sensitive such as the location of them gets out, or you decide to secretly post something regarding the others online, The whole Greylash faction will be mobilized to get rid of you. And not even with your wealth could you hire enough travelers to stop that." AJ gulped. His integrity as a reporter really didn't allow him to let his videos be censored or edited by others, but what choice did he have, which was why he just decided to nod. Now that it was over, Xynon's question went over to the others, and he looked at Chris since he was the easier to talk to out of the two. "I'll let you guys borrow a ship, and I'll give you the coordinates, but after that, what do you two plan on doing? Are you still going to look for Zero?" Xynon asked. AJ's ears were burning up, but from the look of things, this wasn't something he could report on. Still, right now, he was happy that he was just present in the room. "Zero, the leader of Pure. I guess it would make sense that Chris is after him. After all, why would he attack his own base? Something must have happened, and now he's traveling with one of the people that disrupted the chained wedding. It's clear that there are many pieces to this, but as to what they were and how everything came together, I don't know." "I know you are focused on this task, but that thing attacked you for a reason," Xynon reiterated. "Don't you think that they might be out there attacking others as well?" "I have no doubt," Chris replied instantly. "But you also have to realize, Xynon, that the human race has been put through a lot recently. We have grown in leaps and strides when it comes to strength. These guys thought it would be easy taking us out, but they were wrong." Chris had said these words with such conviction, and in his mind he had one person, Quinn. After facing him, he was finding it hard to imagine that anyone could beat him, god or not. In his head, he replayed that if Hinto and Quinn were to fight, who would win? Although Quinn was less skilled, Chris had learned to not underestimate him, because not only did he have a wide range of abilities, he was extremely versatile. He also improved the most when it came to it being in the middle of a fight. "We have to continue," Peter spoke, "because it's to help Quinn. We need to get as much off his plate as possible. That man has done enough for the world, so let's do this and let the damn person rest." "Quinn?" Vanessa replied. "Are you guys talking about the great hero, Quinn? Is that who you are doing this all for?" She found it strange that they were trying to help a dead person. "Even in that fight, he helped me," Peter stated, which raised more eyebrows. "I don't think we have to worry about him," Chris said. "If any Celestial comes for him, they would be the unlucky ones." Things were slowly coming into AJ's mind as he was figuring things out. Out of nowhere, who could have come to such an event and disrupt the whole world? Once again, who were these strong people, world leaders like Xynon, able to help and work under, even to change the views of the great Chris to betray the Pure faction? When thinking about it all, it was so simple, and at that moment, there was a ping on AJ's system. He opened up his screen, and one of his informants had delivered him some news. At the Vampire core base on Mars, vampires were claiming that Quinn had returned. "Everyone," AJ called out at that moment, "I know you said you didn't want me to film. You don't want me to tell the whole world what is happening. At least not yet anyway, which is why I have a proposal. After this is all over, when you guys are done doing what you have done, I wish to listen to all your stories, listen to everything you have done, everything you have been through, and record it. Maybe I can make it into a documentary of some sort, but perhaps a book that can be passed on, so the entire world continues to know of all your feats and everything you ever did." The others, hearing this, they thought the idea of a book sounded pretty interesting. When Xynon returned to the main Greylash planet, there was quite a reception from the old men and the longtime members of the Greylash household. They had seen the videos as well and were deeply concerned for him. However, with a big smile on his face, he made sure to not let anyone worry about him. "I still have plenty of life left in me, and don't worry, I won't pass until I find out the truth," Xynon said. This caused concern on some of the elders' faces for a few reasons. Some of them just simply believed that Owen Greylash had died naturally and hadn't been murdered. Only a few knew that. Xynon claimed that he was searching for the truth. Eventually, the whole group headed to the palace, including Lucia. She had wanted to stop by her household, but she wanted to stay with the others for a little while longer, at least before they left. The group was walking through the palace and was heading to Xynon's room. Surely reporters wouldn't be allowed in such an area, but they had done so, and Xynon had even given permission for AJ to film. At the end of the day, his job was to be a reporter, so he needed to give AJ a carrot once in a while. Otherwise, maybe he would just be tempted to spill the beans. In truth,
Xenon felt like one day AJ would spill everything, but in a way, Xenon wanted the world to know about everything. It was the people in the first place that had caused these numbers of problems, and it was the others above them that wished to control them. I know, I could have just sent you guys the coordinates, but in truth, I wanted to talk to you on the journey here about what happened. I thought there was a chance that it could have a relation to Owen. Either way, I also thought it was best I give you the information personally, as these days we don't know what could happen, Xenon explained. The group had reached the courtyard. It was a beautiful garden with plants and flowing water at the very top floor. It was impressive how they had such a thing inside the palace. Something had caught Xenon's eye, though. Can you guys wait for a second? Xenon stated as he walked towards the center of the garden to the large statue that was in the middle. He looked at his robotic arm and started to move his fingers in and out towards his palm. For a second, sparks started to gather from his shoulder, and they began to swirl around the entirety of his bionic arm. Then, looking at the statue, he threw out his fist at a fast speed, bashing into it, causing it to crumble to pieces and fall onto the grass. "Leader, what have you done?" an old elder shouted from the side as he saw this. "That was the great Genbu statue, the one that had helped our beloved Owen." "No," Xenon stated. "That damn turtle now works for someone else. There is no need to have a statue of him here." Not saying anything else, Xenon continued toward his room. The others understood. Eren now had Genbu, and most likely, she was the one that played a part in killing Owen. At least, that was Xenon's theory. The elders had rushed to the broken pieces of the statue, picking them up off the ground. "Stop! If anyone dares to put that statue back together, then I will make sure I never see them here again. There is a reason for everything I'm doing," Xenon continued, and the elders had dropped the pieces of the statue there and then. AJ was smirking at this, because everything had been caught on camera, and he thought in the meantime, while he couldn't live stream for a while, putting out bits and pieces like this would do them well. After entering the room, everything was relatively quick. A ship had been prepared for Chris, Peter, and the other three, who surprisingly would be joining them, with the coordinates in hand. "I wish you guys good luck on your journey, and if there is anything you need help with, stop by or send us a message. I will do my best to help you out as long as it's no more dangerous fighting," Xenon chuckled. Before turning around, everyone's eyes were on a certain couple. Lucia had approached Peter to say her goodbyes. Her head was down, and she was twiddling her thumbs nervously, while Peter just stood there staring at the wall on the other side. It was hard to tell what his emotions were in all of this, especially by the reaction on his face. It was like he was made of stone. Even during the kiss, he seemed to lack any kind of passion. "Peter, stay safe. You know I care a lot about you, right? And about before, if you really don't feel the same way, you can just forget everything. You don't have to force yourself," Lucia stated. She had survived without Peter before, so she was pretty sure she could continue to survive without him now as well. It was just, in the middle of everything, she never thought she would find a person she cared about so much, someone she wanted to look after, and it was the first time for her. So she was hoping that the feelings would be responded back. "Lucia," Peter started off his sentence, "for a long time, there has been only one person on my mind, someone I care about. I think about all the time, and I wish they were always by my side. I would do anything they asked, and anything they wished." Lucia was starting to blush hearing these words. Finally, she was hearing what she had wanted, and it was all coming out so fast. Never in her life did she think she would hear Peter speak these words about her. "I would even risk my life for Quinn." Hearing that name, everyone's faces dropped at that moment, and Lucia felt like she had been stabbed in the heart. All of those words, they were for Quinn. I guess Peter really has only one person on his mind, Lucia thought. I understand. Good luck, and I hope we can continue to meet. The groups had split up, and they were now flying through space once again. While on the ship, though, Chris was curious about what he had just heard. Why? Why did you bother to tell Lucia all that stuff about Quinn? Chris asked. Both Vanessa, Lucas, and AJ were curious as well. Because that is how I used to feel, but now there are two people in my mind from time to time, Peter replied. What? Chris shouted back. Then why didn't you say that to her? You made her completely misunderstand you. I was going to, but she had already said goodbye. The conversation ended. No need to continue, and it's not important.
All four of them slapped their heads so forcefully after hearing this that they were too stunned to even say anything. Peter was certainly an oddball for them all, but that's what made him so interesting to follow as well. Any woman that decided to stay with him, her life certainly would be a hard one, they imagined, or perhaps a very easy one based on his loyalty to Quinn. AJ had half a mind to send a copy of what Peter had said back to the Greylash base, but thought it would be better if the two of them handled their stuff by themselves. The group eventually entered the new solar system of planets, and there were large chunks of asteroids that were floating around some of the planets. They looked somewhat like moons, although their size wasn't that large and spherical. Eventually, they landed on the closest planet and decided to stretch themselves for a bit.
"So, do you have any idea how you are going to locate this Zero person?" Vanessa asked. "There are so many planets, and some of them are gigantic. It could take years to find them without a plan."
"Energy," Chris answered. "Zero uses a large amount of ki when he fights, and I am used to what his ki feels like. Out here, these planets were said to be dangerous, so if he's fighting, I can—" At that moment, staring off into the far distance, a large explosion was heard. They looked into the sky, and like a moon, another planet could be seen in the distance, not too far from theirs. A giant cloud, like a nuclear bomb that had gone off, could be seen, and from here they eventually felt the wind and at the same time the wave of energy that hit them. "That's Zero. He's fighting on that planet." Chris grinded his teeth and began to transform. In a solar system far, far away from Earth, on a planet that was once uninhabitable, the celestial known as Timoon had been sent for a particular task. The task that was set up by Mundus, the Celestials believed it to be an easy job. Although not all of them had fought against god-slayers before, they had created a reputation for themselves as one of the most fight-centric gods with great strength and power. Unlike some that would just worry about their celestial points or let things flow naturally, these Celestials were different. They tended to rule the planets with an iron fist, forcing the people to complete whatever their condition was. This style would often cause uprisings. Those that grew in strength would try to overtake their oppressors, but the gods were still powerful and strong enough to deal with them. It meant that the Celestials always found their strength beyond those around them, and would even begin to become complacent on new tasks and against new enemies. For Timoon, since he had never fought against a god-slayer before, Mundus had sent him against a relatively easier opponent. "The god-slayer that you have been sent after has done little to disrupt our plans. In fact, they have hardly acted at all, but they have left the area of Imortui's control. But this all does not mean we can just let them go. We need to teach these Earthlings a lesson and make sure they know their place." According to Mundus, this was going to be a relatively easy task, and when arriving in the strange office-like building with glass surrounding the entire space, Timoon thought the same as well as he looked at the human in front of him. So why, after everything that he had done, after all of the battles he had fought, why was he the one lying on the ground, with his entire body detached from his head? Slowly, his body began to disintegrate into the blowing air, turning into particles too small for the eyes to see. "This place is too dangerous," Timoon muttered before a large black foot stomped on his head, bursting it into dust and finishing the Celestial off. "That was strange," Pine, the Dalki, said. The room they were in was completely destroyed. All the glass panels around them were shattered, and there were several large holes through the building, despite the material it had been made of. The building was actually meant to be resistant to attacks like these. "Yes, you're right. He was both harder and easier than I thought. The energy around him was interesting as well. I would have loved to have studied that," the red-eyed man said. "It was a being that didn't seem to be a human beast or even an alien, as if it was from some completely different place. It's a shame that Pine has turned his body into nothing but dust. Otherwise, I would have loved to have studied it." "I didn't turn him to dust," Pine replied. "I thought you would want to do something like that, which is why I chose not to hurt him as much. If there is anyone you should be having a go at, it's the new H." Everyone had turned their heads to a dark corner of the room, where huffing and panting could be heard. From the outline, the figure looked larger than the average Dalki, but it had the kind of eyes that screamed signs of madness in them. Filled with anger and hatred, they stared back at them. "You are far stronger than I thought," the human claimed. "This will do well. This will do very well. Inside the celestial space, there was a word that another celestial had perished. There were rumors flying around that it felt like the Godslayers were becoming too big of a threat, and that anyone who was being sent out was sent to their death, because even Timoon, who supposedly had the easiest task at hand, was defeated and turned to dust. Mundus sat down on what looked like a chair that was made of the same type of energy as everyone else. It was attached to the floor and glowing. He seemed to be in deep thought as he reassessed the current situation while tapping his fingertips on the arm of the chair. "Those who witnessed Timoon's fight, report to me what you saw. I also want to get in contact with the Celestials in the area and ask if they sensed any strange energy readings, or if any strange happenings have been going on for a while around them." After everyone who had witnessed the fight gathered in front of him and began to talk about it, Mundus had a grasp on what happened during the fight, but he still didn't quite understand. That was until he talked to those that worked in the nearby or the same solar system that the planet was in. Soon, he learned the history of these people, the history of those that owned the Marpo cruise line. Then, on top of that, one of the Celestials who was close by also revealed that he had sensed the energy reading of the fight while it happened. This had given him all the information he needed to know exactly what went wrong. "The force behind Marpo crews seems to be extremely powerful, on the level where they could affect the whole universe wherever they went. What I find weird is that they have accumulated this much power and are just running a cruise line. That makes no sense. Wealth, money, resources, once these things are obtained, if one is not satisfied, they would never gather this much power. The only reason why someone would gather an army like this is to conquer. One thing is clear, though. They have at least 3 people within their ranks who stand as the Godslayer level when it comes to strength. Maybe they have more, but we wouldn't know unless we run an investigation. For now, letting others know about this would just make them anxious. We need to focus on the current problem at hand and keep an eye on what these people are exactly trying to do. Perhaps the two will take out each other, or one will take out the other, making them weak. Then we can get rid of all our problems in one," Mundus said as he stood up, and the chair underneath him vanished. He wasn't going to report to the Ancient Ones that he had failed his task, not until the task actually failed, and there were still plenty of ways he could resolve the problems and get the upper hand. Back on the planet where Timoon had perished, everyone was getting over what had just happened. Both the human and the red-eyed man were walking down the hallway as they returned to the docking area where all the giant cruise ships were. "Will this incident hamper our plans?" the red-eyed man asked. "It could be someone who we have angered. Perhaps they will be sending more." "Let them send more. I think H on his own could have dealt with the 2 of them, and Pine is equally as strong," the human replied. "On top of that, we have a whole army that we haven't revealed yet." "We proceed with the plan. The Marpo crews will be suspended for business, and we are to proceed with our attack." The red-eyed man had a large smile on his face when he heard this. Finally, after all this time, they would be going back to where it all started for them. However, there were too many enemies, too many to choose from. "I will proceed with the opening of the chambers. I will be there with him, so there will not be a problem. This will increase our strength twofold, even more than before. Without fail, it will be impossible for us to lose." In the past, I would have said to be careful with those words. You could jinx us by saying something like this, but I agree, the man replied, "which is why with our return, I will make a statement. Our first target will be the elimination of the Blade family." The Blade ship was large, and over the course of 1,000 years, there were now thousands of those that had the Blade ability, as it was passed down to their family members and more. On top of that, the Blade community had become more than just those from the Blades. It had become a faction. Honestly, during the 1,000 years, just like in the past, due to their strong ability, the Blades were feared and felt like they were unmatched in terms of power. They hadn't directly got involved with the ongoing dispute between the Pure faction and the Greens, but that was mainly because Logan had told them not to, due to the nature of the humans during that time. This was why, even though it was the first time the Blades had ever had an intruder be able to come aboard their ship, no one was scared and was ready to take them on. However, possibly the strongest Blade in existence was frightened. "Step back!" Syl shouted immediately to everyone as he recognized the energy in front of him, the energy of a Celestial. The one that had claimed to be called Kippo,
was the celestial that had been tasked with taking on Syl. The one known as Kippo had a human-like body. There was currently no clothes or armor on him, and only his smooth skin could be seen. It was solid white in color, with a few black patterns over his arms and legs, making them somewhat look like tribal tattoos that had been placed on his skin. His eyes were also a solid black, which made them stand out due to the contrast against his skin. It was hard to tell from just looking at the figure if they were strong or not, and although Syl could sense celestial energy from this one, how much was hard to say. "Syl, are you really worried?" Borden asked, surprised by his actions. "I mean, you haven't been with us for a while, but with all of us, we can take this one on." "We should listen to Syl," Borden said, as there was an uneasy feeling he could sense from the person in front of him. "If Syl is worried, he must know something, so everyone should be cautious." Syl had every right to be worried. Although he had beaten Celestials before, after the last one, he had come to the conclusion that not all of them were weak. Taking out Athos took him and Quinn together. Right now, Quinn wasn't here, and it was the first time that a Celestial had come to him. If they knew about him, knew who he was and what he did, he couldn't imagine anyone they would send would be weak. "I can't get the image that I saw out of my head. Logan was right. It was a bad idea to look into the future, but what if this is the future I saw? Maybe I would have never come back, and everyone here would be dead. I can't risk it. I can't risk these guys getting hurt." Placing his hand on the ground, a large portal had been made, and soon the Celestial, Syl, Vorden, along with those that were in his mind, and finally Borden, had sunk through. The next second, they saw themselves rising and appearing somewhere completely new. There were trees, large meadows of grass, but at the same time, patches of what just looked like a dull land of rock. When looking up as well, there wasn't much of a sky, and you could see space pretty clearly. "Where are we?" Vorden asked. "Somewhere it doesn't matter if we go all out," Syl replied as he opened his book, changing his abilities and getting ready for combat. They were on one of Mars's moons. It had a total span of 3,000 miles, making it far smaller than a planet. The good thing was, the moon had been used as a practice run for terraforming, which was why there were plants and insects, but no other life. No one lived here, which was perfect. "All right, well, I guess it's just going to have to be us three that take on this guy, huh?" Borden said with a smile, as he had transformed his body into more of a Dalki, as the scales appeared more vividly on his face. "Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to fight in this one," Vorden said. "It might be best if I stay out of it. I don't have any useful abilities at the moment, none strong enough to take out this guy, and besides, I know I would just get in your way." Truth was, it was an accident on Syl's behalf bringing Vorden, but if it was just one person, it should be easy enough for him to protect. "Are you done?" Kippo asked. "I was kind enough for you to let you change our fighting area. If this is more comfortable for you, then it means it is more comfortable for me as well." For some reason, this Celestial seemed to have manners, but that was just making Syl worry even more, as it meant it had great confidence. "My only task was to take you out, so let's begin, shall we?" Of course, there was a couple that was following the fight closely, as they had been following all of the fights. "The Celestials keep losing. Do you think it will be the same with this fight?" Yongu asked. "I mean, this is the Godslayer that has been giving everyone the most trouble, the most worry, and perhaps the one that even started all of this mess to begin with." Although Yongu didn't say anything, he had also met this one in person, and he seemed to have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. All of his dedicated followers had perished, and fairly easily as well. "You should know, Kippo," Zox replied. "Although before we talked about Hinto being one of the most dangerous Celestials, he certainly isn't the strongest. There are many well-known fighting Celestials in this space, and Kippo is one of the strongest ones." Yongu had heard of Kippo's name, and that was impressive for the Celestial space, with how many Celestials there were, but he still had focused too much on his own planets to know why he was so menacing. "You have to remember what you just said. Of course, Mundus knows that this Godslayer is dangerous. After seeing him fight against Athos, no one would send a weakling after him, and Kippo is not a weakling by any means," Zox explained. "Many might not know this because it has been so long, but there are two things that everyone should know about Kippo. One is that he wasn't a born Celestial. Similar to Athos, he wasn't a born Celestial but had become one. This in itself means that he had been through a lot. As for how he became one, I do not know. As for the second fact, although this might not be impressive to many, Kippo has never had to go through the reincarnation cycle. He has lived for a very, very long time, never having to experience death once. Usually, Celestials are foolish and get carried away due to their powers, only to be reborn. Some even choose to go into it. However, you have to understand that Kippo was there during the White War. Hearing this, Yongu finally understood what he meant, why it was impressive that Kippo had never reincarnated. The White War was the only war to have ever occurred in the celestial space in the past. Without a doubt, out of all of those that had been sent to hunt the Godslayers, Kippo is one of the strongest among them, and might very well be one of the strongest fighting Celestials as well, unlike the others. When starting a fight against someone of a certain caliber, there was always something that had to go through Sill's mind, and it was what set of abilities he was to use. At first, there were always standard abilities that he would use to fight against his opponents, safe bets such as the lightning power that the Greylash family used. Of course, one of the strongest things he could do was make clones of himself and fight that way, but that took up a lot of MC cells, which was why he had to test the water. Thinking this, Sill had formed lightning around both of his arms. It sparked and condensed, forming 2 light blue tornadoes on his hands, but eventually that had condensed down even further into pure blue solid lightning bolts. It looked somewhat similar to when Xenon used his soul weapon, only these were pulsating with power, and a shine could be seen over the entire area, lighting up nearly everything around them. Kippo cocked his head as he saw Sill charging his attack. His demeanor had not changed at all, though. He still looked completely confident as he looked at the blades. "Ah, no wonder the others were quite scared of you," Kippo said. "I can tell that you have a lot of power, and this is just the first attack, but you should be careful to go all out, especially against someone like me." Kippo started to walk forward. It was the first time he had moved since being teleported to the area, but he didn't run, nor had he sprung any type of attack. "Just give me the word, Sill. I'll do my best to follow your lead," Borden stated. Meanwhile, Vorden had already run quite the distance away and was currently hiding behind one of the large rocks on the planet. Not that he thought it would do much good if the 3 of them got into an all-out fight. Nowhere on the moon would be exactly safe for them. Throwing both lightning bolts, a loud bang was heard. Thunder had been created just like a real lightning strike, and faster than most eyes could see, both of the bolts had been flung straight across, hitting Kippo directly. However, after the loud bangs and the flash of light, there didn't seem to be anything else. Kippo continued to walk forward, not a scorch mark on his body, and not having slowed down a single bit. "What happened? Did the attack miss?" Borden asked. "No, it hit perfectly. Don't act yet, Borden, not until we know what is up with this guy. Let's just stay back and let me attack from a distance," Sill ordered. Sill was sure his attack had hit, but for some reason it had done nothing. It had touched the Celestial's body and had done nothing. While still using his lightning powers, Sill had created giant lightning whips and hammered them down over his head. Lifting his arms up, Kippo grabbed onto them and was now holding them in place in his hands, like they were nothing. Changing tactics, Sill had created a portal and teleported himself, right above where Kippo was. A fist of flames had been created, aiming straight for Kippo's head, but of course, Sill wasn't just going to use a small amount of flames. An entire mountain of fire had erupted behind his arms, propelling his fist forward like a rocket. At the same time, the edge of his knuckles had been condensed with flames, to the point where they were no longer red, and it was almost a white, bright, shining color. As the fist slammed into Kippo, the ground erupted around, chucking up stones, and the nearby green area was burning to pieces, riling up just due to the intense heat. Once again, though, Kippo had raised his arm up and had blocked the punch. He was just as fast as Sill, but that wasn't the problem. It was the fact that the flames were doing nothing. The Celestial didn't look to have any strain on his face as he blocked the attack, or take on the intense heat that would have been able to melt nearly anything. Is it his skin? Is it just a tough hide that is resistant to heat? But the lightning didn't work either. Maybe it's an ability instead, Sill thought. Since the attack wasn't working, Sill had quickly teleported away before the Celestial could do anything. Lightning hadn't worked, and neither had fire, 2 of the big 4 powers of the past. Surely out of the large arsenal of powers he had, something would work against the Celestial. A tornado of sharp, deadly cuts was thrown out towards him, but he continued to walk forward. The deadliest acid had formed into a snake that gobbled up his entire body, and yet still there wasn't a mark on Kippo's body. Despite everything Sil was throwing at it, Kippo just kept on walking forward towards them. Drowning Kippo in water by having his head stuck in it for a few minutes as he went around, and still there was no reaction from the Celestial. Instead, as it just continued to walk toward him, Sil had continued to go through a number of different abilities, using all his strength as he conjured the strongest attacks he could think of, and yet not a single one had worked, and still Sil couldn't discover what powers the person had in front of him. Nothing is working. How can this be? Even when fighting against Athos, these attacks would work, Sil thought. I have to keep trying. I have to figure out what this person can do, otherwise it's going to be the end of the Blade family. Vorden, who was watching everything by the side, was impressed at how strong Sil had gotten. The whole area the two were in, it had completely been destroyed and crumbled to the ground, and such powerful attacks had been made that Vorden was sure that the moon had been pushed out of its original position. Sil was more powerful than ever. He had fought hundreds of times and knew how to use his powers well, better than anyone else. But maybe Sil still had a lot to learn when it came to things such as figuring out his enemies. Maybe during this time fighting on his own, he just had gone against many that he didn't need to use his head so much. The problem was, what was the answer to this fight? Because even Vorden didn't know. Even when I use my future sight ability, all I can see is this damn Celestial continue to walk forward at every single one of my attacks, Sil thought, and it was starting to cause him a lot of concern. That's it. I've had enough. I can't just stand here and wait all day, Vorden shouted as he charged in for the first time. Large amounts of the land had cracks beneath his feet as Vorden drew all his strength into one hit. A punch had been thrown toward Kippo's head, and it had been dodged, but the impact of the punch had destroyed nearly a mile of trees behind the three of them, what was left of the trees after the continuous attacks of Sil. However, Vorden had used his tail to whack the feet of Kippo, unexpectedly causing him to trip, and while falling to the floor, Vorden grabbed both of his hands and hammered down Kippo into the ground. A grunt was heard as he crashed deeper into the moon, breaking off more chunks that went so far that they started to float off into space. However, Vorden's hand had been grabbed, and soon his whole body was lifted as he was the one that was slammed back into the ground as well, and a kick followed as he was stomped over and over again. "Stop that!" Sil shouted as he charged over as fast as he could using his speed. Then, gathering his ki and using a strength ability, Sil hit Kippo right in the gut, sending him off into the distance and into the sky. He was sure that Kippo wasn't dead, and he would be back any second now. Getting off the ground, Vorden wiped away the green blood from his mouth. "That guy can definitely punch well," Vorden said. "Yeah, thanks to you, I think I figured out a way to beat this guy. This Celestial, he must be resistant to elemental attacks. His skin, it just absorbs everything, but when you hit him, it was the first time he had reacted." "If that's the case, then it's time to go straight to the next plan," Sil stated, as he started to create an army of himself, and each one of them pulled out their items, including Sil, with his trusty and special trident. "If it's a physical fight, then I'm not lacking in that department either," Sil smiled. Despite all the MC cells that Sil had, even with them combined with his strongest abilities, nothing seemed to be able to harm the thick white skin of the Celestial. It was the first time for Sil, even when he was fighting against other Celestials, that his skills couldn't do something. However, despite this, perhaps he was being too cautious in the fight, because it took Vorden to act before Sil began to realize that he was nowhere near done. He hadn't even touched the tip of the iceberg in comparison to what he could do. The first thing Sil did was clone himself, 12 different times to be exact. As he did, each one of them opened up a portal and pulled out demon tier level weapons. Swords, spears, shields, and of course, Sil himself was also using his favorite demon tier weapon, the trusty trident. "If I can't hurt him with abilities and such, I can always just use weapons and my natural strength," Sil thought. At that moment, Kippo could be seen falling back down from the sky. Borden, no longer standing by the side, had decided to jump up in the air to meet him halfway. Borden threw out a large fist of his, and Kippo had done the same. When they both collided, there was a clear winner in power, as Borden had been sent back down, crashing into the moon and skidding across the land, breaking up all of the ground. The next moment, Kippo was in front of Borden, reaching out and attempting to grab him by the neck. While blood was oozing out of Borden, internally he was growing stronger and whacked the Celestial's arm out of the way, punching him in the stomach twice. These were large, powerful blows, mountain-shattering punches that were being dealt to Kippo. Taking the hits well, though, Kippo planted his feet and grabbed onto Borden's shoulders. With his fingertips, he dug them into his hard scales, piercing through them and causing them to begin oozing blood, and began pushing him down. His legs suddenly broke through part of the ground, and only half of Borden's body could be seen. Kippo had buried Borden right into the ground by simply pushing him down. He was trapped there for the moment. "You stay here nice and still while I break you," Kippo stated, letting go and spreading both of his hands as if he was ready to perform a massive clap, right there and then, moving his two hands together as they came right towards Borden's head. Using all of his strength, Borden was pulling himself out of the ground. It was working, but of course, it might be a little too late. As the hands came close, out from the side, a large hammer struck down at once, hitting Kippo on the forearm and pushing it down, while at the same time on the other side, a spear had been whacked from above doing the same. Both of Kippo's arms had been hit, and not only that, there was Syl himself who was ready with his trident. Thrusting it forward with his strength and gathering the power of the water around it that swirled around, he shoved it forward, hitting Kippo's skin. Even though this time it touched him, it was unable to pierce the surface of Kippo's hard skin, but the strength of the attack still hit him away, sending him a good 10 yards across the ground before he stopped. "What are these, clones? But they're all as strong as you." Swinging his arm around before moving forward, Kippo had hit one of the clones in the head, one of those that was behind him, and prepared to strike him with a demon-tier sword. As it hit the Syl clone, it stumbled for a bit, and during that stumble, Kippo picked up the Syl clone and slammed him into the ground. The black markings on Kippo started to swirl and move on his body as if they were alive. At that moment, all of the clone Syls had gone in for an attack, aiming to try and knock Kippo off the Syl he was about to deal with. Using all their strength and power, some using the power of speed, others using the power of strength, they thrusted and swung their weapons towards him, and all of them had landed. Yet not a single weapon, even with the power of it being a demon tier and the power of Syl's abilities, none were able to pierce the skin or knock Kippo from this place. He continued to slam his foot down, and it had gone right through the Syl clone, turning it into a cloud of smoke. Although the Syls that were created were just as strong, ability-wise, as the real Syl, their endurance was not the same. A strong hit was able to defeat a clone, and this was what Syl was somewhat afraid of. Given how strong the Celestial was, and since none of his abilities were working, all of his clones were useless against the enemy. His MC cells, at the level they were, allowed him to create thousands of clones, and with the abilities he had, usually there wasn't a single person in the world that could stand up to that. The thing was, if none of his abilities were to work against the Celestial in front of him, what was he meant to do? Another one of the Syls had thrust a spear forward. Once again, Kippo had done nothing, no leaning, no trying to avoid the strike whatsoever, and allowed for the spear to hit his chest. The spear had used its active skills, opening up like a claw, and now 5 points had attempted to pierce the Celestial, but that hadn't worked at all. It was then that Kippo went ahead and grabbed onto the spear. Relentless attacks from the others were being used on him from behind, but they were doing nothing. What is this? Before, when Syl had thrust the spear, it was able to do something, but why isn't it working now? Borden thought. Is the Celestial's resistance actually getting stronger as the fight is going on? If that is really the case, then is it possible to win this fight? With such strength, Kippo had pulled the demon-tier spear out from Syl's hand and quickly turned it around, so it was now in his. Thrusting it forward, all 5 points had pierced Syl's body, making it turn into smoke now. I can tell that you are incredibly strong. If you were to go up against any of the other Celestials that had been sent out, you would have won against them relatively easily. I believe only one might have given you trouble. Nevertheless, you are one of the strongest god slayers out there." With the spear again, Kippo went to attack another Sill, but a super sped-up Sill had dived in, with the demon tier shield stopping the attack. As soon as it did, the shield looked to have a mouth on it and began to consume the spear on the spot, breaking it down. Letting go and jumping back, Kippo was slightly worried that something might happen next, and this gave Sill the perfect chance to attack. Gathering all of his power, Sill had thrown out the trident, and while it was in the air, it began to multiply. If there was one thing about Kippo, he didn't seem to have any attacks of his own. There was no special beam, powers, or any of the other sort, just the hard-resistant exterior and his super-strong body. After throwing the trident, though, Sill had gone once more, and with his super speed, he ran towards the multiple tridents and grabbed onto the end of one, pushing it forward as it went right towards Kippo's head. It slammed into his head, making a thunderous sound, and the power of the weapon had even shook the waves and water that was on the moon, but it had still failed to pierce Kippo. Splitting his hands again, it looked like Kippo was ready to do the same move as he had attempted against Borden. He brought both his hands together, but it seems like even if he had performed a clap, it would fall short of where Sill was. When both of Kippo's hands clapped together, a thunderous bang was heard, and a loud rush of power exploded the one standing in front of him. Sill was no more, and instead a cloud of smoke had appeared. That wasn't the real one? Kippo thought. You're wrong, a voice said off to the side. I could beat any Celestial that came after me, and that includes you. Turning around, Kippo could see an army of Sills that numbered in the thousands, and judging by the smile on Sill's face, for some reason, he was confident he could win this fight.
Borden had been watching everything from the side, but even he didn't know when Sill had done the switch with his true self. Even he was worried when he saw the life of Sill disappear in front of his eyes, though there was a feeling of relief after seeing the cloud of smoke. However, turning his head, all of a sudden, there seemed to be around 1,000 or so Sills coming from another direction, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Sill, you have gained this much power? Are all these clones as powerful as the ones that have been fighting so far? Borden asked himself. Each time, Sill was reaching new heights in his eyes, battling these so-called gods. Now he could see how a human was able to go toe-to-toe with them. Don't be jealous, Rayton stated in his mind. That guy was always different from us, and don't forget, I always kicked his arse when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Borden smiled at this comment, remembering the memory from over 1,000 years ago. Are you telling me that if you were to go into combat with him now, you too would also be confident of winning? Rayton's silence was the answer. There was no chance, perhaps not even against one version of Sill, never mind this many. You were able to take on my lightning powers, right? You're resistant to attacks, physical attacks, and all of that, Sill replied. Well, let's see how resistant you really are. 1/10 of the Sills had begun to gather their power, and in doing so, they had formed lightning around their arms in the form of tornadoes. Their eyes lit up blue as they were using all of the MC cells in their body. At the same time, the line behind them had begun to form water particles in the air, and small raindrops of water were gathering around them. In another direction were the Sills that had demon-tier weapons. Another one held on to the weapon, and immediately the demon-tier weapon had formed a copy, making a clone of the weapon itself. After that, another clone of the Sill touched the weapon, and it started to glow. One Sill was using all of his powers that allowed him to clone beast weapons. Due to the high number of MC cells and the level, it allowed for the clone of the weapon to be pretty close in power to the original. Still, that didn't matter, because there were other Sills in the group that had an enhancement power, somewhat similar to what Sarah could do, but not at the same level. Sill was improving the power of the weapon that he held in his hand. Among all the thousands of Sills that were present, each of them was enhancing their powers. The water and lightning were to go together to create a devastating attack. Flames could be seen in the distance, ready to melt the power of Earth and create molten lava rock. While the 10 clones were fighting, Sill was busy making all of his clones the strongest possible. There was one downside to his soul weapon, and that was the time it took to switch out his abilities. However, the plus side was that each clone that Syl would create would have the abilities of Syl when it was made, meaning he could create a whole bunch of super Syls, all with the power of that which was in the book. Not just lightning, fire, but even more, and powers that complemented each other well. "If you can survive this, then maybe the world was doomed in the first place," Syl said, as the attack rushed from the thousands of Syls. Some of them ran in with their super speed, sacrificing themselves, but with a weapon in their hand. Lightning, fire, and all sorts of powers were coming straight towards Kippo. As he stood there, even he looked startled at everything coming towards him. The black-like tribal tattoos on his body started to move again, and for the first time, rather than just taking the hit, it appeared as if he was attacking back. Streams of powers were coming towards him, in all sorts of forms, shapes, and even looking somewhat like mythical beasts. Opening his hands wide, Kippo swung them, making a big clap, destroying a lot of the powers that were in front of him, but it was useless. There were just too many attacks. 5 Syls with demon-tier swords in their hands had struck them down on him. Other Syls with demon-tier whips had thrown them out, encircling Kippo. As he used his strength to try to pull and break free, ice from all sorts of different directions held him in place. It was impossible for Kippo to move or do anything else anymore. That's when the rush of attacks hit him. A large explosion of powers was being used and was destroying the ground. It looked to have caused nearly everything that was on one half of the moon to be destroyed, as green life and more was coming to an end. The powers continued, and Kippo could no longer be seen from the outside, and it was true for Syl as well. With the trident returning to his hand, but not only his hand. 100 others had enhanced weapons. Syl threw it out as hard as he could. Water gathered around it, giving it a boost. As it spun and propelled itself forward, there were triple tridents next to it, but not because it was using the ability to clone itself. That was just how many Syls had thrown the enhanced tridents out. They all moved to one spot and hit Kippo right in the stomach. It stopped against his skin, as all of the attacks hit his body from all over. Then, eventually, the tip of the trident could be seen piercing the skin. "Second wave!" Syl shouted. That was only the beginning of Syl's attack, as the back half of the Syls had thrown out their attacks. Syl knew how resilient the skin of Kippo was, and he needed an opening and was waiting for an opening. The only thing was that Syl was losing energy fast. It was clear that this would be his last spell, and he knew it. If this attack didn't work, then what else could he do, which was why he had carefully planned it the best he could. As a break in the skin could be seen, several powers began to creep in, and now moved towards the inside of Kippo. A strange sensation that he had never felt before had come over him, the feeling of pain. Of real pain, as his insides were being burnt, poisoned, and ripped apart. Every imaginable thing possible had entered Kippo's body now, and was attempting to cause the worst damage possible. "Let me do something too," Borden asked. Hearing this, Syl had recalled one of the tridents, and it was now back in his hand. After that, he handed it to Borden, allowing him to throw it with all his might. It went fast, hard, and strong, but that's when the trident had gone completely through the attacks. It had gone over to the other side, and eventually fell, piercing the ground. The two of them looked at each other strangely. Syl could feel his energy fading, and so could the others, so they chose to pull back their attack. The energy started to fade, and the light and giant crater could be seen in its place. However, there was no Kippo. There was nothing. When did he die?" Syl asked. "I have no idea. Couldn't you see anything?" Borden asked. "No, I was just attacking with all my power, with everything I had." "Well, I guess he's not a problem anymore," Syl smiled, thinking that he had averted the crisis of the Blade family, that they were now all safe. What this event did do, though, was set off a chain of reactions, because if there was one Celestial that they never expected to lose a fight, it was Kippo. Syl stood there in place looking at where Kippo once was. There was nothing, not even a single remaining body part. Instead, it was more like a quarter of the moon had been ripped off due to his attacks. Several large chunks could be seen floating in the air from the battle. If Syl was honest, it was probably the strongest and largest attack he had ever produced in one go. getting all of his clones to work like that. Due to the mass change, perhaps the current orbit of the moon around Mars would not be like it once was. Eventually, Vorden had come out from where he was, and Borden had come over as well, reverting back to his more human-like state. "Well, you certainly did a number on him," Borden said. "I only got to hit him a few times. I didn't even get to use my full strength." "We know you are strong," Borden said as he stood next to them. "But with enemies like this, maybe we don't have time for you to get hurt to show your full strength. Anyway, the threat is dealt with, but what exactly was that? Do you have any idea, Syl?" Syl thought about it for a while. The others somewhat knew the truth, and if anything, if something was to happen to Syl, then it would mean that it would be up to these guys to protect the Blade family. "I have a feeling that it's the Celestials. As for why they went after me, I'm not really sure, but I foresaw this would happen. He was incredibly strong. I'm just happy that the crisis has been averted," Syl stated. The others were wondering what crisis Syl was referring to, but at the same time, due to his calm demeanor and the slight smile on his face, they thought they would leave it. There must have been a reason why he was so worried. Syl began to walk over to the destroyed part of the moon. He didn't teleport back just yet, because there was something in Syl's gut telling him that maybe there was a chance that the Celestial would just come back, and that it wasn't really dead. Sure, Syl had used up a large number of his MC cells, but he still had a fight in him, and he himself had hardly been hurt. Thinking back, he started to compare the fight that he had with Kippo against the one he had with Athos. Although the fight with Athos took both him and Quinn to defeat, in ways Kippo was harder. Athos was large in size, and it was his celestial energy that made it difficult to beat him. Even with thousands of clones of Syl, it wasn't as if he could take out Athos due to his large scale of attacks. With Kippo, he was a good fighter, and in the end, Syl had just overpowered him with abilities. But if that hadn't worked, then he would have had to truly fight against him in hand-to-hand combat. If that was the case, Syl couldn't see a way of winning. Unlike that man, Hilston, Syl still wasn't that great of a hand-to-hand combat specialist, which was why he preferred using abilities above all else. Even with weapons, he was somewhat subpar without skills. At the same time, Syl had grown stronger after that fight with Athos. Something inside of him had started to grow, and with that final trident throw, Syl had managed to summon more ki than he ever had done before. Maybe that was the turning point that had allowed them to pierce the skin of Kippo and finish off the fight. "Shall we get going then?" Borden asked. "I mean, unless you want to enjoy the views of Mars or something." As soon as Borden said those words, a reflection of light could be seen on each of their faces, casting a slight shadow on them, meaning the light source was coming from above. Looking up, they could see a white energy that was swilling from above. "No, this energy, is it another one?" Syl's whole face had sunken with shock. He had just dealt with one, using around 90% of his MC cells. There hadn't been a lot of time for him to recover from the last fight, so if there was an opponent that would be at the same level, then it would certainly be a struggle. "I don't think it's over," Vorden stated, as he looked in another direction, and a bright white light could be seen in another area as well. "The energy! I can tell they are both celestial energy." Syl looked panicked, and he was starting to think if the best option for them both was to teleport them out of the area. Soon after, several more white lights started to appear in the sky, and it looked like more were gathering by the moment. "Are the Celestials sending an army after me? I need to warn Quinn about what is happening," Syl stated. "Then let's get out of here," Vorden shouted. Syl started to open a portal for all three of them to go through. The portal was opened in front of them, ready to walk through. But then, the next second, he stopped just before entering the portal and stood there. "Is something wrong?" Vorden asked. "I can't go through this portal. I can't head back to the Blade ship. This could be what ends them all. At the end of the day, the most likely person that these Celestials are after is me. If that is the case, then I will be the one that causes the end of the Blade family. It's because of me that they will all die." It was the first time that Vorden had heard Syl speak in this way. Back then, in the past, he was never overly concerned with anything, but Vorden could tell that it was serious. "Then we fight them together. You're weak right now, and I doubt you could take these guys on." After saying these words, Vorden turned around and was ready to head back, but a few seconds later, he felt someone grab him from behind. The next second, he was pulled backward and flung behind him. His body went through the portal, and he could see on the other side, Syl was there. He could see the portal slowly closing. Vorden tried his best to rebalance himself, but he was thrown with such strength that he bounced on the metallic floor and eventually hit the side of the inner metallic ship of the Blade family. The others rushed towards him as they saw that it looked like Vorden was hurt, but he soon got up despite his injuries, and he had anger covering his whole face. "Damn you, Syl! Don't you trust us anymore? Are you really going to take on this task all by yourself?" Vorden shouted at the top of his lungs. Although he said this, when Vorden thought about it more, he started to realize that perhaps there was a reason for this, and if Syl really decided to do this, there had to be a reason, and maybe the Blade family wasn't up for this. "Try to contact everyone. Contact Logan, get Jake Green here, and try to get in contact with Quinn as well," Vorden ordered, and immediately everyone was on the move. Back on the moon, the portal had closed, and Vorden was still there along with Syl. "Thank you for not throwing me back there. Not that I would have let you anyway," Vorden smiled. "Of course," Syl replied. "I had an inkling that you would resist, so there was no worry. And besides, if we are going to do this anyway, I might need you to help me recover." Vorden began to transform his body once more, and Syl started to focus. At that moment, the bright white light started to shine on the moon. Not just in one place, but several, as an army of Celestials was now coming after them.
A heavy task had been given to the Blood Fairy, Alex Way, and he was given a room by Logan to work on the task. Compared to the past, it wasn't that common to have forgers these days, since technology had primarily taken over that role. That was why forgers were in higher demand compared to before. Of course, the room was open compared to the other forgeries he worked in, but it was laid out exactly as it was many years before he had gone into slumber. The furnace, the different tools in the room, the working worktops, and more. Everything was there for him to do the best job in his life. There were 2 tasks for him, to repair the Blue Fang set and also to create a demon-tier blood weapon using the celestial blood that had been given to him by Quinn. The armor had been set out and laid on a table, while at the same time the crystals were laid out by their side. The blood was stored in a large tube-like container that was electronically designed by Logan Green. "This is going to be a hard task, and if Quinn wants it as soon as possible, then I'm going to have to pull an all-nighter," Alex said to himself. Before he started, he craned his body to one side. A few clicks could be heard, followed by several crack sounds. There was a great relief as he went on and did the same on the other side, trying to click every bone in his body. After that, Alex ripped his shirt off his upper body, throwing the pieces of cloth that were on him to the ground, allowing his blood-red wings to be free. The room was already hot, making his sweat drip down on his body, slowly streaming over his rock-hard abs, which were carved like in the Greek statues and just as hard. Getting to work, Alex picked up a hammer. It felt good in his hand, just the right shape and fit. He stroked it a few times, remembering the good old times. "Ah, it's good to be back, Betsy, my trusty hammer." The sound of clanging began to occasionally be heard from the room. Starting off, Alex got to work on the armor, although he was able to alternate between the 2 weapons, as there was a framing, the heating process that would take hours. Before he had turned into a blood fairy, he remembered all the aches that his body would get from working, but now it was nothing to him. The armor work was going well, and while it was being heated in a specially made mold, he was going to work on the weapon. "Everything is so much easier compared to before. Things really have changed compared to the past." Alex smiled at the thought. The use of technology allowed him to be less fiddly and also reduced the chances of making mistakes as well. With his fine touches, he was sure that he would create the best equipment there was, and that the armor would have better effects than it did before, because if it didn't, then he would consider himself a failure as a forger. Now, as he started working on the weapon, he began first with the crystals which were given by Quinn. They needed to be melted, and not to forget, there was also what Jake Green had managed to obtain as well. Inspecting them, and seeing what their traits were, was a skill of a forger, and he would have to find which type of crystals were the best to use in combination with each other. Quinn's current set of skills, at least as far as I know them, focus more on defense than before. He has the shadow, so he doesn't really need something defensive. At the same time, the armor set will still focus on speed. Maybe something to complement that would be good as well. Alex then picked 3 of the demon tier crystals and placed them in 3 separate tubes. A metal casing came down as the advanced technological mechanisms went to work in terms of melting the crystal into pure energy. After that, there was a new metal that was solid gold in color and had streaks of gold cracks, somewhat like veins, running through it. It looked like a piece of marble, but not the one that was available on Earth. It was a material that Alex had never worked with before, but was meant to be harder than Galathrium. It was a rare material that Logan had claimed would work well. It had only been used on small parts of spaceships before and had worked out well, but never before had it been used on a weapon before. Because of this, Alex had decided to work on a small part of the metal at first. He had already done this while waiting for Quinn to get the parts that were needed. So he had a good sense of it, and he too agreed with Logan that this would not only make a good weapon, but the best weapon in the world. Okay, so now it's time to make the molding for the weapon as well. Based on the demon tier crystal I picked, there shouldn't be too much problem based on whatever mold they are made into. I know some crystals work better based on the mold that is being used. Thinking hard, a few weapons that Quinn could use came to his head. Of course, there were the classic gauntlets that could be used. However, there was Quinn's soul weapon and also his normal armor that he used. I want this to be a weapon, one that can actually be used. This is harder than I thought. After thinking for a while, eventually the perfect weapon came to Alex's head. Immediately, he started to use his hammer to hit a piece of metal to create the outside molding. With excitement and power in his eyes, after each strike, his rings vibrated a red pulse of power. This allowed for the mold to be created perfectly in place that had been crafted rather than being machine-made, something that Alex had a feeling for and set his mind to forge it. After working on this for 2 straight days and making sure there were no imperfections, he finally completed the mold. As he had been too focused on one aspect, he had forgotten about the armor. I would usually finish off the armor first before continuing on the weapon, but every time I think of the weapon and Quinn using this thing, I just get so excited, Alex thought, and his wings started to flutter so much that he was lifted around 2 inches off the ground. Using the melting materials from the demon tier crystals, there was a need to mix them perfectly so that they would complement each other, and depending on what attribute and type of active skill, this needed to be done in a certain way. Alex had a lot of experience doing this, to the point where he could somewhat guess the type of active skill that would be released from the weapon. Over the years, he had perfected his technique beyond that of average forgers. Still, with the weapon he had in mind, he got to work mixing all the different demon tier crystals, but there was one more step to all of this, and that was Quinn's blood. Going to the strange large cylinder, Alex twisted it and put the code given to him by Logan. While in the container, the blood was shining bright. It glowed and lit up the entire place, even making Alex's face look red. I've never seen blood so bright like this before. Is Quinn even human anymore? I guess he really isn't. Well, now let's just try and see if this works, Alex said. The demon tier liquid was mixing in a strange device. This part would usually have to be manually done, while also adding the blood in a small amount at a time. The machine was doing the mixing part, which meant that now Alex could focus on pouring the blood. Bit by bit, the blood started to mix in, and strangely, the blood seemed to be overpowering the demon tier crystal that was inside. This is crazy. How can the blood have more energy than the demon tier crystal? This doesn't make any sense. Using the remaining liquid and energy of the demon tier crystal he had, Alex went back and started to add more of the raw materials. Through this process, he added more blood and eventually even needed to use another demon tier crystal to balance off the whole thing. He was being very careful throughout the process, and his years of experience gave him an edge and confidence to do everything perfectly. But that's when he suddenly noticed something strange as the blood began to bubble and rise. It began to flow out from the large container like it was alive. The blood looked like small snakes, and they all started to point towards Alex. Why does this feel like I'm in trouble? Alex said, as the glowing blood, mixed with the demon tier energy and celestial blood energy, went straight towards him. The blood that Quinn had given him was clearly alive. It had sprung up from the container and rose into small strands and threads, pointing right toward Alex. "This is new." Alex tilted his head to the side. "In all my years of forging and working with strange materials, something like this has never happened before. Then again, I have never worked with this type of blood before either." An ominous feeling was coming over Alex, and there was a good reason for it, because the next moment the strands of blood dashed towards him. They stretched out, thinning themselves, and knowing whose blood it was, Alex had a reasonable fear that it could be deadly. His wings started to flutter rapidly as he flew up and began to avoid the strands, moving left, right, spinning and darting in and out. However, the blood strands would follow him around the room, from one corner to another, as if they were endlessly good. "Good thing I loved these wings. I practiced with them any chance I got, but still, I don't know how long I can hold on. I've been hammering the mold with no rest for 2 days straight, and now I wouldn't be surprised if I passed out at any moment from exhaustion." As he continued to fly around the room, Alex was faster than the blood strands that were chasing after him, but he was trying to figure out a way to stop them and to find out what this blood was trying to do. Already exhausted from all this and distracted by his thoughts, Alex had slowed down a bit, and instantly one of the strands had reached Alex, grabbing him right by the ankle. However, rather than pricking his skin, it had wrapped around the foot. Alex could feel something tugging at him as he attempted to fly away with all his power, but when he did, it pulled him down. Within seconds, more strands of the celestial blood wrapped around his limbs and torso, pulling him down with even greater force. The force was so great, he couldn't even get out of their hold and was dragged across the floor. It continued to pull him towards the strange vat container filled with different liquids. "Is this blood thing trying to eat me or something?" Alex panicked, genuinely concerned as he got pulled closer and closer. "I can't even beat this strength in blood. How weak am I? And just how strong is Quinn's blood? Look, let me go. I'm trying to put you in a nice weapon, a weapon that you can be a part of. You will enjoy your life there, I promise." It wouldn't be long before he got swallowed into the vat of liquids, and Alex was not curious to know what would happen if that happened. Opening his mouth wide, he released a part of his special aura at the ground in front of him. It was somewhat of a blood aura breath attack, but of course, the properties of the blood aura of a blood fairy were different compared to that of a regular vampire. Releasing the attack, looking down, Alex believed that he had to try anything to get out of the situation he was in. Opening up his mouth again, he released another blood breath, but this time targeted his own leg, right around the thigh where one of the red threads had tied around him. He had looked at his arm for a second, but he couldn't hit them. If he did, then he wouldn't be able to finish the weapon in time for Quinn when he needed it most because his arm would be injured. However, all this was for naught, because although the blood breath had successfully hit the glowing red thread, it had done nothing to harm it. However, the glow had somewhat weakened, and the strings were starting to lose up, as if the string's energy was absorbed by the attack. "My blood! It still has somewhat of the same effect as it usually does against vampire blood." With this in Alex's mind, he didn't hesitate to focus on his other leg and did the same there. When the blood dripped down his thigh, around to his ankles, the strings loosened up there as well. When he kicked up his legs, blood spattered everywhere and loosened around his arms as well due to the pull. Now, with all his strength, he was able to fly free, breaking away from the blood strings. With a turn of his head, though, he could see that they were still behind him. "Will you give me a break?" Alex was frustrated. He continued to fly, and fly away until he was near the exit of the room. Turning his head back once again, he could see that the threads were no longer chasing after him. They had reached 3/4 of the room, but were unable to reach further than that. The blood strands had also become aware of this fact and began to crawl back towards the vat of liquid, and everything in the room seemed normal again. Finally, his wings could rest for a bit, and as Alex fell to the floor, he shut his eyes for some well-deserved rest. When he opened his eyes and got up, he didn't know how much time had passed, since there was no clock in the room at his own request. Looking at the time would only make him paranoid and would only distract him even more. However, his legs had now healed, but he could still remember what had happened just before he passed out. "So the blood can't reach me from this far, but I still need to work with the liquid somehow." There was no solution for now, so he got up and walked towards the nearby corner to work on the blue fang set, while also thinking about how to deal with the blood strands. However, because of the distraction and the fact that he didn't want to experience the sudden adrenaline rush once again due to the blood strands, he was taking longer than he usually would have. Eventually, when he was done, he let out a long sigh. I guess I should at least work on that strange metal first. Once I have that and the mold sorted out, I can then mix the two liquids and create the weapon. I guess I will just have to fly there, avoid everything, and move the blood along with the demon tier liquid right into the molds and get out of there. Alex finished his work with the metal and the rest of the process. Now the only thing left to do was pour the liquid into the mold without being dragged in by the crazy blood. Bracing himself and fluttering his wings as if he was revving up a car, Alex was ready for any moment now. Running first, Alex then leaped off the ground, and using his wings, he zapped straight towards the vat of liquids. When he got close, the liquid started to move again, and the blood was alive once more. However, Alex had just grabbed the vat of liquid and lifted it up, moving towards where the other metal was swirling away in the mold. His hands were burning, as the surface of the vat was kept quite hot, but he held on, gritting his teeth and bearing the pain. He wanted to let go, as he felt over, but the thought of Quinn needing him, of the whole world learning his name after the creation of this weapon, had come into his head. This weapon, it gets me excited every time I think of it. With this thought, Alex sped up and poured the liquid into the mold. It dripped on, mixing with the other metal. He quickly moved the vat, pouring the remainder of the liquid into the other mold, and then, when all was set and done, he dropped the large container onto the floor. His hands were in pain, and he landed on the floor as his shadow cast over the molds. Perfect! And now it's time for the cooling, and hopefully you will have settled a bit, you crazy blood, Alex thought as he pressed a button. And from above, a giant clamp slammed onto the two molds. At first, Alex was against the modern way of forging weapons with the help of technology, but now he could see how much it could help him. When the giant clamp lifted up, the weapons were in front of him. He smiled from ear to ear, looking at them. This is it. They're beautiful. Now, time to send Quinn a message saying that they are done. Alex smiled as he turned around and started using the computer system to send the message, but while he was typing away, he suddenly felt something on his leg, and the next moment, Alex was dragged away. The other Celestials noticed the Celestial known as BB turn his head right and glance at them. Quinn had met quite a few Celestials in his time, but it was the first time seeing this one that looked almost inhuman. Wheat was a Celestial that looked more like a beast, but sensing the type of energy coming out from his body, without a doubt, he was a Celestial. Quinn, Russ muttered when seeing him, but he couldn't find the right words to bring out of his mouth. Right now, his life was possibly on the line, and there was an old enemy in front of him. Without a doubt, if the old enemy Quinn chose to go and work with the Celestial in front of him, it would be the death of him. I learned a bit about these people from Bliss. Quinn is the same as them, right? So there is a good chance that he will turn on me, Russ thought. Look, I'll be honest, Quinn finally spoke. I'm only here because I was told to come here by another Celestial, even though I'm not really the one who would listen to her. And I think you might know her. Her name is Bliss. Wheat was quite surprised to hear the name that had come out of BB's mouth. She was the one that called him here. Are the two working together? Now that's quite a surprise. Perhaps this news needs to be passed on to others. There is clearly more to this than meets the eye, Wheat thought. The reason why you and I are here is the same, Wheat explained. The universe was the one that told us that we should exist. I will not get in your way, and I wish you do the same. Both of our lives would be better off this way, don't you agree? Wheat was quite convincing, and honestly, with Celestials, Quinn could never tell their strength. It was always hard because even if they had incredibly strong Celestial energy, it wouldn't directly reflect on their fighting capabilities. At the same time, Russ wasn't saying a single word, not making a case for himself. Sorry, I don't mean to ignore you, Quinn said, but I really need to ask this person a question. Weren't you meant to be dead? I'm sure I saw you die. Didn't I kill you? Russ just realized that Quinn seemed to have thought he was dead, and based on the tone of voice Quinn had used before, he didn't particularly seem to get along with Bliss. So to inform him that he was working with her in the past wouldn't exactly go well with him. Russ smiled and quickly prepared an answer. Just like that giant bird said, The reason why we are all here is the same. I'm sure it's the same for you. Bliss was also the one who asked me to come here." Thinking about it, since Quinn had been called, maybe others had done as well, and honestly, it wasn't the only reason why Quinn hadn't acted straight away. Because she had said the fate of the world counted on this. Usually, he would ignore this, but he hadn't done so because he had heard of the coming future from Syl. Although he didn't trust Bliss, he trusted Syl, so it was somewhat certain that at some point in the future, the Celestials would become his enemy. "Don't you hate me?" Quinn said. "Me? Yeah, I'm upset about the wedding, but it doesn't really bother me. I've been living a peaceful life after leaving the Chained. I don't have a real grudge against you, but only with the Blade family, which you seem to be closely connected with." Russ clarified his intentions. Quinn shook his head upon hearing this. "Okay, I'm sorry again, but I was actually asking the bird, not you. I guess many people don't like me, so that would be confusing." Turning to the bird Celestial, Quinn now made it clear. "I wanted to ask you the same question. Don't you guys hate me? So won't you eventually attack me as well? If that's the case, then I might as well get rid of you now." Russ couldn't believe it. He had seen Quinn fight before, and sure, the latter was stronger due to the help of his energy, but when fighting against Wheat just moments ago, it was a strange strength that he just wasn't used to. If the two of them fought, honestly, Russ would have to give Wheat the edge. They could only take on this Celestial together. The way Quinn was talking to the one in front of him, it was like he was far superior compared to the other. Was there some new power he had that made him this confident? Or was he just underestimating the enemy in front of him? "You are certainly confident, BB," Wheat replied. "First, if you call me a bird again, then I will have to create a hole through your head. Second, the Celestials you fought against before were extremely low level, not even worth cannon fodder. I am not the same, and on top of that, I want to make it clear, if you are to follow the Celestial way and not go against the Ancient Ones and us, then we will have no problem with you. And since you have not gotten my way yet, this will be more favorable to you." The situation wasn't looking good for Russ, and he believed he would need to think of a way out of this situation. That was when Quinn started to do something he hadn't since he got there. He sniffed the air, and a familiar smell came to his nose, a smell that made Quinn forget about what he had discussed with the Celestial before. "There's blood, far away in the distance," Quinn said. "Is that because of you? Did you hurt the people that were here?" Wheat flapped his wings. "I'm confused. Why would you ask such a useless question? Why does it matter? I know you haven't been a Celestial for long, but you should know by now that the world is just made up of energy. They don't matter, and we are here to do as we wish." Quinn then shook his head. "You know, you almost had me. I don't really like this guy behind me, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure that I can control him in a way, or at least convince him not to harm others. But you Celestials are different. You guys can't be controlled, and I don't expect you to be, but I know you have already started to shove your nose into our business." Immediately, Wheat knew this was a threat. He flapped his wings and went high up into the air. At the same time, Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and the blood from the nearby town was moving toward him. It was going to be another fight with a Celestial. He wondered how hard this would be compared to when he fought against Athos, and since they had sent out a Celestial to fight them, Quinn imagined it would be tougher, but he was far stronger than the last fight, and he now had great amounts of Celestial energy as well. Despite the senseless killing that had happened because of the Celestial, Quinn did not want to get into another conflict. He knew what the response would be, but he still had to give the other the option. "This is not a fight you want to be a part of," Quinn said, as he raised his hand and started to gather his vampire aura. "Since you gave me the chance to go away, I will give you the chance to leave this fight and leave the human race. If possible, I would like to send out a message back to you all. Stop meddling in the affairs of the human race, vampires, or any territory that I can control." The laser attack that Wheat was doing before was now charging up once again, and that was why Russ had decided to act as well. Wheat had long started to accumulate his power, and to Russ, it seemed like his new attack would be better than the ones he used against him earlier. And as the Celestial's upper body leaned backwards, the wings on his back were lighting up, and even his dark claws were starting to glow a slightly bluish tinge. Russ, seeing this, was wondering just how strong this attack would be. At the same time, maybe if he had known about this attack, he would have been able to do something earlier. I will need the help of your mind again. I hope the strongest thing in your mind is still that dragon of yours, Russ shouted. At that moment, he raised his hand up, and a large shadow appeared above, and dropping out of it, once again, was the legendary dragon that had appeared before. This is the last of my energy. I hope it's enough. Russ was still shocked to see that the Celestial had an attack more powerful than any it had used against him. He suddenly felt their chances of winning had dropped quite a bit. I thought he had used all of the attacks against me, that nothing would work against the dragon's impenetrable armor, but I guess he had something else up his sleeve. When fighting against Quinn, I can use his imagination to work on the dragon, but this is difficult. This Celestial is going to be a very difficult enemy, even with the dragon and Quinn being here. While the dragon was doing its work, Russ hoped it would be strong enough to stop the attack so he could get a chance to look at something else, like looking deep into Wheat's mind to find if there was something he could take advantage of, or use to defeat the Celestial. Although he didn't have any more MC cells to summon another being like the dragon, he could still maybe find something for later. What is going on? Quinn, on the other hand, was observing everything, and wasn't planning to participate just yet. He summoned the dragon again, but he isn't even fighting against me? Just what is his power? And that dragon? I originally thought they might be illusions or something like that, but it's clearly different. Is this why Bliss sent me here? Is it not to stop that celestial bird Wheat, but to help Russ? Is his power important? What is she playing at? While in the middle of thinking this, Quinn continued to observe everything. With keen eyes, he was trying to understand the Celestial's power. However, he was actually more interested in the dragon that was in front of him. It was just like before, yet a bit different. "Quinn, what are you doing?" Russ shouted, seeing the former stand still. "Now's your chance. While the dragon is fighting against the thing, you need to use your powers as well. Only then will we be able to defeat this guy." "It's best to watch these things because you never know what can happen," Quinn replied, without explaining much. He had learned his lesson from the battle against Athos, and this time he was going with a different strategy. The large dragon, which only had one head as it did before its full form, started to fly straight towards the Celestial. In size, the dragon was around 10 times bigger than the Celestial. The dragon opened its mouth, as a breath of fire brewed in its mouth. The next second, it erupted and crashed into the Celestial, covering its entire body. The dragon continued moving forward because it knew it wouldn't be enough to finish it. When the flames stopped, it opened its giant mouth, and the inside of its mouth could be seen, ready to gobble up Wheat whole. At that moment, the beam of energy came off from the latter's body. Several points of power and lasers came off in one direction and headed towards the dragon's head. Immediately, the dragon changed its direction, attempting to avoid this, as it flew higher toward the sky. The lasers coming off from Wheat continued to follow the dragon, but it was far too fast in its movement, and taking a dive, it headed straight for Wheat. Its wings were coiled closer to its body, allowing it to cut through the air and drop quicker, and before Wheat even knew it, the dragon had slammed its body right on top of him. A loud bang resounded, and the attack sent shock waves from the sky onto the ground, and it pushed the rubble and debris from the battle so far off to the side. That dragon! I knew it was strong when I saw it, and the fact that Andy and the others could not get past it at that time when it was summoned at the wedding, I thought it would be useful this time as well, Russ thought. Just what did Quinn go through to have a beast this strong in his mind? While thinking this, Russ also thought about a few others that he could see in Quinn's mind. However, although he could sense multiple strong energies in Quinn's mind, he wasn't so sure what to use, which was why he had played it safe. Trying to figure out why Quinn had yet to do anything, Russ was looking for other things to summon from the strange bird celestial's mind. It was clear he was working for someone, and at the same time, if he was strong, then the bird must know others as well. The dragon might not last, and if Quinn does fight against this, then it might be enough time for me to recover, to summon something else, or something that can help me get out of this place, Russ thought, as he closed his eyes and focused. Looking deep into the mind of the celestial Wheat, he searched and searched until he came across something. While using this part of his ability, everything became slightly distorted and wishy-washy, so the figures and the images that Russ saw at the moment were unclear. However, there were, for some reason, 3 distinct images. These were more distorted than others in the entire place, and looking at where they were just 3 gigantic pillars of energy around the same size as a mountain. They were green, yellow, and blue in shade. Something was drawing Russ in towards them, but at the same time was nearly making his own figure disappear. That was until he heard something. "Get out!" a voice vibrated through the entire area, and Russ's body turned into nothing but dust, being blown away. When he opened his eyes, Russ felt his heart beating severely as he found himself on his knees, gasping for air. Looking up, he was on the grass, meadow-like field again, with the fight still ongoing above him. What was that in that damn bird's mind? Even in Quinn's mind, there was never anything like that. That power, is that who this person is working for? Russ started to think. The large slam from the dragon hadn't worked, even if it had used its strange wing claws to curl up into a ball, and even with that scale of an attack, it seemed like Wheat's defense was impossible to get through. At the same time, since the concentrated lasers weren't working against the dragon, Wheat split up his attack, creating a large star over the dragon. Then, moving all of the lasers towards a central point, he trapped the dragon. Confused, the dragon attempted to break free, but as the laser hit its skin, it hurt and forced it to find another way out. But it was too late, as all of the lasers went through the grand dragon and concentrated on the center as a large hole appeared through the dragon's body. I knew it wouldn't last long, but at the same time, it put up a better fight than I thought, Russ complained. Now, if you fight against that thing, you will realize that you have already ruined our best chance. I wasn't just sitting idle here, Quinn replied as he opened his hands up. I was carefully observing all his movements. The hardest thing about fighting this celestial is the defense he gets through wings, so we need to just stop him from using that. As Quinn lifted his hands in the air and looked into the sky itself, Russ also followed his gaze and could now see something in the sky, the tip of what looked like a couple of giant swords made from blood. He made a big mistake after coming here, and that was killing all those people. It's just going to make this a bit easier for me. Quinn swung his hands down, and the 2 swords moved at a great speed. After releasing its attack, Wheat was somewhat tired and failed to notice the attack from above as well because there was no celestial energy in the blood attack. This was just Quinn's pure blood energy. The swords slammed down right on top of his wings and dragged him through the air. They hadn't pierced the wings, but that wasn't what was needed. Wheat's body slammed into the ground, and the blood swords continued to rush energy down on top of the wings, pinning him to the ground. Without your wings, you aren't really much. Quinn stood over Wheat with his soul weapon activated and having formed into a celestial blood scythe. Swinging both his hands, the scythe went right through Wheat's head, chopping it off and turning Wheat into nothing but dust instantly. Rubbing his eyes and getting off the ground, Russ couldn't believe it. Was it really over? The large threat was dealt with that easily, but how? Now, what was that message that I received from before? Quinn thought, as he heard a few system prompts before he had begun to attack. Bliss, don't kill the Celestial. Oh well. The strength that Quinn showed was beyond what Russ could remember. After all, it hadn't been that long since the chained wedding. Of course, one could improve and obtain new weapons and the like as time passed, but somehow, the one in front of him, the one known as the hero Quinn, had improved in leaps and bounds. It was as if he was looking at a completely different person. As Wheat turned into nothing but dust particles, Quinn could not help but ponder over a few things. For one, he hadn't used the energy drain skill on the dead Celestial, and yet, after defeating him, a large influx of Celestial points had been added via the system. A Celestial has been defeated. 80,432 Celestial points have been obtained. 365,894 total Celestial points. 162,256 of 365,894 Celestial energy. The amount of Celestial points isn't the same as before, Quinn thought. I wonder why that is. There's no doubt Wheat had great strength and had to be a Celestial that lived a long life like Athos. Maybe it's because of the way I killed them? I guess I could have used Blood Forest to puncture him in different places and absorb the blood. That seemed to work as well. While thinking about this as he stood in place, Quinn could feel something log on. Opening up his system, he quickly realized that he could see Peter's celestial points. Not only could he see how many celestial points one had, but how much was being used up as well. With that, the number attributed to Peter was currently going down. There was no notification, and Quinn had long learned how to use his powers without the use of the system, so he hardly opened it, which was why it was the first time he had noticed the lowering of celestial points. Is this an upgrade to the system? Back when it was level 1, fighting as I gave the other celestial points, I don't remember ever seeing this. Either way, Quinn now knew that Peter was in a fight, or at least, that was the most likely case. Nevertheless, based on the amount of celestial points he was using up, he was nearing his end. Peter's body is strong. It always has been strong, and he's been right behind me all this time. Could it be? Is Peter also one of the ones being targeted by the Celestials? Then again, why would a Celestial even be here in the first place? No, if not Peter, then it might be Chris as well. In any case, I need to help them. Peter, I hope I'm not wrong, and your body can take this. Either way, win your fight. 80,000 celestial points have been transferred. I can always take them back once this is done. With that done, all Quinn could do was wait and see if Peter would no longer be seen in his system. After all, he was certain that he would get a notification if Peter did die in battle. So for now, he was hoping that there wouldn't be any new messages. Looking around the place, he noticed that a certain someone, who was there not too long ago, was no longer present. From the looks of it, they seemed to have escaped. Russ had taken that moment of distraction from Quinn to escape and made a run for it. That slippery eel had gotten away from me last time, and he seems to know bliss. I can't let him get away this time. Sniffing the air, it wasn't hard for Quinn to find out what direction Russ had gone in. Soon after, he immediately started to run in that direction. As he did so, he could not help but think, how did Russ manage to fool him before? How did he cover his scent? He was so sure that he had defeated and killed Russ. After running through the fields for a while, Quinn was now directly in front of Russ, throwing out a fist that stopped just an inch away from his face. I don't think I need to tell you that I can get rid of you at any point in time. I'm guessing you don't have the same amount of energy you had the last time we fought, Quinn stated. Seeing the fist and the amount of control Quinn had over all of his powers, Russ knew it was absolutely useless for him to do anything. Quinn was right. He did not even have close to the level of power he did during their last fight. Also, seeing how much stronger Quinn had gotten since then as well, Russ wasn't sure it would have helped at all. Okay, you got me. I won't try to escape, Russ said, lifting his hands. Since you haven't killed me outright, then I can assume you have some questions for me. However, if you plan to kill me after all your questions have been answered, then I'll just have to mix in a few lies in my answers. I can get rid of the key surrounding your head, Quinn replied, and use that to just force the correct answers out of you. I'm very different from the other vampires you've dealt with. Okay, ask away. Russ inwardly sighed, knowing fully well that Quinn was most likely telling the truth. There didn't seem to be any reason for him to lie about anything anyway. With that, a series of questions were asked, such as what he knew about the one that attacked him, and what had happened beforehand. However, Russ didn't know much, which prompted Quinn to move on to the next set of questions, which revolved around Bliss. Why would she ask me to save you? Quinn asked. I honestly don't know, Russ shrugged his shoulders. I only worked with her because I owed her a large favor. She was the one that introduced me to my powers, after all. Well, a way to fully explore them properly. Because of that, I thought that if I continued to follow her, I could get everything I wanted. However, after my meeting with you, I was pretty much left on my own, to be on my own, rather. So I have no idea why she would save me, unless it's because she still has some sort of use for me. That's all I know. From his heartbeat, it didn't sound like Russ was lying, so he was inclined to believe that he was telling the truth. I'm sorry, but until I can figure out the reason why she wanted you saved, you'll be coming with me. Quinn lifted his hand. Soon a shadow appeared behind Russ, placing him in the shadow space. Now, Quinn needed to decide on what to do. He had no trails on Bliss, nor did he really know where Peter was. In the end, the best choice was to continue with his original plan of bringing Fex back and using the celestial points to revive his power so he could see the end of all this. Since it was an inhabited land, there were plenty of ships that Quinn could use. He could not help but be sad about what happened to the people, but there wasn't much he could do since they were all dead. Leaving them as they were was the best thing for now as he headed back for Mars. In the middle of his journey back, he received a message from Alex stating that his weapon was done. Quinn assumed that at any point and time now, he could travel back to Alex and would definitely do so after he had resolved this matter with Vex. Eventually, Quinn returned to Mars and returned to where Andy was. Upon arriving, there was a lot of new information that needed to be revealed to Quinn. "We can still head to my father's location, and I just wanted to let you know something," Andy said with a gulp as he brought up a projector screen in the air, showing him the countless news reports that were going off. "At first, I was worried that information about you would get out there, that the world would know about the great Quinn returning. After all, there were a few rumors that had spread among the staff. However, the world seems to be concerned with another thing right now, specifically these Celestials that have arrived on Earth." The video clip was of Peter, Chris, and the others fighting against the Celestial. As Quinn already expected somewhat that something was going on, it was hard to tell how many more would come. "They're strong. Peter is still alive, and they won their fights. I know the others can do the same," Quinn stated. "In any case, it's time to wake up, Vex. Get my new weapon and find Eren and Zero, ending our troubles in this place, once and for all." As usual, Logan was going through his normal duties as the leader of Green City and the current representative of the human race. With what had just happened to Pure, it looked like the next general election would be put on hold. There wasn't even an opposing candidate in the first place, not one that could actually stand a run against Logan Green, although there were rumors that he was behind the attack and had somehow convinced Chris. Nevertheless, that still didn't stop people from swaying over to Logan's side for a number of reasons, such as setting up programs to show support for those from the ship Rain, as well as also continuing to run the city the same way it had been for the rest of the people. On top of that, there was the fact that Chris had attacked them. Even if he had joined Logan's side, people believed that there had to be a reason for that. Then again, there also seemed to be hardcore supporters of Chris among the people from Pure. These people were those who had been directly saved by him, looked after and trained by him. They refused to believe that Chris had actually betrayed them, and this seemed to ease the tension and relieve some of the rumors of Logan Green being behind the attacks. While going through the town's system as it gathered reports, in his special lab, he quickly noticed something strange. Information was flooding into him, but he could see that Alex was in the middle of doing something.
Alex was trying to send a message with the computer system. I wonder what he was trying to do, and why he didn't send it directly to me,
Logan thought to himself. Eventually, curiosity had gotten the better of him, prompting him to check the message. While checking the message out, he soon realized who it was meant to be sent to. With his ability, it was easy to access the message's contents, as it was saved as a draft on the system.
A message for Quinn. From what's written here, it looks like the weapon is done. I wonder why the message wasn't sent out then. Maybe he thought he hit send, and it didn't actually send.
Because of this thought, Logan decided to send the message on his behalf. Soon the message was sent while Logan returned to do his work. In the meantime, he was currently checking out the reports of the Celestials, seeing just how many attacks had already been reported, and if there was some sort of pattern to what they were doing.
"How can you sleep all day every day? Are you some type of happy dog or something?" a female voice asked.
Surprisingly, Logan wasn't alone in the room. In fact, there were two other people that had been somewhat left behind by Quinn to do their own things. Hearing these words, Mitchell slowly started to lift his body from the floating bed. Unlike other beds, it would fold up on its own when not in use. In fact, as Mitchell got off the bed, it had done just that as he went over to the woman complaining. "There isn't much for us to do around here. What do you want to do then? Should we try training and spar against each other?" Mitchell asked. Cyril was annoyed by this comment, but she was more annoyed with the whole situation so far. In the first place, she felt like ever since she had gotten back with Quinn, she had done nothing. Sure, she somewhat understood that due to what she had changed, it was best for her to leave. In fact, she was even thankful to Quinn for saving her life. However, at the same time, she could not help but feel like life had become very boring. "I can tell you're bored, but everyone is doing other things, trying to help people," Mitchell told her. "Besides, I was serious with my suggestion. Although you're similar to us, you're not like us. We can establish that with a simple test. You know, before I joined Quinn and his gang, I was an instructor of sorts to the vampires. I think it would be interesting to see just what you can do. I wonder what your abilities are like and what powers do you have?" Hearing that, Cyril lifted her hand, staring at her palm. Before, there were two traits the mammalian race had. One of them was the fact that they could control the water around them. It was somewhat similar to the water ability that humans had. The other one was the ability to transform. They had two forms, one when touching water, and the other when out of water. However, ever since turning into whatever she was, she hadn't ever tried to control water after that. She did not even attempt to get in the water to see what would happen. "I think I'm scared. After all, if I can't change, then that means I really have no connection with my people. I guess that's what I'm afraid of." Cyril clenched her fists soon after. "Is there even any point in me controlling my powers?" Cyril asked, in a slightly defeated tone as she sat down on the floor. There were so many beings around that were so much more powerful than her. What would be the point of her even learning what she could do if she would never really be needed? "That's up for you to decide," Mitchell answered. "Everyone has their own journey, but yours is truly special. Maybe you don't know much about Quinn or the humans, but the person who saved you is a true hero. From what I know, he saved your planet as well as your race. Plus, if I can remember correctly, you are the first of his creations." Saying these words, Mitchell was staring off into an empty space, as if he was stuck in a trance. "You see, I believe that you are the first of many creations that Quinn might create in the future. Just like the vampires, there will be many of you. With that said, there will be many of Quinn's creations. For me, I honestly think him protecting us is something that should just be a side job of his. Instead, I wish for him to fulfill his role as a god. The human race will always have problems, and he shouldn't always be there to protect them. Anyways, I apologize for the rant. However, that is what I believe. If you really think about it, you are the first being that Quinn has created. Don't you think you should take the lead and show everyone what you can do?" Hearing Mitchell talk about Quinn in such a way, only now did she realize just how much this vampire admired him. Sure, it was true that she didn't know much about Quinn or his history. She also didn't care to learn about it because she was too busy sulking about what she had become and what she had done. "Okay, old man, I thought you were just some person who likes to sleep a lot, but let's see what you've got. Just so you know, us princesses underwent quite a bit of training, so don't think I'm some type of pushover," Cyril eventually said with a smile, and for a split second, her eyes started to glow red. There was a rise in Cyril's energy as she said these words, one that was unfamiliar to Mitchell. Naturally, he himself was interested to see what was about to happen. While the two went off, Logan finished his daily duties, while he allowed the automated AI system to do its work. Every day, he tried to update the system, but there was something on his mind. If Alex was done with the weapon, then where was he? Had he returned? And had Quinn used his shadow skills to return to the weapon quickly? With that, Logan had decided to head down to the specially made furnace in his tall, tower-like building. A few floors down, Logan entered a certain room, quickly noticing that some of the equipment was still running. After that, he looked around the room and was unable to see anyone inside. There was no one at all. Walking around for a bit more, he could see empty vats, knocked over pieces of equipment, and even marks in the ground. It was as if a fight had taken place. "Was there a fight in here? Surely that can't be." Eventually, he noticed two glowing substances off in the distance. Heading towards them, Logan looked over at the molds and sensed the energy pulsating from them. With that, Logan could tell that these were the new weapons, the weapons made with celestial blood and demon-tier crystal. It was complete. "But what happened to Alex? System, show me the CCTV recordings in the room," Logan ordered. Soon, a screen appeared before him, showing him the last moments of Alex Way. While inside the ship, traveling along with Andy and Minnie, Quinn was watching several videos that had come out, updating himself on what was going on around the world and how the world had learned of these Celestials in the first place. Because of this, just like Andy had said, all the reports of the hero Quinn's return and the rumors that were spread by those from the vampire core had somewhat been dismissed. Fear, equals bad news. Disasters have always outshined good news at all times, and in the first place, most people just disregarded the articles upon seeing them, assuming them to be attention-grabbing clickbait headlines. Despite Andy's grand declaration about Quinn being back, most people, even if they had heard the news, did not consider it true. I don't know whether this is a good thing or not. I was somewhat relieved by the fact that everyone knew about my return, but I guess there were bigger problems. Still, I need to focus more on the current problem, which is Erin. She is definitely planning something, and if the red heart can really be used as Logan told me, then it can cause even bigger troubles down the road. After that, maybe I can try searching for Bliss and ask her why these Celestials are even attacking in the first place. It would be best if we can prevent any further attacks as quickly as possible. As he looked at the various videos, he wondered if it would be a good idea to go to the Celestial space to get some answers, but dismissed it. If the Celestials can watch us from the Celestial space, it is likely that they already know I killed Wheat. Going there right after such an action would just make me a bigger target. Turning off the videos, Quinn looked ahead and saw that Minnie and Andy were currently in the middle of an arm wrestle match. All they could do, for now, was wait on the ship as they traveled to the location of Fex's burial, which, according to Andy, had been changed since last time. He seemed to be somewhat worried after learning that all the other tombs of the original vampires and the other vampires were stolen. Thinking that the same might happen to his father after the location was revealed, he was being cautious. Either way, Minnie was looking at Andy and could tell that he had great strength as he was doing many things around the ship with ease, and when Minnie attempted to do them, she struggled somewhat at times. After all, he was an advanced type of subclass who focused mainly on strength. Minnie had learned that she herself was strong, which was why she had decided to challenge the other to an arm wrestle. At first, Andy felt like it was cute. For one, he was going to just let her be for a while and then let her win, making it seem realistic. At the same time, it reminded him of when he first met Quinn. They also had an arm wrestling match, and if Quinn hadn't used his aura and just used his natural strength, then he would have lost. When the wrestling match first started, Minnie had used a sudden burst of strength and had surprisingly moved Andy's arm slightly to the right, which Andy stopped immediately, but it had taken him by surprise. "Quinn, did you make this monster?" Andy turned his head and asked with a smiling face. "That's so rude!" Minnie shouted as she began to summon more aura inside of her. But it wasn't just her vampire aura that she was summoning. Her body also started to change, as horns came out of her head as she was starting to use celestial energy. "How can you call such a pretty and cute person a monster?" Andy thought it was ironic, because she was literally turning more so into a monster as she said those words. Despite thinking this, Andy was able to hold out with his strength and maintained his position. "I heard from the others that Minnie is quite skilled and strong, but I'm not really sure why, and even Andy was stronger than most vampires back in the day. It makes me wonder, is it a new generation of vampire subclasses that just continue to evolve? And what about me? What is my place in all of this at the end?" Thinking these words, Quinn could see that the arms wrestling match was getting intense between the two, and Minnie wasn't going to give up any time soon. Holding out his hand, Quinn started to concentrate as he sensed the vampire aura in her and started to diminish her powers, including that of her celestial powers. Her transformation started to revert, going back to what it was originally, making the aura start dwindling down as well. "I guess since I don't really fight against vampires as much anymore, there hasn't been a chance to see how well this works against other vampires. The war on vampires, the war on the Dalki ended, and now the one against the Dhampir is the only one left, unless we end up fighting the Celestials too." After Quinn had done his little trick, Andy saw it as an opportunity to end the match without hurting the little one's feelings, and placed her hand with great control, stopping it just as it touched the table. "That's not fair," Minnie shouted. "Daddy interfered. Why did you do that? I was going to win. Don't you love me?" Minnie started doing her best to get tears to come out of her eyes. However, nothing was coming out, and it wasn't working with Quinn. "Minnie, you know I care about you. I just didn't want you two destroying our ship. And besides, you should save your energy. You never know what is going to—" Quinn stopped there. His eyes widened, and the next second he ran across the room. His hand was enhanced in shadow as he reached out.
The shadow was more of a solid form compared to what it was before, and had wrapped around Minnie as he pulled her closer towards him, bringing her to his chest. Utilizing the shadow in this way was somewhat of a first for Quinn in a while. His shadow control and condensing of the shadow had never been that great, only allowing him to lift a few items, but not use it this well in battle. However, he was improving his shadow ability bit by bit when training against Syl. There was still a few things Quinn was improving on after his fight against Chris. As for why he had used it now, it was due to an intruder who was on board the ship. Andy noticed the intruder quickly too, and immediately threw a fistful of strength to hit them. If anyone is on board this place in secret, then it can't be someone friendly, Andy thought. As he threw it out at full strength, his fist stopped. Well, technically that wouldn't be accurate to describe the situation. When Quinn looked at the scene in front of him, it wasn't that Andy's fist had stopped. Everything had stopped. His heartbeat, his breathing. It was as if time had stopped around them, but Quinn and Minnie, who were touching him, could move just fine. Quinn took a look at the sudden intruder. The person was black-skinned, tall and lean. He had a rectangular mouth with razor-sharp teeth, and it slowly breathed in and out. Then there were his 4 pairs of eyes on his rectangular-shaped long head. This isn't a human, and the energy, he's another celestial. What are they doing? They keep interfering, coming here and annoying me. Maybe I really should go to celestial space again. However, after calming down, Quinn started assessing the situation. Right now, it was as if they were in a celestial space. That was why Andy was unable to move. But it was different because he could still see everything around them. Thinking about this, Quinn believed that this one wasn't any ordinary celestial, and it was best to first understand the whole situation before striking. Quinn just moved Minnie behind himself and looked at the celestial standing in front of him, waiting for it to talk or make the first move. His body was ready to fight if the situation became violent. I have been wanting to meet you for quite some time, BB, the figure politely said as he placed a hand on his chest. There is no need to be alarmed. I am not here to fight you or cause you any trouble. My name is Mundus, and I am known as the messenger of the celestial world, and I am the one that works directly under the Ancient Ones. I have come to make a proposal to you and hope that we can strike a deal. Mundus smiled, showing a long line of razor-sharp teeth. Meanwhile, something drastic was about to happen on the moon of Mars, and Quinn was nowhere to be seen when this particular battle was occurring. Perhaps it was just bad luck that Quinn was unable to notice the troubles, or something that was perfectly calculated and timed by the Celestials, to not let it get to his attention. Still, the 2 men on the moon knew in their hearts that they were stranded, and this could be a battle to the death. One of them was Syl, and they were about to fight against what looked like a small army of Celestials appearing on the moon. Do you have a plan? Borden, who was also here, muttered as the multiple white portals began to appear in the sky, creating pillars of light which would leave a celestial body when dissipated. It's clear that they aren't here to just chat with us. Otherwise, they wouldn't send a whole army like this. Syl gripped the trident in his hand, and just as a white beam of energy was summoned on the ground, Syl threw his trident with all his strength at a precise moment. It was a big surprise to the Celestial, who had just arrived, as he found himself pierced right in the chest through the 3 sharp tips of the trident. It was a strong hit, and made the Celestial bleed heavily, but at the same time, it wasn't enough to kill this strange, red-skinned Celestial. The Celestial pulled out the trident, threw it to the ground as if it were a mere twig, and pounded his chest aggressively. Soon after, many bright lights appeared around the whole place as more Celestials began appearing. Moving his hand, Syl had the trident reappear directly in his hand again. Usually, summoning his clones would be ideal for a situation like this, when he had to deal with multiple enemies at once, but he could not, because he had just gone through a tough fight. Not that he couldn't at all, but if he did, his MC cells would fully deplete, leaving him with nothing to defend himself against the incoming Celestial army, or if a strong Celestial appeared to lead them. Is this it? Is this how the Blade family's legacy comes to an end? And I can't even do anything to prevent it. Syl's eyes moved from one side to the other to assess the situation. At the same time, the red celestial god that Syl had just attacked charged forward. He swiftly moved across the land and had his fist ready to punch.
covered with sparkling red energy. Syl was still thinking about what to do and what abilities to use to get out of the situation. He was focused on thinking of counterattacks so much that he was practically doing nothing. It was as if Syl had reverted to his old ways when he was a hesitant young child, lost and in need of help from his friends. I thought I had changed. I thought I could help them and get through this, for Vorden and Rayton. I've carried myself for so many years, so why am I thinking of them? Why am I hesitating now? Syl thought. Just then, a large fist smashed the red-skinned celestial right across the face, turned in its head, and before its body could be sent away to the side, its arm had been grabbed, lifting the entire body and slamming him into the ground. Unlike the other celestial they had faced, Borden knew that these guys weren't as strong, but still, a couple of punches weren't going to be enough to turn them into dust, at least not from him. Syl, you can leave this to me. Don't forget I'm here as well. Borden shouted as he rushed towards another celestial, one with razor-sharp blades sticking out from its body. Unlike Syl, there was no hesitation from Borden. In his transformed body, he leapt towards them and grabbed onto the bladed celestial. The sharp blades punctured through Borden's hands, body, skin, and chest. Although not far enough to stab his main organs, it was enough to make him bleed quite a bit. I'm so happy that there is someone like you here. You are just what I need to get a boost, Borden smirked, staring down at the celestial. Seeing Borden acting out, Syl still wanted to support them somehow, so he threw out his trident and started using the demon tier-like weapon's ability as it multiplied to simultaneously attack the other celestials. At the same time, Syl began to pull other demon tier weapons out from his portal space. The best way to get out of here is to not use the abilities that take a high toll of MC points on me and use the power of demon tier weapons to attack. If I do this, I should be able to recover with time, though it won't be done as fast as I would like it to. The recovery might take a long time. I might be fighting for days or even weeks like this, but when my power returns, I will make sure to get rid of every single one of these guys, so they can't hurt or damage any of the Blade family. Syl had pulled out a pulsating sword that orbited the area around them, and then in his other hand he held out a shield. A strong beam attack from one of the Celestials came right towards him, but he was able to lift up the shield to block the attack just in time. Even though Borden was dealing with a good number of the Celestials and had them distracted, many were still coming at them, and it was certain that this was not the end of the Celestial army. I have to keep fighting. I can't distract myself for even a moment. I have to focus. Syl pushed through and resumed the battle with all his might. Quinn was on the spaceship, staring at Mundus in the face, who had suddenly appeared in their ship and had something to say. The time around him was frozen, as Andy's fist was still in the air without a change in his expression. A message from that damn celestial space? Damn it! I don't know enough about that place to understand what's happening. What are these celestials trying to do? But I can tell that this person isn't any small fry, so for once, I should take my time and hear what he has to say. All right, since you haven't attacked me outright, what do you want from me? Why now, of all times, have you come to me to talk? Earlier, none of you Celestials seemed to be this nice. Quinn frowned at the latter. He was still holding on to Minnie, who was able to move, but for her safety, he had her enveloped around in his shadow and was ready to put her away in his shadow space at any moment if things took an unexpected turn. He hadn't made a move yet because of the fear that the one in front of him would think he was trying to make an attack, which in turn would put the others on this ship at risk. If a fight was to break out, then Quinn didn't know what would happen here, to the ship and everyone around, but he was sure that the outcome would not be favorable. There was a place and time where Quinn would be reckless, and this was not. I am glad to see that you are showing some restraint, Mundus replied, which is essential for our cooperation, and it shows that you are perhaps not as reckless as others might think. Look, the Ancient Ones have made a deal with the Celestial that governs the humans and the area of Earth before, so it shouldn't be so much of a surprise that we are willing to negotiate again. Let me assure you that this proposal means that the Ancient Ones see you as a possible great asset. Which also means they see me as a great threat, Quinn said matter-of-factly, and asked, So if I don't comply with whatever you request, what will happen then? Because I should warn you that I don't take too well to threats. Mundus was surprised by Quinn's words, but at the same time he understood some of his actions as well.
because the latter was a new celestial in the first place. But they had never had such a case where one had risen so fast and was involved with their problems so quickly. I think you know the answer to that. You have only seen a fraction of what we are capable of, so let me make this clear. There is not a single thing that the Ancient Ones are afraid of. There are just things that seem bothersome, and we would like to deal with them before they get out of hand. Regardless, hear out our offer before you decline. We know that you don't like us being involved with you and all, but if you truly wish for us to leave you, the human race and vampires alone, then we have one request. If you complete this request, we will not interfere again. Oh? Quinn squinted his eyes. What is it? Hearing his words, Mundus smiled and said, Eliminate the Godslayer, Sil Blade. Hearing these words from Mundus's mouth, Quinn was starting to get an idea of what the Celestials possibly wanted. Just like with the vampires who got rid of the dangerous subclasses, or the werewolves of the old and blood fairies, these gods were doing the same. They wished to rid the world of the Godslayers, so no one could trouble them in the future. It's quite funny. The Celestials always talked about how they were selected by the universe to have been given this role, and how everything is a balance. But if that was really the case, then they should just accept the Godslayers existing as they were as well. The fact that strong Godslayers were appearing must have meant that the universe wanted to get rid of some arrogant Celestials, Quinn thought. When thinking about the request, Quinn was thinking that it was twofold as to why they were asking him to do this. For one, it was Sil himself. Sil was incredibly strong, and with his powers, he would be able to stop most Celestials. Then there was Quinn's role in all of this. By now he was sure that they had figured out that it was him and Sil that had defeated Athos together. If the celestial vampire was to do this, then it would prove to them where his loyalty lay. The fact that you asked that question means you have no clue about me, why I fight, why I have even been fighting in the first place, Quinn replied instantly, having next to no hesitation. Of course, I care about humans and vampires, but maybe not to the degree you think. The truth is, I have and always will only care about a few select people that happen to be either vampires or humans. Most of the people that I did interact with have already died, and as time goes on, maybe even more will. Which is why, for those that are still alive, it is important that I protect them, and one of those that you asked me to kill, to take out, well, it's one of the few people that I want to keep alive. Mundus closed 4 of his eyes, leaving the bottom pair of them open as he shook his head. You didn't even think about the request. This will cause huge problems for you, and it is possible that the Celestials will send the full force of their power after you. Quinn had caught on to certain words that had been used by Mundus. Why didn't they just send out a whole army of Celestials to Earth in the first place to get rid of the problem? Even when attacking Russ, even if they had sent 2 Celestials, then he would have been dealt with before Quinn had even arrived. Using the word could was a careful choice. What could the Celestials be afraid of? Or better yet, what could these Ancient Ones be scared of? Right now, Quinn wanted to meet up with Bliss and make sure she answered all of his questions before blasting her into the reincarnation cycle. So, what now? Quinn asked. I won't fulfill your request made by the Ancient Ones. Are you going to send an army to come after us? Or are you going to try and kill me right now? The shadow created by Quinn's body was on the ground, made by the light source from above. It was slowly getting larger and creeping towards the shadow of Mundus as he said these words. Your answer was a predicted one, which is why an attack has already started, Mundus said as he clicked his fingers, and a portal opened up. When it did, it showed Sil, fighting along with Borden against countless Celestials. The fight scene was similar to that of what Quinn had done the last time he had entered the Celestial space. While watching the strange magic portal, he noticed that Sil and Borden were doing quite well. They weren't struggling, and they were pacing themselves as well. It was clear that these Celestials that were sent weren't as strong as the ones against Russ. Still, it worried Quinn that they had already started attacking. Are you trying to blackmail me? If so, this was pretty stupid of you, Quinn stated. You asked me to kill someone and then show me a video of you trying to kill him yourselves. If I agree to your proposal, then the attack won't stop. No, Mundus replied straight away. There are plenty of hostages that we could use against you, Quinn. The small vampire in your arms, this man who has tried to hit me, and the list goes on, as we learn more about your history and past. As you said,
You are someone who cares for other people. What our main goal in all of this is for you to work with us and not against us. If you can't fight against Sil or kill him, then so be it. However, we still would like you to complete another task. There is another god slayer that is worrying us, one that goes by the name of Aaron Healy." An image of a muscular, toned, straight-faced blonde woman had spread in Quinn's mind. It was quite obvious that the Celestials would be keeping an eye on her as well. "We have learned that the two of you knew each other for some time, so we know. To kill her, it would be a difficult task for you, but it is a step towards cooperating with each other. By doing this, it would prove that you care more for the cause of the Celestials than your own." Based on their research, they knew a lot, and at the same time, hardly knew anything. They were right. Quinn was going to try and not kill Aaron, but if there was no choice, if she had gone too far off the deep end like Quinn predicted, after hearing the tale of what had happened with her and Leo, then he was going to kill her anyway. "This gets the Celestials off everyone's back. If I solve the problem with Zero and Aaron as well, then, finally, all of this will be done with. Maybe this is one of the best deals to make after all?" It took longer for Quinn to answer this time, but eventually he did. "Okay, I accept your request," Quinn answered. "New quest received. Kill the Dampier leader, Aaron Haley." "Oh, the system made this into a quest as well. That will be interesting once the reward is done. But I wonder, if somehow I do manage to get through to Aaron, they will still be after her, but we can solve those problems when they come to it, and if things come to it." Mundus had a large smile on his face, revealing all sets of his teeth. It spread incredibly wide, with the side of his mouth nearly touching his eyes. "This is excellent news. We will call off the Celestial strikes on Sil. In the meantime, Quinn, remember that nearly all of the Celestials are watching you, wondering what you will do next." Mundus's body started to turn into nothing but small black particles. It looked like the wind was drafting these small dust particles off itself in the wind, even though there was no wind, which was strange. Then, Andy's fist had moved suddenly as he threw it out, but had hit nothing solid, and it just made the ship shake and vibrate a little. "What? What happened? There was definitely an intruder on board. They appeared out of nowhere." Andy panicked and looked around, only to see Quinn holding on to a frightened and shaking Minnie. "We shouldn't have to worry about it for now," Quinn answered. "If anything, I think now is a better time than any to have your father by my side. Someone I can speak to again, and who should be able to see the world that he had helped to create." Although Sil's MC points were slowly building back up through the endless fighting, it was only possible due to Borden being with him. With his body getting damaged and hurt, he was unleashing power that Sil had only seen at the top of the Dalki platform. However, he also knew that the stronger Borden was getting, the closer he was to his death, like a flame using up all the power in its fuel. "I've been trying to just use the demon tier weapons, but some of these gods have strange powers that are unpredictable. It looks like we are going to have to come up with a new plan. Maybe, if I just gain enough MC cells, I can transport me and Borden out of the area," Sil thought. "But then, where will all of these Celestials go? They already know about the Blade ship. Will they target that instead?" This was the question that was constantly on Sil's mind, and now he wished he had never looked into the future, just like Logan suggested. It was causing more problems for him than solving them. "Ah!" Sil shouted as he erupted, with energy swirling around him. It didn't look like any type of ability, as it glowed a faint yellow around an inch off from his body. This was Visible Ki, a power that Sil hadn't been able to use to its full potential for so long. There is another person who could fight, with not just his abilities or weapons, but with his own body as well. That's what made him so strong. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to become the same monster as him. A celestial, which stretched out its long brown arms, went toward Sil, and at that moment, Sil had dropped the sword out of his hand, and instead, he gripped right onto the wrist of the celestial. The energy moved to his hand, getting slightly larger like a flame, and the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, Sil had broken the celestial's arm. "I won't let you! I won't let any of you get back on that ship!" Sil shouted, and the energy around him was reacting as well. Once again, Sil had managed to improve himself beyond where he had been. The first to have a soul weapon among the Blade family, and now he was also covering one of his other large weaknesses, another power to use even when he didn't have MC cells.
Syl had gained a new strength and was getting closer to the one he hated. I should think like Quinn. Although our powers are similar and his blood runs through my veins, I can't help that, but the two of us are different. With my strength, I will help the Blade family and allow it to continue to grow, unlike him who only cared for himself. Another fist came towards him, full of spikes, and twisting his body, Syl managed to avoid it, while thrusting out the two open palms of his hands. A large key strike had hit the Celestial, blasting him away in an instant. In the past, Syl had never been the best when it came to hand-to-hand combat, but over the course of 1,000 years, even without using his fighting abilities much, he had learned a few things about fighting, in the few circumstances where he needed to use his fists. He wasn't on the same level as Quinn, but then again, he didn't need to be. Sensing that an object was flying towards him, Syl quickly turned, and the visible key moved around his body, flowing like water, and then when reaching his fist, it erupted into a flame-like power. Just when he was about to throw out his fist, he noticed that it was Borden flying through the air. His fist had turned into an open palm and caught him. The ground was being crushed underneath their feet as the sheer power could be felt. Now, holding on to Borden, Syl could feel his warm blood on his hands, seeping through the wounds on his back even now. "Borden, you're so hurt," Syl stated. "Yeah, although individually a lot of these guys aren't so strong. Together they can pack quite a punch. But don't worry, it's not over yet," Borden said, lifting himself up with a smile on his face. Syl didn't know how far Borden could push himself, but he imagined that he had to be on the edge. "Should I just teleport us away? I can't protect Borden in this state, and I'll be honest, without him, just using my weapons, and even with my recent power of ki, it might not be enough." There was a tough decision on Syl's hands. Now an actual life other than his own was in his hands, and the truth was, he could save him, so if Borden did die, that guilt would be in his hands. While thinking this, there were around 20 different Celestials that charged in towards the two of them, and a decision had to be made fast, until they all suddenly stopped in their tracks. "What is this?" one of them complained, and stomped the ground so hard that several cracks appeared all over the place. "So many of us have already gone into the cycle," another shouted. Syl didn't act or use this chance to attack them. Whatever had occurred, it seemed like the Celestials themselves weren't happy about it, and just like the way they came, they were leaving the same way. Large beams of energy covered their bodies, and they went up towards the sky. Not just one, but all of them, until the only ones that were left on the moon were Syl and Borden. Immediately, Borden started to revert back into his human-like self, giving him much-needed rest. "Why? Why did they all suddenly leave? They could have killed us both, right?" Borden asked. "This makes no sense." Hearing these words, Syl thought about it, but it actually wasn't true. Syl had enough MC points to teleport himself away. He always had enough MC points to do that, and if so, he could even hide and recover, coming back to fight them at full strength again. In a sense, the Celestials never had him cornered, but those that he cared about, the Blade family and Borden, he was concerned for them. "Honestly, I have no clue what's going on," Syl replied. "Why were we attacked in the first place, and why did they suddenly leave like that? But I do know one thing." After this event and seeing the future, Syl had made up one thing in his mind. "I can't leave you guys anymore," Syl stated. "If I was to leave and something happened to the Blade family, I couldn't live with myself. Borden, we are going back to the Blade base, and I plan on staying there." Inside the Blade base, Borden had already given orders for the Blade family to move out and prepare to head towards Mars. He was going to try and do everything to save Syl. Just as they were getting ready to set off, though, after everyone had made preparations, Syl, along with Borden, had appeared right before his eyes. "You two are—" Borden shook his head because he was unsure if what he was about to say really was the case. What if the enemy was coming here right now? "We are fine for now," Syl smiled, "and I have decided I will be staying here." Syl wasn't too sure if the crisis was over or if the future he foresaw now had changed because of him. Either way, he was going to be here to stop whatever was going to come his way. Outside, off in the distance, a gigantic ship with the words Marpo Cruise was heading into the Earth's solar system. "How long do we have till we reach the Blade family base?" the man asked. "I think it will take about a week," Pike answered. Good. In a week's time, the entire world will have changed.
Originally, Andy was going to retrieve his father and bring the chamber back to Mars so that Quinn could wake him up. This way, Quinn wouldn't have to do much while he was away. However, a number of things had transpired, not allowing him to do that. This was also the reason they were traveling. But at the moment, Andy was at a loss for words about what had just happened. "Quinn, is everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah, everything is fine. I have just been thinking a lot, don't worry." Eventually, the two of them arrived at the new location. It was on a large floating asteroid, which, like other heavenly bodies of the solar system, was revolving around the sun. This was also how they were able to predict, more or less, where it would roughly be depending on what time of year it was. Just like before, the asteroid was barren and void of life. On top of this, rather than a monument built on the outside, which would give away that something was even on the asteroid in the first place, the tomb, for lack of better words, was located underground. And to get to the underground location, there was a hidden entrance on the surface. Upon reaching the exact location, Andy pushed a relatively large boulder out of the way. It looked quite heavy, and when Quinn attempted pushing it, he realized that the boulder wasn't actually just a rock. It was just decorated to look like one. It was made out of such solid heavy metal that even a regular vampire would struggle to move it on its own. However, Andy wasn't any regular vampire, but one who focused on strength in the first place. Underneath the large boulder was a staircase leading into darkness with seemingly no end. "I designed this place just for vampires. Not that all vampires are loyal or anything, but you have to make it harder for anyone who is going to come inside," Andy explained. "This place is kinda cool," Minnie replied, as she was content with sitting on top of Quinn's shoulders. The walk downstairs wasn't long, and eventually they reached the level floor. Upon walking across it, they reached a large empty room with several pillars on either side. Then an empty red stone pathway led directly up to the special chamber in the ground. "I know you won't fully explain to me what is going on," Andy said as he walked up to the chamber, reaching about a quarter of the way. "But I can tell that something was going on back then. All of the other vampires' chambers disappeared as well, so it was important to keep this place a secret. I'm sure I won't have to tell you to also keep this place a secret, especially when you bring my father back." Quinn nodded and showed how serious he was about this matter through his silence. That was when Andy took another step forward and reached the halfway point. The rock tiles below his feet started to shine brightly. There were swirls and patterns that Andy had never seen before, appearing right there and then. Although it was an unfamiliar scene for Andy, the same couldn't be said for Quinn. "Get out of there!" Quinn suddenly shouted, and was ready to run right across towards him. But just as Quinn took a step, the light grew bigger, and a large force of energy slammed into Andy, pushing him back and causing him to crash right into Quinn. Before the crash, Quinn had turned, so his back had hit Andy while holding Minnie with both hands. He could feel it straight away that she was shivering. "Don't worry, Minnie. I'm here. I won't let go of you. I won't let her hurt you again. I will make sure to make her pay." Quinn didn't fall as he planted his feet on the ground, making Andy feel like he hit a solid wall, falling on his backside and rubbing the back of his head. He was staring towards where the white light had come from and getting ready to fight whatever was on the other side. "What was that?" Andy asked. When they raised their heads, they found a woman standing in between the chamber where Fex was resting and the two of them. It wasn't just any woman, though. It was one who wore quite heavy clothing, a large dress of sorts, and held a staff in her hands, which had a crystal embedded on the very top. Suddenly, Andy felt an immense amount of power behind him. The blood in his body was tingling, and it was hard for him to get off the ground. Even turning his head slightly was difficult, as sweat trickled down his face already. That was when he noticed the look on Quinn's face. His fangs could easily be seen, as he had his mouth opened wide and his eyes were glowing red. All of the energy in the room was coming from him. He had never seen Quinn this mad. Actually, there was a moment when he looked mad, right before he had left Mars. Just looking at him sent a shiver down Andy's spine.
"Bliss!" Quinn roared. "What the fuck do you want?"
"Quinn," Bliss stared right back at him. "Now is not the time to be hostile. I am here to show you my gratitude for saving Russ's life, but I also have a warning for you."
"Fuck your warnings," Quinn shouted.
as he started to gather a red aura in his hands. "I still have to make you pay for hurting my daughter." A large beam of red energy erupted straight out of Quinn's hands. It went straight towards Bliss, who stomped her staff on the floor. What looked like an invisible wall had spread around her as the large beam of aura hit it, but this didn't stop Quinn. Using his blood control, he twisted the blood aura and spread it out before making it a spin. It now looked similar to a tornado. Soon after, the blood aura was pulled back, and then, swinging his hand, the blood aura began to hit the invisible shield again and again until eventually breaking it. Soon after that, the tornado of blood coming from Quinn's hand went straight towards Bliss. To defend herself, she started to spin her staff as quickly as she could. The blood aura crashed into her staff, and for a second, the blood aura was stopped. Quinn rushed forward and pushed the air with the blood aura extending out of his own arm. It had forced the blood aura to compact down in size on its way forward, and the staff couldn't handle the energy anymore. Bliss fell on her back and was hit. Bliss was ready for another attack to come upon her, but instead, she could see the tornado of blood hovering in place. When taking a closer look at it, inside the tornado itself showed a monster, ready to snap at her at any second. "His power, it has increased so much since the last time. He has improved faster than I thought he would," Bliss thought. But right now was not the time to be impressed. If she were killed here, then everything she had done would have been for nothing. "The only reason I haven't killed you yet is that you still have many questions to answer," Quinn stated. "But trust me, I have many reasons for why I should hurt you badly right now, only leaving you alive so that you can still answer my questions. You risked my friend's life, you hurt Minnie, and you have been using me without explaining a single thing." Bliss gulped. It was different from her usual calm demeanor. Although she was strong, the way she used her powers had all to do with preparation. She needed time to conjure her spells and set things up. This was how she always won her battles against strong opponents. However, she knew others were watching her when she was outside, and the place they were in right now was somewhat the perfect place to talk to Quinn. Because of how much attention was on her, she could only prepare so much beforehand. "I know whatever I say, you might not listen to me, but everything I did was important, including moving your sleeping area," Bliss shouted back. "I know you might not listen to me, but I think you will listen to him." Just then, footsteps were heard from behind one of the pillars at the back of the chamber, and when Quinn and the others turned their heads, they saw a man with gray hair stepping out. He looked to be in his mid-50s, yet had a strong body. He walked forward with both of his hands raised up. "Quinn, she is right. Please listen to her, and if not her, then at least listen to me, your old friend." When looking at the person in front of him, the appearance didn't ring any bells in Quinn's head as to who this could be. However, time had passed, and just like with others, the appearances of many had changed. Even Shiro was hard and impossible to recognize compared to before. Still, there was one thing that Quinn could recognize, and it was the person's voice. Although changed and a bit rougher around the edges, it was a voice that Quinn had spoken to a lot in the past, one of the people closest to him that had helped the celestial vampire out in dire situations, someone that Quinn would never forget. "Is that you, Sam?" Quinn eventually said, his hands shaking and his power dwindling down, but it was still active. That name had also caused Andy to raise an eyebrow. Sam. A Sam that Quinn knows. Could it really be the leader of the cursed faction, the one that took the reins after Quinn had left? Not many knew about the cursed faction since they had seemingly been erased from history, but with connections with his father and more, Andy of course knew more than most, and Sam was a figure who had suddenly gone missing when the cursed faction was being targeted. An odd smile appeared on Sam's face as he walked closer from his position and towards Bliss. The wrinkles where his mouth ended could be seen, and his movement seemed to be somewhat slow. However, when moving in front of Bliss, he gave a single push of his leg, moving him to her side. Seeing this, some of the anger returned in Quinn's face as he bared his fangs once more. "I'm happy to see you again, Sam, but honestly, the fact that you're next to her, I'm going to have you explain yourself as soon as possible." Lifting up his hands, Sam wanted to show that they meant no harm, and even more so, he grabbed Bliss's staff and threw it away from her on the ground. Bliss looked a bit annoyed that he had done that, but she quickly returned to her calm demeanor and looked at Quinn.
These gods don't really know how to act when asking for a favor, Sam explained, but trust me, without that staff, she is around 50% as impressive as she can be right now, and it's not like the two of us can beat you in the first place.
Putting his hands down, the friendly smile on Sam's face disappeared as he went on to explain.
The truth is, Quinn, I have been in contact with Bliss for a little while, even before your slumber, before your final fight with Graham, Sam explained. After Richard Eno was killed, Bliss stated that she needed someone to work with, and more than anything she wanted, or rather needed, the help of a Talon. The only problem was, she knew that you wouldn't work with, or could trust her.
And you can, Quinn replied. I'm sure you know what she is. She is a celestial, and they grow to only care about one thing, and that is their condition that increases their power. It's the only thing they care about. We can always figure things out ourselves. There is no need to get help from the outside.
Sam's head tilted down as he looked at the floor. Is that really the case, Quinn? I know it isn't your fault, but you weren't there. After you left, I tried my best to keep the cursed faction together, to help achieve peace between vampires and humans, but it just felt impossible. The cursed faction had even become enemies in the eyes of the humans that we had worked so hard to save, and that we had become a part of. I had no choice but to believe in Bliss and help her, and she had proven herself many times in the past, that in her own way she really was out there to help us.
Even with Sam's words, Quinn didn't like it. The Celestials were coming to them now, threatening them even, and seeing how they treated lives in the celestial space, Quinn never wanted to work with them or become like them. Moreover, Bliss was more than just any other Celestial. She was the one who had been meddling with things here on Earth, and Quinn, for a while now. He couldn't just start working with her.
You might not trust me, but you can trust my condition, Bliss spoke.
My condition is to save as many lives as possible, so you should very well know that I will try my hardest at any step of the way to do that.
Lifting her hand there and then, Bliss had summoned something, causing it to appear in her hand. It was a large, clear crystal, larger than Bliss's own hand, and in it there was a strange shadow that was swirling and moving around. Throwing it in the air, it moved towards where Quinn was. Sensing that there was no harm or ill intention behind the crystal, he grabbed it to look at what it was, and it looked awfully familiar.
Place the crystal on your daughter's body and break it. If you do that, she will get her shadow powers back, Bliss explained.
At first, Quinn thought it was a trick, but there were a couple of things that made him think otherwise. The shadow power was his domain, and it was unlikely Bliss could control it freely, and the power had already been taken away from Minnie, so what more could it do? Still, he felt that it would be better to wait and use the crystal later.
I can see you're hesitating, Sam stated, holding a similar crystal in his hand, which had the shadow as well.
Sam clenched his fist, and the shadow started to escape. As it did, it wrapped around him, eventually entering through the holes in his face, through his ears, the gaps in his eyeballs, mouth, and nostrils. After a few seconds, the shadow had escaped, and that's when Sam started to use the shadow again, covering his hand. Seeing this, Quinn went to use the Shadow Link skill, and that's when he could finally connect with Sam again.
My powers were stored away because we didn't want you to come and see me, Quinn. The way to get things back to normal, to solve our problems, this process was what needed to be done. As I said before, Bliss has been right on multiple occasions. She knew that the tombs of the vampire settlement would be taken, and there was no way for us to stop it. It was why she had moved the two of you and Peter, to a different location. The apartment building was all paid for by me, or at least whatever was left of the cursed faction's holdings. For a long time, Quinn had guessed that it was all Bliss's doing, and he was correct. He just wasn't aware of the fact that it was her, along with another, behind the scenes. He had never expected to find that Sam was working for her, that he would still even be around. How? How have you stayed alive for so long? This question was directed at Sam. And why did you send me to the planet where Athos was, away from everyone? Bliss is a master when it comes to magical things. Magic in itself is something that is special to the world because it allows one to use universal energy in different ways. as long as you understand how to manipulate it. Bliss is able to use magic circles and their rules to make the energy do various things. The easiest way is to think of it like a computer language program, how people can use that to create different applications and software. The same can be done with magic using universal energy. It just takes time to do such things, and sometimes there are certain tools that are needed. She had created a space for me to stay in for the time being. I haven't ventured much out of that space, which is why I have aged slowly. However, it also means I haven't seen, and only heard about, much of what has been happening until you came back, of course. As for why I sent you away, I explained that already. Bliss answered, "You are gathering too much attention, and even now that you have gotten their attention, it's to the point where now there is nothing we can do, and now we have to work together, come together to stop this. Which is why I wanted to give you a quest. Protect Aaron Healy," Bliss asked. "A new quest has been received. This quest has 2 paths, and depending on the path taken, the reward will differ. Quest option 1, kill Aaron Haley. Quest option 2, protect Aaron Haley."
The system had been somewhat lax with Quinn in recent times, and there was good reason for it to be. There wasn't much other than the celestial points and the celestial ranks for him to track now. However, there was one thing that didn't quite change, and that was the random quests that he would get from time to time. Quests that seemed larger compared to what they were before, almost as if it knew these were going to be major events or major turning points. However, this type of quest was something that he had never seen before. He had penalties for failing quests, and sometimes optional quests, but this, it seemed more like a choice, one that Quinn had to make. "I guess it's just putting my options out clearly to me," Quinn thought. "I'm not sure if Bliss knows about my meeting with Mundus, but I would assume it's unlikely, which means she probably doesn't know about the deal that was proposed either. As long as I get rid of Aaron, then that means all of the Celestials will leave this place alone, which is exactly what I want." The current pause in Quinn talking and giving an answer was concerning for Bliss, to say the least. Although she knew that Aaron had a complicated history and had done some things here and there that Quinn did not approve of, so there was an expected hesitation, but she thought that he would be jumping for joy to protect her. After all, the two were friends, one of the original group that Quinn had traveled with. Right now, in Quinn's head, there were many different things running through at the same time, because his hatred for Aaron had slowly been growing. When he learned about what happened to Fex and his wife, what she could have possibly done to Owen, and also what she had done to Leo, these things were just the tip of the iceberg. Especially after talking to Layla about what the most likely outcome would be, Quinn had somewhat found peace within himself at what could possibly happen. And when the Celestial had suggested his deal, he had been thinking about it more and more, which was why he had been stumped by the sudden question. "Why? Why do you need Aaron alive? Why is she so important for the human race that you need to protect her?" Quinn asked. "And just to let you know, I also have the other person with me that you last asked me to protect, and I'm still not so sure what to do with him either." Both Sam and Bliss looked at each other for a second, to which Sam had given a little nod. "It is a hard one to explain the whole truth, but to put it simply, Aaron, she is the one with the most potential to grow stronger, a figure that will grow stronger than you. She is the one that is needed to potentially end a great catastrophe that could end the whole universe as we know it." Andy couldn't believe his ears at the moment, but made sure to stay close to Quinn, as he was taking everything in. Just what kind of things could be heard in the tomb of his father that the outside world had no idea about? "You can tell us. We have lots of time. And if I don't like your answer, then I'm afraid I'm just going to have to stick to my original plan, even if Sam is standing by your side," Quinn answered. "Sam, you have done a lot for me, and you are one of the people who I would risk my life for, but you have to understand that there are many others as well." Sam nodded. "I understand, and I think it's best if I do the explaining. That way Bliss won't avoid the details that she wishes you not to hear, because I know you best, Quinn, and I believe you will always make the right decision." Sam walked towards Quinn. He didn't want to seem too distant, with everything that was going on. but as he got closer, Quinn raised his hand. "Wait, I think it's very important that whatever we discuss and what to do with Aaron needs to be heard by another one in this room. I need to hear what he wants in all of this." Andy knew straight away who Quinn was talking about because it was his father, the one person in the world that was still alive, who possibly had the strongest grudge against Aaron. "That's fine," Bliss answered. "I didn't come here to stop you from waking up your friend. I just wanted to speak to you in a safe place, away from the eyes of those above. The Celestials are too busy watching planets and things in the surrounding areas near them. They can't see everything that is going on." Quinn dashed forward, straight into the tomb on the other side, and with him he had brought Andy as well, carrying him in both arms. It was a bit embarrassing for Andy, who was quickly let down onto the ground. He brushed himself off as he was let go and shifted a bit in his place. It was incredibly fast as well, making Bliss uneasy because she knew that this person really did have the power to eliminate her at any point and time. She wasn't safe in this area. "I'm not asking, but just telling you what I plan to do." Quinn elongated one of his fingernails and sliced the palm of Andy's hand without telling him. Doing this, the blood dripped down, dropping off from his fingertips and landing on top of the chamber. The blood swirled around, eventually entering the chamber from the ground, and started the mechanism as it moved and made sounds lifting itself from the floor. "Question," Quinn said, looking at Bliss, while the chamber was still opening. "If I was to make an old and weak vampire into a dedicated follower, passing on celestial energy, would it elongate their life?" Bliss now understood what Quinn wanted to do. "It won't be able to return the person to the way they were before, or return the energy they had, but the celestial energy would remain stable in their body. As long as you stay alive, and he doesn't use up all of the celestial energy that you have given him in one go, then he will remain alive." "That's perfect," Quinn smiled. The door could be seen swirling open, and moving. Quinn stood in front of it. When it opened up fully, Fex's eyes opened, faintly glowing red, looking frail and old like he was before. An old, dried-up man. "Quinn, I am happy to see you." Fex slowly stepped out of the pod, to which he took Quinn's arm to hold onto so he wouldn't fall over. It was a sad sight for Quinn to see, but he bore the pain in his heart as he held onto his friend tightly, and he could see that Sam was greatly pained by this fact as well. Sam looked at his own hands. Although old, they were nowhere near the level of Fex. "I guess I was incredibly lucky without realizing it. Fex, I wish I could have helped you more, and all of the cursed faction. I am truly, truly sorry for everything I have done." Saying this in his head, Sam bowed down toward Fex, but that wasn't good enough in his heart. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and kneeled his head down. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was unable to do more for you," Sam said, with lumps in his throat, making it hard for him to speak. "Why is everyone in the cursed faction the same?" Fex smiled. "You were all a bunch of idiots, but I guess that includes me as well. We all tried our best, and that is all we can do." Turning his head to Quinn, the smile took a serious turn. "I see my son is alive, and there is a face I don't quite recognize, but the fact that you have woken me up, I assume you have some good news for me regarding Aaron." Quinn was waiting for this question, and the fact that he had brought up Aaron so soon meant he still had the same feelings as the last time they had spoken. "I have news, but I still don't know the whole truth myself. I woke you up so we could work together on this, just like in the past. My blood brother, I will allow you to witness the end, no matter what." Without saying anything else, Quinn placed his hand on Fex's head, and it was time for him to give his celestial energy over. Then they would find out why Aaron was so important in all of this, from Bliss herself. Quinn had pressed his hand on Fex's forehead, and the energy transfer continued. Celestial energy was floating around the area and was entering Fex rapidly. The influx of energy was so overwhelming for Fex that he was forced onto his knees due to the pressure. Andy dived forward toward the two as he saw this, but quickly stopped, reminding himself that this was Quinn in the end, not some stranger, and based on the things and words the latter had said so far, he would never attempt to do something to his father. At least, I hope he knows what he is doing." Andy stood nervously by the side. The energy transfer continued, and even Quinn was quite surprised by how much celestial energy had left his body. Why is this? Is it because his body was void of vampire energy already? Is that why his body can take this much celestial energy? Since he is in a weakened state, I thought he would only be able to take so much, but right now, I can tell that his body is absorbing it all like a sponge. Picking up the pace and seeing how well it worked, Quinn increased the rate at which he transferred the celestial energy. Due to this, an energy wave was cast from the two of them, and a pulsing sensation was sent out, hitting the others. "Just how much celestial energy are you planning to give him?" Even Bliss was surprised by the amount of celestial energy and couldn't help but ask. Quinn glanced towards Bliss's direction. Originally, he just wanted to give Fex enough so he could live to see his revenge played out, to be part of the decision and play a role in what would happen to Eren. But now that the situation had changed, he had decided to give him the strength to make whatever decision he needed, no matter how difficult in the moment. "I want to give him enough for him to go on the offensive if needed," Quinn replied. This answer worried Bliss in more ways than one, in particular because if Quinn was talking about Fex fighting, it would only be against one person. Eventually, the energy waves stopped in the room, and Quinn lifted his hand off Fex's head as he heard the familiar system prompt. "Ding! A dedicated follower has been added. 10,000 celestial points have been transferred." I know he could have taken more, but let's just see how this will do for now. Other than to Peter and those on the Amra planet, this was the most celestial energy he had given. 152,256 of 365,894 celestial energy. I still have plenty of celestial points for myself to use, and also for the weapon that Alex has created. But in the end, with the way I fight, my own skills matter more when going up against the Celestials, and that's if I still will be going up against them. Slowly, Fex started to lift his head, and as he did, his eyelids trembled, and the color of his skin turned lively. As he opened his eyes, there was a solid red pupil like a vampire, and a white outline vibrating greatly could also be seen. He was also using celestial energy. Unlike before, Fex no longer felt that his body was weak. He still looked somewhat of the same old man he was, but he felt powerful and could easily move around as well. Now, his appearance was somewhat similar to Bryce, the old vampire, but also one with plenty of fight left in him. "Quinn, you did this? Were you the one that did this? I feel strong again. I feel like I could live for another 1,000 years. Fex was shocked, to say the least. "Calm down, brother," Quinn smiled. "Sure you can fight, and I am interested in what you can do, but don't use all that energy up in one go. Otherwise, there is a good chance that you would end up in the same situation that you were in before." Although this was the case, Quinn also thought he could give Fex more celestial energy later, just like he had done with Peter whenever the latter needed it. For now, he just needed Fex to be strong enough to fight, if needed, and stay around for however long it was needed. "Now that you're awake, there is something important that we need to discuss," Quinn added. Knowing how serious the matter was, Quinn placed his hand on the ground, which was covered in shadows. It stretched out to where each person in the room was. The shadow started to rise from the ground, swirling and becoming somewhat of a hard substance, until they formed a chair for all of them in a round, conference-like setup. The shadows around the chair were constantly moving, and it seemed like the others were reluctant to sit on them, but Fex had strong trust in Quinn and immediately sat down. Seeing Fex sit down, Andy decided to sit on a chair next to his father, though Bliss seemed still somewhat wary of the shadow. "Well, I guess you have learnt quite a few tricks while I have been asleep. I look forward to seeing more of what you can do, brother." Fex smiled and looked up and down at the chair next to him, because the shadow chair next to him belonged to Quinn, of all people. It was far larger compared to the rest, as the back armchairs rose higher than the others, looking more like a throne. At the same time, Minnie was sitting on his lap with a big smile on her face. She was just happy to be there with everyone, even though she wasn't really paying attention to what the others were saying. "Please, everyone, sit in the seats. I won't do any harm as long as the answers are satisfactory," Quinn said. Bliss was nervous about sitting down. When she looked at the shadow, she knew what it was. This is the Godslayer ability that originally belonged to Crad. I can tell that Quinn has been using it more and developing it. I wonder how far it has progressed. He didn't really use it too much with his fight against the Celestial when protecting Russ. In the end, Bliss felt like she had no choice but to sit down, and the others followed. When they sat down, the shadow seats felt a little bit light. It wasn't hard on the bottom, and it didn't hurt as they expected. Suddenly, Quinn raised his hand, and another chair appeared in the room, but not only was it a chair, but another person also appeared. With long, straight blonde hair down his waist, there was Russ. I think, since he is somehow involved in this, he also deserves to know about what is going on, Quinn asked. Russ twisted and turned, but before he could lift his hands, the shadows from the arms of the chairs wrapped around his arms, keeping him there in place. He turned his head up to look around him and saw the two people he probably hated the most right now. You! And you! Russ said, looking at Quinn and turning his head to Bliss. Just be happy that you're alive, and we will get all the answers we have been waiting for. So please, explain and give a satisfactory answer of why we should even think about saving Aaron, Quinn said. Bliss gave out a big sigh. Look, it's a really complicated situation, but right now, for humans to survive what is possibly coming, Earth will need as many strong figures as possible. I have been trying my best to keep all of the God Slayers alive, and in this case, each individual is as important as the next. You should know that the Celestials have already begun to attack the God Slayers, and there is a good chance that they will get involved in humans, vampires, and all the lives here. Although this was true, Quinn wondered if the Celestials would keep their word if he was to eliminate Aaron. I don't understand much, Fex said, but your point is that Aaron is one of these God Slayers, and we need them to fight against another group of people. But in my eyes, Aaron is someone who is hurting and killing these strong figures in the first place. If anything, she is deserving of death for multiple reasons, and those that I definitely can't forgive. So, if only she were to die, then what is the big deal? I agree as well, Quinn said. Fex's anger has a legitimate reason, and Aaron has hurt others, as well as killed Leo. I'm afraid this is something even I can't forgive. Hearing these words, Bliss let out a deep sigh. To understand why we need Aaron, we need to learn about Immortui and its position in the celestial world, what vampires really are, and who Immortui is.
At first, Bliss seemed hesitant to speak, even though she said she was happy to explain herself. She had bitten her own lip several times as she struggled to get the words out, making them all think what exactly was the big deal. It's hard to find a place to start, Bliss finally said. There is so much history in the celestial world, so much time that has passed, that it is impossible for you all to comprehend. So I will have to try and make it so that nearly all of you can understand as much as possible. Bliss went on to tell the others about the Celestials themselves, and where she started was with the ones that were known as the Ancient Ones. It was unknown to the Celestials themselves whether or not the Ancient Ones were some of the first ever Celestials. It was suspected that they were, and many assumed this was the case, but it was unknown either way. However, without a doubt, the Ancient Ones were the ones that wielded the most power of the Celestials themselves, and there was a reason for this. The Ancient Ones had been given their name because they had managed to control the universal energy to a higher degree compared to any other celestial, not just celestial energy, but the universal energy that decided and made up everything in the first place. The Ancient Ones were able to use this energy to create things that others couldn't, making their own rules and creations that just weren't possible compared to others. They didn't need celestial energy because they could always just use the universal energy around them. In a way, what the Ancient Ones could do was somewhat similar to how Bliss used her magic, only on a far grander scale, and allowing them to do far grander things. An example of this was the celestial space that all of the Celestials used. This, as well as the system the Celestials had, was created by the Ancient Ones. It wasn't something that Celestials would just have. Regardless, just because they were able to control this energy, it didn't mean they could do as they wish, nor could they control the universe at will, only parts of it when they wanted to, which was why Celestials, God Slayers, and more were beyond their control when it came to things like this. Still, they were able to do a number of things, which would make them unmatched by nearly any celestial, especially if the three of them were together. Hearing all of this, something clicked in Quinn's head. That messenger from before, didn't he say he was here on behalf of the Ancient Ones? I guess now it makes sense for them to even be able to make a deal like that, and if they are as dominant as Bliss thinks they are, then it also means they really do have the power to stop the Celestials from coming to Earth. Thinking about how large and vast the celestial space was, Quinn could only imagine their power and realized how it kind of made sense now. Although he had increased his celestial level, there were still restrictions in the celestial space that didn't quite make sense to him. If this was something that was controlled by the Ancient Ones, rather than the universal ways and power, maybe he would never get access to use the celestial system and space in the ways the others could. Now, the reason why I have told you about the Ancient Ones is because their relationship with Immortui was quite an important one, Bliss continued to explain. As you may already know, me and Richard Eno in the past had worked together, and Richard had managed to open a portal to another world, or more correctly, another plane, almost like another universe that fits or overlaps with ours, and there are many like this. Just like on this plane, there are the respective Celestials controlling each of the areas. Some Celestials are able to move between each plane, or there are even certain people with powers that can move between each plane. But an important note is that the Ancient Ones are also able to move who they wish between certain planes. One of the Celestials that lives in another plane is Immortui. In the past, when Richard had opened up the portal in order to obtain more power, Immortui had planted seeds of power all around Earth. It was how the vampires were created. However, Immortui is a far more powerful being, so much so that the Ancient Ones themselves were afraid of his powers. Immortui isn't just able to create vampires, but he is literally able to turn living creatures into demons. Multiple different creatures beyond one's imagination, and a vampire is just one of them. In some way, Immortui's power is seen even in the vampires, as they too can create different types of creatures, but nowhere near on the scale of Immortui himself. The creatures that Immortui has created have been so strong that they even have had the power and ability to go up against other Celestials themselves, and he himself knew this, which is why, in the past, at one point and time, he had decided to go up against the Celestials and the Ancient Ones. Why, though? Andy suddenly asked, getting a grasp of a few things and interested in the story. Sorry, but from what you explained to all of us, Celestials or gods have conditions that need to be completed, and that's the only thing that gains them a sense of feeling, which is why all of them try hard to complete it. So then, why the need to try and rule the Celestials? What would that do? I can't believe it. It is beyond the point where one just would want to rule. It seems a bit silly for those that are in such a high position. Bliss started to nod. You are correct. It was nothing like wanting to rule the celestial space or anything like that. But it was precisely because Immortui wanted to complete his condition, because his condition is death, the loss of lives. Immortui's condition is to get rid of as many lives as possible, whether that be beasts, humans, or all sorts of creatures. It's a powerful condition, as there are those that are dying every day, and it is also why his power is beyond nearly all of the Celestials, and maybe even equal to the Ancient Ones. The problem was, Immortui was obsessed with his condition, but you see, life is something that many of the other Celestials need to complete their conditions. With Immortui feeling restricted and wishing to do as he wished, a fight broke out. It took the strength of the three Ancient Ones combined, and even then, they were unable to defeat Immortui, but they did seal him away in the other plane with no way for him to get out. Andy wiped his head, hearing these words, because Immortui, the creator of the vampires and other things, sounded too menacing for any of them to deal with. The only problem is, he now has a way of returning, due to the Red Heart, Quinn said, remembering Logan's words. Precisely. My fear is twofold. If Immortui returns, he will plan to use the humans to create greater demons to wage a fight against the Ancient Ones again. The truth is, I doubt the Ancient Ones even know Immortui is planning this. They have left him in charge of the humans because it is one of the most concentrated amounts of lives in the universe that there is. So, they were hoping that his condition and hunger would be somewhat satisfied. At the same time, there is me as well, in order to create that perfect balance as much as possible. In fact, the Ancient Ones didn't want to cause a conflict with Immortui so much, they have left Earth alone for the longest of times, which is why even now they are so reluctant to get heavily involved. The problem is,
If a war were to start, I know the Celestials wouldn't hesitate to get rid of all the humans. They are preemptive. They know that if there might be a way for Immortui to escape, he would have to use the people, and lives are needed, in the first place, to fully use the extent of his powers. Which is why I have been gathering the God-Slayers, to save the human race, and if worst comes to worst, we might even have to pick a side. Whether to join Immortui or the Celestials. Either way, at one point or another, we would have to deal with them both. Quinn, although I am confident in your strength, time is running out. For Erin, the Dampier, her strength grows considerably depending on who she is facing, and on top of that, her powers won't only work on vampires, but all demons that Immortui is able to summon, including himself. In a way, Erin is the shortcut to our answer, if we ever need to face Immortui. So, do you understand why we need to save Erin, even if she is taking a few lives here and there?
Bliss was waiting for an answer. She tried to explain things as best as she could, hoping that she was convincing enough. Quinn turned and looked towards Fex, wondering what he thought in all of this. His hands were clenched. I'm sorry, Quinn. I just can't look at the grand scheme of things. I still wish Erin was dead. That's when Quinn let out a sigh. Don't worry, I agree. As I said before, what is important to me isn't what happens to the human race and such. They have lived 1,000 years without me, and maybe we'll live another 3,000 before this is to happen. But it's what happens to those I care about now. I will stop Pure from summoning Immortui, and I will also try my best to convince the Celestials to stay away from Earth. However, as for Erin, I have to stop her before she kills anyone else I care about. Quinn stood up from his seat, and the shadows started to disappear from the others. Come on, Fex. It's time to pick up my weapon and go see her. Quinn had made up his mind, and truth be told, learning the truth of why Bliss was trying to meddle with his current plan, it had changed nothing for him, because in the end, it never explained why Erin was doing what she was doing, why she had changed so much to the point where she had not only killed those closest to her, but was continuing to hurt others closest to her. People have made the mistake too many times already of trying to save Erin. It's best if we end this one. Quinn didn't really care about the other details, and now, with Fex by his side, he was ready to travel again. Russ, I will be taking you with me for now. I think based on Bliss's words, it would be safer for you to stay with me in the first place, Quinn stated. Without giving a chance for Russ to reply, he sunk into the shadow chair he was sitting on, and once again was in the shadow space. There was one thing that Quinn found interesting about Russ's power. Because he didn't quite understand what it was or how it worked, and yet, Russ never once attempted to use it to break out of the shadow space they were in, at least, not to the same degree as he used his powers outside. At first, Quinn was waiting for Russ to use his powers. Then, when he could see his MC cells drastically going down, Quinn was going to head in there and teach Russ a lesson, making him calm down and stay in the shadow space. But there was no need. A very minimal amount of MC points had been taken when Russ tried to escape. Russ had decided to either stay put or for some reason was unable to use his powers while in the shadow space. Walking away, with Fex and Andy now by his side, Quinn was ready to leave the room and got rid of the other shadow chairs. Immediately, the staff that Bliss was holding onto started to light up, and she soon sped in front of the three with her staff pointed directly at them. Quinn, are you really going to go against the human race? If you get rid of Erin and Immortui wins his battle against the Celestials, then he could get rid of every single life there is. As Bliss talked, the crystal on her staff lit up. Immortui was the one who created the vampires in the first place, as you stated. The truth was, I planned to keep my promise I made a long time ago to a certain someone. One way or another, I was eventually going to meet Immortui anyway. You seem to be so sure of a fight happening. Perhaps it's because you can see the future, but I know as well as you do that what you see isn't always the outcome. Otherwise, you would never try to meddle in the first place. Taking more steps forward, Bliss lit up her staff and fired it towards Quinn. Seeing this, he could tell that the attack wasn't too strong, but the celestial energy within it was. That's why he made a small cut on his hand, and in doing so, he had formed the celestial blood from his own body into a gauntlet. After that, Quinn threw out his fist, wrapped in his aura, and smashed the energy, breaking it into small particles on the spot. What do you think attacking me is going to do? Are you trying to kill me? Do you really think this is going to help out your cause? Quinn replied. even if you have more celestial energy than me. I realized in the fights I had that celestial energy isn't everything. Even just then, I only had to use a small amount, along with my own strength. If you try to get in my way, I don't think this will be favorable for you." Gripping around the staff hard, Bliss knew he was right, and she eventually held it upright and stood to the side along with Sam, allowing the three of them to pass, along with Minnie, who had hopped on Quinn's back again. "I will do what I think is best, like I always have done," Quinn commented as he walked past Bliss, and then looked toward Sam as well. "Sam, you are a smart person. I know you will continue to work with her, and that's why I haven't killed her. I know that my actions might cause a strange outcome, but I also know that you are a smart person. You will always do the best you can to sort out the situation, and if you need me, I will be there to help you, just not this time, not for this favor." With the shadow link, and Sam having regained his shadow, Quinn could always head back to him, and he was somewhat hoping that Sam would stay with Bliss just in case he needed to ask more questions in the future. The information about Imortui was interesting, and if it ever came to the point where they would need to fight, the information that Bliss had would be needed greatly. "Imortui, I assume Laxmus was a dedicated follower of yours, and you have great power as well. He is most likely also the one that promised Zero that he would bring the others back, according to Chris. It seems like he has been meddling in human affairs a lot as well, trying to plan something, with Eren being the key to defeating him. I can tell Imortui is strong, but does that mean Eren is really strong enough to defeat someone like that?" Thinking of this, perhaps if Quinn was to face Eren, she wouldn't be as easy of an opponent as he originally thought. After leaving the underground tomb, and now back on the surface of the meteorite, Quinn tried to set up his shadow link again. He could sense Sam, which was good, but there was a problem. For some reason, he was unable to sense Alex, someone who had recently come back. How is that possible? Has something happened to him? But he sent me a message saying that the weapons were completed. He was in Green City, right? Is everything okay? Panicked, Quinn had no choice but to take the ship they had come in back to Earth. As they were doing this, Andy had gotten in contact with his base, and they had been informed that Green City was completely fine. If that was the case, though, then what of Alex? Why couldn't he use the shadow link to head back to him anymore? After dropping off Andy, Fex and Andy said quick goodbyes to each other. Fex promised that he would meet his son again after he had completed his revenge. In the past, Andy would have thought these were the words of a madman who was obsessed, looking at a goal that could never be done, but they were so close that now it was possible. Andy couldn't wait to talk to his father like he had done before his mother had died. After that, they reached Green City and entered Green Tower, just like they had done before. Heading to the top floor, they could see that Logan was there to greet them, but he didn't have the best of looks on his face. "Alex, what happened to Alex?" Quinn asked immediately. "I got his message saying that he had completed making the weapon, but now I can't use my shadow link to get to him. Were you guys attacked?" Logan shook his head. "No, we weren't attacked, and I was the one that sent you that message accidentally. Quinn, I'm afraid. I don't really know what happened to him, but it looks like some bad news. All I can do is show you this video." Pressing a button, the video of inside the forging room was seen, and at the same time, Quinn could witness two things: Alex completing the weapon that he had requested, and after that the battle for his life. Having watched the video that had been prepared by Logan, Quinn's hands were shaking while his lips were quivering as he saw the scene. How is this possible? What happened?" Quinn asked. "I have yet to enter the place properly," Logan replied. "I have locked the room and denied access to anyone in there. However, no matter how many times I check the security footage, hoping that Alex will appear again, there's no sign of him." Hearing those words, Quinn immediately felt extreme guilt. After all, he was the one that had requested the weapon to be made. On top of that, seeing that his shadow links weren't working, it meant one thing. What was shown in the video footage was real. It had to be. Sometime later, Quinn started to walk. "You guys stay behind. I'll head down there on my own to see what's going on. No one is to step foot in that room until I come back." While looking at Quinn gradually getting farther, Fex couldn't help but shake his head. "It looks like there's always some sort of drama going on with him around. Anyways, I'm sure you have the vampire core to run, Andy. I'll look after my little niece here and Logan. It would be good if you could update me on what's going on so far, while I will do the same. We've had quite the interesting encounters since I woke up, if I do say so myself." Quinn stood on a floor, under the main lab where Logan's base was. This was where the forgery was, with two large, thick doors leading to the forgery. Rather than opening the door, Quinn used his shadow travel skill to travel underneath and reappear on the other side. The forgery was like those that he had seen before, just with a modern design and twist of simplicity in places. Surprisingly, though, there was still an intense heat in the room, coming from the furnace, and a lot of the machinery that was used still being on. I guess Logan really did leave everything the way it was when he found it. "Alex!" Quinn shouted. "If you're there, reply! Shout out back to me! I can help you!" From the look of things, on video, strange tentacles made out of blood spread out and had been attacking Alex. Due to the camera angles, it was unclear where these tentacles were coming from, though it strangely seemed to be from the strange mold he was producing for the weapons. Unfortunately, there was no reply. Nevertheless, Quinn still carefully walked around the room, condensing a small amount of blood aura in his hand, ready to be used at any point in time. That was when his eye caught something. Taking on a humanoid shape, there was a full set of armor, one that looked familiar to what Quinn had seen before, yet clearly different at the same time. It's the Blue Fang set, right? It has to be, Quinn said to himself. Then again, it was wrong to call it the Blue Fang set. After all, the set was no longer silver with blue trimmings like it was before. The colors for it had completely changed. Now, it was mostly a solid black armor, with its points and trimmings a bright red. It looked like armor fit for a demon lord of some sort. "Alex, you repaired the set, didn't you? But is it the same as before? What's the reason for the color?" Thinking about this, although Quinn wanted to try and find Alex, he couldn't help but use the inspect skill on it. "Red Fang Demon Tier chest piece. Red Fang Demon Tier shoulder guards. Red Fang Demon Tier trousers. Red Fang Demon Tier boots. The Red Fang Demon Tier set made by the legendary forger Alex Wei. The pieces of the armor were originally made with the legendary Blue Fang Wolf, which was known for its speed. However, the set has been altered, having used crystals from the volcanic rocket beast." Well now, I understand the reasoning behind the change in color. I guess Alex thought it would suit me more, but I thought the Demon Tier Beast crystal would just be used for repairs. Does that mean its active ability might have changed? All the equipment stats are the same as they were before. "Active skill, Nitro Accelerate. For 2 minutes, the user is able to increase their speed by 100%. Cool down time, 1 hour. This is slightly different compared to what it did in the past. Before, it would combine the agility points of all the stats the armor gave, before adding it to my agility. In a way, this is better since it stacks with my own speed. As my own speed increases, the percentage will stay the same. Even though my speed hasn't improved much lately, we'll have to see if I am faster than before. It also honestly seems to have the same effect from before, making the armor somewhat pointless after using the skill. It was certainly an improvement because of that, but what caught Quinn's eye even more was the fact that there was another active skill that wasn't there before. Active skill, Nitro Casting. When this skill is active, for 2 minutes the user can cast attacks at a faster rate. Is this for real? Cast attacks faster? The armor has always just increased my speed, so the speed of my fists, legs, and such, but this skill will actually allow me to cast attacks faster. Does that also include blood aura? This was certainly something that Quinn wanted to test out straight away. However, now wasn't the right time. He needed to find out what happened to Alex. Regardless, the armor was something that he couldn't have others get their hands on. So using the shadow, he was ready to place it in his space. That was until he thought of something. Should I make this a celestial armor piece? Quinn thought. There's a chance that it can lose its active skills, but after hearing what Bliss said and having a meeting with Mundus, the equipment I should have needs to be better. And if Alex is truly gone, then there won't be a chance for me to make anything after this, or at least find a forger as good as Alex. In fact, I don't want anything to be made by anyone else but him. There were times when risks needed to be taken. Since he had used the marking on weapons before, he thought that it was time for him to do some more testing. There are times when risks need to be made. Alex risked his life creating this equipment, and here I am getting worried that it will lose its effects. Whatever changes the armor would undergo, it won't be worse off than it is now. With that in mind, Quinn placed his hand on the armor. Give me something that can take down and protect me from those around me, Quinn stated, as the armor pieces started to light up. Soon he could feel the energy going into each of the pieces. He didn't know how many celestial points this would take, but since this was an armor for himself, he wouldn't mind so much. After all, in a way, the celestial equipment could be used to fight against other celestials. Sweat soon dripped down Quinn's face. The only time he felt tired these days was when he used celestial energy. But eventually, the job was finally done. Every single piece of equipment had the familiar marking that Quinn had put on all his dedicated followers, along with other things. 10,000 celestial points have been used for each piece of equipment. 40,000 celestial points have been used. 112,256 of 365,894 celestial energy. Inspect. I see now. Well, I'll say that without a doubt this is definitely an improvement. I guess I did the right thing after all. Helen, Alex, once again, I have to thank both of you for making this legendary armor set, Quinn smiled. The amount of celestial energy that had been used was thankfully along the lines of Quinn's expectations. He wanted to have over 100,000 points for any battles he did have against celestials. With his own strength and this, it seemed enough to take on others. Since Quinn was a fighter in the first place and didn't rely a lot on the celestial energy, using his celestial points to make celestial weapons was better for him. Then again, he needed to use more energy on the new weapons as well. On top of that, there was another quest, the quest to make a Godslayer weapon. Wow, now that I think about it, I need to have quite a bit of celestial points. I might have to start getting more people to complete the condition at this rate, Quinn thought. Although there were many things that were holding him back from doing so, one of them was getting addicted to this feeling. He remembered the overwhelming feeling that he would feel whenever he got a huge boost of celestial energy. Celestials only cared about fulfilling their condition. If he got too lost in that direction, it would just make things worse for him. It would make him more like the other celestials, which was something he never wanted to become. The good news was that the active skills that were on the armor set were still there. In other words, there were no changes. There was nothing lost in the process of making the weapon. However, with them now being celestial weapons, there were some bonuses that made Quinn grin widely from ear to ear. Celestial resistance. The item is resistant to celestial energy from the user and, to some degree, from attacks containing celestial energy. This passive skill was something that was now on every single one of the armor pieces that had been created. Before, when Quinn would use his celestial blood or activate the energy in his body, it would cause the armor to deteriorate. This was also the reason why he was unable to use his celestial energy along with the Blue Fang set. However, the demon tier wings were somewhat fine as they had the passive ability of healing. Still, he was happy that he would not have to keep changing out of his armor during a fight. It was a small advantage, but at this point, every small thing mattered. Now I will be able to use the armor set while using my celestial energy for attacking as well. There's no need to use my celestial blood to form an armor. On top of that, there's a natural resistance to celestial powers, putting me more on an even playing field with the other gods. From what Quinn had learned in the celestial space, most celestials weren't good fighters. Instead, it was their celestial energy that made them all troublesome to some degree. Now with this armor, it would be like fighting just anyone else. But that wasn't the limit of what the armor could do. Celestial Blood Charge. Celestial Blood Charge is a skill that can be used to reset the active skills of the armor set. There are 2 uses of Celestial Blood Charge. Using the skill will take up celestial energy, as well as the user's blood. 1. If skills have already been used, Celestial Blood Charge will take 50% of the user's health to reset the cooldown on the armor's skills. If health is below 10%, the skill will not work. 2. Celestial Blood Charge can also be used while a skill is currently active, allowing the user to continue the usage of the current skill. The amount of blood and celestial energy taken will be relative to when the skill is used after the skill has gone past its initial time. It's been a while since I've had to worry about skills like this, Quinn thought. What he meant by this was the fact that the skill took his health away. Ever since gaining the title Ruler of Blood, using blood aura and blood skills didn't take any of Quinn's health, so there was no need for him to worry. However, injuring himself so he could use his celestial blood did. Now it looked like his new celestial items would use up some amount of blood, just like the old days. In any case, these skills are impressive. I have used Nitro Accelerate a number of times when I was in a pinch in the past, and now with these skills, I can continue to use them. When going up against a group of enemies or a tough opponent, this will be a good option to have. The Celestial upgrade has improved this armor beyond belief, but it does make me wonder, would normal users be able to use it? Due to the requirements to use some of the skills, it was almost like the armor knew that this piece would be kept for me to use. Regardless, there was no need for Quinn to think about that. For now, he was glad to find out he could use his celestial energy on more items than before. However, he needed to save his celestial points for more items, and those were the ones coming toward him. Turning around, Quinn could sense energy, an energy that was familiar to him in the room. Ever since he entered the room, he could sense this energy, but he had ignored it because he was unable to see anything, assuming it wasn't hostile. Surprisingly, this energy came from the mold next to the furnace at the very back of the room. Finding the armor set had distracted Quinn a bit, and now his sights were set on the energy that he had sensed in the first place. In the video, that was where Alex was dragged to, so he should be around here, I hope. Taking a step closer, the energy radiated with greater fervor, seemingly reacting to Quinn's footsteps. Still, he looked around, trying to find some answers to where Alex could have gone. He was still too far away to see what was inside the molds that were used to create his weapons, as they were quite deep, so it just looked like two metal boxes from a distance. Taking yet another step, Quinn clenched his fists, and his shadow started to elongate as energy began pouring out of him. That was because, out of those metal caskets, what he had seen in the video had come out. Several blood-like tentacles that were as thick as snakes, but seemed infinitely long, hovered above them. Quinn moved into an attacking stance as soon as he saw the tentacles. It was these things. These were the things that took Alex. Walking forward, Quinn was ready to slice them up and look at what was in the metal crates. Not long after, they all charged at him, prompting Quinn to throw out his hand, only to suddenly stop midway. The reason why he did so was because the blood-like tentacles and the hundreds of thread-like snakes that had been made had all stopped as well. I see. Now I have an idea of what happened. It really was my fault, but I had no clue something like this was going to happen, Quinn thought as he unclenched his hand, with the blood snakes retreating back into the molding. The energy that was coming off them wasn't just similar to Quinn. It was Quinn's very own celestial blood. However, the blood he had given to Alex to use had managed to turn somewhat sentient, trying to consume whatever came close to it. Logan did the right thing to close this place off, otherwise there would have been a few other casualties as well. Does this mean Alex? You really? No, I can't be so sure. I have to find out what happened, Quinn thought as he continued to walk forward. It's a good thing that I came down here on my own. If not, maybe the others would have been dragged into this as well. Walking forward, images were appearing in Quinn's head. He imagined that in the metallic molds where weapons were created, he would see blood and parts of a blood fairy. He had to shake these feelings, these images, as he continued to move forward. What was meant to be a grand moment of unveiling his new weapons that would help in battle had become a nightmare for Quinn. That was until he had finally reached the two metal molds, placing both his hands on them as he looked down. These are the weapons that Alex made for me. These are the weapons that were made with my celestial blood and the demon tier crystals. Seeing them, Quinn was tempted to pick them up, just find out what these things could do. After all, it was something beyond what he could imagine. Never did he think in his life he would be holding something like this. Quinn really didn't know what to expect from Alex's creation. For one, he was actually thinking that the weapon would just be a single item, and here it was. 2 items lying out there. On top of that, this was not just any weapon, but one that was frequently used in the past, but only seen quite recently. I can't believe Alex would make something like this for me. Was there a reason? I guess in the end, they would have their use, and if Alex created them, then it has to be for a good reason. There has to be a reason why he created these. Before picking them up, Quinn had decided to use his inspect skill, just to make sure they were the items he had been expecting. Altandermite Celestial Dual Blood Guns. These dual handguns have been made using one of the hardest materials in the universe. It would be hard to come by anything that would be able to destroy these. The weapons have also been given a godlike energy, causing them to pulsate and search for life and new blood. The description didn't give much help as to what these guns could do, but just as requested, it had been made using the celestial blood from himself. The one thing that was worrying for Quinn was the description at the end. As it stated, it searched for blood. Is this what happened to Alex? And these guns, just how helpful will they be? Quinn reached out, heading to pick one of them up to see what effects it had. He was somewhat conflicted about the weapons. He had never used any guns himself. They were quite rare even after they had made a small comeback. Guns had a strange history on Earth. From what Quinn could remember before his time and before the First Dalki War, guns and weapons of almost all sorts were banned due to the humans worrying that they would kill each other in an all-out war. However, they had made a recent return just before the fight against the Dalki. Because of the period when humans stopped using weapons of mass destruction and guns, it had caused this type of technology to halt, and it had not advanced further as it had done in the past. In the end, even when the Dalki did attack, with the use of guns, battle tanks, and more, nearly all of it was unable to pierce the hard outer skin of the Dalki. It was useless, with only an atomic bomb being somewhat useful, but the Dalki had targeted most of the nuclear stations, and the atomic bombs that did get used on the large Dalki ships had been blocked by some strange force field at the time, that later they found out was powered by beast crystals. It was only when returning, 1,000 years later, that Quinn had witnessed the use of guns again, and that was from members of Pure, where they were able to use special guns to draw out the key energy in an attack. Picking up the handgun, it felt nice in Quinn's hand. The gun was solid black in color, with streaks of gold around the top. However, the strangest part of the gun design was perhaps the trigger. There was nothing to pull on, and instead it looked like a sharp needle. The needle itself was red and pulsating, and when Quinn picked it up, he could sense it. The gun seemed almost alive. What am I meant to do? How do I even use this weapon? The inspect skill didn't come up with any active skills, only the description of it. Holding the gun, there was something drawing him to it, and that's when he placed his finger right by the trigger. In an instant, the strange needle moved, digging into his finger and around the handle of the gun. Quinn could feel several spikes and an intense feeling of pain as they entered the palm of his hand. "This piece of shit!" Quinn shouted internally, as it hurt quite a bit, which was a surprise, and it wasn't done there. Quinn could feel it drawing out of his body all different types of energy without him even trying to use it. At first, he could feel his red vampire aura flow right into the gun. After that, there was his key energy, his celestial energy, and even his shadow and MC cells could be felt being drawn into the weapon. It wasn't a draining feeling, as it almost felt like just a speck of energy was transported into the weapon itself, and it soon stopped. What just happened? Why would the gun do something like that? Inspect. The weapon has registered its one and only user. The celestial energy from the gun and user have matched. You may now use the gun's active skills. The blood gun is able to enhance any type of power that is used to energize the weapon, giving each of them unique properties when used with the gun. The following skills can now be used with the gun. Celestial Bullet. A burst of condensed celestial energy. Can be used to quickly transfer celestial energy to others when shot at dedicated followers or used as an attack against others. This seems a bit extra. I mean, I can transfer energy to dedicated followers whenever I want anyway, but maybe it can tell my intentions. Maybe there is a way I can transfer energy to those that aren't dedicated followers in rapid succession. Also, if I had this type of skill in the celestial space when I was fighting against all the others, it would have come in handy. The question is just how much does this gun enhance the powers of my bullets? Blood Forest Bullet. A blood bullet is shot out, and if hitting a target successfully, it will drain the blood of the target that has been hit, giving the user blood energy, as well as any additional effects from absorbing blood. Key Bullet. Using the user's key, a bullet will be shot out, giving effects of the third stage of key. The bullet is in a condensed form, allowing it to not only be an invisible shot of power, but also a powerful one at that. Shadow Bullet. Depending on how the user wishes to use the shadow bullet can be used in a number of ways, along with the shadow ability of the user. Note: since this weapon was made using the blood of a celestial, it is unable to be marked. It is already a celestial weapon that can only be used with those that have the same type of energy as the celestial. Looking at the effects of the 4 different types of bullets alone, Quinn wondered just how useful they would be. In the first place, Quinn mostly used his blood aura to fight at long range, while using his gauntlets fist to fight at close range. Now he had even more options compared to before with these guns as well. However, he would have to practice being quite a good shot, unless he could direct the bullets just like he could with his blood control. He wanted to test out the skills and see just how powerful the weapon was, but now wasn't the time. He still needed to find out a number of things. Still, with 2 guns, does that mean I could use a mixture of the different bullets as well? What effect would that create? Thinking about this, Quinn looked at the other weapon that was still in the mold, and strangely, it didn't look like an exact copy of the one he was holding. It made him think, did that mean the weapon also had different effects, or was there a different reason? With this excitement at hand, Quinn went ahead and picked up the weapon. Once again, he placed his finger in the place where the trigger would be in a normal gun, and now his other hand was pricked several times. It was just as painful as before, but the energy transfer had some interesting effects. Wait, this isn't the same as before. I can feel it. There's another energy. There is another energy in the weapon that's not my own. That was when something strange started to appear from the gun, just like before. The blood tentacles had come out of the gun and were floating in the air. Quinn! Quinn! Huh? That voice! You can hear me, Quinn? It's me! It's me, Alex! Alex? Quinn turned his head, looking around in the room. Where are you? I've been looking everywhere for you, and I wanted to thank you for making the weapons. There was silence for a moment, and that silence had told Quinn everything, as for one, why the voice he was hearing was in his own head. Quinn, I'm in your hand now. I'm in the weapon you were holding, Alex explained. Due to the turn of events, Quinn couldn't help but slap his hand on his forehead as he shook it in disbelief, because it seemed like Alex's soul or spirit, consciousness, whatever the case was, it was now really in the weapon. So the footage Logan showed me was indeed real, and the weapon started attacking you? Quinn asked. It was so painful. Those damn blood snakes of yours pierced my body and began drawing my blood, and somehow I started to turn into particles before I was placed into the weapon. Honestly, until you reached out and placed your hand in the weapon, I was fading along. Quinn, you have to help. You have to help me get out of this situation. Alex's voice was enough to show how much he was suffering, and with every word he said, it sounded like he was on the verge of tears, which hurt Quinn more, because he was the one that got the former into this situation. I can't promise anything, as I really don't understand it myself, Quinn replied. But if it's like the past, then if we use Shiro's power, or maybe even Sill's, then we should definitely be able to help you get out of the weapon, but I'm not so sure about getting your body back to the way it used to. There was a slight groan from Alex as he imagined himself never being able to make a weapon again, but in the end, he could live with that because the weapon he had made now was already a masterpiece. I guess we'll just have to wait and see for now, but it's not a complete loss. I can still control the gun to some degree, among other things. Saying these words, the red threads that were as thick as a snake came out of the gun and were dangling about. This was all Alex's doing. He had control over the weapon to a degree, which was why he could do all of this in the first place. If worse comes to worse, maybe I can just use these strange blood tentacles to make weapons, or I could just instruct you on what to do, Alex said. Nodding along, Quinn at this point would agree to anything Alex suggested due to how guilty he felt. What was even crazier in his head, though, was how throughout his life he had so many voices in his head. First Vincent, then Ray, and now Alex? Does the universe just not want me to be alone in my own mind? Quinn thought. Although it seemed like Alex could only communicate with Quinn when he was attached to the gun, because when the guns were placed in Quinn's shadow, or he let go of them, he could no longer hear Alex's voice. Enough of that. It is what it is. Alex noticed that Quinn was feeling a bit down. I've already lived a good and long life thanks to you, Quinn. I wanted to create these weapons for you, and I think I have done pretty well if I say so myself. But I am more interested to know if this weapon is any different than the other. Only one of the weapons actually pulled me in, and if they really did use my blood, it might have messed up the composition, creating something different entirely, Alex explained. When looking at the weapon, it didn't look any different, but it did feel different. Quinn assumed this was mostly due to Alex's soul, though. I guess there is no harm in seeing. Inspect. Altandramite, Celestial Dual Blood Gun, Special. Now that Quinn had used the inspect skill on just one of the guns specifically, he could see that this one had a special tag that had been added to it. This weapon contains the soul of an ancient forger. He was one of the best forgers to ever exist, but he left the world with regret, not being able to create the best weapons and strongest weapons the world has seen.
The will of the ancient spirit as combined with the weapon, giving it a few extra skills.
Alex was right. According to the text, the weapon really is different compared to the other one. Just like before, the weapon contained the same set of active skills as the others, but there were a few more differences.
Blood Fairy Bullet. Part of the weapon has been made using fairy blood, allowing the weapon to combine fairy blood with the user's own powers. The Blood Fairy Bullet is highly effective against other vampires. If a vampire, even a powerful one, is hit by a Blood Fairy Bullet, they will find it hard to heal.
This is the same effect as the Blood Fairy weapons that Alex made before, but now in bullet form. This would have been good to use against Laxmus, but I haven't had to fight against other vampires for a long time, so will there be any use for it? Thinking about this, another thought popped into Quinn's head. Bliss had stated that Aaron's strength didn't just work against vampires, but all creations of Immortui. So maybe the Blood Fairy Bullet would be the same. Maybe it was an attack that could be used on the demon creations and Immortui himself. On top of all that, there was still one more skill that could be seen.
Absorption. This weapon is able to absorb crystals. Depending on the crystals absorbed, it will allow special types of bullets to be made. The bullets made through the absorption method will either be limited or permanent.
Oh, that looks like a nice skill, Alex said after reading the text. Wait, you can see that? Quinn asked. Yeah, I could see all of the system screens that popped up. Wait, have you always been able to see this? Is this how you could figure out what was a good weapon and a bad one? The thought of when the two first met was coming into Alex's head, and now it was all making sense. Quinn wasn't some type of forger or weapon expert. He had a cheat skill, allowing him to see all of these things. Although Alex was upset for a few seconds, it had been so long ago he couldn't really be so upset about it. Anyway, the skill is a good one. Maybe with this you can absorb demon tier crystals through the weapon and continue improving the weapon. Maybe with this, you might never have to get a new weapon after this again. And don't you have the best forger in the world? Alex shouted in excitement. Yeah, I really do have the best forger. After saying those words, and with the weapons in his hands, Quinn started to walk out of the forging room. He also turned off the equipment one by one at Alex's request, who explained to him what he needed to do. One of the guns had been placed in his shadow, while the other, using the strange blood tentacles, Alex wrapped around and held onto Quinn's hand. The gun would stay on the underside of his forearm near his wrist. This way, Quinn could still use his hands just fine and also communicate with Alex, who didn't want to be alone and left with his thoughts. When exiting the room, Logan was standing in front of him, and Fex and Minnie were also present. "I'm guessing you never managed to find him?" Logan asked. Quinn shook his head. "Actually, I did, but it's quite complicated. As usual, nothing is ever so easygoing these days," Quinn replied. "If you're not too busy, I could explain and talk to you, but I wanted to ask you a favor before that. Do you have a training room of some kind? I would like to test out the new weapons which Alex made." Actually, never mind. That there is no need for a training room. I just need training partners. I can make my own space," Quinn said, thinking about his own celestial space he could now create, which slowed down time. All they were waiting for now, was word on where Aaron and Zero were. During that waiting time, Quinn was going to get as familiar with the weapons as possible. "Sure," Logan replied, "but I assume that there is not much longer to wait now. We should get the call from Peter and Chris any moment now." The good news was that there was no need for Quinn to use any more celestial points, since the new weapons were already celestial weapons, without him having to mark them. In the future, Quinn wondered if this was a better way to make celestial weapons. Then there was no need to use any of his points. At the end of the day, even though celestial power wasn't the end of all when fighting against other celestials, it did help. And on top of that, there was another reason why he needed a large amount of celestial energy, and that was his own celestial space that he could create. Right now, not just Quinn, but also Fex was in his own private white space. Time was slowed here, allowing for Quinn and Fex to train as much as they could before they were to be called. However, it would use a large amount of celestial energy as well. They weren't alone in the room, as there were a few robot humanoid figures with crystals embedded in their bodies. A loud bang was heard, and the robot fell to the floor, but it wasn't the only robot on the ground. There were around 20 that had been destroyed a distance away from Quinn, while Fex also had around 5 or so of the robots defeated around him. Logan sure has improved these guys, but this power, it's great. Just a little hard to get used to drawing it out, Fex stated. Maybe that's because you're old, Quinn replied, as he looked at his gun and the distance the fallen robots were in. Hey, do you really have to hit me where it hurts? And besides, we're technically the same age, Fex replied, and at least I have kids to show for it. What have you done during this whole time? Just slept, letting your balls dry out. It was a crude image, but Quinn couldn't help but smile. He missed the back and forth that he only really had with Fex. Using the shadow space, Quinn had summoned more of the robots that Logan had allowed him to borrow, and was now observing Fex, trying to gauge how strong he was, or it could be because the one thing he didn't want to do was rush him into danger as soon as he came back. While watching Fex, still as skillful as ever, if not more so with his strings, Quinn was actually thinking about his own weapons. I'm thankful for Logan giving us these robots to test out on, but it's hard to use most of the real effects of the weapons that way, Quinn thought. Still, I was able to find out a couple of things. The bullets, for one, come out lightning fast and I can't really control them. When shooting out the bullets, Quinn thought at least with the blood aura bullets, he could use his blood control to move it where he wished in the air, after the bullet was shot. However, they came out so fast that by the time he used his blood control, it was useless and the bullet was far away. He could only just shoot more bullets at his opponent. Otherwise, he would spend more time focusing on moving the bullet rather than shooting his target, which would be worse. Which was why Quinn had to use the guns more like normal guns. The problem was he wasn't the best shot. Targets that were close he could do well with, but far away and moving targets were troublesome, and that was what he was currently using the robots that had been provided to them for. What I haven't really been able to test on these robots, though, is the real effects that these bullets have, just the range, speed, damage, and the general power of them. Even then, it's not really helpful, since a key bullet and a blood bullet destroys these guys in one shot. I wonder if there is a better way or opponent to train against. A loud bang was heard that distracted Quinn, and lifting his head, he could see Fex pulling one of the robots through the air from 4 different points, the hands and the legs, and then a glowing white fist slamming right into the robot's chest, taking out the chunk of metal that contained the beast crystal inside, stopping it from working on the spot. I think I can do this. I think with this I can stand on my own. I might not be able to help you fight anyone significantly stronger, but I can be by your side, especially when you take out Aaron, Fex said, clenching his fist. When looking over at Quinn through his fist, he could see the other wasn't so enthusiastic. Quinn, Fex called out, I'm going to ask you this, and I know it might not be fair because you were the one that gave me a second chance, but at the same time, if you aren't willing to go through with this, I would rather not have a second chance. You've already made the resolution to kill Aaron, right? I mean, there is no guess. She was the one that killed Samantha, and no matter what the reason was, she has to feel the same pain as her. Of course, Quinn replied quickly. I made the resolution a while ago. I'd already made the decision to wake you up before meeting with Bliss. That's why we were there, and I would have never woken you up unless it was for this reason. I just have a feeling that it might not be so easy. There were a number of factors to take in when fighting against Aaron. For one, the demon tier weapon was made from the humanoid demon tier beast, which gave her the powers of ice. On top of that, there was a demon tier attachment that allowed her to have the same skills and powers with the same weapon with fire. According to others as well, Aaron had also had a demon tier armor that seemed to allow her to negate damage in some way, although they were unsure how it worked. There was also the Dampier strength, and the fact that it would work against Immortui meant that she would also get a power boost if she was to go up against Quinn. In a way, it was better for her to fight a non-vampire like Chris, with no one around, making her significantly weaker. Out of all of those things, though, the main thing that concerned Quinn was the 4 kings of the familiar world. Just why had they all decided to team up with Aaron, and just how powerful were they together? I just have to focus on myself, learn how to use these guns properly, and learn how to combine them with the armor in the best way. I can always go out and get some beasts to use these things on, but real people will be the problem. In the white space, quite a bit of time had passed. Quinn had tested the weapons on beasts, and although Logan wasn't a willing guinea pig, he did have others that were happy to get hit with a bullet or two to see its effects. Quinn just had to make sure he aimed at a non-lethal spot when firing. As time went on, Quinn had figured out quite a lot about his weapons and the combinations that were possible, as well as things he wanted to test out but wasn't quite sure they would work. After some time, his celestial points had run out, meaning they were now back where they started, in Green Tower. They all took a break, while Quinn's celestial points recovered, and they all thought about what to do, how to get stronger. That was until Logan had come looking for them. Vex and Quinn were lying down in bunk beds just talking about the old days together, how one had saved the other lives, and the experiences they had gone through when Logan had entered the room.
I just received a message from Chris and Peter. It looks like they found her. They know where Aaron is.
Nervous energy was felt throughout the entire place, so much so that it felt like the ship they were on was shaking. However, there was nothing but silence as the spaceship traveled to the destination, and since it wasn't far from where they were, it would only be a matter of time until they got there.
"Okay, I can't take it anymore," Vanessa said, jumping up from her seat. "I have to say something. Look, I know this is big, really big, but please remind me, why are we going towards the large explosions on that planet?" Standing by her side, Lucas, her friend, quickly pulled her back down, so she was sitting in her seat again. He could feel the energy coming off from Peter and Chris. The two of them, they looked even more concerned than when they were fighting against the Celestial not too long ago. In the end, since it looked like Peter wasn't going to say anything, Chris decided to talk to the others instead. "I guess we are quite tense, but we have good reason to be," Chris stated. "Remember, you were the ones that chose to come along with us, that wished to film everything that happened. We have no choice. We have to go and see if Zero and the Dampier Queen are on this planet. I just want to make everything clear. If anything was to happen, or a fight was to break out, we will not be strong enough to help you. We might not even be strong enough to protect ourselves." Both of the vampires gulped. Although AJ was paying them a pretty penny to be there as assistants, it was clear that they were about to jump into a pit of lava. As the ship got closer, it literally was shaking due to the shock waves that were coming off the planet. Whatever was happening there, it was a big deal. When Vanessa turned to AJ, though, all she could see was an excited adult, one who had cameras, beast armor, and more strapped to him, ready to film everything that came his way. It was as if he was going to an amusement park or something similar, ready for whatever experience he wished for, as if his lifelong dream had come true. "I'll be going. You two don't have to come, but if you do, and do a good job protecting me just like before, I guarantee that it will be worth your while," AJ stated as he pressed a button on top of his glasses. His current outfit reminded Peter of what Logan used to wear back in the day. His ability and powers were more suited for a role like filming, but of course, his talents would have been wasted on something like that. "I wanted to ask you a favor, actually," Chris said, as he looked at all the recording equipment. "I know in the deal that was made, you promised to only film events and not live stream them without going through an editing process, but I was wondering if you would be able to set up a private live stream to the Green family." AJ placed his finger on his chin. "It's not hard to do at all, as long as Logan accepts. I'm more interested to know why, though." "We made a promise," Chris replied. "We said that we would inform them when we met up with the others, and I intend to keep that promise." Although this was true, Chris was also thinking about something else. He would keep his promise to Quinn, but there was a good chance that they would engage, and Chris was ready to fight Zero head-on. "I can beat him. If it comes to it, if he really chooses to protect Aaron and is really not thinking straight, I will beat him and make him come to his senses," Chris thought. In his head, there was a high chance that Quinn would never arrive, and that they would never get help from the others, so they needed to be prepared to act. "Peter, do you still have that large amount of energy that you were able to summon before? I think it might help us out." Clenching his fist in and out, Peter looked towards the planet.
"I do. The energy inside me is still strong, but I know it is Quinn's energy, so for how long it will stay with me, it is hard to tell."
Although at times Peter was dense, he knew why Chris was asking this question, and there was a smile on his face because Peter was ready as well, ready for round 2 against Aaron. She had managed to escape the last time, even before the two had any time to square off properly. He was ready to bring his all to the fight this time. A larger shockwave than they had ever received before shook the whole ship, more violently than before, to the point where Lucas stumbled a bit. "Full speed to the planet now!" AJ shouted. "The shockwaves! They are only coming out once in a while. We are close, so we need to make it to the planet. Otherwise, the next set of shock waves might even break the ship." The ship went full speed ahead, but rather than heading straight into where the large shock waves were coming from, they had decided to land a little ways away at first. This was on Chris's order. If the ship got destroyed due to the shock waves, or during the fight, they would have no way back and would essentially be stranded on the planet. "That power, I can sense it now that we are close. There is an insane amount of ki that is being pulsated out. At first, I thought it might have had something to do with the red heart being activated, but if this is the energy, it can't be. The more I think about it, the more likely it is to be a fight that's going on. If that's the case, then our best opportunity might be to try and join in just after this fight is over. But who could make Zero release this much ki energy in a fight?" The ship had landed safely, and the shock waves that were being sent outwards weren't felt as strong on the planet's surface.
"Remember to report to Quinn. Keep filming and make sure if you see the blonde-haired girl or Zero, it gets sent back to him straight away," Peter stated as they all walked ahead. Peter and Chris started making their way towards where the giant shock waves were coming from, while the three of them started setting up the camera equipment and getting started with the live stream. Soon, it looked like Chris would get his answer as to just what was going on. A bruised-up lip, a scarred face, ripped clothing, and rags that were floating out in the wind. These were just some of the visible markings that could be seen on the four that were in the fight of their lives. Sweat was running down all four of their faces. Aaron had her hand gripped tightly around her demon tier sword, and the same was for Flora, although there were quite a few black markings on her face from using the abilities of the weapon. Then there was Zero, grinding his teeth back and forth as he held a large katana sword in his hand, one that was almost the size of his entire body, but he was holding it as if it weighed the same as any other sword. "Another attack is coming!" Agent 4 shouted. He held out his hand, and the crown on his head started to light up. Yet he looked nervous at the attack that was coming towards them. A large white beam of energy had hit the barrier, and the red ripples that would come when attacked appeared. The power was holding out well, and as usual, it blocked out any attacks when using the special blood armor this way. However, the attack and beam of energy weren't just coming from one direction. Another attack, of the same size and sheer power, was coming from behind them, an attack so wide and large in size that it would be able to hit all four of them, even with how spread out they were. With Agent 4 still blocking the attack ahead, it would be impossible for him to block the attack that was coming from behind. That was when Aaron threw her sword into the ground, and a large ice wall appeared behind them. The attack hit the wall and had been stopped. "It seems like we are safe, but in reality, we are trapped. How? Just how are we going to defeat this person?" Zero thought, and continued to grind his teeth, as this was an unexpected situation. "And who is this guy? Why does their energy feel so similar to Master's?" It hadn't been long since Mundus had returned back to the celestial space, and when doing so, of course, he was interested in one fight, a fight that was still going on at this moment. He wasn't the only one, as many of the other Celestials were also interested as well. However, Mundus wasn't watching the fight with the other Celestials surrounding the orb where the planet was located. Instead, he was in his personal space, sitting on a seat, and a large portal appeared above him, allowing him to see the fight from several different angles as if he had an all-seeing camera. "Gorgath is fighting against them, and this group seems to have quite a few strong people with them," Mundus stated. "I see the mistake we have made so far. Although we have sent strong gods to fight against the God-Slayer, there seem to be many Earthlings that are also strong surrounding them and supporting them. The weak always did like to gather and stick together, but hopefully Gorgath can complete the job, and even if he doesn't, there is always a Plan B which is in progress, and if really necessary, a Plan C, but I hope I won't have to get involved myself. That would say something about the gods' powers if I needed to get involved, and if that was the case, I would say it was time we whipped some of the gods into action. They have had far too much of a peaceful period." Inside the celestial space, with the biggest crowd, watching the final fight that was commencing were the other gods, and of course, the two favorites that loved to gossip about everything going on, and somewhat played a hand in things, was Zox, the floating ball of energy, and the fish-like god Yongu. "Okay, I will take the bait as usual," Yongu sighed.
I have to admit for once this celestial looks like they can do something, but so far you hyped up all of the other celestials to be these strong, unstoppable gods, and every single one of them was defeated. Which means either these earthlings are just that strong, or your stories are full of flair. Just try to impress me." Frustrated by the words, the ball of energy was starting to expand and retract as its energies grew. "These are unprecedented times," Zoc shouted back, but quickly calmed his voice down when he could see a couple of others looking at him. The one thing he didn't want to do was grab attention. "Dedicated followers fighting alongside Celestials and Godslayer. No one expected any of these to get involved. My information has always been 200% accurate, and that will never change. All of the Celestials that were picked by Mundus were dangerous in their own right, and for their own reasons. Otherwise, Mundus would have never picked them for the job, and the same could be said for Gorgath as well," Zox explained, having to catch his breath since he was speaking so fast. "Gorgath is probably the Celestial with the most accolades compared to the others. If you don't know what I mean by that, I will make it quite obvious to you. Just before this fight, Gorgath himself was fighting against another Godslayer, and he still has plenty of power to fight against these others." Yongu, who had only fought against strong beings that were getting close to the stage of Godslayer, had some idea. This was a warrior who only challenged himself by fighting against other Godslayer. As stated, this was one with, perhaps, the most experience in fighting. On the black, hard rock planet, the celestial known as Gorgath was standing there strong and unhurt. There wasn't a single mark on his red skin, and his large red horn that was as long as an arm was intact as well. "Weak," Gorgath said, as he punched two of his fists together. The strange balls that looked almost like glass embedded into his body began to spin, and as they did, a strange electrical charge could be seen charging off from them. "They sent me to deal with you all, and I can't believe someone like Imortui would have such a weak follower." Charging off from his position, he completely disappeared. The ground wasn't kicked up, but Gorgath was coming through the air like a frightening arrow. Seeing this, Agent 4 quickly stood in front and activated the power of the blood armor. The ripples activated as Gorgath crashed into the pulsating red power. It had stopped him in his tracks, and he landed on his feet. His power was radiating around him, almost making it look like he was floating down to the ground. Raising his fist, he pounded it again, right into the wall. "You think something like this can stop me?" One of the balls around Gorgath's shoulders started to spin rapidly, and the power inside him was rising up. Throwing out his fist, it hit the red pulsating wall, and the whole planet shook as the attack had hit. Yet, the attack still hadn't gone through. Gorgath had to admit that even he was shocked that somehow his attack was being stopped. He had never seen anything like it, but it didn't matter. The radiating energy from his punch was still present and still pouring into the wall. While this was the case, the strange glass-like balls around his legs started to spin, and he moved from his position again, this time coming from the back. As he went to throw out another fist, standing in his way this time was a large ice wall. "I see. I guess you guys are showing some talent now against me, but this is useless," Gorgath stated, "because I like a challenge, and whatever walls stand in my way, I will bring them down." A ball embedded into Gorgath's shoulder spun. Ones in his forearms started to spin as well, and not just in one arm, but in both of them. Throwing out his punch, it hit the ice wall, and the energy of the ice wall had been activated. Whatever attack was to hit it, it would be reflected back, and with more strength as well. This had occurred, and the attack had exploded onto Gorgath's body. It had hit him harder than ever, but Gorgath looked unfazed, and he hadn't left his position. Instead, the balls on his body just began to spin faster and faster. As they did, every few seconds a rush of energy would explode from his arms, hitting the ice wall again and again. The attacks grew stronger, and large shock waves of energy were blasting off, so large that they pierced the skies and would be able to be seen from a distance, from space or even from another planet. Another large shock wave erupted from both of Gorgath's fists, and it was then that cracks started to appear in the form of the ice wall. Erin stood there with the sword held in her hand, while Flora was standing next to her, also holding her blade tightly as well. "We will take this person down together," Flora stated. "I will be of help to you, I promise you that." The cracks appeared larger in the large ice wall, and any second now they were going to break. Meanwhile, the attack that Agent 4 was stopping had come to an end, allowing him to turn around as well.
This person, I'm not getting the same amount of energy I would usually get when fighting vampires, Aaron thought. This battle, unlike the one I fought against Laxmus, will be incredibly difficult. This celestial is strong. I will need all the help I can get if we are to win this battle.
It was then that Aaron could feel an incredibly large amount of energy by her side, but it wasn't coming from Flora. Instead, it was from another.
It looks like I will have to get involved in this fight. I had wished to see your true skill, but we all need to get out of this one alive, Zero stated, as he pulled out his sword and held it down by his side.
The surge of energy exploded, and with it, the ice barrier shattered into 1,000 pieces, falling onto the ground. For a second, Aaron was dumbfounded. She held her demon tier sword by the side of her face and twisted the handle again, switching it from its ice form to its fire form. The blade glowed slightly red, and once again she slammed it into the ground, activating the third ring. With it, a large wall of fire rose up again right in front of all of them.
It looks like that blood armor that Agent 4 is using is able to block the attacks better than my walls. If worst comes to worst, we are just going to have to buy time for him to block attacks while I figure something out.
Something that hadn't happened to Aaron for a long time had occurred today, and that was hesitancy. She was struggling with what to do, trying to find an answer to winning this fight. Using her raw power for this one wasn't going to work out. While in the middle of her thoughts, there was one person who had run past her, and it wasn't Agent 4 like she was expecting. Long black hair could be seen flowing in front of her, and a middle-aged man, with his hand on the sword in his sheath, jumped right through the fire.
Zero! But what is he doing? How is he going to get through the fire?
As Zero got close to the fire, without even having to draw his blade, it looked as if something was pulling the fire apart with its bare hands, almost creating an opening similar to that of an eye. Instead of using her eyes to try and figure out what was happening in front of her, Aaron resorted to using her ability. In doing so, she could see it. It was a strange form of the second stage of Ki. The Ki that was surrounding Zero, it was immense, powerful, condensed, and deadly sharp, allowing Zero to even push the flames apart. The second Zero broke through the flames, he could see Gorgath right there. Pulling out the sword from his sheath, a large amount of energy erupted at one single point. It was condensed to the tip of the weapon. The fine edge of the katana-like blade was lighting up in a slightly bright pink.
100,000 soul strike!
Zero shouted. Gorgath had both of his hands pulled back, ready to throw out a punch. The strange balls on his body were spinning as he was ready to take down the flame wall.
I never expected them to attack this soon. I thought they were cowering and hiding behind their defenses, Gorgath thought.
At the same time, the blade coming out of the sheath moved far faster than he expected, and it had slashed across his chest. A large line of energy, as long as a mountain, erupted and sent Gorgath hurling back in other direction. He skidded across the ground a few good yards before he stopped himself, creating sparks behind his body to slow him down. He rubbed his fingers across his chest and could feel an indent and also blood dripping down from his chest.
So, you are one of these so-called gods, right? Zero said as he pointed out his sword. I know a little bit about you. I have been told a few things, you see, from one of you.
Gritting his teeth, Gorgath stood up, but he didn't look in pain. If anything, he looked absolutely fine and still full of energy.
You, the marking. You are a dedicated follower of Emor Tui, correct? If so, then why are you getting involved in this fight? Do you think because you serve him that I will not harm you?
Zero, hearing this, smiled.
Oh, so you know the one I serve. That's interesting. It seems he is a great person even among the gods, like he said. Either way, the power I just used against you has nothing to do with him. That is all of my own, and there is still a lot where that came from.
Gorgath's eyes widened upon hearing these words, and he was reconsidering what to do for a second as he saw all four of them.
That power, he's right. It hardly has any celestial energy behind it all. But then, how did a human get so strong? And more so, the power that he did use. It didn't completely feel like it was his. The strange energy he summoned, what is it?
The energy that was somewhat unfamiliar to Gorgath was the Ki that Zero was using since he hadn't fought Earthlings or humans before, yet he was right about his thoughts. Although the energy was a part of Zero and had come from his body, it didn't feel connected to or part of him. This was all because of the attack that Zero had used. The reason why he had called it the 100,000 Soul Strike was because that was the amount of ki energy that Zero had obtained over the course of 1,000 years. It was the amount of ki energy he had used in that single strike, and was why it was able to do such a thing to a Celestial, even without having Celestial energy in the attack. The Celestials got their energies from those that were alive. In a way, Zero was doing the same, but he was taking the energy directly from the lives, and using it this way was far more powerful than the gods could have imagined. Gorgath lifted his hand up. The others braced themselves as they were ready for an attack. The fist was thrown, but not out towards themselves. Instead, a loud thud was heard, and a slight mark could be seen on the side of Gorgath's cheek. "Since when have I been the type to worry? I don't care who you serve. My orders have come from Mundus, and even Immortui himself would be a fool to try and go against them. Since you stand in my way, I will take out every single one of you." For a second, Zero thought about moving to the side. If he claimed that he wouldn't get in the Celestial's way, there was a good chance that he would even let him live another life. However, right now, Zero had to choose his sides carefully, and in this situation, he was far more interested in Eren, rather than a god like this that could do nothing for him. Stretching his arms out, a total of 4 orbs on each of Gorgath's arms started to spin, then the 2 stationed around his chest and the rest of his body. Sparks continued to flicker off his skin and connect with each of the orbs. The ground underneath Gorgath's feet had crumbled from his sheer power. He was still levitating and floating in the same space. "Shouldn't we attack him now, while he is powering up?" Flora asked. "Don't worry, I'm ready. Whatever comes our way, I should be able to block it," Agent 4 claimed, with his hand held out. Eren wasn't too sure about that. Although she was confident in the Blood Armor's power, she wasn't in Agent 4 himself. His strength might be strong compared to human standards, but here in a battle like this, Agent 4 was quite slow. One would just have to move faster than the speed it took for him to cast his shield to get through it. Racking her brain, Eren knew this was going to be an annoying fight, unless Zero had any more tricks up his sleeve. "I can probably pull through this fight if I used everything I had, but that leaves me open for another attack. I can't use all of my energy just in case." Finishing this thought, she turned her head, as her ability had latched onto new energies that were coming their way from the side, and it was the other one she had come to recognize quite recently. "What are those idiots doing here? This situation has just gotten a lot worse," Eren thought. After landing on the strange, dark surface of the planet, it didn't take long for the group to head toward where they believed Zero and Eren currently were. Since Chris felt a significant presence of ki, he was sure that he would at least encounter Zero on this planet. As everyone ran ahead, the entire group did their best to keep up with Chris, who was leading the charge. He was the fastest out of them all. However, AJ and the vampires could keep up somewhat, especially AJ, who had a speed ability. But unsurprisingly, even with his ability, AJ was slower than others, which showed just how different the others were in comparison. "How long are these guys going to run for?" AJ thought. "At this rate, I'm going to run out of MC cells before we even reach wherever these guys are going." Eventually, though, Chris stopped dead in his tracks, not moving closer to the source of energy, and the others also stopped nearby. Immediately, AJ could see people up ahead, and from the description he had heard, he knew that one of them was the apparent Dampier Queen. Pulling out his camera and the rest of his equipment with drones and more, AJ began to film this moment, zooming in on each of the current and present people. He recognized 2 of the figures immediately, but the 2 unknown individuals were the ones who sparked his interest. "That's Agent 4. He hasn't shown his face much around Pure, but I definitely recognize him. Then there's Flora, the representative of the Dampiers. She is a familiar face as well. As for the other 2, they must be Zero and the Dampier Queen. I can't believe it. 2 faces practically unknown to the outside world are now here, right in front of me. I wish I could livestream this right now." AJ was cursing at himself inwardly. If the world sees these 2 on one screen, it would surely create one of the highest viewed live streams in history. It would only take a push of a button to go live, and AJ was tempted, but he had made a promise to the others. So for now, he would just have to record this himself, and once edited and filmed out, the whole world would be able to watch whatever was going to happen today. However, what was interesting was how everyone was positioned. It was clear that they were in a fight, but they weren't in a fight with each other. Instead, there was a red being, one that looked inhuman but with a human body shape. Things had changed a lot for the humans. After a relatively long time of peace, things were going to get dangerous again, especially if these celestials kept coming to attack humans. What is that? The energy that is radiating off it, it feels...
It's the same again, Peter commented. The same bastard thing that fought us on the Greylash planet.
You mean a celestial? Chris asked. Although Chris was better at sensing different types of energy, Peter was more familiar with celestial energy due to what was running through his veins and how much of it there was, because Quinn had yet to take it back. Did I hear them correctly? AJ thought. Did they say this was a celestial? They really appear all over the place, and if they are fighting the others, what is their goal? Why not attack the humans or the vampires? Something wasn't adding up, but that wouldn't stop AJ from filming every moment and figuring out the rest of this later. Aaron glanced to the side to look at the others. They aren't moving forward at the moment, but now that these guys are here, it will be a pain. If I use everything I have now and get into a weakened state, they will certainly pounce at me. At the same time, they had run out of options because whatever Gorgath had been doing, he'd stopped. His skin was now glowing a brighter red. The orbs on his body were still spinning, but the sparks were no longer flickering all around him. Flying straight ahead, Gorgath zapped like a lightning bolt. Agent 4 went to lift his hand, but just as Aaron expected, it was too slow to activate the barrier, and Gorgath was already right by his side. Your power, it's extremely troublesome, so it would be best to get rid of you first. Gorgath lifted his hand and threw it down, aiming right for the crown right on top of Agent 4's head. A clang resounded as the two blows met, and the red hand touched the pink glowing weapon. Just then, a strike came from below, as Zero repositioned his foot and blocked the attack. It was also done with a single hand. With his other hand free, he put his palm on the skin of the other. A direct key strike from here will do some internal damage. Zero was ready to unleash his power, but getting close to the skin had caused strange red sparks to flicker, and before Zero knew it, he and Agent 4 were zapped by the energy. He had been unable to touch the skin of the Celestial as the sparks began to take effect on his and Agent 4's bodies. Although it looked somewhat similar to the lighting powers, it felt nothing like it, as they felt as if their insides were melting. Regaining composure, Zero used as much of his ki as he could to protect his insides from giving out. The problem was, he needed to hold on to Agent 4 and do the same, protecting him as much as possible. Agent 4 is needed for the blood crystal to work properly. We still need him, Zero assessed. Agent 4 still had a part to play in their plan, so he couldn't let the latter die here just yet. As he gripped tightly around his blade again and was ready to strike, another sword slashed, and the loud explosion went off, creating a dust cloud and rocks to be flown up in the air right in front of them. Both Zero and Agent 4 were hit by the explosion and sent tumbling to the ground. They were somewhat hurt by the explosion, but were also thankful since the two of them had been broken off from whatever energy attempting to enter their body. The explosions didn't stop there, and they continued to go one after the other. A sword was seen being flung through the dust clouds, and one after the other would go off. "I'm here as well. I can fight as well," Flora said with conviction. She was swinging the sword with the storing ability, and attempting to use it as best as she could, until she could no longer swing the sword for some reason. When the dust cloud settled, they could see that Gorgath was holding onto the weapon. Flora, seeing this, activated the weapon and made it explode on the spot, but it was doing nothing to Gorgath. From his side, a swing of another large sword, which made the air turn into ice as it swung, was aimed towards his side. Once again, though, when the sword got close to his body, the sparks emitted from it and hit the weapon away, as well as spinning Erin's body until she dropped to the floor. "They are losing to that Celestial," Vanessa commented. "Should we help them? I mean, the Celestials are our enemies, right?" For now, Chris didn't order them to move in, and the reason was simple. It was because if they both fought against each other, they would weaken the other, and since both parties in front of them were their enemies, they could get rid of two birds with one stone, simply by observing the battle for now. "Still, aren't they outmatched?" Lucas added. "I understand what you're trying to do, but that Celestial looks like a strong one. Don't you think we should band together to defeat that? Otherwise we could all be in trouble." Chris folded his arms and stayed put for now. You don't have to worry about that. Zero is incredibly strong and has grown far stronger than the last time he showed me his prowess. All he has been doing is growing his strength. There is still a lot left in them, and for one, Zero hasn't even shown his ability yet. When he uses that and is still failing against the Celestial, that is when I would agree with your suggestion. On the battlefield, seeing how tough this fight was going, Zero started to activate the power from within and was ready to use the fourth stage of Ki. He was staggering a little, still reeling from the sparks from the Celestials, as well as the explosion that had thrown him off, but he steadied himself as he readied to display his power. Not yet. Not just yet, Zero thought. Stage 4 Ki. It was created to be used by those who didn't have a soul weapon, releasing the special inner energy in one's self in a certain way. This was what it was known as. However, that wasn't completely accurate. In fact, the truth was, the fourth stage of Ki could be used by anyone, at least anyone with good control of their Ki. It was just harder for those with an ability, since the feeling of summoning a soul weapon and using one's Ki for the fourth stage were very similar to each other. Drawing it out would need an even more powerful and precise control over their Ki. It was the trump card of the high-ranking members of Pure and the especially talented ones. Even after 1,000 years, this skill was incredibly powerful, and during that time, Pure had discovered something, and those that used the fourth stage had done so as well. While using the fourth stage, it was very easy for those who could not control their Ki precisely to go over the natural Ki energy stored in their body and start using their own life energy. With this being the case, many members of Pure ended up dying as they used the fourth stage more and more, making it less popular with newer members of Pure and was more used as a last resort. Does Zero really feel the situation is so desperate that he needs to use this right now? Aaron frowned. The entirety of Zero's skin was now dark red, looking similar to Gorgath. It was now strange to look at the two of them standing close to each other. Interesting. I can see now why Imortui had decided to make you into a dedicated follower. It's always hard for us Celestials to find a strong dedicated follower that won't think about betraying us. Usually, such strong beings would never think about joining another, which begs the question, why did you? Gorgath asked. The second he had finished asking the question, he rode through the air and went straight past Zero, not caring for his new form at all, because in his head, there was still one far more dangerous and annoying thing he needed to get rid of. Protect Agent 4! Do whatever you can to save him! Zero shouted, as he ran off after Gorgath at a speed that the latter had not shown during the fight so far. However, being equal in speed, and with Gorgath being quite a bit in front, meant he could never catch up. This put all the pressure on the others to save Agent 4. Erin stood in front, and the cooldown on her skills had returned. The air around her was freezing up, forming frost on the ground, stabbing the large sword into the ground, and the ice wall had been brought up again. I know this won't stop him completely, but it will be at least able to slow him down like before, Erin thought. Then she brought the sword up, ready to strike again. Erin was ready to time the strike perfectly, but that was until the ice shattered in an instant, as Gorgath's large horn pierced right through the ice. Look at the shock on your face, Gorgoth thought, as he went straight past Erin, her sword strike missing and hitting nothing but the air. Before, I took down the wall just using my physical strength, but I can tell you haven't had much experience fighting celestial energy. Celestial energy can break through that wall with ease. Having struck nothing but the air, Erin was left standing in place. She would have to do something else to stop Gorgoth. My strike! It was just like before when fighting Laxmus. The strange power he used had managed to go against the wall. The skills of the demon tier sword are pretty much useless, but the Dampier energy worked against Laxmus, so maybe it will work on him as well. Swirling around, Erin placed her greatsword on her back, while switching to her blood sword, and immediately it started to light up yellow with the familiar Dampier energy she had. It was stronger than it was in the past, but not as strong as when she had gone against Laxmus. Either way, she threw out a strike, gathering up as much energy as she possibly could. It was a swift movement that allowed her attack to move faster than she could and head straight for Gorgath. As the strike hit his body, it moved him slightly to the side, but his body once again hurled at the attack, turning it into nothing. Damn it! It somewhat worked, but I need more energy, more Ki energy, more Dampier energy, just like in the fight with Laxmus. If the power in me can rise when fighting against vampires,
Doesn't that mean the power is always within me somewhere? I must be able to summon it somehow.
Although her attack didn't do much to stop Gorgath, it had slowed him down by a fraction of a second, and once again, his fists had hit an invisible red wall that was now showing nothing but ripples of red energy. On the other side, Agent 4 with his hand raised. "I'm the one you should be focusing on," Zero shouted, as he suddenly appeared right by Gorgath's side. With a strong strike, his large hand was hit away, and with the hilt of the sword, Zero unleashed a massive amount of power and hit Gorgath upward on his chin. Slamming him with the butt of the sword, Gorgath's face was lifted for the first time in the fight, and before he could react again, Zero carried out a large slash right at his chest. It sent him skidding across the ground, and the wound on his chest was deeper as blood started to spill. "You annoying flies!" Gorgath shouted. Another strike from behind had been dealt this time, hitting him right in his neck. From his eye, he could see that it was the blonde-haired woman. The only thing was, unlike Zero's strike, Erin's strike was unable to pierce Gorgath's skin, and she was unable to move her blade because he had the tip of it held in his hand. "You annoying bugs need to go away right now," Gorgath yelled, as the orbs spun on his left hand and snapped the blade in half by pulling it down.
"No! The blood blade! That belonged to...
She was unable to finish her sentence. As the blade broke, it allowed Erin to pull away, but one of her trusty blades, which she had held with her for years, was now useless. "I see now I was wrong about the order of things. I should get rid of the weakest flies first." Gorgath launched himself from the position he was in and went straight for Erin. Switching weapons would take too long, so she knew she could only do one thing. The armor on her body started to light up, and when Gorgath threw a fist towards her, it hit nothing but the air. His whole body had completely gone through where Erin was at that point, and time. However, although he was unable to hurt her, now having passed through her, he could see another right in front of him. "I need to pay you back for the earlier attack as well," Gorgath shouted, as he corked back his fist again and threw it out. Flora held the special sword in her hand, and in this situation, there was only one thing she could do. One of the abilities allowed the sword to change its form, turning it into something similar to a cape. It was one of the abilities of the 13th vampire families, the one that boosted the defense of a vampire to its greatest level.
"I hope this works,"
Flora screamed in her head as she braced herself. Behind the sword, she summoned all of the ki possible that she could to protect herself. As soon as she closed her eyes, she felt a powerful strike which shook every cell in her body as she was lifted in the air. The sword reverted back to its original form, and Flora was now flying back. "That sword! It didn't break! Just what is it made out of?" Gorgath thought. Flying through the air, Flora finally hit the ground and skidded across it. The blow, even with the second stage of ki and the sword covering her, had hurt her internally. The impact was intense enough for her to spew out blood from her mouth. She was too weak to stop herself as she continued to skid across the floor until, out of nowhere, someone came and caught her, stopping her from going forward any more. She could feel someone holding onto her, and she raised her head. She saw who it was.
Well, well, well. Look which bitch ended up in my hands," Peter smiled.
Zero was now successfully able to hit Gorgath, and right now, the two of them were clashing against each other non-stop. A large fist of power was thrown, while Zero countered it by swinging his sword from the top, stopping it in its place. However, out of the two, Zero was certainly more skillful. This allowed him to get a few hits in right after the attack. He would match the strength of a thrown fist and then quickly try to deflect the attack so that he could get in a sword strike of his own. When the sword struck against Gorgath's red body, it managed to pierce its skin, causing quite a large wound on the body. Regardless, one could tell by the way Gorgath was reacting and still attacking at full strength that the attacks weren't doing much. The sword had matched another strike from Gorgath, and as usual, Zero swung his sword. But this time, Gorgath pulled back instead of going in and avoided the blade, only getting the excess energy of the strike, which did nothing. "What's wrong?" Gorgath asked. "I can tell that you're not as calm as you were when you first changed into this strange form. You've started to rush this fight for some reason. Does your current form have a time limit?" Saying these words, Gorgath flew in with the red spark of energy and with the orbs swirling around his entire body straight toward Leo. Although Gorgath classified the others as weak, it was also clear they were strong enough and had enough tricks up their sleeves to defend themselves from the attacks, so he wanted to get rid of this one first. Once again, Zero swung his sword, this time from above his head, with both hands holding the hilt tightly. One step forward and a large swing right down. Though during the motion of the swing as it came down, two strange things occurred. First, the marking of the eye and two wings on Zero's head started to light up. Second, in this strike, there was no longer just his ki energy, but a white energy started to swirl around his sword like a snake, as if it was alive, and this was the celestial energy of the celestial Immortui himself. 120,000 soul strike, Zero shouted, as the bladed part of his sword also lit up in bright pink, condensing the energy of other ki he had taken. Unlike before, this strike didn't just have the 100,000 souls, but even more of those that Zero had absorbed. Lifting both his arms above his head and tilting his head forward, so the longhorn could be used as well, Gorgath attempted to block the attack. As the sword hit the horn, it went halfway through before stopping, and an immense amount of energy exploded right where he was. The black substance that the ground was made of was a lot harder than that on Earth. It needed to be to survive the countless number of demon-tier beasts on the planet that would constantly fight. Yet the attack had slammed Gorgath's levitating feet into the ground and caused a huge crater around 30 feet deep to appear in an instant. Zero looked down into the crater, because where he stood, it was more as if he was standing on top of a hill now. The ground all around him had been shattered into nothing. Zero from the Pure faction. No, the leader of the Pure faction, AJ said as he zoomed in. I guess his power never should be underestimated after all. He was the leader of Pure for a reason. Chris clenched his fist watching the fight, imagining if he was Gorgath and what he would do in the fight against Zero, because there was a good chance that he could be in his place in the near future. Jumping back, Zero was now by Agent 4's side. That won't be enough to kill someone like that. I can tell that they are not out for the count, which is why I need you to do something. Zero explained. Get out of here and find the meeting point. We will deal with this. You know what must be done. Agent 4 nodded, not saying anything else. He pulled up his little device, which showed the map of the area, and then began to run out of the fighting area. You! Zero shouted, referring to Aaron, who had mostly been standing there, unable to help much. I can finish this fight, but I'm going to need your help. Zero placed his sword back in his sheath, and oddly, Aaron could feel immediately that there was a large amount of ki energy building up inside. She could not believe the amount of energy that Zero was able to condense near him. He really is something else when it comes to ki. I could never have imagined that his power would be this high. With my soul strike, I am able to gather more energy quickly while it's in its sheath. It is clear that the ki from 120,000 souls is not enough for someone of this caliber. The ground started to shake underneath their feet violently. Breaking out of the hole, floating up in the air, there he was, Gorgath. Ah! Gorgath screamed and grabbed the top of his injured horn that was on his head. He started to pull at it, his muscles building until eventually a large snap was heard, and half of the horn had been broken off. Blood was pouring from the top and raining down, but the wound soon healed up. There was a whiff of steam coming from the top of the stump of its horn as the wound stopped bleeding. Zero knew that they didn't have much time to finish off this fight. I need you to buy me some time, and I promise I will finish him off, Zero claimed. Gulping, Aaron thought that this might be the last thing she would end up doing in this fight. So far, she had been able to do next to nothing, but while standing around, she was trying to summon the energy that was from within, yet it hadn't worked out so far. However, she wasn't a fool to know that without Zero, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Celestial. He was doing most, if not all, of the work. So if she didn't help now, it was possibly the end for them. Despite this, she still wasn't sure what she could do to even stop the Celestial for even a second. Her most powerful attacks had been completely useless. Fine, but whatever attack you are cooking up, make sure it doesn't miss. Aaron pulled out her great sword and held it in both hands as she looked up. Her skills weren't horrible by any means. It was just the one in front of her was a tougher opponent than she could have imagined. Before this fight, she never realized how much she relied on the natural rise in Dampier energy one would get when fighting against vampires. In truth, though, She never thought she would have to ever fight against strong enemies that weren't vampires in the first place either. For Gorgath, seeing Aaron wasn't a problem, because she was his original target in the first place. "Don't worry, I can't miss," Zero smirked. That was it. Now Chris knew that Zero was ready to use his ability. Although it hadn't been long, Agent 4 was running as fast as he could through the land while following the map he had. He had a strong grasp of ki, so he wasn't slow, just slow when you compare him to other monsters that were around. With the map in one hand, Agent 4 then started to tap away at his stomach. It made a hollow plastic sound, as if his body wasn't made of flesh, and that was because it wasn't. After a few presses here and there on his plastic-like belly, it had moved to the side, like an open metal panel, and inside there was a storage area. Reaching in, Agent 4 pulled out a bright red crystal, and not just any crystal but the red heart. "It was because of the red heart I was able to use the armor and crown's capabilities to their fullest without having to worry. This thing in my hands is truly a really amazing thing," Agent 4 smiled as he thought. Looking up, where a large black mountain could be seen not that far away. "That's the point, the location that Zero gave me. We have finally figured out how to use the crystal and its powers. According to Zero, his master has told us to open up the portal at this point, where the energies of the two worlds are at their closest. Even if Zero is unable to beat that thing, his master certainly will be able to," Agent 4 smiled. Zero stood on one spot, with his eyes closed and his hand over the hilt of his weapon. His left foot was placed slightly forward, as if he was in a position to strike at any moment. Now, it was all up to Aaron to hold off the Celestial for the time being. She pointed her large, great sword at the red being in the sky, and the first ring on her sword started to light up. The first skill activated, creating a large ice tunnel that shot out straight from her sword. The attack was as powerful as it always was, freezing everything it touched, even turning parts of the moisture in the air around it into droplets of ice. Usually, whatever the ice touched, it would freeze over, making it one of the deadliest skills in existence. However, for Gorgath, he just flew straight ahead through the air. The orbs continued to spin all over his body, generating more energy. It was hard to believe how much power he had, because even after already using so much of it in the fight so far, there were no signs at all of the celestial weakening. He threw out his fist, and the instant it touched the ice tunnel, it started to form over him. But moments later, sparks of energy emitted from the skin, destroying the ice on the spot. This was the same for all over Gorgath's body, allowing him to dive right through the ice tunnel with no trouble at all. It was breaking as his body was touching every bit of it. Seeing this, Aaron didn't give up, not like how she would have done, and twisted the handle. The demon tier attachment activated, turning the blade from one with powers of ice to one with powers of the flame. The reset for the first skill had a separate cooldown, and now, instead of a tunnel of ice going out toward her opponent, there was a tunnel of flames. After passing through the ice, Gorgath could now feel the intense heat instead. His body was resistant to the flames, but his powers didn't seem to work as well in fending off the attack. Even then, he decided to throw his fist out, expanding out a large amount of energy and force. The attack from the punch alone had covered the flames, putting them out. These weren't just ordinary flames either, but one from a demon-tier weapon, making it even more impressive. As soon as the flames had disappeared, though, heading right towards his face was the edge of the sword. Tilting his head down slightly, the broken part of his horn had hit Aaron's blade. Just like Zero, she was putting her ki and Dampier energy into the attack. She also had large amounts, but not to the level where she could injure the horn in the same way. It was clear that the celestial power would win out. Her hands were feeling numb, and her legs were losing their footing as they were pushed further away and into the ground. "Just because I'll lose out in a battle of strength doesn't mean that I will lose this fight." Keeping her sword in contact with the horn, Aaron leaped up in the air and pulled her sword away. The moment she did, Gorgath's body continued forward and crashed into the ground. He quickly turned around, baring his teeth toward Aaron, only to be met with a wave of yellow aura strikes. Each one hit his body, causing him to flinch slightly, but causing him no harm, as he continued to move forward and threw out his fist again. Aaron spun her body, avoiding the attack, and threw out her blade once more, smashing it into the back of Gorgath. The sword had hit his right shoulder, freezing it slightly. The normal energy from Gorgath's skin would get rid of it, but before it did, the orbs on his body started to spin, producing the energy in sight. Out of anger, Gorgath slammed both of his hands on the ground, creating a large blast of energy that hit Erin, throwing her up in the air. She covered her body with ki, but was still hurt as she eventually landed on the ground, flat on her back. He still has this much energy that is just as strong as his first hit. Even if I use my skills, my powers, and everything I have, will I be able to take this monster down? This person with an endless amount of energy? Erin thought. Getting up off the ground, she was contemplating using every little trick she had up her sleeve. I'm ready, a voice shouted from behind, and the voice was a familiar one. The old man that didn't look very old was ready. Opening his eyes, the color of Zero's skin seemed to have changed. The outside of it was glowing white, a sign that his ability had been activated. Watching Erin's fight just then gave me a clue about how this celestial works. I was a bit foolish and should have realized this sooner. Perhaps then, this fight wouldn't have been nearly as hard as it had to be. Let's finish this. Zero pulled out the sword from his sheath, and a large amount of energy was released at once. Just like his sword, the energy came out with a pinkish tint of power. A 100,000 ki strike, Zero shouted. This confused Erin. She could sense the energy was the same as before. The strike was no more powerful than his first one. So what had he been doing all this time for her to buy time? Using her ability further, though, she could see that there was still plenty of energy left in the sheath. Placing his sword back in again, Zero pulled it out. A 110,000 ki strike, Zero shouted again. He repeated this process a few more times, each time releasing different amounts of energy in his strikes. A 120,000 ki strike, a 130,000 ki strike, a 140,000 ki strike, a 150,000 ki strike. All of the lines of aura left his sword and were headed straight for Gorgath. Gorgath could tell that these strikes had celestial energy in them as well, and so far, they were the only strikes that had hurt him. So for him, it made more sense to avoid the attacks, rather than take them head-on or try to hit them. With the attacks being so far away, he had plenty of time to avoid them as well. Moving, Gorgath went to avoid the first strike when he could see that it suddenly had turned towards him. He lifted his hand to block the attack, but the attack itself condensed and made itself smaller as it slashed right against one of the orbs on his arms. Several sparks went off as the two collided, and the orb was no longer spinning in place, and eventually the orb cracked, exploding with energy and splitting into several pieces. Looking at the destroyed orb in his arm for the first time, Gorgath was frightened by the other attacks coming his way. He started to move and was on the run. However, just like before, the attacks seemed to follow him. It's useless, Zero stated. With my ability, once a target has been selected, no matter what, my attack will hit them. With the same amount of energy as I put out, even if you ran for 1,000 years, that attack would hit you. Since what Zero said seemed to be somewhat true, Gorgath stopped running through the air and attempted to hit one, but as he did, the attack changed shape and size and once again hit another orb on its arm, breaking it to pieces and causing another explosion on Gorgath's body. I know you're scared, Zero smiled. Those orbs on your body, that's how you are able to produce your energy to fight us. As long as they are spinning, you're able to produce as much energy as you want and need endlessly. But the same can't be said if they were destroyed, and I have the power to get rid of them. Closing his hands, all of the attacks moved towards Gorgath at once. He turtled up, bracing himself, trying to cover at least the orbs on his chest and body from being destroyed. Yet, just like before, through the cracks and gaps that were still present, the attacks reached their target, and each of them hit their target. Several explosions went off, red sparks of fire were covering the entire sky, and a limp body of Gorgath could be seen falling through the air. It landed on the ground, and Gorgath was hurt. Not yet. Not all of my power is reliant on these things, Gorgath said, as he lifted himself up. I have more celestial energy than you. Even if you take away part of my strength, I can still beat you. Slowly pulling himself up, a power seemed to be rising in Gorgath, until a loud thud was heard, and looking down, he could see a hand through his chest. Pulling it out, Gorgath felt a kick sending him to the floor, and his body soon was becoming nothing but particles.
"I'm sick and tired of waiting," the person said, standing over his body. "I no longer want to watch. It's time we get rid of you all. And, Aaron, I'm personally going to be the one that finishes you," Peter claimed.
While filming the battle, there were multiple times when AJ was tempted to press the live button. A press of a single button and an alert would go out to all of his viewers, and from there the news would spread like fire. Since this was something to do with the Celestials, there was no doubt in his mind that every person that was able to tune in to the event would do so. However, his will to keep his promise had kept him in line, and the fact that he was able to film everything in the first place was good enough. "If I'm actually honest, I'm more scared of what Chris and the others would do to me if they ever found out," AJ gulped. The thing was, AJ wasn't the only one watching the event, because in the celestial space, there were many that had their eyes glued onto what was happening. While watching the fight, there were many that thought Gorgath had the fight in the bag. After all, the target was the Godslayer Eren. He had overwhelmed her in every way. The troublesome ones were the side ones that were getting involved in the fight. There were quite a few that recognized the marking of Immortui. The older Celestials knew his marking well, and several shivers were regularly running through their body. They thought that perhaps it wasn't such a good idea for Gorgath to continue fighting, especially if Immortui was involved. Regardless, the fight continued anyway, and in the end, Gorgath lost, and it was mainly due to the dedicated follower. There was silence for a few moments, as everyone was taking in what had happened. They were also waiting for some type of announcement about the result, but there was no such thing. "What does this mean for us?" one of the Celestials asked. "What do you mean, what does this mean for us?" "Mundus was the one that gave the order, right? So the Ancient Ones were the ones that sent out the Celestials to get rid of the Godslayers. Not only did they fail the task, but not a single one of them survived. Does this now mean that the rest of the Celestials will be mobilized to take out the Godslayers?" It was a comment that many thought of, but it felt strange to them. They were beings that always oversaw multiple lives. Utilizing all of the Celestials like this made it feel more like they were going into a war. If that was the case, it would have been the first of its kind. The Celestials had fights with each other because they were beings of the same level, but the Godslayers were only meant to be a small problem. It just felt awkward going into a full-out war with the lives they were overseeing. "I'm not so concerned about that," another Celestial added. "I'm more concerned with the dedicated follower getting involved. Did you see the marking on his head? This is twice now where a Celestial has teamed up with a Godslayer to fight against another Celestial, and this time it's not just any other Celestial. I fear that the past may repeat itself, and the fact that we still have yet to hear from Mundus about this makes me fear the worst." There were only a few in the room that felt the gravity from the Celestial's words, a few that had experienced and made it out of what had occurred in the past. A repeat would be disastrous for the balance of the world again, and the time it would take to build a community of Celestials once more like this would take another eternity. The Celestials stayed where they were, continuing to watch the outcome of what was to occur, because that was when Zox noticed something and couldn't help but speak out loud. "That! The one that finished off the Celestial! I'm sure of it! He is a dedicated follower as well! A dedicated follower of BB!" Zox had been watching all of the fights carefully, unlike the others, keeping updated with everything, and he had been trying to keep an eye on BB as much as possible as he moved from planet to planet. In a sense, he had put many of the clues together. "What are you saying? That BB and Immortui are working together since both of their dedicated followers killed one of us?" one of them asked. "Let me ask, does it really look that way to you?" Zox replied back. "If you see the look in his eyes, it looks like these guys are about to fight each other. Maybe you guys don't know as much about the Earthlings as I do, but there is a reason why Immortui has been able to gather a large amount of celestial energy without having to do much to get involved. Because if you leave humans be, there is a good chance that they might just get rid of each other anyway." When looking at the two groups again, standing opposite each other, and the energy that was radiating off them, it certainly didn't look like they were friends, making the Celestials think just what had happened for the situation to have turned this way anyway. What was the relationship between the new troublesome Celestial BB and Immortui? "You don't have to be worried," a heavy vibrating voice spread throughout the area, and turning to where it was coming from, they could see a physical form rather than an energy form in the celestial space.
which was something that only the Ancient Ones and Mundus, their messenger, could do. "I have come here to calm your worries," Mundus stated. "After witnessing the first few Celestials falling to their demise, I had a feeling that this outcome would be possible, which is why we made a deal. None of you need to worry about this matter. The new Celestial BB has been given the task to eliminate the Godslayers." A lot of positive energy and talks were being spread in the space after hearing this news, but Yongu and Zox weren't so sure as they looked at each other. Based on their meetings with BB and his actions in the celestial space before, was he really the type of person with whom a deal like this could be struck with? BB seemed more like the stubborn type that would do what he wished to get his way. If BB didn't listen to them before, why would there be a sudden change of heart? It just didn't make sense to them. On top of that, if BB really was contacted and a deal had been made, then where even was BB in the first place? Either way, one thing was true in all of this, and it was the fact that BB's dedicated followers showed the highest resistance to the Godslayer on the field, so maybe it was true. After delivering the message, Mundus turned around and walked back to wherever it was he was going. "Quinn, I have a feeling you will make the right choice. You had a hint of my power, and what the Ancient Ones can do is far more devastating. All you need to do is take out one person, to stop a war, to stop chaos from spreading everywhere. As long as one side is far more superior than the other, a war will never start. A balance of power is what causes wars, and your power is great enough to either balance the scales or completely tip them. So make the right decision." Right at that moment, Quinn, Fex, Minnie, and the soul of Alex were traveling towards the planet in question, the one where chaos was starting to unfold. "How long until we arrive?" Fex asked the console at the front. "Approximate time till destination, 30 minutes and counting," the ship replied. 30 minutes, Quinn repeated, as he sat in his chair and nervously tapped his finger on the side of his arm. "I know what Peter is like. I doubt that he would have waited for our arrival, which means Chris would have been dragged along as well." "Of course," Fex replied. "I think he will be able to hold out. I don't think you have to worry. Honestly, the one I worry about is you, Quinn. You tell me that you have made the resolution, but I fear you did not. I know you knew Aaron before you even knew me, so you must have a stronger history there. So if it comes to it, and you really can't do it, but know it must be done, I will have the blood of her fall on my hands instead." Quinn didn't reply, but he knew it was time for him to decide. In 30 minutes, he had to make a choice. Which quest path is the best choice to make? A little before Peter had entered the scene, he was busy dealing with another troublesome person. After Flora had been whacked away by Gorgath the Celestial, she had been caught by none other than the great white Peter. He had his hands on her shoulders, gripping onto them tightly with a great amount of pressure. At any second, if he wanted to, he could squeeze and shatter the other's shoulders. "You got away from me before, but don't think for a second that you'll get away from me this time," Peter smiled. Figuring out who it was holding her, a sense of fear entered the entirety of Flora's body. Without thinking, she started to swing the large sword in her hand. Mid-swing, what she was seeing had suddenly changed. As she saw the ground and the sky, all of it was upside down. It was only then that she realized that she was currently in the air. Before she knew it, Peter had lifted her entire body up, and then slammed it right into the ground. She coughed out a large chunk of blood, squinting her eyes as she was in pain. It was hard for her to tell which blow had hurt her more, the one from the Celestial or the one from Peter. "You stupid girl, I already kicked your ass once and you tried to swing that sword at me?" Peter asked, as he looked at her hand and lifted his foot. "This sword, it doesn't even belong to you, so let me get rid of it." Peter slammed his foot down, right on Flora's fingers. Her hand indented into the ground, and for sure, the bones had been smashed, even with her using the second stage of ki to protect them. "Let go of the damn sword! It doesn't even belong to you!" Peter shouted, as he twisted his foot, causing more pain to run through the Dampir's body. Eventually, her fingers no longer worked. They were completely crumpled, twisted, and almost felt like nothing but dust. Even the skin on them looked to have been rubbed off by Peter. Kicking the sword away, Peter looked back at Flora. "You and your friend have caused us a lot of trouble. Unfortunately for you, Quinn won't care if you die, and I'm not letting you get away again." Peter made a fist and powered it up with celestial energy. Now that he had more of it, he was able to just transform part of his body rather than his whole body. His right arm started to glow bright red, and the strange black substance started to form over his arm, making a slight armored fist, while lava-like veins could be seen running from his fist up to his elbow. It was clearly a blow to finish things off, unlike the attack that Peter had used before. Moving it an inch, a furry hand moved out, stopping it in its tracks, and a shockwave of power was sent out. "Stop!" Chris said, as the shape of his eyes had slightly changed. He was gritting his teeth, and although it was trying to hide it, stopping Peter's punch was a bit troublesome for him. "He has a lot more power than I thought, but I should have known as much if he was able to beat that Celestial from before. It makes sense," Chris thought.
"What are you doing? She is the enemy, and if we let her live, she will just cause more problems for us in the future, just like before," Peter claimed.
Chris gave out a big sigh. "I understand, but I'm doing this for Quinn and the rest of your damned gang. I know you might not care so much about what happened to Aaron and the cause of all this, but I bet he and the others do. Quinn has the determination to finish off Aaron, but after that, then what happens? Quinn would have to live with the guilt and the mystery of never knowing why Aaron has acted the way she has suddenly now. And trust me, I want to kill Aaron without thinking about it just as much as the other guy. But Leo and all the rest that she has hurt, they deserve to know an answer, and one of the most likely people to have or know an answer is her, the Dhampir that has been by her side since the beginning." Having spent some time with Peter, Chris knew that he was the hardest to convince when it came to things like this, but there was one person he was willing to do things for, and that was Quinn. If Peter thought it would be better for Quinn and could see that, it was most likely that he would listen and follow. From the looks of things, since Peter's arm was reverting back to what it was, it had gotten through.
"Fine," Peter said,
walking past Chris and standing directly above Flora, who hadn't moved from her position. She felt like her life had just been saved, and if she was to do anything stupid, it would be taken in a second.
"If she really is that important, then that just means that we can't let her go no matter what."
Kneeling down, Peter held on to both of Flora's legs, and with a single smooth motion, a loud snap was heard from them both, followed by a slight scream from Flora's mouth.
"My legs! You broke my legs!"
Flora screamed at the top of her lungs.
"If we didn't need your mouth, I would rip out your tongue and lips in a second as well," Peter suggested,
telling her in his own way for her to shut up.
"If you think about using your powers or ki to heal these legs of yours, I will snap them again and break them in more places than one. Or maybe I should just keep breaking them over and over again until you no longer have the energy to heal."
The threat was enough for Flora to stay quiet, and she wouldn't attempt to heal her body. She was already worn out from the fighting and the wounds she had gotten anyway.
"We will keep an eye on her as well,"
Vanessa nervously said, not wanting to step on toes of Peter after what she had seen. Lucas had also gone ahead and picked up the sword from the ground, as it looked like it was something important. He could feel its power, but did not really appreciate it for what it was, since he had no clue what a legendary item it was that he was holding. They continued to watch the fight, and it looked like it was coming to its climax, which led to Peter saying a few words.
"About what you said earlier, well, why are we waiting? We can just ask the bitch in question why she has gone mad,"
Peter claimed as he ran off and appeared directly behind Gorgath. After finishing off Gorgath, it didn't take long for Chris to appear by Peter's side, and he did so in a partially transformed state. Fur had appeared by the side of his face, making him look like he had a heavy set of sideburns, and fur was partially on his chest and down the side of his arms. Chris had already taken off his shirt, revealing his body and abs, since he never really wore one when fighting in the first place.
"So, you followed me all the way here, huh? Wow, I didn't realize you guys were so desperate to get killed,"
Erin smirked, looking a bit drained as she held up her sword. Meanwhile, Zero walked ahead and looked straight at Chris. "I knew this day would come, the day where you would be on the other side rather than by mine," Zero said. "The other side?" Chris replied. "You talk like I was the one that changed sides when you are the one working with the very person that killed your so-called dear pupil. You, Zero, have gone mad due to a promise with a god that you don't even know, a promise that you're not even sure would work." Zero shook his head. "You are now the one getting in the way of me bringing them back, my whole family. But don't worry, I shall finish you and bring you back as well, and then you can understand." In the end, it looked like Chris was unable to avoid a fight. "Peter, are you ready?" Chris asked.
Peter was about to answer when he could see Erin open her mouth. "I don't see your friend anywhere. Where is that despicable friend of yours?" Peter was holding himself back because he remembered what had happened last time. "You know who I'm talking about. Where is Quinn? I want to see him," Erin smiled.
"You!"
Peter's entire body was shaking, and the energy was taking him over as he began his transformation into his celestial form.
"Don't have permission to say his name."
Peter was already in his fully transformed state as he burst forward and ran across the field to get to the other's side. Although Peter looked the same in his current form as he did before, it was clear to Chris that the energy surrounding him was certainly different. When the two of them had fought against the Celestial before, the last punch that Peter had delivered had a large amount of Celestial points, given by Quinn in the final moments. The only thing was, Quinn had never taken those Celestial points back, and right now, Peter had well over 100,000 Celestial points, giving him enough energy that it would rival actual Celestials. As Peter ran, a radiating red aura was following him, looking almost like a copy of himself, just delayed by a fraction of a second. When he got close to the others, Peter leaped in the air and threw a punch on his way down. Erin swung her sword from below with a perfect measure of time. Although Peter was fast, Erin's actions and eyes could keep up with it. This was something she could always do due to the flow of energy she could see. People's energy was more honest than they were, allowing her to recognize what someone was going to do before they would do it, allowing her to keep up with even those that were faster than her. "I'll chop your arm right off," Erin screamed as the sword clashed against Peter's arm. Rather than cutting through it like she expected, though, the sword stopped as it hit the strange black outer casing that Peter had on his arms. "Die, bitch!" Peter shouted back as his special head tail twisted and went right for a stab. Quickly skimming her sword off Peter's arm, she knocked the head tail away from piercing her armor. The head tail continued to attempt to stab her, and stepping back a few steps, Erin would move the large sword's position slightly, stopping the stab attacks from reaching her in time, one after another.
"This woman, I thought she was struggling against the Celestial before. So why is she doing well against me?" Peter thought. "My attack should be sending her to the moon, yet she is matching me back in strength, just like the time before."
Blocking the head tail from attacking again, it was now moving considerably slower compared to what it was before. Peter tried to twist the tail and noticed that it was slightly frozen.
"The sword's power. She's been using it this whole time, bit by bit to freeze my head tail. You might have gotten better at fighting, stronger in your hits, and faster, but still after all this time, you don't think when you're fighting."
Erin twisted the handle on the sword, and the first ring lit up. Swinging it downward, a whole tunnel of flames hit Peter, sending him back. An intense heat was felt all over his body, and Erin could hear yelling but was unable to see anything. Using her ability instead, she could see Peter's energy through the flames. The tunnel was still swirling around his body, yet the flames were no longer pushing Peter back, and instead, he was coming right towards her instead. Jumping right through, Peter had thrown out a fist again, and it hit Erin right on the chest, sending her crashing back and bouncing off the ground until she had flipped herself in the air from a bounce and landed on her feet holding her chest. The armor wasn't damaged, but the blow was still felt, having gone through it slightly.
"So what?" Peter shouted. "It worked for me so far, and it will work for me now as well."
Not too far away from where Peter and Erin had started their fight, Chris and Zero were standing opposite each other, around 10 yards away. Neither of them had made the first move yet. "What's wrong?" Zero eventually spoke. "You managed to summon up the will to go against me, but when reality sinks in and push comes to shove, you can't attack me?" Chris didn't know what to say. He was still in his partially transformed, werewolf-like state. His breathing was slightly heavier in this form. "You should know you won't succeed," Chris spoke. "There is no need for us to fight if your task is already going to fail." Zero laughed as he kept his sword in his sheath and took a step forward. It was the same stance that he had taken when he was ready to fight out against Gorgath. "And who is going to stop me? That crazy undead man? You? I was the one that made you as strong as you are today. Do you really think that I would willingly make you stronger than me? I had a hunch that you might turn on me one day, or disagree with my methods. There is a saying that if you want things done, then you need to do them yourself. But please feel free to stay and do nothing, because right about now, Agent 4 will be completing the long and awaited task that had been given to me by him. Then finally I will get my wish." Hearing these words, Chris knew he had to act. He had to stop Agent 4 from doing whatever it was he was doing. His claws elongated, his legs bulged and grew in size as Chris launched from his position, reaching Zero, who pulled out the sword from his sheath. A 1,500,000 soul key strike! At the same time, Chris swung his hand. I know his ability. Even if I dodge this attack, it will hit me regardless. So the best thing to do when fighting against Zero is to go head-to-head, and in this body that's the best thing for me. The large furry arm struck right against the sword, and a glow appeared between the two strikes of power. Both of them were using immense amounts of ki. Zero's strike had more ki due to all of those that he had absorbed over the years, while Chris had his physical strength and his werewolf form to back him up. The two strikes of power created a large ball of energy that engulfed the two of them inside, not allowing the bystanders that were watching to see anything that was going on in the fight. The amount of power in these fights, Vanessa commented. If they were fighting on Earth, I fear that the whole planet would have been destroyed. The others knew what she meant. Most of the time, these great energies and their attacks were just hitting each other, their own bodies, so it was hard to tell how much power was behind each strike. But if these attacks were directed towards the planet, towards the destruction of the planet, it would be a simple thing for these people to do. It was a good thing they were on this planet as well, since the ground was harder. This planet certainly was a special place to harbor so many demon-tier beasts and still have land that had survived their wrath. In a different location, but on the same planet, Agent 4 had finally reached his destination. The strange device that he had brought with him showed that the energy readings in this particular area were going drastically up and then settling back down. Currently, he was on a peak of a relatively small mountain. The spire at the top didn't pierce the clouds or anything like that, but instead it was a special point. Standing at the top, looking towards one area of the planet, lightning could be seen striking the ground constantly. In another section, large amounts of lava were spewing from the floor, heavy rain in the next, and so on. The planet was a strange one, but at this point, it was calmer than ever, yet one could see all of the chaos that was going on everywhere else. This is it, the point where it connects with the other realm of the Celestials. I can feel it. Even the red heart is radiating in and out with power, Agent 4 thought. There was a reason why we chose this planet in the first place, and this is the location where Immortui told us to put the red heart. On top of the mountain, there was quite a flat surface, and carrying the red heart, Agent 4 placed it down. After that, he pulled out a piece of white chalk. Look at me, a man of science dabbling in magic. Since Zero passed on the secret of immortality to me, he has allowed me to stay in this world for as long as I wish, through the key drain. So, I will do as he asks and return the favor. Smiling, Agent 4 began to draw a circle around the red heart and started to draw the shapes and symbols that he had been told to memorize. Now that there were two fights going on at once, AJ was trying his best to film both of them without getting his equipment destroyed. Even though the drones had gone through improvements, allowing them to survive through storms, a high degree of heat, and so on, there was always a chance for them to break. In the past, they had broken and they had been improved upon, but a single direct hit from any of those four fighting, and he knew he would lose this precious footage. It's a good thing that all of the recorded footage automatically backs up onto a server, so I will never lose it, but these drones cost an arm and a leg. I guess I just have to be careful. Most of the drones that were being used were covering Peter's and Aaron's fight, but the direct camera that AJ was using, he was focusing on Chris and Zero. Using his ability, he was running around getting the perfect shots and getting in and out of the range of their fighting. Shock waves from the attacks from the fight would hit him, now and then, but he just had to suck it up and continue on. The large ball of energy that was covering the two of them had started to disappear, yet strong shock waves were still coming out from the area, and several loud bangs were heard afterwards. Now that he could see, AJ could tell that the fight was still going on between the two of them. The sword was clashing against claws, and a display like no other of physical and sword mastery was being put on. A swing from Chris's claw went right for Zero's face before it was knocked away and hit to the side. Although it looked like there was nothing on Chris's hands and it was just a normal swing, 5 large lines appeared in the ground not too far away from where they were fighting. Seeing another strike, Zero swirled around to the side of Chris trying to move away, but knew it wouldn't be quite enough. With his other hand free, he threw it out. A strong invisible force was felt that had pushed Chris slightly away. It didn't hurt him in any way, but just moved him slightly out of position. The third stage of Ki, Zero is probably the most skilled person in the world when it comes to ki, and the one with the most amount of ki right now. I have to think of all the possibilities, all the things he could do when fighting with ki. Just as Chris turned back around to face Zero, he could see a large slash of ki heading his way. 100,000 soul ki strike! The attack had hit Chris's chest, piercing him slightly. Before the attack could go any deeper, he let out a large howl and used both of his hands, almost ripping the strike apart. Chris's face started to transform even more, elongating and looking less like a human and more like a werewolf. The next moment, the attack was shattered. I see now that you have no problems with killing me, and that I should have the same mentality, Chris shouted in anger. Bracing himself, Zero quickly threw out 2 strikes behind him with his sword. It looked almost like he was displaying some type of moveset as he swung his sword here, there, and other places while shooting out the aura of ki, yet none of them were directed at Chris. Holding his sword steady, it lit up pink now compared to before, and he stood there waiting for the other to attack. Out of anger, with another howl, Chris started to swing his arms in the air. Several lines of energy, like a large scratch mark, appeared in the air and were heading straight for Zero. Condensing the energy to only be used in his sword, Zero swung it, breaking right through the energy claw marks. Swinging again and again, Zero broke one after another with his sword. However, the attacks were strong, as each time the attack hit, even though he was breaking them, he was being moved back further and further. There was more pressure being put on Zero, and he had to put more effort to stop the claw attacks. Although Zero's sword and ki were doing well against the attacks, his arms were feeling a bit heavy and numb from the weight of the attacks. When the barrage of attacks was finally over, Zero looked forward and noticed Chris was no longer there. Turn around, Chris shouted, as he pulled Zero's shoulder so the front of his body was facing him, and before Zero could react, Chris delivered a strong, large fist right to his stomach, hitting him in the air. Before Zero could get away from Chris, he leaped up, now above him. Zero had spun around desperately throwing out sword strikes of ki here and there, but with a slight tilt of his head, Chris was able to avoid it. With both of his hands held together, Chris then slammed it down, right on top of Zero's body, sending him crashing into the ground. I know your ki is strong. I know your second stage and the first stage will protect you from all of that. There is a lot more that I need to do to finish you off. Swinging his arms again, the claws of energy went straight to where Zero had crashed. They started to rip into the ground and were shaking the whole floor around them each time the attacks hit. I know he has a lot of ki, but he just got off from fighting the Celestial. If I keep attacking him, eventually his second stage ki barrier should be down. The smart thing to do after that is leave the first stage of ki to empower the body and heal the wounds. Once all of that ki is gone as well, he won't be able to attack anymore. I will make this a fight about who will last longer, and if that is the case, then my werewolf body will win. AJ, who continued to film it all, couldn't believe the display of powers that were being put on right now. The reason why he had personally been filming Chris's and Zero's fight was because he thought it made a better headline at the end of the day. The 2 top leaders of Pure go head-to-head, a display of pure power. It was a bad pun for a headline, but sometimes it needed to be done. The attacks were relentless from Chris, as he continued to swing his arms in the air, each time chucking out a claw of energy. At first, there was quite a bit of dust from the original set of attacks. Something strange then started to occur. The ground was no longer shaking, even though Chris was still attacking even at this moment. The dust around the area was starting to settle, which was allowing them to see what was going on. As it did, a sight that no one expected had occurred. Even Chris had a sweat on the side of his face, but continued to swing his arms as he watched this. Standing in the crater, Zero had his hand held up, and around a yard away from his body, all of the strikes that Chris was throwing were just hitting a type of invisible wall. It looked like there was a type of barrier that was around Zero, one that didn't allow any of Chris's attacks to touch him. You have a superhuman body that can heal nearly anything. You have great strength, speed, and a ridiculous amount of ki. These things are even things that I wish I had. However, I would have never subjected myself to becoming something like you. I would feel less like myself. I wish to do everything with my own strength, Zero claimed. Own strength, Chris shouted, as he gave out a bigger swing than before, and a large claw strike went straight towards Zero. It hit the strange barrier just like before, but this time there was a slight squint in Zero's eyes and a bend in his knees. Your own power? You mean all the power that you stole from others? Have you really sunk so far that you don't even realize that? Chris shouted. Do you see anyone by my side right now? Zero replied. This is my own power. Moving his hand away, Zero started to run, moving away from Chris's claw strikes. While running, he was swinging his blade once again, not aiming for Chris, but just aiming in his general direction as he swung and swung. Chris landed on the ground and was ready to go toe-to-toe with Zero once again, but that's when, of all people, AJ noticed something. No! Why didn't I notice it sooner? This is what Zero was trying to do? AJ thought. AJ was so engrossed in the fight that he was unable to notice what had been happening so far, the subtle things that a particular person was doing so far. It was only now that he was watching the fight through the camera that he was able to see things from a much wider perspective. If only I had noticed it sooner, if I could have told Chris, then he might have been able to come out of this one top, AJ told himself. Although, thinking about it more, would it really have been much help? How would AJ even communicate the trouble that he could see from so far away without disturbing or distracting Chris? All I can do now is pray that you get through this. You are the hope of this group in the end, AJ thought. Landing on the ground, Chris was still confident. The fact that Zero had created a barrier of what he could only suspect was key meant that he was draining Zero out bit by bit. This is good. There is no need for me to use the fourth stage, nor is there the need for me to transform completely into a wolf. This body uses the least amount of energy, allowing me to be at my strongest, and is the best at healing itself. This fight, I can win this one. Zero continued to run around the place, swinging his sword, bit by bit, and that's when Chris went directly towards him once again. 2 large strikes of energy went towards Chris, but missed him, as Chris moved from side to side, easily avoiding the attacks. He jumped one way, then the other, and with the third jump, headed straight toward Zero. Where are you trying to hit? Chris yelled, as he bashed Zero with both his hands, but had hit nothing but the blade, sending him back. I thought I mentored you better than this. In all honesty, I never thought that out of everything that this would be your downfall, Zero stated. Be aware of your surroundings. Zero had placed his sword in the sheath again, which meant he would be storing up power for a large attack. However, if that was the case, then it meant Zero had to be confident that Chris was unable to attack or touch him. Seeing this was ringing alarm bells in his head and made him not step forward for a second. Instead, Chris started to look around to see if there was any kind of trap that had been set up. A little too slow, don't you think? Zero chuckled. What do I do? Chris thought. Now, when looking around in the air, there were several key strikes all over, in the air. They were there just hovering in place and floating about. This was all due to Zero's ability. His ability, which allowed him to not only hit his target no matter what, but it also allowed him to control his attacks, a bit like how vampires could use blood control. His key attacks were floating in place, just waiting for Zero's ability to be activated on Chris, and at any moment, no matter what, these 50 or so powerful key strikes would all come towards Chris at once, hitting him no matter what. You... Fine, bring it on, Chris shouted. Stretching his arms out by his side and spreading his legs, Chris had seen Zero's ability, and he knew that there was no chance for him to run away. The best thing to do was to face them head on. Let's see how you do, Zero stated, as his ability was activated and all of the strikes were now moving towards Chris from every possible angle. Some of the attacks were a little behind others, so they wouldn't be hitting him at the same time, and that was what Chris needed to rely on. As the aura came in and struck him, he swung his arms at 2 of them as hard as he could, aiming to cancel out the attack. He had done a good job, but it was pointless. At the same time, several slashes hit his legs, hit his back, and hit the other parts of his body. The slashes were piercing his tough hide, going through the key that he had. I have to fight this, Chris thought as he looked up into the sky and let out a large howl of energy. Woo! Chris shouted, trying to activate all of the ki in his body to reinforce it. In his werewolf form, it was better to use the first stage of ki to improve his body capabilities rather than the second stage as a barrier. All he could hope for was to minimize the damage of the attacks and increase the healing of his body. However, the slashes of energy continued. There wasn't just one wave, but there seemed to be several more waves of attacks. They were piercing through his skin, pushing him back, his body trying to heal as the slashes of power hit the inside of him. Ah! Chris continued to scream. I can't lose here. I can't die here. Not when I have finally just started to live. Chris began to swing his hand, trying to destroy the key attacks coming towards him. He was taking a step forward as more slashes were hitting him, still piercing his body, and his blood was dripping on the floor. Come on, Chris, AJ shouted. The whole world is counting on you. Take out this damn fake." Chris swung his hand hard, but got hit by 10 more slashes that were just directed toward his arm as well. He was sure by now the attacks had to be over, only a few more seconds at least. "Just starting to live," Zero repeated. "Don't worry, after I am done with you here, I promise I will bring you back, and then you will see the light and see how right I was." Unleashing his sword out from his sheath, Zero threw out a devastating attack. "A 1,600,000 soul key strike!" Zero shouted. The line of aura that came out was larger, more condensed, and more powerful compared to before. On top of that, straight after, Zero swung his sword a few more times, throwing more of the key strikes, but with lesser energy, out towards Chris. The attacks were still hitting Chris nonstop, but he could see the large attack coming his way. "I have to focus on stopping this. If I don't stop this one, it will be a real problem. I have to," Chris thought as he readied both of his hands. He concentrated his ki, moving it to his hands, but in doing so, the other attacks were able to pierce his body deeper than they would have done. Regardless, Chris didn't flinch, he didn't run, because any of these types of thoughts would just make things worse. "If I'm going to that damn place, then I will at least take you with me," Chris shouted, throwing both of his fists together, hitting the attack from Zero at the right time. It stopped it in its tracks, breaking the attack, showing that Chris was no weaker in terms of power. However, the following attacks hit Chris right on his chest, and following that, with his energy low, he was chucked onto the ground and fell over backwards. The attacks had stopped, but with all of the cuts, covering nearly every inch of Chris's body, it was hard to believe he was still alive, yet he still got up off the ground with blood dripping from his wounds. "Chris!" AJ couldn't help but call out, and an overwhelming amount of emotions were coming over him. "You can... Stop, Chris, you don't have to get up again. You've done enough. You have already fought so hard." "Look at us," Zero said. "There is still not a single wound on my body. I know what your plan was. With your strength, you were planning to outlast me. After the last fight, you probably thought I was low on ki. If I just ran out of ki and you were able to land a few hits on me, the fight would be over, right? Although that was a good train of thought to have, as you can tell, I still have plenty of power." Chris coughed, and a large chunk of thick blood and mucus came out onto the floor. How many more lives did you take behind my back to have this much power?" Chris said. "I can't believe for so long I worked for a monster like you. I was wrong about you, and I was wrong about trying to outlast you, so it's time to just go all out." A ball of energy was summoned out of Chris's chest. His wounds weren't healing fast anymore, and he was still in his werewolf form, but something strange was starting to happen as the energy from his chest spread out through his entire body. His skin, no, not only his skin, but the gray fur all over his body was starting to turn red. "Stage 4 ki, with my werewolf form using both of my powers at their maximum potential. It might take every last single drop of energy from my body, but now I can see that's what it will take to beat you." AJ had never seen such a beautiful sight before. A red werewolf. Peter and Aaron's fight was in no way a comfortable one for either of them. Although Peter now had a lot more celestial energy than last time, which powered him up in a certain way, it didn't do much against Aaron. Even though he had landed a full-blown hit right on her, it was clear that she was fine, and he would have to try harder if he wished to get the upper hand in this battle. However, if there was one thing that Peter was, it was relentless, as he didn't give her a second to recover and had already resumed raining down his fists upon her, throwing them one after another before she could even react. "Your body probably still hasn't even fully healed yet, and yet you are still trying to attack me." Keeping the sword in its flame state, Aaron felt the need to do more damage. While the ice sword would perhaps slow down the intensity of Peter's attacks, she knew it wouldn't do much in terms of dealing actual damage to him. Thus, swinging her sword, she tried to hit the skin of Peter's knuckles. It was still impossible for her sword to cut through the strange black substance that Peter had covering his knuckles with, for some reason, but the flames coming from each strike would do something as they twirled from the sword and were directed right towards Peter's chest, pushing him back slightly every time. "The sword only emits flames when swung, but if I use the third stage of ki, I can redirect the flames to more vital points and continue to hurt Peter in this way." Aaron quickly thought of a plan. However, just like before, Peter didn't seem to care about the flames that were burning on his body, and he threw out two fists at the same time, firing them off like a shotgun, full of power and might. There was only one way Aaron could think of to block this attack. Therefore, while swinging her sword again to skim both of Peter's arms, she herself leapt up into the air through the momentum of the sword. "Damn it! This undead can use ki as well. Even if I had blocked the attack, the power and shockwave would have still hit me. Since when did he get so smart?" The thing was, Peter wasn't thinking about what he was doing at all. He had only one thought on his mind, and that was the fuel behind his aggression.
Kill! 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 I need to kill her. That way Quinn won't have to. If I get rid of her here, then he won't have any guilt for doing so. I have to do this. I must take her down.
While in the air, Aaron had forgotten about a small detail. The head tail raised up and whacked her right on the side of her armor where her ribs would be. The strike from the head tail was just as strong as if Peter himself was swinging a sword. Before her body could be flung off to the side, he grabbed her by the foot and swung her by her ankle, slamming her right onto the ground, creating a sizable crater from the impact.
"I'm not done yet,"
Peter shouted, as he lifted her by the foot again, ready to slam her into another area of the ground. But suddenly, Peter felt like he was no longer holding anything, and as he finished his motion, there was nothing in his hands.
"Where did she go?"
Peter thought as he looked around. Looking at his hand, he still didn't understand. He had a tight grip and was sure she hadn't gotten out of it, and yet she had somehow managed to slip through.
"You people are annoying. In fact, it seems like you and Chris are the only annoying ones that are currently here, so I guess it won't be that big of a problem," Aaron said. "You are strong, but I can tell this is the limit to your strength. You have no trump card and nothing through which you can use to turn the situation around, whereas for me, it's different. You haven't even forced me to the limit."
Right now, Aaron was sitting on top of a large black horse with a strange greenish-blue glow coming out from its body and its nostrils. AJ and the other vampires were wondering where it had come from. They had no clue what this horse was, but that wasn't the case for Peter. He knew.
"I was wondering when you were going to use them."
Peter gritted his teeth as he curled his hand into a fist. Without a doubt, this was one of the 4 kings that he had seen before, and Aaron had control of all 4 of them. There was still a lot more that Peter needed to do in this fight if he wanted to win. For Aaron, the 4 kings were something that she had refused to use in the fight against the Celestial. She had learned multiple times that she always needed something to protect her. If the past was anything to go by, she had seen time and time again how people would die by giving it their all too soon, so she would never fully overexert herself and leave herself open if she had to. If it came to it, she would even try to run away from a fight before using all of her energy. With Peter in front of her, though, Aaron had concluded if she wanted to get rid of him, she only needed to use a bit more strength. She would still have room and power to get rid of the rest of them safely. As for Peter, he knew Aaron was right. He didn't have any trump cards. He just had his fist that he needed to rely on. There was one thing that could help him, but they had left it back on the ship. Laxmus, in the end, was a lesser white, but he was someone who still carried his vampire energy. There had been a debate beforehand about whether to bring him into the battle or not, and in the end, Peter decided against it. This was due to who they were going up against, Aaron. She was someone who gained power from fighting vampires. He was unsure if Laxmus's dead body would do the same thing, but it wasn't worth the risk, which meant that he would have to fight this battle on his own to win. "You should have just stayed in whatever hole you were hiding in for the last 1,000 years, Aaron shouted. The horse started to run towards Peter. It was moving its legs swiftly and would almost turn invisible once in a while. Peter had locked his eyes on its movement, but not just the horse, but Aaron herself was disappearing in and out as well.
"Can that horse make her invisible too? But I don't remember her using this power before."
When thinking back, the horse had hardly done much of anything, apart from fighting with Oscar with its full force and strength. The full capabilities of its powers weren't really revealed, and who knew if the king's strength from the families grew with time. If this was the case, then this certainly would be a tough battle. Right then, Peter threw a fist, aiming right for the horse, but it disappeared the next second, making him hit nothing but the air, and before he knew it, a large cut was made across his back. Aaron had reappeared along with the horse and made an attack before Peter could react to it.
"Peter!"
Vanessa cried. She had been watching everything carefully so far. Inside the ship, with which Chris, Peter, and the others had landed on the planet not too long ago, Laxmus was still in a room, his eyes open. To a degree, Peter could control his lesser whites and give them orders and such. However, it was clear that Laxmus was different from the other lesser whites that he had created. For one, it still could use vampire aura, nearly just as strong as it could before. On top of that, Peter never did have to give it many commands or directions on how to fight. All of those things it just tended to do itself, which was why, now of all times, Laxmus had strangely made a move. It turned its head towards a certain direction, and its eyes glowed slightly red. The next second, it opened its wide mouth, gathering the red energy, and let out a small blast breaking right through the ship's walls. Flapping its wings, it started to take off, going through the hole it had just made. It stayed still in its place in the air for a few seconds. Once again, its head had turned in a certain direction, as if it was searching for something or someone. Moments later, Laxmus flew away into the distance. A large black object with horrifying wings and a mauled face with a large hole in its chest was flying through the air. The movement of its heavy wings showed how strong such a creature this was. It was hard for anyone who hadn't seen Laxmus's true form to believe it was him, but since Peter had resurrected him, this form was a permanent one for him. Currently, without any order from Peter, it was flying through the air, heading toward a certain destination. Right now, it was flying with a mind of its own, as something had triggered for it to act. Suddenly, as it got closer to its destination, its wings flapped harder, making it breeze through the air at a great speed, past the lightning strikes, through the great winds until the area had calmed down again, and Laxmus had reached its destination. It hovered in the air, looking down, and Laxmus could see it, a red object that was on the peak of the mountain, shining and radiating with power. However, the object wasn't alone, and due to Laxmus's presence being quite a large one, and the sound of its wings flapping, it caused Agent 4 to look up. What is that? Is that a beast? Agent 4 guessed. Opening its mouth, a red aura started to gather, and regardless of whether it was a beast or not, it looked like it was ready to attack. I haven't finished drawing the magic circle yet. Agent 4 still had chalk in his hand. It was nearly done. There were only a few more steps to be completed. If the attack destroyed the peak of the mountain, then it would destroy the circle as well. Without hesitation, Agent 4 stood up and placed both of his hands in front of him, and just as he thought, a large red beam came straight from the creature's mouth, shooting directly at him. The crown on top of Agent 4's head started to light up. The attack didn't go past his hands as the red ripples started to be seen in the air. This attack! It looks like a vampire aura. That's the ugliest vampire I've ever seen, but why has it come here? Is it because of the red heart? Agent 4 had never witnessed Laxmus in his true form, so he had no idea who he was, and quite frankly, there was another problem he needed to deal with. Using the blood armor with the crown was easy, and he had an unlimited amount of usage, but this was mainly due to the red heart. The special blood armor was created for use by kings and high-ranking vampires. Without something to supplement its powers in some way, it was almost impossible for a human to use it. The red beam of energy attack had stopped, and Agent 4 placed his hands down back by his side. I guess it's my fault. Being portrayed as the scientist of the pure faction, many must have thought I was weak, but there is a reason why Zero trusted me with this task, and I will complete it. While this was going on, Vanessa had just witnessed a large slash on Peter's back. Blood had splattered in the air, and it looked to be quite the bad wound. Having witnessed both Peter and Chris fight on the Greylash planet, she thought that nothing could beat the two. After all, they had fought and defeated a really powerful Celestial that could have easily killed everyone on the planet. Yet, here they were, still finding those that they were struggling against. With her familiar, Erin continued onward after striking Peter. She knew his strength and wasn't going to stick around for him to attack back, especially a headstrong person like Peter, who even if he did feel pain, would do anything to get a hit in, and she was right. Immediately, Peter swung his arms backward, with a strong force and amount of energy that the rocks in the area had been kicked up and were flying but had hit nothing. I know of your healing capabilities, but that wound isn't such a simple wound. It has my ki infused in it, making it a lot harder to just simply heal, Erin said, still riding on the horse which was moving its hooves, ready to charge in once again. I am not the same as I was before, Peter shouted. Peter had learnt a bit about ki. He had practiced after Quinn had tried to teach him, but in the end, Peter was too furious to think of the training he had done back then. Instead, he was summoning up massive amounts of celestial energy in his body, and it was burning around him like a giant flame. Expanding the energy in such a way, he wasn't doing anything specific with it, but the celestial energy had started to expel the ki energy that was in his body that was allowing him to heal. Soon, there was no wound on his back at all. Fine, it just means this is going to take a little longer, Erin shouted as the horse was on the move again. Just like before, as the horse moved, it started to glide on the surface, moving at an incredibly fast speed, and once in a while, it would disappear from sight and then be in a completely different location. Seeing how he had been hit the last time, he was trying to find the horse, so he dug his fingers into the ground, cracking part of it. Then, lifting a large chunk of it, he threw it and ran forward, smashing it up with his fists. As he hit the large piece of the ground, smaller pieces were going off everywhere in the direction of the horse. Even if the two of them were invisible, as soon as a piece of land hit the horse, Peter was going to get ready to strike again. He carefully looked, using his eyesight, trying to see anything, until right in front of his eyes, Aaron and the horse appeared, and the sword had already stabbed right through Peter's chest. He held onto the sword, but felt his entire body lifted into the air. While on the sword as well, the first ring of the demon tier weapon activated, and a tornado of flames erupted from the sword. The horse was seen continuing to move, but Peter was no longer on the blade. AJ, watching the thing, was wondering where the body had gone. He was worried that Peter might have been burned into nothing but ashes, until hitting the ground and landing back down was Peter. "Is he dead?" AJ mumbled and gulped, but there was movement. Peter used both of his hands to get up from the floor. His skin burned, and the wound on his chest bled slightly. For such a wound, more blood should have been spilling from it, but there was very little. Once again, expending his celestial energy in an explosive way, Peter was getting rid of the key from his body, ready to heal. "I'll keep doing this until I find a way to stop your little trick. Let's see who tires out first," Peter smiled. Aaron smiled back, welcoming the challenge, and continued forward rather than running straight towards Peter with the horse. She decided to go around in circles this time, disappearing, and when she reappeared, the horse was running in the opposite direction. Now, the routes and the ways that she could come toward Peter were endless. Peter threw out loaded fists with bursts of energy and ki. It uprooted pieces of the ground and made it look like a train had crashed through the area. Yet he was unsuccessful again, as Aaron had stabbed him right through the thigh this time. Due to the celestial energy and hard skin Peter had, Aaron realized that she was unable to slash through her opponent, but concentrating her power and ki to a single point she was able to stab, and stab was what she would do. Peter continued to throw out his fists, his legs even, randomly hitting the air, but each time, Aaron would find a way to avoid all that, appearing seemingly out of nowhere and stabbing Peter again, and again, while Peter repeated his process, healing himself again and again until Peter started to feel a pang of hunger. The ki was removed from his body, but a wound that had been made in his stomach was no longer healing. Aaron hadn't attacked again. She stayed a distance away as she had noticed he was slowing down. "I knew this would happen. Because of my ability, I know you better than you know yourself. I can see all of the different energies inside you. You've lost this fight, Peter." Peter tried to muster strength to stand, but the energy in his entire body was depleted. His form reverted back to normal, and he fell to his knees, holding the wound on his stomach. "I hope you burn in hell, bitch," Peter said, as he collapsed on the floor. At the same time as Peter was having the fight of his life, there was another battle to the death that was going on not very far from them. The beautiful camera work from AJ was capturing everything on the mystic Red Wolf. Chris was large in size, around 9 feet. He was already tall for a human, but in his werewolf form, he looked even larger than before. His fur was overflowing, floating in place as it wiggled about in the air. Rather than the light gray color it was before, it was red as if it had been soaked in blood. The eyes of Chris were intense, narrow-like, and glowing a bright red, and unlike before, his face was elongated more like that of a wolf's. During the fight, he would make sure his face didn't change too much, making it easier for him to speak, but he was done with speaking. He needed everything he could get. "So you have decided to use up all the gas in your tank, so you can burn brightly once more. I guess it's the only choice you have," Zero said, as he placed his sword in his sheath, charging up another attack. Chris lifted his head up to the sky, both of his hands out by his side, which dangled a little below the waist, as they were longer in this form. The hairs on his body were still floating, even though there seemed to be no expended energy outside of his body. It was strange. Sometimes, when those were summoning the great energy in their body, it would leak out. Effects on the ground beneath their feet, or strange phenomenon would occur, such as one's hair standing up on their ends, similar to Chris's hair now. Yet there was no energy leakage coming out from him, and his hair was still floating about as if it was the case. Suddenly, all of the hair stopped floating randomly in place as if in water, and they started to move upright as they were all pointing towards his head. Swinging his head down and swinging his arms out, Chris opened his mouth and let out the biggest howl of his life. Ow! Just like with the energy in his body, the energy coming out of Chris's mouth was directed straight at a certain individual. The ground was breaking as the howl left Chris's mouth in one direction. Before Zero could even do anything, it slammed right into him. His clothes ruffled due to the sheer power that was being chucked out toward him. This attack is not damaging. My ki barrier isn't being affected, so what's the point of the howl? Zero thought. When Chris had stopped, he pointed both of his clawed hands toward Zero, and 10 of his nails shot out from his hands, condensed forms of energy as fast as bullets. This attack might be too strong for my ki barrier to stop it, so I will just have to strike it down, Zero thought, as he went to pull out his sword, but his hand was stuck. In fact, that was when he noticed it wasn't just his hand, his whole body was frozen still. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move his body. It wasn't listening to him at all. Is this because of the howl from earlier? How can this have an effect? Is it some sort of human instinct? Am I scared? It was strange. Zero had never experienced such a thing before, and at the same time, Chris had no idea what was happening, because right now, he was just fighting based on pure instinct. The nails carried on forward, and just as Zero had expected, pierced through his barrier made of the second stage of ki, breaking through the skin and entering his body. I can't move my body, but I can move my ki. These nails, they are aiming right for my chest and heart. If they continue, I will die. I have to focus on the first stage of ki and the third stage from within and push these out. All of this was having to be done in milliseconds. Otherwise, the nails already inside Zero's body would reach his heart. Focusing and swirling the ki around, finding the points where his body had been pierced, Zero successfully used his ki to push the nails out of his body. Still not being able to move, all of the nails rushed out in a random direction, hitting the ground, going to the sky and more. If I can still use my ki, then I should be able to use it to command myself. Use the ki command to get rid of whatever is happening to me right now. And that was exactly what Zero did, allowing him to move in place, taking his sword out of his sheath. Only having taken it out a little, the sword was glowing a slight pink, but there was nothing Zero could do because Chris was already directly in front of him. Lifting both of his hands, the claws clashed against the blade of Zero, and his whole body was lifted into the sky, causing him to reach the clouds above. Jumping up from his position, Chris continued to chase after Zero. He reached him quickly, and with one of his hands swung it as hard as he could, aiming directly for the sword. As it hit, the sword was flung out of Zero's hands, breaking the bones in his fingers, and the sword fell to the floor. Then, without holding back, it was time for Chris to go on his rampage. Swinging his arms, his nail dug through Zero's skin and clothing as if there was no ki protecting him at all. Deep cuts were made on his body, one after the other. The only thing Zero could attempt to do was move his arms in the way of his vitals and focus his ki there, but each time he did this, Chris would simply grab the arm and move it away. In terms of strength, even with the powered-up ki, there was no chance for Zero to outpower Chris in his current form. I can't die here, not when I was so close. Not when I was so close to getting them back. Thinking of these thoughts, Zero was left with no choice but to do the one thing he never wanted to do. The mark on his forehead started to glow brightly. When Chris swung his clawed hand again and it hit Zero's body, a clang was heard, and he was no longer hitting flesh. The entirety of Zero's body started to be covered in a strange black substance. Just like that undead friend of yours with his marking, I can change my form. As I said before to you, I hate using borrowed power. I guess in the end you were right, I am a hypocrite, Zero shouted. The fight between Peter and Aaron had come to an end, with Peter laying on the ground, but just then, a large light of energy appeared in the sky, and a giant shockwave was felt. AJ moved his camera to the sky to see. Due to the energy, the clouds had disappeared, and the black, clear sky could be seen. Zooming in closely, there were 2 objects falling out of the sky. Then, with a slam, a large spiral of pink energy, like a ring, had been shot out, and one of the objects was slammed into the ground. A wave of dust came out, hitting AJ and blocking the view of the camera. Zooming into the scene, that's when Chris, no longer in his werewolf form, could be seen lying there, while Zero landed not too far after him, the strange black substance going back into his forehead, with cuts all over his chest, and landing on his 2 feet. AJ wasn't the only one that could see this. The two vampires that were with him could as well.
"Does this mean that both of them lost? They're not moving, right? Right?"
Vanessa said in a panic. She was still holding on to the special sword, but more so she was worried about what would now happen to them. I think I can hear Chris breathing, so at least he's still alive," Lucas answered. "But I think that both of them are unable to fight, that's for sure." Although both of them probably had expended a lot of energy fighting the two, there wasn't a bone in Lucas's body that thought he could defeat these two, even in a weakened state. Looking at the site and still filming everything, AJ could only do one thing. On his system, he had hit the live button and titled the story, "The Final Moments of AJ and the Great Unknown Heroes That Tried to Save Us." "I don't know what will happen from here, but the world will see everything the two of you do," AJ shouted. When AJ pressed the button to go live, there was a little more to it than that. As AJ had stated, he wished to write a book, one that could be passed on through the times, about the life of Quinn and those that followed him. AJ didn't want the world, the whole universe, to go on not knowing what these people were doing for the humans, the vampires, and all of those that originated from Earth. How much sacrifice and pain they had suffered, all for it to be forgotten. The truth was that AJ knew this was to be a dangerous task. Ever since he had run into this group at the chained wedding, he felt like his life was on the line then, and then there were the Celestials. This was why he knew when he broke the promise to the others, it most likely meant that it too would be the end of his life. Videos uploaded of what had been seen so far were placed on AJ's personal channel. Links as to where to watch them were going on, and also a documented journal of what these people had done so far. As for the live video itself, where most of the people were watching, a brief description of who these people were and what they were doing here was scrolling on the side. AJ was the owner of one of the most followed news channels, streaming channels, and video uploading sites with his own personal reporting videos. After the chained event, his followership just went up even more. So it was safe to say, the second he had hit that live button, that 2/3 of the Earthlings had received a notification on their devices, vampires and humans. Due to the drastic title of the video, it was turned on in the middle of the streets, restaurants, bars, and all sorts of places. Those who didn't know about the live feed received messages from their friends telling them to tune in. It was then that the whole world had stopped what they were doing, stopped eating, drinking, and walking the streets to have a look at what had just happened. "None of you know about the secret heroes who have been fighting behind the scenes your entire life?" AJ commented as he filmed a close-up of Chris on the floor, and then soon to Peter. At the same time, an edited clip of their battle was being shown on the same live feed in the corner of the screens. "The people I have in front of me are the Dampier Queen, known as Aaron, and the leader of Pure, Zero. I don't have much time to explain, but I hope my uploaded videos can give you context. Zero, a heartless man who has killed hundreds of thousands of people just so he can get stronger, and the Dampier who kills her own friends without a second thought, and now both of them are working together to try and summon a Celestial into our world." From the conversations that AJ had with Chris and the others, he had learned a lot about what had actually happened. The only thing was, the people would find a lot of it hard to believe. What AJ said was the truth, and there was no need for them to know much of the context. At this moment, the whole world thought of Celestials as those trying to invade our place. On top of that, there were many from Pure who cared for Chris and didn't understand why he had done what he had done. This gave them reason for his actions, and also someone to point the finger towards. "Zero and that Dampier are trying to summon Celestials, but why? Why would they do that?" "Well, that Dampier always wanted to kill the vampires. Maybe they are calling them to just get rid of the vampires?" "But what about Chris? He worked for Pure. Do you really think he would fight against his own leader if it didn't have some harm to do against humans? And we all saw those Celestials. They attacked humans and vampires." It was hard for those that were in support of the Dampiers and Pure to make an excuse for what they were hearing, and they had seen the heroic actions of both Peter and Chris before. As you can see, the ones that defeated the Celestials before attempted to stop both of these two, but they have failed, which is why I am delivering this message to you all. These are the ones that are responsible for the chaos that has been going on in our world, and they always have been. Think about it. Who are the ones causing trouble with the vampire core, the ones messing with the greens? We were always told and shown that it was a push and pull from both sides, but that has never been the case, AJ shouted. As a reporter, AJ was meant to always remain neutral. Most of the public was 50-50 with their views, and at some point they leaned more towards Pure. Yet, He had thrown all that away. He could clearly see who was in the wrong. Who were the genuine ones in all of this? Peter and Chris, the two of them, never had to come to this planet. They could have turned around at any point and time. During the fight with the Celestial, they could have turned back, yet they fought until the very end. It was too much for AJ to keep quiet about anymore. What he himself didn't realize was that AJ had a large amount of influence over the people, and they trusted him, more so than he thought. He's right. The Vampire Corps have always helped us. They were even fighting against the Red Vampires at the time. It was just easy to say all vampires were bad. What does that have to do with what is going on now? I still don't understand what that has to do with bringing those Celestials to our planet. While AJ was making his report, Zero was checking on Chris. He was still alive, although his energy was somewhat faint. Most likely it was his werewolf body that had saved him once again. After that, he looked up at the drone that was floating in the sky, and Zero could guess what was happening as he looked at AJ on the other side. I guess lasting 1,000 years is an impressive feat, not being called out for this long. Zero smiled at the camera. But I don't care. I have only one thing on my mind. Clenching his hand in and out, Zero noticed that he wasn't at full strength. Whether he liked it or not, he had used a substantial amount of energy in that fight. Running at a quick pace, Zero went to his sword and stepped on the hilt, flipping it in the air before catching it. Now that he had his weapon in his hand, AJ thought this was the end. They all did. Looking to his right, though, he noticed Erin had finished her fight as well. She was no longer on her horse, and instead of going after others as such, she was actually sitting on the floor with crossed legs. She must be trying to regain her ki. It looks like her fight wasn't so easy either, Zero thought. Turning back, AJ jolted back a bit. With his super speed, he was wondering how long he could last. For a second, he thought he might even be able to outrun the person in front of him. The comments were pouring in, telling AJ to get out of there, but he knew it was useless. He had seen the speeds that these people could produce. The only reason why they weren't dead right now was because they could be dealt with at any moment and at any time. Zero took a deep breath. 2 fights against that Celestial and then these 2. I thought I was the only one that was holding back, but it looks like that wasn't the case at all. The mark on Zero's head lit up slightly once again, and the happy smile on Zero's face disappeared quite quickly. I know you don't need to remind me, Zero mumbled. Zero walked over to where Erin was sitting. Although that one looks dead, it's hard to tell. The best thing to do would be to destroy its head. That's what I will be doing, Erin replied. I can see his energy is down for the count, but there is a small flicker. I need to make sure this one never gets up, so I'm recovering my energy. There's no need. Zero pulled out his sword, which started to light up pink. I'll do it myself. Erin wasn't too far from where Peter was, and she had her sword in the ground in front of her, ready to pick it up the second Peter moved, but she was confident that her ability would tell her if he did. Now, Zero stood in front of the 2 of them, ready to slash Peter's head off. Goodbye, Zero said, as he took a strike, but not towards Peter in front of him. Instead, he turned around, swinging it right at Erin's neck. Seeing how much vampire aura this strange creature had produced was putting Agent 4 on edge a little. He was more worried about the magic circle he was drawing than anything else, though. The fact that the drawing for the magic circle was incomplete, and if part of it was destroyed, then Agent 4 would have to start the process all over again, made him hesitant. Actually, I don't even know if I could. Does it have to be at this exact spot or just this area? I'm sure an attack like that could destroy this whole mountaintop. I have to be careful, Agent 4 thought. Aiming his hand out toward Laxmus, Agent 4's arm started to transform. It broke apart and robotic parts could be seen through the skin. The entire arm soon transformed into what could only be described as a type of electrical cannon. I was the great creator who invented those key guns in the first place, of course. I would keep the best tools for myself. What Agent 4 had was similar to the key cannon that was used at the Pure Base, only it was portable, lighter, and ingrained in his body. Lighting up, a blast was emitted straight from Agent 4's hand. It came out in a yellow ball-like form, but not just one blast, but several had been shot out at great speed towards Laxmus, who covered himself with his wings as he was hit by each one in the air. Time for me to make a move, Agent 4 thought as he slid down the side of the mountain and leapt off to another ledge. When the smoke from his attacks had disappeared, Laxmus could be seen fine and in one piece. Not a scratch on him, but these blasts are made from condensed demon-tier crystal energy and ki. How can it have next to no effect at all? Who is this vampire? Agent 4 thought. Several more shots were fired out towards Laxmus, but this time he stretched out his black hand, which started to be encased in a red aura. Then, with a flick, he hit one of the energy blasts, which was flung away and exploded in the sky. Now both of Laxmus's hands were covered in the vampire aura, and swinging them out, he knocked each of the blasts from Agent 4 away and started to flap his wings once more. The creature started to rise into the air first, and then dove straight towards Agent 4. Instead of going for Agent 4 like he had thought, Laxmus dove straight toward the red heart. So that's what you were after this whole time. Agent 4 jumped, and his feet started to transform into a similar shape to what his arm was now, and jets of energy came out from the bottom of his legs. Getting close to where the red heart was, Laxmus reached out with his hand ready to grab the crystal, when a person stood in his way, his skin bright red, and the jets from his legs burning the rocks underneath him. Laxmus's hand slammed into the wall, pulsating with the red aura once again, while the crown on Agent 4's head started to light up, and blood dripped from his arm and shoulder. On top of that, all of his skin was now a dark red-like color as the fourth stage of Ki had been activated. Although I have exchanged most of my useless human body parts for more useful mechanical body parts, I am still human. Blood is what runs through my veins, Agent 4 exclaimed, as an unexpected battle for his life was now on. Letting his hands down, his right hand had transformed into a blaster once more, as Laxmus's body continued straight ahead. Bursting forward with the jets from his legs, Agent 4 collided straight into Laxmus's body, using one of his hands to hold his shoulder tight and still. The burst of power from using Stage 4 Ki was strong, and in terms of Ki, Agent 4 was nothing to laugh at. He had received his number 4 position not just because of his brains, but his strength as well. Let's see how you deal with this! Agent 4 knew that one hand, and the power of the jets coming from his legs, couldn't hold Laxmus for long, but an attack from this distance should be able to do something. Holding the blaster arm directly underneath his chin, Agent 4 blasted Laxmus from point-blank range, right underneath his chin. His face was completely covered in energy, and his hands seemed to weaken as they let go, dangling by the side. After that, Agent 4 boosted the speed of his legs with the jets as he kicked Laxmus right in the head, sending him crashing into the mountain below. I'm not sure if that was enough to take that type of beast out, but after using the Stage 4 Ki, it's incredibly hard to use it again on the same day, let alone in the same fight. Flinging rocks up in the air, a disfigured, half-melted face of what was already an ugly-looking creature had emerged from the mountain. Agent 4's fears were true. Changing his other hand, now Agent 4 had 2 blasters and started to fire away at Laxmus, one after another, using up all the energy of the Demon-Tier crystal he had stored inside him. Instead of aiming for his head, trying to finish off the creature like before, Agent 4 was aiming for its wings and legs. I don't have to kill this thing. In fact, it might be impossible for me to kill it. All I need to do is slow it down. Slow it down just enough so I can finish the magic circle. There's only a few more symbols left and I'll be done. Continuing to fire away, using every bit of energy Agent 4 had, his skin started to revert back to its normal color. The red was fading and his body felt heavily drained. There was nothing else that Agent 4 could do but hope that this was enough to stop it. Before Zero had gone over to the other side where Aaron and Peter were, the marking on his head had lit up. This would often happen when a certain someone had chosen to communicate with him, the one that had given the marking in the first place, Immortui. One of the abilities that Immortui had was the ability to communicate with his dedicated followers, and when doing so, the marking would light up. Due to the marking being on the head of Zero, in the past, he decided to wear a cover-up, a fake face that covered the marking, because it would be obvious when something was going on. And moments before Zero went over to Aaron, he had made contact. You have done well so far, the voice rang in Zero's head, but remember my deal has 2 parts. You have gathered enough souls over this time, and I will soon come over to your side, thanks to you, but there is one more thing you must do. I know, and don't worry, I was already planning to, Zero replied back as he looked towards Aaron. One of the tasks that Immortui had given him was to kill the one known as Aaron, the leader of the Dampiers. However, even if Immortui hadn't asked him, it was something that he would have done anyway. Because for a while now, Aaron had been eyeing up Aaron's strength. A lot of Aaron's power wasn't just due to her Dampier self, but due to the large amount of Ki she had refined in her body. With the Ki drain skill, if Zero could get his hands on that, he realized that no one would be able to stop him. At the same time, there was a chance that whatever power Imortui was afraid of, he would come closer to it. You always have to be careful with these things. After all, there could be a chance that Imortui will back out of his part of the deal. While walking over to Eren, made Zero think back to when he had first met Imortui. After all, Imortui was a being that was not of this world. He was stuck in another realm. Although the vampires had made contact, that was due to Richard Eno opening up the portal to the other side a long time ago. This was why the meeting between Zero and Imortui, the way he had become a dedicated follower, was a unique one. Seeing what had happened to him, experiencing what had happened, was why Zero was sure of it. Imortui was able to bring back those that he cared about. "I will complete the task without fail," Zero inwardly screamed in his head as he thought back to that day. A long time ago, during the First Dalki War, disaster struck, changing Zero's life forever. Living peacefully at the top of the temple, Zero continued the traditions of his family, teaching all those that came to him the power of Ki. This was where one of his students had been abandoned by his parents. Leo had been abandoned, and just like with all his pupils, Zero had brought him into part of his family, adopting him, and had taught him Ki as well. Looking back, he was unaware that this would be the turning point in his peaceful life. With the Dalki War starting, Zero wished to remain hidden in the mountains away from it all. However, a grave mistake from one of his dearest students, had changed everything, showing the world his powers, and allowing the world to discover them. That was the point where those that were part of the temple had been forced to join the war. They had been placed on what was called an orange portal planet to gather crystals from the beasts. Their life was rebuilt on the planet, but all of that was short-lived when the Dalki had come to attack. There was no help from the government or from the military, and in the end, everyone had perished apart from Leo and Zero himself. At this point in time, the peace treaty had just been announced, having been signed with the Dalki. As for where Zero was, he had returned back to the temple, the original temple that was up in the mountains. On the way to the temple, there was a bridge. It looked old and worn. Walking, Zero dragged his feet. A treaty. A fucking treaty! Force us into a war, and then sign for peace with the ones that killed them, Zero shouted, dragging his feet across the bridge. As he finally made it to the other side, and pushed the doors open so hard that they slammed to the slide, nearly breaking apart. Yet there was no one to complain, no one to say anything, because the place was completely void of people. "Luke! Charlie! Sarah! Mantis! Happy!" Zero shouted, and with each name his voice was getting quieter and weaker, eventually falling to his knees. Tears ran down his face and onto the ground, and with his 2 hands he started to slam them down. "What did I expect? That if I came back here that they would just come back to life? They're all gone, and not a single one of them will be coming back." For a second, Leo had flashed into his mind, but he quickly disregarded that person. He wanted to forget everything about him. Standing up, Zero continued to walk the halls of the temple, the rooms where he would see their smiles. After images of them being so young, then growing so old and learning Ki, the large smiles on their faces, all of it was coming into his head. For a second, Zero was having a peaceful moment, smiling through his tears, but soon after, the images of the very people he was thinking about flashed in his head again, but they weren't happy memories. It was of their bloody bodies, their lifeless eyes, limbs with large cuts, and some of them so badly hurt that one couldn't even recognize them. "My children, all of them were killed, murdered, and what for? For this treaty? Why does everyone get to live in peace now? Why does everyone else get to enjoy their time ahead, while their lives were cut short? And then there's me. Why am I still here? What was I left alive for? Wasting oxygen on Earth. If they're not here, then I might as well. In the hall of the temple, Zero picked up a small blade and placed it at the side of his stomach, ready to pierce himself and slide it across, spilling his guts and killing himself. However, as his hand was on the handle, he couldn't move it. At that moment, he could see them all in the hall, everyone smiling toward him, and reaching out holding on to the blade, stopping him. "Why? Why won't you let me be with you? What do you want from me?" Zero shouted once again, and remained in the same position until the sky went black. In that position, several thoughts did come to his mind, and he had finally come to a conclusion. He couldn't leave this world because there would still be regrets, things that he needed to do. Picking up his sword and wiping his face away, Zero's face had changed. The deep wrinkles on his head could be seen, and the focus in his eyes was different. "I know what I have to do." The treaty had only just been signed, and a lot of structures on Earth were still destroyed, many buildings and such, causing the military and the people to have temporary accommodations in tents and more. At the same time, although there were those with abilities that could help, their abilities hadn't developed much, and there weren't so many that it was widespread and available to everybody. The headquarters of the military was currently being built, and the military base at the moment was nothing but a large group of tents because of this. They were to help the builders, scientists, and more with rebuilding the city. The military felt like it was part of their job to do this for the people after they had helped them through the war. Everyone had played their part to survive. The place was well known to the public, as many would come and line up for daily supplies. The day before, it had rained, causing the ground to become incredibly muddy. Most were wearing boots to combat this. The army was giving out supplies, as there were several queues at the stalls set up to give supplies. However, one person stood out as they walked through the mud in sandals, ripped clothing, and with a sword by his hilt. "Get to the back of the line and queue up like everybody else," one of the soldiers shouted. Lifting his head, Zero's eyes were still the same as before, focused as if he wasn't looking at the person in front of him, but at someone else. "I want to see the leader. I want to see the Supreme Commander, the person who had decided to send me and my family to that damn planet. Bring him out now," Zero shouted. It was starting to gather the attention of those around, but they had seen this sight before. It wasn't the first time someone had blamed the military for the many deaths. They looked at Zero with pity and sorrow, especially seeing him in his current state. "The Supreme Commander will not just come out to meet someone like you. There is a procedure. You can make your complaint, and if there is a need for him to see you, he will," the soldier explained. Not listening, Zero continued to walk forward, and as he did, he was mumbling, "Bring him out. Bring him out." "Stand back," the soldier said, pointing his gun right at Zero. "I will shoot." Taking a step forward, Zero pulled the sword out of his sheath and slashed the gun, causing half of it to fall into the ground. The next step, he kicked the man's leg, popping out the knee and grabbing his head as he fell to the ground, now placing his sword by his neck. "Bring out the Supreme Commander now. Otherwise, a lot more than him will lose a life. And trust me, I have already lost everything that matters to me, so there is no threat you can make that will make me stop." The soldiers looked at each other, and with no choice, they ran inside. A few moments later, a large, muscular man who looked nearly as big as the Dalki had walked out. "What is this? You are not the Supreme Commander. Do you soldiers not even care about the lives of your own?" Zero asked. The large man lifted both hands to show that he was no threat. "The Supreme Commander is currently not present, but I have been sent in his place. I am second in charge around here while he is away." Looking at the man closely, Zero started to recognize him. Someone who had appeared on the TV a few times as one of the heroes of war, Oscar. "Please let go of the man, and I promise you we won't harm you and will listen to what you have to say. I'm here for you," Oscar stated. Hearing this, Zero was inclined to believe him, so he let the man go, who scurried and ran off to the other side. "Thank you for doing that. Now, please tell me what you want and your name," Oscar asked. "My name?" Zero replied. "I guess I was once known as Saber Hunt, but the name is meaningless to me. I am worthless, and there is no one that needs me any more in this world. I am Zero." The words had come out of his mouth unexpectedly, but that was how he felt, like nothing. "And I have come here to kill the Supreme Commander." The words that had come out of Saber's mouth, or more correctly, Zero's mouth, made Oscar shake his head. He truly was going to listen to the man in front of him and try his best to comfort him, but these words were a direct threat, and that was why the people by the side all lifted their guns, pointing them now at Zero. "Wait!" Oscar lifted his hand. "Put down your guns. There are many that come here, angry, sad, and in pain. We shouldn't just disregard it." Looking at the sliced-up gun, and how the person was able to take one of the men as a hostage, Oscar guessed that this man was a talented fighter, most likely someone who had taken part in the war and had survived, just like him. Sure, there were many people who threatened to kill the Supreme Commander, but not many had the strength to, and this person most likely had the strength. "Why the grudge? Why do you want to kill the commander?" Oscar asked. He forced my family to fight. He was the one that made the order, and never sent any help when we were under attack. We helped the world, and where was the world when we needed help?" Zero picked up his sword and directly pointed it at Oscar. "Do you think you were the only one that suffered a loss?" Oscar replied back. "Look around you. Look at all these people here who lost family members, lost everything they had. This may sound like an excuse, but if the planet you were attacked on was attacked by the Dalki, then probably over 10 other places were being attacked at the same time as well. We were trying to save everyone everywhere, making the best decisions when possible. Even I, in this war, lost those close to me. We didn't ask for this war. No one did. Oscar's words resonated with a lot of the people that were queuing up, and looking at the person to the left and right of them, some had missing limbs or had hardly any clothes on at all. On top of that, even the soldiers were thinner than some of the people in line, because they had been skipping meals in order to feed those around them, feeling guilty that they didn't do better. That makes sense in a world where everyone provides for each other, Zero replied. But we never asked anything from the world. We lived on our own accord, provided food for ourselves, protected our own, never once asking anything of the government or of the military. But then you forced us, my family, to help you. Then on top of it all, you stopped everything and signed a peace treaty with them. That is something I cannot forgive. Zero moved his blade slightly to his side, and it looked like he was about to make strike. The soldiers by the side weren't so nervous because Zero was quite a distance away, but there was a big worry in Oscar's mind. This man in front of him reminded him very much of one of the heroes of war, the blind swordsman, and he had seen the things he was able to do. Immediately, Oscar placed both hands on the ground, and pillars surrounded Zero like a prison, but with a swing of his blade, the pillars had been slashed in half, and now he was running directly toward Oscar, at a speed that looked inhuman. My guess was right. He's the same. Is there a relationship between the two? Oscar thought. None of you, get involved. This is my fight, and bring me that. The soldiers listened to Oscar, and a group of men ran back inside towards the tents, following his orders. Lifting his hand, Oscar had made a wall of mud, and then out from that wall, solid bricks of earth were being shot out toward Zero. Seeing these, he started to hit them away, slicing them in the best motion possible, but one of the bricks hit his thigh, hurting him quite a bit. But Zero continued onward, reinforcing his body with the first stage of ki. Rather than striking at the bricks, he decided to run around the side instead, but like a turret. Oscar was moving the mound of mud, continuing to fire bricks out, and once in a while they would hit Zero, hurting him but not slowing him down. These bricks are coming out at a fast and heavy speed. Just getting hit by one usually sends a person falling to the floor. This person is strong, Oscar thought. At the same time, Zero was struggling for a number of reasons, one of them being the fact that he had never gone against an ability user before. During the war, he had fought just beasts and Dalki. Sure, there were times when he would see an ability user or two, but fighting against one was strange, to say the least. How will I ever get my revenge if I'm just running away all the time? Instead of running around the side, Zero went straight forward, moving his hand and slicing the bricks and allowing those that went through to hit him in non-vital areas where he was reinforcing his body. Eventually reaching the mound of dirt, Zero slashed it twice, cutting up an X shape. Then, seeing Oscar there, Zero thrust the sword forward, attempting to stab him right in the chest. At the same time, Oscar had slammed his foot on the ground and raised a pillar right underneath Zero's foot, creating a platform and raising him high in the air, making his sword hit nothing but the air. Crumble, Oscar said, touching the earth pillar, and it started to break into tiny pieces. In doing so, Zero was now falling through the air as he lost his footing. Spinning his body in the air, it looked like somehow Zero was able to slow his descent, making the fall not impact him. However, Oscar had expected something like this from him, which is why he had created 2 giant hands of earth, which were coming together for a large clap. The giant earth hands clapped, squashing Zero, who was in the middle. They had hit each other so hard that the earth they were made from started to crumble and fall to the ground, leaving a fallen Zero to hit the muddy floor. Man, I wasn't expecting to see that. Oscar really had to use all his strength, one of the soldiers commented. Yeah, and he just showed why he is the best earth user that the military has. What about the other guy, though? He was clearly strong as well. He said he took part in the war, right? Surely someone like him would have had their name spread and known. The reason for that was because Zero had never been as flashy as Leo. Leo had taken part in the war, making an impact before the rest of them were forced to fight, and after that incident, Leo stayed in the military fighting the Dalki. As for Zero, he had gone into hiding, not wanting to take part in the war that took everyone away from him at all. While lying in the mud, Zero's hands were still wrapped around the hilt of the sword. He never let go. Recirculating the ki around his body, he was causing his cells to go into overdrive repairing what injuries he had. Then, stabbing the sword into the ground, Zero had gotten up once again. "You're the one I have to beat, right? If I beat you, I can get to the Supreme Commander, so I won't lose." Summoning up all his strength, Zero threw out his sword and tried to move his ki with it. As he did, a visible strike came out from his sword, making a ki slash. This was unexpected for Oscar, who lifted an earth barrier but had it cut right through it, only slowing it down a little. Using the earth he could find, he tried to create a type of armor, but the slash still hit him, going through the armor and cutting part of his chest but not killing him. Oscar was on one knee and looked at the man in front of him, and the look in his eyes, it was still there. "This man is dangerous. If I don't get rid of him here, he could be a problem for the whole world in the future." Just then, the men from inside the army camp returned, and as they did, they were carrying a bag in their hands. Placing it on the floor, they opened it up, and a large great sword with 3 circles was seen inside. It was the demon tier weapon. "For the sake of the world, I must get rid of you here. I hope you will find peace in your death." Immediately, Zero could sense that there was something about the sword in front of him, an energy that he had never felt before that was causing his body to shiver slightly. Even the air in the area had gotten slightly colder. Now, Oscar had picked it up, and it was in his hands. "I'm sorry to say that I'm not much of a swordsman," Oscar stated. "Perhaps something like this would have been more suited in your hands, but this thing, it chooses its user. Those that it decides to reject, it decides to freeze, and with the way you are right now, if you attempted to touch the sword, I'm sure you would become nothing but a block of ice." Holding his sword firmly, nothing had changed for Zero. He still needed to complete the task at hand, and if he was able to produce the strike he had done before again and again, there was a chance he could win this. Zero ran forward, brave and confident, looking out for any use of the earth ability, ready for anything to come his way, apart from Oscar himself, who was suddenly directly in front of him with the large sword. He had held it above his head and swung it down, crashing right into Zero's. "I'm using ki to reinforce my strength. I knew beast weapons improved the user's strength by a great deal, but I didn't know it was by this much." Zero had no choice but to deflect the energy by skimming the sword and spinning it to the side of Oscar, but with the power of the demon tier weapon, Oscar was a step ahead, already swinging it towards Zero again. His sword was barely able to block the swing, as Zero was hit and skidded through the mud. Looking at his own weapon, it was now slightly frozen as well. He doesn't even need to be skillful with the sword, nor use his ability because that weapon does everything for him. He is faster and stronger than me, and this special property. "Now do you understand what I meant?" Oscar said. "I'm sorry, but I hope you find peace." "Why?" Zero shouted. "If a weapon like that was in my hands, were in the hands of my people, we would have been able to protect more. Why didn't the military give us this power?" Once again, Zero swung his weapon and a line of ki came out. His attack was filled with anger and was stronger than the one before it, but with a swing of his own weapon, Oscar had completely smashed and cut through the ki attack, causing it to have no effect at all. Before Zero could say anything else, Oscar used his enhanced self to run directly in front of Zero and slash diagonally, breaking the sword in half and creating a deep cut on his body. "It didn't go completely through. It didn't feel like I was completely cutting flesh," Oscar thought. This was all because of the reinforced ki that Zero was using. In a life-and-death situation, he was able to summon it more than he imagined. Still, the blood loss was great, the injury was bad, and he was unsure if he could ever recover. Most, if not all of his ki was used to stop the attack from slicing him in half. For the first time in the fight, Zero realized something. It was impossible for him to win. With that said, there was no choice for him. With the broken part of the blade, he threw it towards Oscar, who had blocked it. It gave him a few seconds, but Zero was seen running away, trying to head back into the woods. "I'm sorry, but as I said, I can't let you live." Oscar pointed the sword towards Zero, and the first ring started to light up. Out from the sword, a tunnel of ice shot out, heading towards Zero. Hearing the destruction it was causing, Zero attempted to step to the right, and the ice tunnel skimmed past his hand, just brushing him ever so slightly. As that happened, the ice started to spread from his hand, growing quickly, now covering up to his elbow as he continued to run away in the distance. "Should we keep chasing him, sir?" the man asked. "No, the important thing we need to do is clear the area until the ice melts and make sure no one touches it," Oscar replied. Besides, once someone has touched the ice, it will grow and bind their entire body.
Zero continued to run through the woods, but he was noticing that the ice was slowly covering his entire body. He was feeling faint and weak, as his wound hadn't healed up either. In the end, it had covered his entire arm, and eventually, Zero collapsed to the ground, even before the ice had covered all of himself. Is this it? Is this how I die in the end? Not being able to do a single thing for the people I care about? I wasn't even brave enough to take my own life. Zero started to sob in place. Honestly, with how much his vision was fading, he wasn't sure which one he would die of first, the blood loss or the ice, and in the end he had lost all of his vision. As that had occurred, though, a voice had reached out to him. "A strong-willed soul is a rarity among you humans," the voice said. "It seems that you truly still do not want to come to this side." "Where am I? Who are you? What is this voice? Am I dead?" Zero asked.
"Dead? It is hard to say. I would say that your body has already died, but a part of you remains stuck on the plane of Earth. However, no matter how hard you try to resist, after people die, they always will come to this side, and come to me. Tell me, why do you resist so much?"
"Why? I want to see them," Zero replied. "I want to see their faces again. I want to be with them. I'm their father, their teacher. I should have never died before them."
"You wish to see people who are already dead. I see now you don't wish to be with them. You don't really care about that, otherwise you would have taken your own life. But you wish for them to live on and live a fuller life. What if I told you I can help you?"
"Then I would say that you were just a delusion, something my brain has created in my final moments."
"Even if you believe that is the case, what if there is a chance that this isn't all made up, that everything I'm about to tell you is real, that I can bring them back to life, bring them back to Earth?"
Zero was almost certain that this was a dream before his death, and he was just hearing things he wanted to hear. But there was a small spark that had been ignited. What if this was real? "Go on, humor me. Tell me what you want." "I will save you first, but in return you will be a follower of mine. There are a number of things that I will need you to do, and as long as you complete them, I will bring them back for you." Zero started to laugh of all the times to be offered such a thing. "Where were you before? Why are you only speaking to me now?"
"Because I can only speak to those that are in your situation, those that are practically dead already."
"You sound like the devil," Zero claimed.
"I have heard of this devil you humans speak of, but trust me, I go way beyond what you can imagine. The world isn't as small as you think."
"Fine," Zero shouted. "I don't care what you are, but I will do as you ask of me, and no matter what it takes or how long it takes, I will bring them back. You better keep your part of the deal." "I never lie." These were the last words that Zero heard, and opening his eyes, his vision had come back, and a rush of strange energy was felt inside him. A burning sensation could be felt on his forehead. Looking at his arm, the ice started to crack, breaking completely and falling to the ground. The wound on his chest was healing up. Not only that, but something he hadn't noticed until now, his heart was starting to beat. My body! It was really dead. That means I came back from the dead. That wasn't a dream, a delusion. If that's the case, then it means the deal I made was real. I can really bring them back." Standing up on his own 2 feet, that was when the real Zero was born. For some reason, the past had resurfaced in Zero's mind. Maybe it was because he was close to achieving his goal. Maybe it was because he could see that dreaded weapon on the ground, the one that had nearly taken his life. Either way, those days were soon to be behind him, as he had one last thing to do. There were no more requests. This was it. Pretending to swing the sword towards Peter, Zero then swung it behind him as he aimed right for Erin's neck. He knew about her ability because he knew a lot about Leo as well. She was able to sense any kind of energy fluctuation, allowing her to predict when an attack was coming before it did. Which was why, with this strike, the only thing Zero used was the first stage of ki to enhance the strength of his muscles, and only that. He condensed his ki down, focusing on not making it move a tiny bit, and swung the sword. A fast, swift movement with no hesitation, a move that was detached from Zero's mind. That was the type of sword strike he had made. It was perfect. The move was done so well that Erin hadn't even noticed the sword coming toward her. As it inched closer and closer to her neck, Zero had to make sure to contain his excitement because Erin had her demon tier armor that allowed her to phase through any type of attack. As long as she wasn't startled or it was too sudden, she wouldn't activate it. But there was one thing Zero had forgotten to account for,
as he had gone in for his sneak attack, and as soon as the sword had only just brushed up against her skin, it had stopped dead. Why? Why is the blade stopped? Zero didn't understand. He could see no reason why his sword would be stopped. He couldn't sense any ki from Eren, but a moment later, purple sparks started to appear. With no choice, Zero had to put ki into his blade to push through whatever was stopping his sword. The purple sparks grew larger, still not allowing his sword to move an inch. I didn't expect any less from you, Eren smiled. Zero felt a sharp pain from below, and when Zero looked down to see what was the cause of the pain, he saw large claws from something that was out of this world, having pierced right through his stomach. Blood gushed out from his stomach as no ki was protecting his body at that moment. My ki! I suppressed it, and didn't keep it up, all in order to do my surprise attack, Zero thought. Before pulling his sword away, he felt something land on his head and was soon on his arm. It was a black cat, which erupted into flames, and in doing so, it started to burn Zero's right arm. Standing up and grabbing her sword, Eren took 2 steps away, far enough so Zero would have to move if he wished to strike her, and that's when, from her shoulder, something started to grow. It was a black and purple dark-skinned turtle that started to grow in size. The black cat was on her shoulder, and the bone claw with blood on its claws was standing next to her as well. When agreeing to work with you, I thought this might happen, Eren said, which is why I had already summoned the kings to protect me if any dire situation were to occur. The familiar kings had acted on behalf of Eren, protecting her life. The turtle Genbu had shrunk so small, staying on her shoulder. It had blocked the sword strike from Zero with its hard shell. The bone claw had teleported behind Zero, stabbing him right through the stomach, doing more damage than Eren could have hoped for, all because Zero was doing his best to sneak an attack on her. Without them, your attack probably would have worked, or maybe not. I can tell you are already extremely tired from the 2 fights from before. There was a reason why I didn't get so involved when fighting that. What were they called, Celestial? Both of them had been doing the same thing to each other, trying to weaken the other one down. The only thing was, Zero didn't realize that Eren was doing the same thing. He had underestimated her power and strength. The wound on his stomach was quite bad, and Eren was right. A lot of ki had been used up in the fight with the Celestial and Chris, who was a harder opponent than Zero had imagined. You think this is the end? Zero shouted, as his head started to light up, and a black substance started to appear from the marking. At that moment, the bone claw teleported right to Zero's side, and using its large claw, it slashed his wrist, causing Zero to drop the sword. It was laying there on the ground, but what was worse was the fact that Eren had already stabbed the large great sword right through Zero's chest. Ice was starting to form around the wound, but blood also filled Zero's mouth. The marking on his head started to fade, and the black substance that was coming out began to retreat. Standing by the side, AJ had captured everything on camera. It was all being filmed live. He couldn't believe the turn of events, and had to explain to everyone that just moments ago, these two were working together. For this to suddenly happen, he didn't understand why. What was the reason behind it? It was clear that Zero was the one that had attempted to attack Eren first. What is happening? Vanessa asked. She looked to Flora, who was still a prisoner by her side. Eren always thought this would happen, Flora answered. She told me before we went on this trip to be prepared. Why else would the leader of Pure ask just us and him to go on this trip? That old man, he probably thought his tricks worked on everyone, but Eren can't fail. She has more determination than anyone to complete her goal. To rid the world of all vampires, Lucas quietly said. Honestly, I don't know who I would rather have lived in this situation. Zero had felt this feeling once before, his body feeling weak, his vision fading, and the wound around his chest was cold. Looking down, he could see the same dreaded weapon as before. The one that had nearly taken his life before was taking his life once again. No, I can't go on anymore. Everyone, I failed you again. I just wanted to see all of your faces one last time. I just wanted to do anything possible to spend an extra second with you. And now, I failed. What does that mean? All of the lives I had taken, all of their faces, and all of the people's lives I've ruined were all for nothing in the end. I became a monster, and all for nothing. Leo, I'm sorry for blaming you. I'm sorry I was unable to step in back then, and most of all, I'm very sorry I couldn't kill this bitch that took your life. I might see you, but in truth I don't deserve to see you.
I don't deserve to see any of you after what I have done, but maybe that is just the truth that I know I have to live with." Turning his head slightly to the side, his vision was nearly completely gone. Zero could faintly see Chris. "Live the rest of your life how you want, following what you believe. Don't become like me." With one hand firmly on the sword, Erin then used her other hand and placed it right on top of Zero's head. "I don't want to kill fellow humans, but I will get rid of anyone that tries to stop me, and I want to let you know you are going to help me." Suddenly, Zero was feeling something from deep within his stomach get pulled out from him. His skin was starting to shrivel up. Everything was flowing and moving out from the top of his head and was being passed on to Erin. Zero knew straight away what this was. It was the key drain skill, the skill that he used on many people before, a skill that drained the life key out of someone, adding his inherent power to hers. With this, not only was Erin getting all of the ki that Zero had, but all of the hundreds of thousands of lives that he had taken. With this, without a doubt, Erin would now be more of an unstoppable monster than before. Letting go of Zero's head, he fell to the floor, a shriveled-up corpse, unrecognizable compared to what he was. "This is where your story ends, Zero." The energies in the celestial world were quite literally all over the place. Those watching from the space all had conflicted views of what they had just seen. Those that knew that the one killed was a follower of Immortui thought that he might try and act out against this Godslayer. The problem was, how would Immortui do such a thing in the first place, since he was restricted from crossing over? Others feared something else, that the Godslayers from Earth were becoming a bigger problem, that they might be utilized to fight against them, and there was a chance that they would have to start a reincarnation cycle. A lot of Celestials enjoyed controlling the lives on their planets. Some were even doing so in a happy way. However, they would have to listen to whatever the request was in the end. "What do you think?" Yongu asked. "It was strange that a dedicated follower and Godslayer were working in the first place, so I predicted this might have happened. But for the Godslayer to win and obtain the other's power, isn't this a really big deal?" The one Yongu was asking was the trustworthy or untrustworthy at this rate Zox. He had been getting a lot of predictions wrong lately, and this was even causing his ball to spin. "Why do you keep asking me for my opinion?" Zox complained. "I mean, I have many theories, I just don't speak them all, so I am right some of the time." Yongu was looking around to see if there was anyone else to talk to when he leaned in. "I'm not so comfortable talking about the Godslayers from Earth with any of the other Celestials," Yongu whispered. Because he had helped out one of them. It was a fact that if it was to get out, it might be the reason that would get him killed by his very own fellow Celestials. "Fine. My guess is we still have nothing to worry about yet," Zox answered. "I think, unless we see Mundus act, who he hasn't done yet, then we have nothing to worry about. He has things sorted. At least that's my hope." The truth was, Mundus was watching everything carefully, debating what to do, but because he was so focused on the fight that was going on, much like the other Celestials, they had all missed something large happening on the planet. Agent 4 had used up all of his energy and ki shooting towards the strange creature that had suddenly come out of nowhere at him. He thought his task was an easy one after reaching the mountain and not getting attacked by beasts on the way, but it was proving to be incredibly difficult suddenly. The demon tier crystal's energy had run out as well. I have a demon god tier crystal as a reserve, so I can still use that, Agent 4 thought as he flew over with his leg jets to where the red crystal currently was. He knew he didn't have enough power left to do any kind of meaningful damage to the creature, so it would be better to use his remaining strength to complete his objective. It was possible he was dead either way, but at least this gave him a chance. With the special chalk in his hands, Agent 4 was ready and started working away, writing the last few of the symbols. He was being as quick as possible when suddenly he could feel the mountain shaking slightly. "No! I knew it probably wasn't enough, but what am I meant to do? Do I just run away and leave the crystal? That is what it's after, right? So I'll be fine, but if Zero ever found out, then he would have my head rolling off this mountain quicker than I could think. Right about now, he should be going through with the plan and absorbing that Dampier Queen's energy, and then he will be unmatched in this world, even if he was to go up against that damned hero Quinn." Blasting through the rocks and up into the air was Laxmus, but there was some success to what Agent 4 had done. There were a few holes in his wings, making it difficult for him to continue hovering in the air. In fact, Laxmus had quickly fallen back onto the ground, as he could no longer use his wings properly. The damage to its wings did not allow him to fly very far,
but Laxmus continued to walk towards the edge of the mountain where Agent 4 and the Red Heart were. That has definitely slowed him down, but I know that thing won't just give up. It's like a damn unstoppable zombie. With the piece of chalk, Agent 4 was making sure he didn't get any of the steps wrong. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Yet he was rushing at the same time, two things that didn't tend to go well together, not in his line of work anyway. The sound of footsteps was getting louder as Agent 4 continued the very last steps. Just don't look up. Just focus on what you need to do, Agent 4 said to himself. When Laxmus reached the top of the mountain, seeing Agent 4 and the red crystal, it opened up its mouth and started to gather the energy to fire off a beam. It got larger and larger. That's it! Done! Agent 4 said, lifting his head up and seeing Laxmus about to blast him to death. Imortui desunta, Agent 4 said, hoping that these words would do something with the circle now complete, otherwise he was done for. The red beam of energy left Laxmus's mouth. As the stream of energy continued towards Agent 4 and the Red Heart, the magic circle started to light up in a red glow. Then a great energy burst up from the lines that were drawn into the mountainside. Laxmus's attack had hit this energy, but it was doing nothing, and when the attack ended, the mountain, the crystal, everything remained intact. It worked! These markings and drawings worked! I can't believe this! Just how is this possible? Agent 4 thought, as he looked at what was happening. The red crystal that was in the center was starting to shake, left and right, until it was lifted off the ground. In doing so, it stopped moving left and right until it was roughly 6 feet off the ground. Then, from the Red Heart, a strong beam of energy shot right into the center of the ground. The light that was being emitted from the crystal was getting larger and larger until the energy reached the edges of the magic circle. The power that was coming from the Red Heart was so intense that Agent 4 could even feel his armor reacting, and the same could be felt with the crown. Without him knowing about it, both of these pieces were breaking down into small little red particles. When he finally noticed, it was too late. Half of the crown had already been absorbed by whatever energy was going into the mountain. This armor is useless without the crown, and it looks like the armor is done for as well. The beast that was attacking Agent 4 until moments ago also didn't seem to be moving closer to the energy, as if it knew that it would consume him as well. Right now, Agent 4 didn't know if it was best for him to run away or not, but he was fascinated because right now he wanted to see whatever it was that was going to come out of that magic circle. At this point in time, the energy had been recognized by one that was watching the fight go on from the celestial space. Having been sitting up in his chair up until this moment, Mundus suddenly stood up, and he started to move his hand. Along with it, the vision he was seeing on the planet started to move as well. That's when he came across the Red Heart and could see what it was doing. An opening! Is this what Imortui planned this whole time? Is that what the dedicated follower was doing? Creating an opening between the two planes? It's too late to stop this, but why would he even do this? Is he trying to kill every life on Earth? For his condition, he needs life to be created and then to end, all in a continuous cycle. It is the reason for his immense strength. Opening a direct path between the two will get rid of all life, unless... Imortui, did you not learn your lesson from the last time you tried this? Do you really wish to start another war? Mundus closed the screen he was looking at, and soon his body was disappearing from the celestial space, because it was time for him to act directly. The Red Heart continued to produce massive amounts of energy, and all of it was directed to one spot, where the magic circle had been made. But it was clear that the energy wasn't going through the mountain, otherwise the whole mountain would have been destroyed. Given the amount of energy, Agent 4 wouldn't have been surprised if it managed to hit the planet's core, destroying the whole place. But instead, it was going somewhere else. That's when there was a slight change. The red crystal itself started to break down, now turning into nothing, and sparks started to appear from the outer circle. The red barrier that came from the light of the magic circle had disappeared, but the energy beaming from the crystal was still present. Seeing this, Laxmus started to move in, because there was no longer anything blocking his way like before. Should I stop him? Whatever is going on, whatever is happening, it doesn't look like it's done yet. Agent 4 chuckled at the thought, because there was no way he could stop that monster now. When getting closer and reaching a hand out, though, coming out from the circle was a large tentacle that had several circular marks running all around it. The next second, the circular marks opened, revealing eyes. There were hundreds of eyes on the one tentacle alone. They moved about, looking at everything around it, and suddenly stretched out from the circle and wrapped right around Laxmus's arm.
Using his great strength, Laxmus tried to pull away, but it was still able to drag him. Seeing how this wasn't working, it started to flap its wings, and finally, Laxmus was winning in the tug-of-war, as he was able to pull back slightly. However, 2 more of those strange tentacles came out from the magic circle and grabbed onto Laxmus. It was able to pull him in again, closer to the circle. Seeing no other option, Laxmus opened its mouth and the red beam attacks started to gather. Looking down, it unleashed the red beam, burning the entire circle with vampire energy. Moving his head, he managed to burn off the other tentacles that were attached to him as well, and he was finally free, or at least he thought he was. Moments later, the tentacles that had been burnt and partly cut off were regrowing, and strangely, even more eyes had appeared on these parts. Then, more tentacles started to grow from the tentacles, branching out like some kind of strange tree or monster. Each one of them latched onto Laxmus, covering every part of his body, wrapping around him completely. "I think I've made my decision. It's best to get out of here for now. I don't think there is anything more I need to do here," Agent 4 thought. Looking down at the person in front of her, Erin couldn't believe it. She was surprised at how much energy she was feeling going through her entire body. "This old man, he stopped relying on his skill and improving his own powers, and just relied on absorbing others, but I can see why he did so," Erin thought, as she closed her eyes, feeling every bit of ki in her body. It was beyond amazing. While using her ability, she sensed that there was another powerful ki energy that was on the field. With a single jump off her leg, she soon landed right in front of Chris, who was still breathing, and his heart was still beating, but he appeared to be passed out still. However, the presence of someone next to him had jolted him awake as his eyes opened wide, and of all people, he didn't expect to see her in front of him. "What happened?" Chris faintly asked. "I did what you couldn't," Erin replied. "That old master of yours is now gone." Due to his groggy state, it was taking a while for Chris to process what Erin was trying to say, but he soon realized that if Erin was here, then it meant his companion, Peter, had also lost his fight. Turning his head to try and see if he was okay, there was another sight that Chris saw instead, a shriveled-up corpse that somewhat resembled his old master. He didn't know why, but tears and a strange pain could be felt in his chest as he saw this. "I can't believe you still have feelings for such a person after all he had done. Didn't you already resolve to kill him? I guess it just wasn't strong enough," Erin said as she got closer, but Chris was unable to move his body. Other than his head, nothing else seemed to be listening to him, and now that Erin had grabbed onto it, he was unable to move that as well. "Wait, don't tell me! Is she going to do the same to Chris as she did to that Zero guy?" Vanessa shouted. "I think you're right. She's going to kill him too. Should we try to do something?" Lucas said, still holding the blade. With the sword, he thought he might be able to stop her, but his legs weren't moving. Although the thing that stabbed Zero was no longer on the field, it seemed like it could appear as and when it wished. In the end, all of them were far too afraid to act, and they all thought it was pointless. There was no way any of them could even faze Erin enough for it to matter. As expected, Erin had started to use the ki drain skill on Chris as well. Just like before, energy was being transferred from him to her through her hand. Not only that, Chris was one that had a large amount of ki, bigger than most, and as she was draining his life away, she almost felt like a god. "I don't need to fight against vampires anymore to get a boost. The amount of power that I have received from these two is enough to take on anyone," Erin smiled as she let go. Although the same thing had been done to Chris, his body was intact. He looked weak, his muscles smaller than they were before, but he was still breathing. "I have taken almost all of your energy. You may never be able to fight again, but you will live. Be thankful that you're not a vampire, and I wasn't the one you fought," Erin stated as she looked around again. That's when she noticed that there was a third ki source, not as large as Chris's or Zero's, but still large enough to make her power grow even more. Jumping up again, she landed directly where Peter was. He was lying on the floor on the front side of his body. Just like Chris, he could move his head and looked at Erin. "Your life will not be spared. You are a spawn of the vampires, so there is a high chance that you will act just like them." Erin placed her hand on the back of Peter's head and then lifted him off the ground. He was unable to move, his energy also having gone, and his hunger at a point beyond what he had ever felt before. Still, in this situation, Peter smiled.
"Look at you," Peter said. "I can't believe we went through so much trouble trying to protect you from Jack Truedream. We should have just let you die back then."
With all the strength Peter could muster up, he spat out a bit of blood that was in his mouth. It landed right on Erin's cheek.
Activating the key drain skill once again, the energy could be felt moving from Peter into Aaron. Unexpectedly, for someone who didn't know how to use ki very well, he had quite a large amount. Yes, yes, yes. Looking at Aaron, AJ was clutching onto his camera so hard it nearly broke, but it was a good thing he hadn't done it. Out of nowhere, something could be seen in the back of the camera, and it all happened in an instant. Aaron felt a powerful force grab her right by the neck, and the next moment she was slammed into the ground. A large eruption had occurred, shaking the entire planet. Everyone was nearly thrown off their feet, and a volcano of red aura had erupted where the two had been standing. For Aaron, that wasn't the extent of it, as she was being dragged through the ground, her back, arms, and everything being pushed through so hard that rocks from the ground were breaking off. A sudden reaction was occurring in Aaron as her eyes started to glow an intense yellow, and she could see who was the one holding on to her throat. Her eyes glowed an intense red, and his whole body was covered in a red aura. Baring his large fangs, Quinn shouted, "Get your filthy hands off him!" A little while ago, Fex, Minnie, and Quinn were on the same ship heading to the location where Chris and Peter had reported finding both Aaron and Zero. They weren't far away now, and the ship was traveling at full speed. For some reason, as they got closer, time felt like it was moving slower, and in doing so, it was just making Quinn more restless. Because of this, Quinn was already wearing the celestial red fang armor, ready to fight at any second. "Quinn, I know you are worried, but there's nothing that we can do right now," Fex said, trying to calm him down. "Besides, you said it yourself, Peter is incredibly strong, and Chris is one of the toughest people you have ever fought." Quinn continued to tap his foot away. "Peter already lost to Aaron once," he said, "so I have no doubt in my mind that he will attempt to fight her again. If that happens, then Chris will get involved as well because that's the type of guy he is." There was a good reason as to why Quinn was extremely worried. For one, Bliss said that Aaron's growth was one that would be able to outmatch his own, a person that would become so strong that they could deal with the one that created the vampires. Then there was the celestial Mundus as well. From their short meeting, Quinn could tell he was a powerful god, one that he wouldn't want to step on the toes of either. The fact that he even requested Quinn to take out Aaron meant that these powerful people thought that she was a problem. The ship had finally entered the planet's atmosphere, and the planet looked to be going out of control. Lava was spewing from some areas of the planet, while tornadoes were spinning wildly, destroying the rocks and ground around it. The planet seemed to be in pain from whatever was going on. "Fex, fly it northeast," Quinn ordered. "I can feel an energy, but it's really weak." Worried and concerned, Quinn's fangs were already bearing out, and he was grinding his teeth with worry, which was why the second that Quinn could see people in the distance, he didn't hesitate. "Minnie, stay with your Uncle Fex. He'll look after you." Quinn slammed his hand on a button of the ship a little too hard, smashing it to pieces and lifting up the glass. Then, using the ship as leverage, he pushed off it, causing it to move backward as he flew off into the distance. While going through the air and getting closer, Quinn could see it. He could see Aaron holding Peter by his head. His whole body was pulsating with his heartbeat as it got faster and faster. Ripples of blood aura could be seen in the air as he traveled through the distance between the ship and the ground. Quinn was unable to contain his anger. "I won't let you kill anyone else, no matter what." Using blood control, with the blood aura pulsating around his body, Quinn was able to superspeed himself right to where Aaron was and grabbed her by the neck before she could do anything else. He then slammed her into the ground, and like a meteorite hitting the ground, the two of them were skidding across the floor, causing damage to the ground. "Get your filthy hands off him," Quinn shouted. Aaron's eyes started to glow with power as she felt a presence like she had never felt before. Her natural instincts as a Dhampir were kicking in, giving her an immense rush of power. However, with Quinn's rage at a boiling point, it didn't matter, as he lifted her by the neck where the two were and slammed her into the ground, causing cracks to appear in the whole area. "What is this?" Aaron thought. "All the ki I gained, and the Dhampir power to go against my natural enemy. I still can't match the strength around my neck. I'm having to use all the ki to just stop him from crushing my neck." Quinn was unaware of what he was doing, but when holding Aaron by the neck, he was attempting to squeeze. Due to the reinforced ki around Aaron, it was not quite squeezing, but covered in red aura, his two hands were acting out his killing intent. A strange red mist that would float around Quinn's gauntlet was creating small little daggers that were moving, trying to also rip out Aaron's neck. Regardless, Aaron wasn't on her own, as a large claw went to swipe toward Quinn, but with his other hand free and quickly turning his head, he had grabbed it. Quinn was holding onto the bone claw's hand, away from his head. "I was told about you, so you found someone better, but you made the wrong choice." Using the blood aura that was around Quinn's body, he had shaped it quickly into weapons and sent them straight towards the bone claw, who started to teleport away, making the blood swords hit nothing but the ground. They continued to appear and move to where the bone claw was, chasing after him. As Quinn was distracted, the black cat appeared, summoning a spiral of flames towards his face. That's when a shadow appeared, covering the entire flames, extinguishing them, and turning them into nothing. The shadows had also soon turned into a hand that had grabbed one of the four kings, holding it in place. The cat struggled, unable to break free from the shadow hand's grasp. This was a new and improved version of the shadow that Quinn had learned to use. He could strengthen his shadow, giving it a more physical form, by adding his second stage key to surround it. It was something that was incredibly hard to learn, but with his own celestial space where he could slow down time, Quinn was able to learn a number of things, and now right above the cat's head was a sword, ready to fall down on it. As it did, the cat suddenly disappeared into nothing, and Quinn could no longer feel something in his hand. Aaron had somehow managed to escape from his grasp, and was quite a distance away on her horse. As Aaron ran away further, she turned around on her horse, summoning the cat and the bone claw back to her side. "What is this? The power inside me is still rising, and it's to a level beyond Laxmas. Is this how powerful the vampire in front of me is right now? Is this how powerful Quinn is?" After absorbing all the ki, and now this as well, Aaron was growing in strength by the second. During the small confrontation that was going on, the spaceship had caught up with everyone and landed just behind AJ and the two vampires. In doing so, Fex jumped out along with Minnie and could see Aaron in the distance. "I wish I could be one to finish you off, but I can tell you have grown too powerful for me. I will just have to rely on my blood brother to do the job, and for that he needs no distractions." "Who are you guys?" Vanessa asked. "No time to explain," Fex said, as he summoned his red string from his fingers. He could still use his ability, but not so much with his vampire aura being really low, as he now only had mainly celestial aura. Still, it was enough to tie up both Peter and Chris and bring them through the air towards them. "Catch them!" Fex ordered. Both Lucas and Vanessa jumped, catching both Peter and Chris and bringing them back down to their side. "Wait, who are you guys, and who is that fighting right now?" Lucas had to ask, as he checked on how Peter and Chris were doing. "There's an emergency supply of flesh on board our ship. Feed him that. You can trust us, we are here with Quinn," Fex answered. As Lucas was running to the ship, he had a sudden realization as to what the old vampire had said. "Holy crap! Quinn!" Back out on the field, the distance between Quinn and Aaron was around 50 yards now. Over his right side, Quinn had gathered his vampire aura, forming a shape of a wing, and over his left side, he had the shadow in a condensed form, forming another wing. What the others were looking at right now didn't look like any vampire or human. It looked like a god that had descended. "Tell me, Aaron, if I hadn't arrived, were you planning on killing him?" Quinn asked, his head down. Aaron was still basking in the rising power she had. "Ha ha ha! Not just him, but I'll kill you and all the vampires." Shadow started to form around both of Quinn's hands. "I've decided, then." That was when the shadow disappeared from Quinn's hands, and in its place were two large handguns. When Quinn had initially crashed into the planet, the impact was so strong and forceful that the entire planet shook vigorously, causing AJ to fall onto his knees. He held the camera steady as best he could, but all he was filming was dust and the ground. "What happened? Is AJ okay?" "There was just a large explosion out of nowhere, and now he is suddenly filming the floor." "Come on, can't he hold the camera properly? All he has is one job. It's not like he's the one fighting."
"These guys in the comments, you talk like you're tough, but I don't see you out there filming these war and fight scenes."
AJ had eventually managed to catch his footing, and in doing so he started to film what was happening. He caught a red aura being formed into swords, piercing the ground, and zoomed in on Aaron, who looked to be struggling for her life as she had the other person's hand around her throat.
"Shit, who is this person? I feel like I'm watching a movie. Did someone really come out of nowhere and grab the dampier like that? Wasn't she talking a load of crap about how powerful she was, now that she had all this ki? I wish it was a movie, but remember, what we are watching right now is real, with real lives on the line. I hope the zombie boy is okay."
Due to how fast everything was going, it was hard to get a clear shot of who had arrived. At the same time, due to the angle that AJ was at, it was difficult as well to see who had grabbed Eren. That was until Eren had escaped, and the person was now standing there with his two large wings made out of shadow and blood aura. Panning up from his feet and zooming out, AJ was able to get the whole view of this person, and there was a striking resemblance as he looked at him, and he wasn't the only one that noticed it as well. "This is the person who was fighting the Dampiers. I guess he's a vampire. Have I seen him from somewhere before?" "In your dreams. How would you know someone like him? Someone that can face up against the Dampiers by himself." "No, I recognize him as well. I guess he must be famous, especially if he is strong enough to go up against someone like this." "A famous vampire?" "Hey, I think I might be mad, but isn't that the great hero Quinn? I have a statue of him, and the armor nearly matches up perfectly. It's just a different color." "Quinn, that's it. He really does look like Quinn. The facial feature, the armor." "Wait, you might be right. That wing, isn't that the shadow power? He looks like Quinn as well. Has to be him. He probably is the only one strong enough." Seeing the comments, it had clicked in AJ's head as well. "I didn't want to say anything before," AJ started to give his live commentary, "but Quinn is back, and has been for a while. All the people that have been fighting against these powerful enemies are all here to help Quinn. He has been helping out the world once again for a while now, even helping the vampire core. There were reports of what he had done. Those rumors weren't just hot air." Taking a deep breath, AJ was ready to say his next few words. "The hero Quinn has returned!" There were those that wanted to deny it, thinking that it couldn't be true, but in the end, the similarities and the show of his power were too much of a resemblance to be fake. Once again, Quinn had returned, and he had done so to stop a great calamity, just like he had in the past. AJ thought this was fate. His ancestors were the ones that had filmed Quinn fighting the leader of the Dalki back then, and he was now filming Quinn once again. Inside the celestial space, they also recognized the figure that had appeared, the one that had fought side by side against the Godslayer to defeat Athos. "BB! BB is here and is fighting against the Godslayer, but I thought he was attacking us. Didn't he come in here not too long ago and cause a rampage?" The Celestials were certainly left confused, not understanding the full situation because they didn't care for it. However, Yongu's whole body was shaking. "It's him again, and he looks stronger than before," Yongu mumbled to himself. "I see now," Zoc said with excitement. "The reason why Mundus hadn't acted and wasn't so worried is because he had struck a deal. He must have gotten BB over to our side to take out the Godslayer." The others nodded their heads in agreement. They had seen how strong BB was, had suffered from his attacks themselves, and thought this was a good choice of Celestial to go against the Godslayer. This one would not fail. Back towards the ship where the filming was going on, Chris had been awoken by the surges of energies that were rampant and about everywhere. As he took a peek, seeing Quinn standing there had brought a smile to his face. But soon Chris remembered something else as well. "Agent 4!" Chris weakly shouted out. "Did your brains get scrambled in that fight?"
"No," Vanessa chimed in. "He's talking about Agent 4. He ran off somewhere in the middle of the fight."
"Agent 4 has the red heart," Chris stated. "We have to stop him. I have to stop him." Chris was still unable to move, no matter how hard he tried, and he felt even weaker than before, which he didn't even know was possible. Having 90% of his life force taken away would be tough on anyone. "The red heart, that was the item that everyone was looking for back then. You mean it fell into the hands of Pure? I remember that the red vampires wanted to turn everyone into vampires using its power, but what does Pure plan to do with it?" Vex thought. Either way, he knew that something needed to be done. Whatever they were planning, it couldn't be good, and for Chris to worry about it in this state meant that it could not be anything good. "Right now, I don't think you could even win a fight against a fly. You're just going to have to stay here and leave it to me," Vex exclaimed. "Minnie, it's best if you stay with the others. I know your father told me to protect you, but where I'm going it could be more dangerous. With your father here, I'm pretty sure you'll be safe."
"Don't worry, I am strong. I can come with you. Besides, I think sometimes Father worries about Minnie too much. He needs to focus on the fight," Minnie replied.
Vex wanted to argue against her, but there was a chance that the fight between Quinn and Eren could get pretty violent, and knowing who she was, he felt like she wouldn't hesitate to use a hostage. "I'll come with you as well," Lucas answered as he stepped forward. "I saw the direction he was headed in. I can be your guide." Vanessa wanted to come as well, but she knew someone needed to look after these people and also protect AJ if something seriously bad happened again. "Fine, let's hurry. I don't want to miss Quinn killing that bitch," Vex answered, but his eyes lingered as he noticed what Lucas was holding in his hand. "Wait a second. Is that what I really think it is?" Lucas happily handed it over to the old vampire. Since he was traveling with the great hero, which he still couldn't wrap his head around, he thought that this person had to be someone of great importance. Fex looked at the sword up and down and ran his hands across it. "This is without a doubt Arthur's sword, but what is it doing in a place like this?" The old man seemed to be a little crazy to Lucas, constantly mumbling to himself and just doing whatever he wished. Now, he was even saying names that he had never heard of before. Holding it firmly by the hilt, Fex gave it a couple of swings through the air. The sound was magnificent as it cut through it with ease. "This is perfect! I will be using this as mine. I know Arthur won't mind, and neither will Quinn. With this sword I should be able to help out quite a bit. Even if my old self is gone, I won't be useless." With the sword, Fex had walked over to a person that was with them and pointed the sword right at her throat. "You are coming with us, and if I don't like your answers, I will kill you," Fex said to Flora. There was a little bit of a problem with taking Flora along. For one, her legs were still broken from what Peter had done earlier, and at the moment there were no signs of her legs healing any time soon. However, Fex had a solution for that. Using his strings, he was able to connect them to Flora's legs with a needle at the end. All of this was muscle memory for Fex, as he was a master at using others as a puppet to fight for him. Using the strings, Fex ran along with Flora, Minnie, and Lucas, were all off as a group and took a wide step around where Quinn and Aaron were to do battle. However, as Lucas ran towards the location where Agent 4 had gone, he couldn't help but turn his head towards Quinn and Aaron. "What is going on? Why aren't the two fighting? Both of them have just been standing there for a while," Lucas asked. Seeing them just stand opposite each other made Lucas stay on top of his toes, as he felt like the shock waves from these two fighting would sweep them away at any moment. It was why they were taking the long way around the fighting area, rather than cutting through it in the first place. "What you are looking at right now is a high-level fight between two incredibly powerful beings," Fex explained as he continued to run along with the others. "Right now they are probably waiting for the other to act first, so they can react to it. Moves are perhaps being played out in both of their heads. The thing is, these two haven't fought before, and they don't know each other's strength or skill sets." As Fex was saying this, Lucas imagined that even Aaron didn't know the extent of her strength after absorbing the ki of the others. In these types of situations, usually one of two things tend to happen. The fight ends extremely quickly, or it's drawn out until they use up all their energy, with one managing to trump the other. Lucas had seen the latter happen twice now, and both times, their side had lost. He was just hoping this time the side he was rooting for would win. "Quinn, if this really is the hero of the old, I hope he can pull a miracle out for us all again. Otherwise, I fear our existence as vampires will be over before we know it," Lucas said quietly to himself. "My dad is stronger than anyone and will beat up anyone. No one has to worry about anything," Minnie said, smiling. Seeing Minnie keeping up their pace even though she was such a young vampire, Lucas was quite impressed with her, but he soon smiled to himself. What did he expect from the little girl who called the hero Quinn her father? At the location where the others were heading, things weren't completely calm either at the moment, as two creatures were fighting it off against each other. Several tentacles had latched onto Laxmus, wrapping around each part of his body, and they were overpowering him as they were attempting to drag him into the strange magic circle. For Agent 4, he had thought about running away, but as soon as he had taken a few steps away, he could see that the strange eyes that were on the tentacles had turned toward him. Whatever creature was coming out of the thing, it was now aware of him, and its eyes told Agent 4 to not try to escape, otherwise it would attempt to come after him as well. Due to his current weak state from the fight earlier, Agent 4 decided to go into hiding instead, taking cover by one of the large rocks that was on the same level as the peak of the mountain. Several red beams were seen coming out of Laxmus's mouth, destroying the tentacles, but the same thing would happen again and again as the tentacles regrew. Taking a peek around the corner and looking at the magic circle, now Agent 4 could see more of the strange beast's body, or a more correct word would be the demon's body. A hand was seen as it pulled itself out of the magic circle. The hand itself looked similar to that of a human's hand, apart from the fact that the fingers were slightly longer and had less fat on them. This looked more like the hand of a skeleton, but coming out from the fingers itself, there were thin long parts wiggling off the tips of it. It looked similar to the tentacles, only smaller and all over its hand, like worms. The top of its head could be seen now, and there were no eyes in sight, at least none that Agent 4 could see. To him, it looked more like an opening of a flower, with a strange red part in the center, while the rest of the skin was a strange darker gray. Finally, it had managed to push itself completely out of the portal, revealing animal-like legs that only had 2 toes split wide like a dinosaur of old, but once again, the large and small tentacles all around it could be seen on its feet too. The large tentacles that were attached to Laxmus seemed to be coming off mainly from the creature's back. It was just as big as Laxmus as well, but looked far more horrendous. "I thought the first one to attack me was menacing, but this is something from children's nightmares," Agent 4 said to himself. "What is happening, though? Zero stated that doing this would open a portal for his master to come through. Is that his master? It doesn't seem to have enough intelligence to be Zero's master, and on top of that, the circle. Despite what has come out, it looks like the circle is still open." Agent 4's guess was correct, as he soon could see something else start to rip through the magic circle. He could see thousands of razor-sharp teeth coming out next. It feels like it's a portal to another world, a world with demonic creatures. Did Zero's master trick him? Agent 4 thought. The strange creature picked up Laxmith with its tentacles and started to slam him into the ground, breaking rocks everywhere. Laxmus had opened his mouth again, producing a vampire aura blast out of it. This time, after it ripped through the tentacles, it was going for the strange plant-like head. When the attack came close, the plant head started to open up, spreading wide. The attack hit and caused the demon to move back an inch or so, but that was it. The attack looked like it was being gobbled up, and when the attack eventually stopped, there looked to be no damage on the demon's head at all. Instead, all ends of its head, the leaf-like parts, started to vibrate, and the eyes that were on the tentacles all started to open up. The next second, they began to glow red. With the strength of the tentacles, the strange creature had thrown Laxmus off the edge of the mountain. It jumped towards the edge and saw Laxmus still in the air, not having fallen down the side. With all its tentacles pointed towards it, it unleashed a red power similar to that which was dealt to itself. The only thing was, it had come out from all of the hundreds of tentacles that had been formed. All points of red energy hit Laxmus, sending him far off into the distance. The attacks continued to hit. They continued to be fired, even though Laxmus could no longer be seen. At least, no longer be seen by Agent 4. "I have to say, my odds of survival in this place are slim. If the one I struggled against had just been dealt with like that, then what am I to do?" Agent 4 sighed, almost accepting that it was the end of his life at that moment. "You would hope that the one that summoned him would at least not get killed." In the distance, on the way to the mountain, Fex and the group could see the beams of energy through the air. They shined brightly, and the energy was similar to that of vampire energy. They picked up the pace as they ran ahead, and saw something crashing in the distance. "It looks like Chris was right," Fex said. "It looks like something really is going on here." When they finally reached the location of the crash, they could see a barely recognizable Laxmus. Several holes were in its body, its head, and all over. There were no signs of life whatsoever from Laxmus. Although the others had no idea who this was, Flora had recognized the vampire's form, and now, looking at the mountain, she was starting to fear for her life. Placing his hand on top of the creature that had fallen out of the air, Fex was trying to see if there were any signs of life at all, but it didn't seem to be the case. Lucas had even poked it a few times, but there was no reaction from it. In the end, they felt like they had no choice but to face the inevitable as they continued forward and headed toward the mountain. As they got closer to the mountain, there were a few strange things occurring with the weather. Next to the mountain, they were going through one of the worst rainstorms they had ever experienced in their life. They were soaking wet, but as they quickly ran, they eventually reached the foot of the mountain, and here it was the calmest it had ever been. All of them looked up at the mountain. It wasn't necessarily the biggest mountain they had seen, but all of them could sense something coming from it. "It feels strange," Minnie said, with her body shaking slightly. "You people are idiots. Why are you all still here?" Flora said. "I told you all already. That thing was the leader of the red vampires. It was Laxmus. He was defeated, and now you are going to the top to face whatever it was that brought about his death. I don't mind you killing yourselves, but why are you forcing me to come with you?" "Because you are our shield," Fex replied, smiling, as he controlled his strings to now make her lead the group and be the first one in line, rather than Lucas, now that he had done his job. "You don't seem to understand. Chris had passed on that message, despite knowing that Quinn was in the middle of fighting against your queen, which means this is really an important matter. With that said, using his fingers, Fex was forcing Flora to scale the mountain. With their strength and power, it was an easy thing to do. They could just push off their legs and continue jumping. The strangeness around the mountain was eerie, but it wasn't impeding their movement as they jumped their way towards the top. Scaling such a thing was practically as easy as just running up a diagonal slope. As they got closer, though, all of them could sense the energy even more, something similar to that of the vampires, yet different. "I come back after all this time, and this is what I have to deal with," Fex mumbled. "But I'm not afraid of death. I only wish to see one thing. So I won't die just yet. I have survived everything the world has thrown at me so far." Taking a look behind him, Fex noticed something else, an energy that was similar to his being summoned. It was the little vampire. Minnie had used her celestial energy to transform. Her legs were covered with a strange red substance, and horns had emerged from her head. No longer did she look like the same Minnie as before. "I can see why you are confident, but if it ever gets too dangerous, I want you to do whatever you can to get out of here. If anything happens to you, I think your father would be the biggest problem I will need to worry about." Minnie nodded, but she wasn't too worried, because Quinn had taught her a few things after getting her shadow back, one of them being the shadow link. So if need be, she could hop to Quinn at any point and time. All jumping at the same time, they landed on the flat surface at the top of the mountain, and all of them were on edge immediately from what they could see. "What are those things? Are they vampires?" Lucas asked. "No, they feel slightly different, and they don't smell the same," Fex replied. The area of the mountain top that they were on was quite flat and wide, with a few spires and rocks placed here and there. It was large enough to fit a few thousand people on it, but what they could see in front of them weren't people. The first creature had a flower-like head with tentacles all over its body, but the most frightening thing was the eyes. Next to it, there seemed to be another spawn that looked to have crawled out from hell itself. It was crawling on the floor like a cockroach, but had teeth covering its entire body. It wasn't large in size, but the energy coming from it was fierce nevertheless. Lastly was the third being that was with them all. This one had the most human-like figure, but appeared to have no skin at all. Just standing there, one could see all the muscle fibers in the body. However, there were what looked like feathers on the body, on the forearms, by the ear, and on the back, but these feathers weren't fluffy by any means. They too were made from muscle-like flesh. Then on its face there was a single metal barrier that covered its entire eyes. The last being stood closest to the red magic circle and had his arms folded. He looked towards those that had arrived. "Imortui has given me the order to stand guard of this magic circle until the rest of the army comes through," the man said. "So you little spawns will have to get rid of these intruders. I will not leave my post no matter what." After finishing his sentence, the others could see that something else was starting to appear from the magic circle. The red heart could be seen floating, part of it having been disintegrated, but not all of it. "We have to get that red heart, otherwise our job will get a lot harder," Fex stated. After saying those words, the strange creature moved its tentacles right out toward the others, and it was mainly aiming for Lucas. Seeing this, Fex's instincts kicked in as he moved his puppet and made Flora jump in front of him. The tentacles latched onto Flora, twisting around her arms and legs, and wrapping around and twirling up her inner thigh. "No!" Flora shouted. "If you want to live, then you need to—" Before Fex could finish his sentence, his strings had been cut, as the strange bug-like creature with the razor-type teeth had leaped and cut the strings that Fex had tied to her. There was no longer anything he could do, as the tentacles pulled Flora towards it, but strangely, it had used them to just throw her over its head. The flesh man stayed still as he saw her land in the magic circle, and her body completely disappeared. "Well, I wanted to get rid of her, but not quite like that," Fex thought. "Everyone, we need to fight like our life depends on it." Holding the sword, Fex was ready to unleash his own new powers, and for once do a favor for Quinn. Falling in the magic circle, Flora hadn't died. No, instead she had gone to the other side, to the other plane. She could feel dirt filling her mouth, a strange heat from all around, and on top of all of that, there was an energy that was rising inside her, one that she had never felt before. "This feeling, this is the same as when I fight against high-level vampires. But why is this energy almost suffocating me? I can't breathe. My vision is fading." This had never happened to Flora before, but the energy was so overwhelming for her that it was consuming her all. She could barely move because there was so much energy surging through her body. She tried grabbing whatever she could feel around her. Her hand fell on something that felt like a tree root of some kind, but she wasn't sure as her eyesight was blurry. Then, lifting her head, she could see two blurred figures, and although she couldn't see them, she was able to hear them. "Look at this!" A voice that seemed distorted, changing pitches, going high and low at the same time, and almost painful to hear, was heard. "They have sent their little pet to this place. When are you ever going to start doing things for yourself?" "Why do you keep doing this?" another voice asked, not quite as painful to the ear as the first one. "Did you not learn your lesson last time? Why do this?" "Why are you even asking? It's already started. Does the reason even matter to you? If I say something that you would understand, would you let me through to the other side? You know my position, and the fact that you see me here now means you have taken one step too far. I, Mundus, will do my duty as the messenger of the Ancient Ones, and I will not allow you to pass over to the other side."
It was safe to say that after they had seen Flora so easily vanish before all of their eyes, they were more than worried about what was going to happen to them. These weren't normal beasts. These weren't vampires or any of the various vampire subclasses, but creatures from another world that they had never faced before and had no idea how to deal with them. Their appearance was horrifying enough on its own, but the group could tell that they would be extremely strong as well. "I wanted to test out the sword for a bit to see what it could do and how it would work, but right now the safe option would be to go all out," Fex said, as he threw it over with a couple of flasks to Lucas, who managed to catch them mid-air. It was blood, human blood, that Fex had prepared. At the end of the day, he was a normal vampire, so human blood was always good to have to heal wounds, and in this case, it would come in handy to use the weapon, but with the number of enemies they were facing, he thought it would be better in other hands. This was not the time for experimentation with his powers and a new weapon. Their life depended on this fight, and the only way they had of defeating these hideous creatures was to use their powers to the fullest extent. Lucas was not sure how much he would actually be able to contribute in this fight, but he looked at the sword and could once again feel a strange energy coming from it. He knew it was strong, but doubted it would be very useful in his hands. "I don't sit around doing nothing. I practice so I could help in this time and moment," Fex said, as a faint white energy could be seen surrounding his whole body, and just like the others who were dedicated followers of Quinn, Fex started to change form. When envisioning how to get stronger, there was only one thing that Fex could think of, and that was a way to use his string ability as much as possible, and his simple mind could only think of one way to achieve that. From his ribs, 2 arms burst out of his body on each side, giving him a total of 6 hands. They didn't look like normal hands, though, as they were a little smaller. However, they would do the job. The creature in front of them moved forward with a heavy step and started to spring its tentacles towards the group. As that happened, Fex summoned strings from each of his fingers and started to wrap them around the countless number of tentacles. "I can't use blood aura like before, but my brother has given me something far more valuable. Who would have thought that at this age I would be at my strongest?" Fex said as he leapt up, attaching his string in waves from all his hands around the tentacles, pulling them and intertwining them around the beast, tying it up. More and more string was being used, and as they crossed paths, they were ripping into the creature, starting to cause it to bleed a little as it pierced the skin. At the same time, these strands were going through the strange eyes that were on the beast, which caused it to wriggle about in pain. "My string isn't enough to finish it off, so it's going to be up to you, young one," Fex said, looking at Lucas while pulling as hard as he could tighten the string around the creature. "Me?" Lucas thought. It was clear that he was the weakest one here. The only reason he had come was because he meant to be a guide. The only thing that he had practiced was his silent and fast footsteps, but actually using these skills in battle certainly wasn't his forte. "You have something amazing in your hand. Pour the blood over the blade and just swing. That sword has amazing capabilities. I'm sure whatever comes out of it will do well," Fex explained. The strange creature he had tangled up started to open its plant-like head, and with it was strangely absorbing the string. The string was starting to disintegrate, but Fex was able to quickly make some more and wrapped in certain ways so he could attempt to keep its mouth closed and stop it from absorbing the string. How long this would last, he was unsure of himself. Seeing this, Lucas listened to his senior. He had to, otherwise it would be his fault that they all died. He had said it himself before, there was a chance that this whole situation would turn bad for everyone. Taking blood out of the flask, he poured it on top of the sword, and it started to light up red as it drew energy from the blood. "Ah!"
Lucas screamed as he charged in at full speed. It probably wasn't the best thing to do when attacking, but he needed to encourage himself, and with the creature tied up, what could it do? That was until, from the side, the strange tooth-like creature, which was about the same size as a small dog and had been clinging to the side of the wall, jumped off at a fast speed, coming right towards Lucas. I wasn't so sure if these creatures were working together or not, but judging by the fact that they aren't fighting against one another, it seems like it's quite obvious now. That thing was able to cut through my strings before as well, but honestly, I know I sound confident, but I don't know if I can take on more than one at a time. Even with this new energy running through me, it's taking everything I have to hold this guy, and I still need Lucas to finish him off. Lucas was so focused on the task in front of him, to stab the being that was tied up, that he was unaware of what was coming to the side. Opening up, it spread its mouth wide and showed thousands of teeth ready to latch onto the vampire and kill him in one swoop. Until, from the side, a large red fist came through, hitting the toothed creature to the side. It bashed against the floor, and a small little red thing could be seen skidding across the floor. "I'll take care of this one," Minnie shouted, as she sprinted and picked up the toothed creature, throwing it up against a rock, and as she charged in fast after it, she started to swipe her hands wildly, one after the other. One wasn't sure if the creature was dead or not, but one thing was clear, it didn't get a chance to attack. Fex wasn't even sure if he would be able to put up with an attack against such a thing. I guess Minnie wasn't lying when she said she was strong, and she is incredibly fast, faster than me. With that done, it was all up to Lucas now, as he went for a swing with his sword to hit the beast. As it did, it sliced through the creature, cutting part of it off, but had done nothing else. "Just keep swinging!" Fex shouted. Suddenly, as Lucas swung again, he didn't know why, but his strike had unexpectedly gotten faster. He hit again, cutting another area of the creature, and his swings were becoming faster and faster, and then, after 4 hits, a large explosion had occurred. Lucas was hit back by the explosion as well, and Lucas was seen letting go of the weapon, letting it fall onto the ground. "Don't worry, I can take over from here," Fex said, as he let go of one piece of string and reattached it to the weapon. Then, swinging it from above, as hard and fast as he could, a large explosion went off, right on top of the creature's head. Agent 4 had been watching everything so far that had occurred, and he couldn't believe his eyes. How? How is this possible? That creature gave that other thing so much trouble. These guys don't seem to be much stronger than that thing, Agent 4 thought. What Agent 4 failed to notice, the flesh man that was standing by the magic circle had noticed. 2 of them. They are using celestial energy. That is why they are able to hurt us more so than others. This certainly could be troublesome. Imortui has yet to arrive as well. These 2 are most likely dedicated followers. Does all of this mean that the Celestials have already noticed and know Imortui's plan? If that is the case, then it means that I might have to get involved after all. The Fleshman unfolded his arms. I will be ready to defend this with my life. Standing in place, Quinn's energy was flickering. Both his Shadow Wing and Blood Wing were as well. While standing there, he was looking at Aaron. In his mind he knew what he was doing, trying to find an excuse to forgive her, but how could he? This person was the most likely the one to have taken out Owen, taken out Leo, and if he hadn't stopped it, then there was a good chance that she would have taken out Peter just then. As he thought about this, his blood energy was flickering, powering his wing like a strong flame. "Why so angry?" Aaron finally said. "If anyone has a right to be angry, it's me. Do you really think, now that you have a gun in your hand, it's going to make a difference?" Aaron laughed. Quinn raised his hand, pointing just one of the guns directly towards Aaron. He was the first to make a move out of the 2 of them. "Did you really think I didn't notice what you were doing?" Aaron lifted her demon tier sword and held it firmly in her hand, because right now she was surrounded by blood swords. Quinn hadn't just been standing there doing nothing, and using his blood aura, he had summoned the 1,000 blood swords which were all pointed towards her. As she held the sword tightly, they all came towards her at once. "This trick is getting old," Aaron said, as she swung the sword and unleashed a large amount of ki that she was harboring inside her. What she noticed was, it was impossible for her just to unleash ki, since she also had a large amount of Dhampir energy inside as well. When swinging her sword, a large line of aura was unleashed, and as it hit the blood swords, it made almost all of them disappear in an instant. "This is it! This is the power I needed to get rid of all the vampires, and most of all, to get rid of you, the king of vampires, Aaron shouted. While she swung her sword, Quinn carefully aimed his gun towards her and pulled at the trigger. I haven't used that title in a long time, Quinn said. With her ability, Aaron was able to sense the bullet coming at her at a fast speed. Not all of the blood swords had been dealt with from one swing either. So this was your plan. While I deal with the blood swords, you attack me with... Is that just ki? The bullet was invisible, but due to Aaron's ability, she could sense that this was just pure ki, but she didn't worry because there was someone trustworthy. Genbu, protect me! Aaron ordered as she swung the sword again, getting rid of the other blood swords coming at her. Genbu started to grow in size to that of a normal-sized human and turned his back towards Quinn and the bullet. I remember you, Genbu thought. You are the one who broke my shell with your ki power, but it won't be the same this time. Each time I shed my shell and grow a new one, it gets stronger. It has been over 1,000 years since you last saw me, so don't think that the same will happen again this time. Tensing, the purple sparks appeared from Genbu's back as he was going to use everything to block the bullet. As it hit the shell, though, it cracked through the surface and went right through Genbu. He could feel the ki energy go through him and was right in front of his eyes. It broke through my shell, and so effortlessly. Just what is that? Aaron! Genbu shouted. Genbu felt something now pressed against the back of his head. Don't get involved in this fight and stay in your world. A large blast of red power ignited as Quinn had used the blood bullet and Genbu's body was now disappearing. Everything happened so fast, but Aaron could tell the bullet was still coming toward her. If this bullet is made out of ki, then I'll just fight ki with ki, Aaron thought, as she threw out her hand and threw out a large wave of third-stage ki. It clashed with the bullet, but the same thing happened as before. The condensed form of ki ripped through all of it and continued going forward, ready to hit Aaron. The last thing she could do was light up the armor on her body. At the right time, it allowed her body to phase through the bullet and for it to continue going off into the distance. When Aaron came back, she could feel her heartbeat, thumping louder than it did before. What was that bullet? What are those guns? After gaining the ki of the others, shouldn't my ki outmatch his? But it managed to rip through it all. Seeing the results, Quinn couldn't help but inwardly smile. You made some amazing weapons right here, Alex. I know I did, Alex replied back. She will never understand the level at which those guns are able to condense the ki you are using, how you get so much power into one point. Condensing ki to such a level and to such a small point would be impossible to do in such a quick way without my tools. Thank you, Alex. With this, I'm pretty sure I can get my revenge, Quinn stated. This was another thing that Quinn had learned with the bullets as well. Depending on how he wanted to use each bullet, he could have a condensed bullet with a lot of range, or more of a burst shot like he had done on Genbu, spreading out the power. A vampire using ki! How ridiculous! Aaron said, as she swung her sword from above, and the first ring of the weapon activated, summoning a large ice tunnel coming right toward him. Quinn didn't move. He could have easily dodged the ice tunnel with his speed, but he wanted to see something else as well, and as the ice tunnel approached, with his shadow wing, he swung at it, hitting the ice tunnel and stopping it in its tracks. As it stopped, the ice didn't spread onto the shadow wing, and Quinn didn't lose any MC points either. Using the second stage of ki like this over his shadow allowed it to have a more physical form, stopping it from directly being touched, so he didn't lose MC points but kept the properties of the shadow as well. Quickly putting one of the guns away, Quinn placed his hand where the ice tunnel had stopped. He started to build up the aura in his hand, and it was forming a small tornado of red aura. Aaron, I want you to know, I'm not the same person I was back then, Quinn shouted as he threw out his hand, and a tornado of blood crashed into the ice tunnel, breaking it into pieces as it continued forward, heading straight back toward Aaron. She soon quickly summoned her horse and moved away before the blood tornado touched her, but a few bangs were heard and bullets had hit all 4 of the horse's legs, causing it to fall to the ground and send Aaron tumbling down. After that, another bullet was heard hitting the horse in the head, and it started to disappear into particles. I'm not playing games, Quinn said, holding both guns up pointed at Aaron. Quinn started to pull the triggers as Aaron was on the floor. Since he was using his ki to power his shadow in certain ways, he decided to fire out red blood bullets instead. With his title, it allowed him to recover blood aura anyway, so it was no problem for him. As he shot away, Aaron rolled, and her armor lit up again, allowing her to phase through the bullets each time. Then, when she heard a gap, she swung her sword and yellow lines of Dhampir energy came out from it. Her demon tier weapon at this rate seemed useless, so she felt like the only thing that was going to work was her Dhampir energy. As the lines of yellow aura came toward Quinn, he decided to make a change. The blood aura loses out to the vampire aura, and that's even if I use a blood bullet. Well, I guess it's time to use that one then, Alex inwardly smiled. Shadow bullet activated. The top of the gun turned slightly purple, and as Quinn pulled the trigger, the shadow bullet came out. It hit the Dhampir energy dead on. As it did, the shadow started to spread out, covering the attack and eventually turning it into nothing. With both guns, Quinn continued to fire away, and then when the attacks lessened, he changed one of the gun's bullet types. Blood bullet has been activated. Erin phased through it again, but she wasn't able to avoid one of the bullets in time, and brought the sword up to defend it. As it hit, the blood bullet exploded, pushing Erin back. He can stop my attacks, and he has different types of bullets. He won't work, and Dhampir energy won't work. So what am I meant to do? Erin thought. Quinn continued shooting more blood bullets towards his opponent, but Erin skillfully moved her sword ever so slightly, blocking every single one. The good thing was, with her ability she could tell just before Quinn was about to fire, because she could see the energy being absorbed into the gun from Quinn. Blocking the bullets won't work with this one, Quinn said, as the gun's color had changed slightly once again. When the bullet went out, just like before, it hit the sword, but it didn't explode or burst into energy, hitting her. Instead, the blood had splattered and was stuck on the sword itself. Blood forest bullet. While testing out the bullets, there was more than the description warranted. They were more powerful than Quinn could imagine. The blood started to move as Quinn controlled it, and just like Quinn's blood forest skill, it spread out into tiny branches, aiming right for Erin's body. It was ready to pierce her skin until her eyes began glowing yellow. That's enough, Erin screamed. A huge wave of ki went out, breaking the rocks around her and causing the leftover blood to disappear completely. Her energy had been unleashed like an explosion all around, destroying the ground underneath. Yet when she looked up, she was unable to see Quinn. The next moment, Quinn appeared from a shadow. Nothing you do will work, Erin. I am nothing like what you have faced before. You and I are not on the same level, Quinn stated. Shut up! Shut up! Erin shouted, as she stormed forward with a wave of yellow Dhampir energy behind her. What's the point of those bullets if you can't even hit me with them? I can't fight him from far away with those weapons, so I will just have to fight him in close-quarter combat then. Quinn fired out the regular vampire aura bullets towards Erin, and rather than phasing through them or using her ki, it looked like the overwhelming Dhampir energy that she was released from her body would just disintegrate them before they even reached her. Hey, I don't want to really say anything while you're fighting, but it seems like her energy outmatches yours, Alex stated. Are you getting a little nervous? Quinn replied. You're right. Her Dhampir self allowed her to rise in energy, and since she is plenty strong already, her energy is now at a level that surpasses even mine. So, isn't that a bad thing? Alex replied. I might not be stronger in terms of energy compared to her. After all, this is the person that Bliss said is able to hurt Immortui, but as I said before, we are not at the same level. Pointing the gun outward, Quinn shot a bullet in the air. Then, when Erin was upon him and swung her sword, Quinn shot another bullet below him, creating a shadow. His body sank through, avoiding the attack. Then, he appeared directly behind her. Shadow overload has been activated. Shadows covered Quinn's entire body, as he used the skill giving him a shadow body. Because of this, Quinn was able to appear directly behind her through the bullet he had shot out earlier, and the shadow was able to protect him from the waves of Dhampir energy that were coming out from behind. Right behind Erin, Quinn shot out the ki bullets, piercing through her armor. It went through her side and chest. She had moved slightly, avoiding her vitals, but was still hurt. Turning around and bearing through the pain, Erin swung out the sword, and Quinn swung the gun out, mid-swing, and the pure red aura wing that Quinn had went over to his arm, crawling about and had covered the weapon. As the two red and yellow auras clashed, the entire area looked to have erupted. Watching from the side, Vanessa had to put up blood shields to try and stop it from hitting the others, but the wave from the attack had smashed them and sent Peter, Chris, and all of the others flying away. When the explosion of energy dwindled down, Quinn's gun hand was pressed up against the sword, both of them intact. Not only had Quinn used the red aura from his wing to support the power in his gun, as he used it as a blunt weapon, but the shadow wing creeped out, suppressing parts of the Dampier aura, weakening her attack.
"That must be a pretty special gun you have, for it to not have split in half," Erin said, grinding her teeth, summoning more power.
"It was made by a very special person, who also had to sacrifice his life so I could beat you," Quinn answered.
"Hey, I'm not dead. You said you could help me," Alex shouted.
Erin pulled the sword back and swung it again, but this time Quinn shot it with shadow bullets, and with the other gun in hand, fired a large bloodshot that was like a shotgun blast, hitting her away and sending her to the ground. As Quinn walked, he put the guns away and back into his shadow.
"You really think you would fare much better in close combat? That's my specialty as well.
Erin, I want answers from you, and if I don't get answers, you're useless to me."
"Nitro Accelerate has been activated."
Quinn could sense a large amount of ki coming off from Erin. After seeing what she was about to do to Peter as well, he had an idea of what had occurred to cause such a strong aura, and his time to fight her was now. Just because one had a large amount of ki didn't mean they were invincible or the strongest fighter. It just meant they could use large amounts of it, as much as they wanted. In some ways, it was similar to Quinn's MC cells. Even if he had an unlimited amount of MC cells, it just meant he could use his shadow and certain other skills that would take up a lot of MC cells without a lot of worries, not that his shadow would get stronger. Of course, though, the more you had of something, the better ways there were to use such power, and one would even be able to create bigger moves and condense more ki to create powerful strikes and power up their body. But in this case, Erin hadn't had the time to do any of that, and consumed by power, she was relying far too much on it.
"Nitro Accelerate activated."
Erin swung her sword towards Quinn, and it had managed to hit nothing but the air. Before she had any time to react, she felt a hand on the back of her head, and she was slammed right into the ground.
"I see I still can't crush your skull since you have a lot of ki protecting you, but let's get rid of that,"
Quinn said, as he lifted her off the ground. Activating his soul weapon, Quinn had changed its form and had two swords in his hand. Throwing her up into the air, Quinn jumped off the ground and started to slash at her with both of the weapons. He was slashing and hitting the outside of her as hard as he could, but the second stage of ki was reinforcing her, protecting her from receiving any serious wounds. Slash after slash was made, hitting her, and Quinn held both swords, swinging both of them together. A large line of red aura in the shape of an X pushed Erin right into the ground once again, and the cuts continued deep into the ground. Erin was completely overwhelmed and had no choice but to take the beating that Quinn was giving her.
"Damn it, he's too fast. I can't even keep up. The only reason why I'm alive right now is because of the ki I absorbed. If I hadn't absorbed the others, I would have died a long while ago," Erin thought, as she was deciding what to do next. Looking up, she could see that Quinn had changed the dual swords into a giant blood spear and hurled it right toward her. Rather than letting this hurt her or use her Dampier energy to fight back at it, she decided to phase through the attack with her armor. The spear crashed into the ground, going in deep and making a large crater underneath. When Erin appeared again, she found her body being ripped into by two types of blades. It was the original form of the soul weapon, the chain blades. She was pulled from the ground up to where Quinn was in the sky, and when she was close, Quinn threw out a punch full of energy and blood aura that was swirling all around him. As it hit Erin, for a second it broke through her ki barrier, and she could feel pain as she was sent back down into the ground, crashing into it. Erin, using the ki, was healing her broken nose, and at the same time was panicking inside. "What do I do? How am I meant to do this? Dad, Mum, you damn bone claw, aren't you meant to help me? Why aren't you listening to me? Why aren't you helping me right now?"
For some reason, during the fight, usually, the bone claw would come out and help her if she was in a tough situation, but it wasn't doing any such thing right now. Her familiars weren't listening to her at all. It was like they were too scared to come out and face Quinn. Out of frustration, Erin got up and swung her sword, releasing a large yellow strike once again. It looked like it would slice a planet in half, and it even reached the skies, the attack was so big. With Quinn's Nitro Accelerate activated, though, he was able to get right behind her and had his hand covered in shadow touching her. The shadow was stuck on Erin and started to spread all around. This was the same skill that Quinn had used on Chris. Moments later, Erin had lost all of her senses. She could see nothing, and the fear was getting worse for her. However, Quinn allowed one sense to go through. He had to make sure he could get his answers. "Answer me! Why did you kill Leo? He was your teacher," Quinn stated. The voice sounded like one that was directly in her mind, so she was unable to tell where it was coming from, but she still swung her sword wildly, trying to hit something. Her attacks were full of frustration as she wildly attacked around her. Not just her current predicament, but also Quinn's words had made Aaron go mad. "He was a vampire, of course I would kill him," she shouted as hard as she could. "Then what about Owen? He wasn't a vampire. Why did you have to kill him?" Quinn replied. "He was working with them, a human working with the vampires. How could they do such a thing? How could he turn his back on his own people?" "Then answer me. Why do you hate vampires so much? Is it in your nature? Why would you do this when you are half like them?" Quinn asked. Aaron didn't answer, and instead just continued to swing her sword wildly. On the outside, this was causing huge problems, as her attacks went far and wide, destroying mountains, structures, and more in the distance. Quinn couldn't keep up his questioning if he wanted the planet to survive. "Nitro Accelerate has ended. Nitro Accelerate has continued. HP will continue to decrease while the skill remains active." There was still a large amount of ki that would either be able to use the cells to heal Aaron or block his red aura attacks, which is why Quinn had to do this now. His soul weapon had turned into 2 blood swords. Swinging them, he started to hit Aaron from every direction while avoiding her wild strikes. The blood swords were useless and wouldn't get through. Only his soul weapon was able to chip away at her ki at the quickest rate. He swung his sword faster, faster, and faster, and Aaron could feel her body being hit from all over. She could feel her energy draining away. "Why do I hate vampires? The answer is obvious, and I hate you the most out of them all. You were the one that had turned me into something like them." Tired, frustrated, and bringing up strong memories, Aaron's eyes began to glow, and around her body, she unleashed a large amount of ki mixed in with her Dhampir aura. It spread out from her body, growing larger and larger, turning into a type of dome. Quinn quickly got out of the area and stood outside, but the energy was still being produced by Aaron and growing larger by the moment. "If she continues like this, she will get rid of the whole planet. I have to stop her." Quinn took out his guns and started to fire bullets, ki bullets, blood bullets, every type he had. Even the blood fairy bullet, but all of them disintegrated in the powerful dome of ki that Aaron had built around herself. Aaron was still screaming inside, and the energy and size of the dome were getting larger and larger. "This is how much Dhampir energy and ki she has. This is a crazy amount, and it doesn't look like it's stopping," Quinn said. "So what are you going to do?" Alex asked. "Can't you just wait it out? I mean, she should use up all of her energy at this rate. This is more like a suicidal attack." Quinn looked back, and he could see AJ along with the others. He quickly ran to them, moving each one of them a few hundred yards back, away from the energy that was continuously growing. "Maybe I could survive by doing that, but getting everyone out of here, Peter and the others, just wouldn't be possible. Minnie and the rest are also on this planet. Even if I put them in the shadow space, if the planet is destroyed, we can't survive. The only way of stopping her is killing her, and I have to do it now." True to his word, AJ had been filming everything so far since the hero Quinn had come, and they had been impressed with his set of skills fighting against Aaron. Some would have thought, the way the fight was going, that it was mostly one-sided, and that Aaron wasn't as great a fear as they thought. However, they were quickly reminded of the clips that had surfaced of her and Zero fighting against the Celestial. On top of that, since she had killed Zero himself, it would undeniably show how strong Aaron was. Regardless, when Quinn had activated his Nitro Accelerate, that was when the camera was struggling to keep up, and the public was only able to see glimpses of the fight as it slowed down. While this was happening, AJ made sure to film the destruction that was going on the planet, the devastating strikes that Aaron's attacks were producing. He had even gone as far as to show how hard the ground they were fighting on was, because it was nothing like the rocks on Earth. An indeterminate beast weapon was unable to damage it in the slightest. This is when they realized that the true terror of Aaron was her power. Moments before, AJ and the others were moved to safety by Quinn. AJ had managed to film one of the rocks. As the ki energy approached it, the hard black rock was crumbling into nothing but dust, and that was before the yellow energy had reached it. All the viewers had seen it as well, and were wondering what was going to happen next. "It's like a mini sun," one of the viewers commented. "Anything that it touches, it's destroying, and it's getting larger by the second." The question is, how large is it going to get? Is AJ safe? Because it looks like it's still growing. I think their best bet is to get on a ship and head out of there.
But what about Quinn, though? He should get out of there as well. If Eren survives this and Quinn ends up perishing, then who is strong enough to deal with her?
What about Chris or Xenon?
Xenon couldn't defeat the Celestial on his own. It was mostly the work of that zombie and Chris, if we heard right, most of his energy has been taken away.
The viewers online were nervous about what was going to happen, and even AJ didn't know what Quinn was going to do next. Standing outside the aura of Dhampir energy, Quinn had placed his hand in it for a few seconds, and he could feel a rush of pain unlike any other he had felt before. It felt like 1,000 needles were being stabbed into his body. In fact, he had felt this sensation once before. The Dhampir energy that they use, that hurts vampires. It feels similar to the effects of the sun, Quinn thought. It was something that he hadn't needed to worry about for a long time, and when looking at his hand, his suspicions were confirmed. His skin was torn to the point where flesh could be seen, and it was steaming hot as if something had just come out of the microwave.
Quinn, there has to be another way, Alex said. Call on one of your god friends to come help you or something.
If they wanted to or thought they could help, then they would have done so a long time ago. Quinn activated his shadow covering his whole body, and the gauntlets, the armor, and everything he was wearing was placed in the shadow space.
I don't want to ruin the equipment you made for me, Quinn said, smirking.
Quinn, do you really think I care about that right now? After that, Quinn started to move the shadow covering his whole body from head to toe. The shadow overload skill was still active, so he could produce the shadow body as he did before. I'm going to need everything I can to get through this. After that, Quinn gathered the vampire aura, placing it as a layer on the shadow. Then the celestial energy, and finally, his ki. Every skill, everything he had learned till now, was being used in this moment. Taking a step, Quinn entered the energy, and immediately he could feel the effects beating down on him. The sensation got to him all over his body. Even with the layers, even with everything, her power is able to pierce through this. Now I can see why Bliss said she was stronger than me, Quinn thought, as he took a step forward again, pushing through more. Each layer was fluctuating like crazy, unstable to the energies around it. He took another step forward as he felt like his skin was melting. Taking more steps, inching forward more and more, Quinn gritted his teeth, as the first layer to go was the vampire aura. Immediately sensing this, Quinn fell to his knees. I've only lost one layer, and it hurts 10 times more. My vampire aura, I used it all to suppress this power. I can use a little bit here and there, but it will be a while until it comes back. His whole leg was shaking when he tried to move his knee. Looking around him, nothing could be seen yet. It was as if he was just in a bright white light. I have to do this. For Owen, for Leo, for Samantha, for Fex. There's so many people you have hurt, including Layla. The fact that you have done all of this has even hurt me. Quinn persisted through the pain as he continued to walk, and surprisingly the next layer to go was his celestial energy. Perhaps he had given too much of it away, and used it on items, and now he was wishing he hadn't. His legs buckled for a second, but Quinn caught himself as he continued walking forward. If he fell now, he feared that he would never be able to get up again. The shadow layer with the key was staying strong, and just up ahead he could finally see Eren. She was screaming with her arms spread, unleashing the power around her. The shadow that Quinn had used on her wasn't even present anymore, but based on her eyes, it looked like she had completely lost it. Around 10 steps more, 10 more steps to get to her, and that was when all of Quinn's ki had been depleted. Now all that was left was the shadow. It was the best protection against this energy. It was the first power he had gotten after becoming a vampire. As he was 5 steps away, though, and reaching out to Eren, the shadow all over his body started to disappear, and now he had nothing. The energy was burning him. His skin was disappearing. 30 of 100 HP. 25 of 100 HP. Blood bank activated. Quinn's body started to heal as quickly as it was burning up, making it stay at one point, but there was one thing that pushed him forward. Eren, I thought you were my friend. For my friends, I would have done anything, just like now. I'm risking my life to save them. I would have done the same for you, Quinn said, as he placed his hands on Eren's shoulders. I'm sorry. I couldn't help you with whatever you were going through, and I'm sorry I was the one that turned you into this. Goodbye. So much of Eren's energy was being expended out that nothing was directly protecting her body. One could say that the whole dome was a shield to even get to Eren's body in the first place. This was why, when Quinn threw out his hand in a spear-like shape, It pierced her skin so easily, allowing him to cut deep into her heart. The energy in the whole area started to disappear, and Aaron's eyes looked like they had come back to her, but were once again slowly fading away. Using his other hand, Quinn grabbed her by her back. Her body was now weak and limp, but Quinn himself was unable to stand, falling to his knees as well. When the energy disappeared, all that could be seen was Quinn holding on to Aaron in both of his arms. Aaron tilted her head and looked at Quinn. Why? Why did you do it, Aaron? Aaron smiled back at Quinn in her final moments. I was so close to getting revenge for my parents. I just needed to get rid of you. What do you mean, me? Quinn replied back. Aaron, I didn't kill your parents. The Dalki did. You told us all what happened to them. In her final moments, something had happened to Aaron. The smile on her face had turned to despair, and immediately tears started to fall down on them as she coughed out blood from her mouth. No, 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 Aaron shook her head. I killed them. What did I do? My mind. What happened? Why? Quinn couldn't understand what was happening at this moment in time. It wasn't making any sense. But in the first place, none of Aaron's actions had made sense. Quinn, be careful. Jack. Her words were faint after that, but she had one more thing to say. And thank you for stopping me, Aaron said with her final breath as her heart had stopped beating. Wherever she was, Flora's vision had now completely disappeared. She could see nothing, and her body was feeling worse by the second. Never in her wildest dreams did she think too much energy would be a problem, but that was exactly what she was suffering from now. She felt like her entire body was going to burst, and she could feel the tears flowing down her face. Aaron, please anyone, help me. Her cries reached no one in this area, and all she could sense was the clash of two powers. The world wasn't quite vibrating, but it was almost as if there were two energies that were pushing and pulling in front of her. Mundus, you are this powerful, yet you decide to just be a messenger? Where is your ambition? Emor Tui shouted. I have learned to appreciate the passing of time. I enjoy my life already and am satisfied. What I don't understand is why you can't be the same, Mundus replied. The two energies were getting larger, and as they did, Flora could feel her body burning up, and she wasn't sure if she was imagining it or not, but it felt like her muscles started to expand, and her whole body was building up, getting larger by the second. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please just make it stop. Anyone make it stop, Flora screamed in her head until pop. There was only so much of this energy that her body could take. Flora had reached the limits of her endurance, and her body had given out. Her body had exploded from the immense amount of energy, her blood falling on the ground, and her organs were in multiple pieces, spread all over the place. It was the end of Flora. At that moment in time, what wasn't known was that the second-to-last Dampier had died. The others that had escaped the attack after the Red Vampire base had met their end one way or another before being able to turn others. In the entire world, there was now only one Dampier left. It was a bit more trouble than they had imagined, but the group on top of the mountain had eventually managed to kill both of the strange demonic creatures that had come out of the magic circle. The strange, tentacle-like flower creature that Fex was fighting against had survived a few hits from Arthur's sword, but after a few more, especially with his powerful strings behind it, the beast fell dying, and strangely after dying, its body started to evaporate into black smoke. Fex was ready to help out Minnie after that, thinking she might have trouble dealing with the strange, tooth-filled creature, but as he went to help her, he could see Minnie lifting the creature up in the air and ripping its body in half. It turned into black smoke in a second, too. That is quite a frightening scene. I can't say it out loud, but she looked like a little monster as she did that. Quinn, what have you been teaching her? Fex thought. Handing the sword back to Lucas, he thought the three of them were ready to fight again, but against the next opponent, he wanted to be the most cautious he could be. He didn't move at any time while we were fighting. I was keeping an eye on him during the fight, and it seemed like he didn't care much to help out his companions. Is he just that confident, or is he taking his job about protecting the magic circle really that seriously? Fex wondered. I thought as much. It looked like you were going to beat them, and you did, the flesh man claimed, but I wonder how much longer you can keep that up for. Out from the side of the flesh man, the same creatures that they had just defeated had appeared behind him again. another strange tentacle-like creature, and the very toothy cockroach. More correctly, the two creatures had come from the magic circle, with another one with 1/10 of its body already out. "Is that a portal or something?" Lucas asked. "If that's the case, aren't more and more creatures going to come out of that thing?" "Oh, you figured that much out? Who would have guessed?" The Fleshman raised his shoulders sarcastically. "Believe me, for now there are only the most desperate creatures that are forcing their way through. But once all of the energy has been used up, the magic circle will be open fully, allowing for a whole army and Imortui himself to come through." "I thought Imortui was going to force open the portal from the other side when it opened a little bit, but it looks like he is having a bit of trouble, which is why we are resorting to Plan B." "Why did the strange man tell us all of that?" Minnie asked, thinking it was quite stupid of him. "He wants to scare us, force us to run away," Fex answered. "We were going to stop whatever was happening anyway, but knowing that these creatures are endless means that we have to get past them and him to stop this." They didn't have the time or the ability to wait for the portal to finish doing whatever it was doing. If Imortui was able to make his way here, things were going to end up badly anyway. Luckily, although these creatures were strong, they had fought them before, and neither Minnie nor Fex were worn out after the fight. "Minnie, I hate to ask this of you, but we need to beat these creatures faster and move on to him," Fex shouted, as he moved his hands faster than ever, and rather than leaving it completely up to Lucas like last time, he attached a few strings directly to him. "Lucas, leave your body's control to me. Trust me." When the needles and string had been inserted into Lucas, he felt a rise in energy. That was because of the celestial energy that Fex was using. Some of it was also being passed on to Lucas. When controlling his body, Fex was able to fight the creature much better than he had thought was possible before, and with a swing of the sword in certain ways, it sliced through the creature with ease as it was tied up. At the same time, Minnie knew the way the creature she fought against attacked. She was easily able to dodge its strange moves and strike back as hard as she could. Minnie always was, and always had been, a quick learner when it came to these things, and the group was able to defeat the creatures again before another one could squeeze through the magic circle, meaning they were now able to concentrate on the Fleshman, but they all knew that this wasn't going to be easy, even with the three of them. As this was going on, Agent 4, who had been hiding the whole time, had heard what the Fleshman had said. "Summoning creatures. This is like the Dalki War all over again. They want to bring a whole army over. I know Zero's goal, even if he was to bring back the others. If the world is filled with an army of creatures like that, then what is the point? I wish to continue living in the world forever to expand my research, to see the human race grow and what they could achieve, and what I could continue to achieve. But there is a good chance that this could get rid of the whole human race altogether." Before trying to do anything at all, Agent 4 thought it would be best if he would get in contact with Zero. He had sent a message through his device over to Zero, who also had one, so he could come to the location where they were at. The problem was, for some reason, while his message had been sent out, Agent 4 could see that it wasn't being received by anyone. This can't be possible unless there is something wrong with the device, or the device itself has been destroyed, but there would be no reason for him to bring it out during the battle. A certain reality was starting to hit Agent 4, that a man that had managed to bypass death for over 1,000 years could possibly be dead now. Then something clicked. He remembered that there were reporters, and they were filming everything. There was a chance that the videos had been uploaded, and it didn't take long for Agent 4 to find the videos and witness the end of his master's life. Zero is dead. But then the magic circle to bring his master here, what will happen now? This could all go really bad. Looking at the others about to fight the Fleshman, Agent 4 was hiding behind them all, with the magic circle a few yards away. He had to make a decision. Quinn continued to hold Aaron in his hands. His skin was still burnt up in places, and parts of his flesh could be seen even on his face. It looked painful, and truth be told, Quinn was in pain right now. His body was healing very slowly from the damage, but to him, there was something a lot more important going on. Today, he had lost a dear friend, one he had thought that he had lost a long time ago. He had committed to killing the person who was in his arms, and he had gone through with it, thinking he had done the right thing, but at the last moment, after the deed was done, he was having second thoughts. What did Erin mean by what she just said? She would never forget who killed her parents. She always hated the Dalki, and that was what drove her to get stronger. I don't understand. The words she said at the end, sorry and thank you. It was as if she was happy that I killed her, that I stopped her. Was she being controlled by someone? That would make sense. The one thing that never sat right with me was the story about her killing Leo. I could never imagine her being able to go through with it, no matter how strong the urge. Erin was the type of person who would rather kill herself than harm Leo. If she was being controlled in some way, that would make sense. Jack. The name Jack was the last thing Erin had said before her death. There was only one Jack that Quinn knew, only one Jack that was possibly powerful enough to do something of this size, and that was one of the big four, Jack Truedream. Didn't Jack die, though? Wait. No, he didn't die. It was only confirmed that he was missing, and Logan had said that in the files at the Dalkey base, there was a Jack Truedream being held captive there, which means more likely than not, he is still alive. After 1,000 years, after all this time, I never thought I would have to worry about him, yet here I am again. Quinn clenched his hands onto Erin's body. Jack Truedream was, in many ways, the cause of everything that had happened to Erin. It was the reason why she had to go into hiding as he abused his power. He was the reason she was sent to Pure and a chain of bad events that had happened to her after that. For him to come back into this. On top of that, he had a strong power, a once-in-a-lifetime power. There could have been a number of ways for Jack Truedream to do this. The question that was running through Quinn's mind was, how, when, and why do all of this? On top of all that, where was Jack Truedream right now? All of this, what happened? What changed everything? Was it the Celestials' involvement in things? They chose when and where to get involved, but didn't help. If they knew this was happening, or was going to happen, then why didn't they stop Jack? If they had done that, then this would have never occurred. It was then and there that Quinn's hatred for all of the Celestials was growing, and not just for Bliss. He was beginning to understand Ray, his ancestor, a bit more. However, unlike Ray, Quinn was a Celestial as well, and in some ways, he was stuck doing their bidding. Even though at times he would resist, he could feel it. He was losing himself, the human part of his being, in order to complete his condition, to gain more Celestial points, and he didn't like this feeling at all. While thinking of all of this, several bells had gone off inside Quinn's head. At first, given his current condition and the thoughts running through his head, he was confused as to what was happening, but then he focused and realized what it was. The system! That's right, the quests that I had. Does this mean they are completed? There were quite a few quests that Quinn had racked up since he had become a Celestial, and unexpectedly, his fight with Erin had led to the completion of a big portion of them. Quest completed. Find out the person behind the death of Owen Greylash. A full restore has been granted. The user is able to restore one's stats. Quinn had been given a reset before, but this seemed to work a little differently. He wondered if it would also restore his Shadow MC points that were lost during his fight with Erin. Otherwise, he would be on the search for as many nest crystals as he could once again. After learning how to use the Shadow like so and improving it, it seemed like a loss at the moment. After all, there was now one person left on his list, Jack Truedream. Quest complete. Kill the Dampier Queen. All key from the Dampier Queen has been given to the user as a reward. Once before, Quinn had received something similar, and that was when he had defeated Agent 2. Suddenly, he could feel all of the energy enter him, and it was far more than he had expected, as a tingling sensation was felt all over his body that was still not completely healed from the damage. This key, it's too much. It's overpowering everything else in my body. I guess this is what she absorbed from Zero and Chris. What helped me before was a perfect balance between the key and the vampire aura, which made my attack stronger. If I can give Chris back his key, then maybe it will be enough to balance things out. If only the vampire settlement was still intact, I could have gotten more blood crystals to try and raise my blood power as well. Perhaps Muka might know a thing or two. For now, though, it would be fine. It just meant that Quinn couldn't mix the key with his blood attack to perform a combined power attack, but he could still use it on his Shadow and use it on its own. Erin Healy has been killed. The quest path of the Celestial has been chosen, and the universe rewards you. 400,000 Celestial points have been awarded. 1,020,000 total Celestial points. 512,256 of 1,020,000 Celestial points. This reward, it was a big one. I guess the universe really needed my help on that one. Perhaps Quinn would have been happier before, but since everything he had been through, he wasn't happy at all. With the deal done, the Celestials should no longer get involved in Earth's affairs. But would this mean they would use him again? Perhaps ask him to take on other troublesome God-slayers from other galaxies? At first, Quinn would probably deny their request, but as he gains a liking and urge for Celestial points, would he eventually accept?
You have become a level 5 Celestial. New skills have been unlocked in the Celestial space.
I'm not sure how helpful that is, since I never want to go back there. It was then that Aaron's body started to fade into small little golden lights. Quinn didn't know what was happening, but he had seen this occur before with the original vampires. Their whole bodies would disappear by the second. Eventually, Quinn could no longer feel Aaron in his hands, and all of this had happened because of him. However, there was something that was left behind as Aaron's body had disappeared. Now, on the ground, there was a glowing bright yellow crystal. "What is this?" Quinn said as he picked it up and used his inspect skill on it.
A Godslayer crystal.
This is a Godslayer crystal. Can it be used to turn into a weapon? Thinking about this, with Alex gone, how would he even do that? There was no other forger he could trust with such a job, and he had vowed to not use anyone else's weapons. Wait a second, Quinn. Do you remember my ability? I can absorb that thing. Maybe there is no need to turn it into a weapon. Maybe if I absorb it, your weapons will be upgraded anyway, or you would have a special Godslayer-like bullet. Alex sounded more excited than Quinn was. That was until a quest appeared.
A path quest has been received. You have obtained a Godslayer crystal. Option 1. Hand the Godslayer crystal to the Ancient Ones for it to be locked away so its power can't be used. The Ancient Ones' reward will be great. Option 2. Absorb the Godslayer crystal with the ability of the Altandermite Celestial dual blood guns, evolving them into Godslayer weapons, removing your status as a Celestial and becoming a Godslayer.
What? The big grand fight had come to a conclusion, and AJ had filmed it all. Even the part where Aaron's body had turned into nothing but particles as it floated, and even the fact that now the only thing left behind was a crystal. From the viewer's side of things, there was a lot of confusion, mixed feelings about it all. When seeing Quinn in this way, they thought he would be glorious in victory, and yet for some reason, the look on his face didn't show glory at all. At the same time, there were those that wondered why had Aaron's body turned into nothing but a crystal. Some had seen Dampiers die before, and they didn't leave a crystal behind, unlike vampires, who left behind blood crystals at times. Did Quinn just save the world again? The man! I mean, he goes into sleep, hiding or whatever, for 1,000 years, then when we need him most, he comes back and saves the world. Who is this guy? Calm down, and besides, he killed the Dampier Queen. The only thing he saved this time were vampires, and I'm not the biggest fan of them. Get this person out of chat. Can we have someone ban him? How can we have blatant stuff like this going on when the one that saved the whole world was a vampire and has possibly saved us from chaos again? Chaos? But Aaron had already killed Zero. Wasn't he the one planning to do some weird stuff with those Celestials? Anyway, this is the end, right? There should be no more problems, and no invasion from the Celestials or anything like that. Perhaps the world was safe now. AJ was unsure himself about much of what was going on, but if he was to judge from the look on Quinn's face, the journey wasn't at an end for him. There was still a lot he needed to know and find out. Still on the ground on his knees, Quinn was left confused as he stared at the Godslayer crystal. It was the first real one he had seen, and the only thing left was a memory of Aaron. However, what was racking his head was the new path quest option that he had just received. Become a Godslayer? But didn't Bliss say that I was already a type of Godslayer? At least that my shadow power was one of a Godslayer? So why would absorbing the Godslayer crystal change things? Is it because I have gone along with the Celestials' wishes, so they no longer view me as a Godslayer? I'm sorry, I can't help much with this, Quinn, Alex said. I don't really know much of what is going on other than what you told me. But you said you have a system, right? Can the system really do things like that? Quinn was thinking about it. According to the text, absorbing the crystal would mean it would remove his status as a Celestial, which meant one of two things. The Celestials would view him as a Godslayer more so than a Celestial. Perhaps he would be banned from the Celestial space once again for going against them. The problem is, what if it wasn't just a status thing? What if it truly made it so that Quinn was no longer a Celestial? As Alex had said, it had done things such as penalties before. Due to the system also having the power of equivalent exchange in it, Quinn could see how his current status as a Celestial could be exchanged for one as a Godslayer. If that were to happen, Quinn wouldn't just become a Godslayer, but perhaps gain a few things from the system that would put him on the same level as he was now. Since it was a quest that he was going to complete, he couldn't see the system penalizing him for choosing one or the other. That was when the real problems came, though. If my theory is correct, and the system is asking me to pick one or the other, then what happens to everything? What happens to all the celestial items I made? What about those that I gave celestial power to as well, such as Fex? Would they all lose it? On top of that, my deal with Mundus that we just made. As long as he sticks with it, the Celestials shouldn't bother Earth anymore. I can focus on dealing with whatever Jack Truedream has planned, and becoming a Godslayer would make me an outright enemy of the gods. When thinking about it, although Quinn was genuinely curious as to what being a Godslayer would entail, and what type of bullet it would make or what improvement it would do to the guns, there was just too much downside just for the sake of being curious. I'm strong as it is with the celestial powers, although Aaron wasn't weak either. For Jack Truedream to be able to get so close to her, he had to have had some power that helped him. It's a shame. I really was looking forward to taking in that crystal and absorbing it. Actually, just wait a second. Before you make a decision, can't we just keep the crystal for now, and maybe not hand it over to those ancient ones or whatever they're called? Alex said. Think about it. You don't have to complete the quest either way right now, right? I know you probably want what the reward is, but for now, let's just keep it until we need it. Then, if you need the reward or whatever, we go head over to the ancient ones. It wasn't a horrible suggestion, and Quinn thought it was nice in a way to keep a memento of Aaron in the first place. Maybe he could let Layla say her goodbyes to Aaron before he did anything with the crystal. Still, there were other things that Quinn could take from this. For one, there was the demon tier weapon. Although the armor seemed to have evaporated in her attack, the sword was still there. Holding on to it, Quinn soon placed it in his shadow space. With that said and done, Quinn finally stood on his legs, which were wobbly. His body really hadn't healed from all the damage that had occurred. He could use the full restore, but given that he would heal in time, it would be a waste, so he decided to keep it for now. Slowly, Quinn walked over to where the others were, his legs giving way at times. It was a strange sight for AJ to see, and for the viewers as well, as they saw someone so powerful, someone who could move faster than the camera could pick up, now hardly able to walk at all. Eventually reaching them, AJ stopped holding the camera up and allowed just the glasses he would wear to do the filming out of respect. Quinn, do you need a hand? AJ said, as he was about to give him his shoulder. It's okay, Quinn said, as he went down to Peter, who thankfully could see that his eyes were moving, and so were Chris's. You look like shit, Peter said and chuckled. Thanks, Quinn said. Vanessa, who was there, was finding it hard to believe. She really wasn't sure if this was reality or not, because the great Quinn was now with her at this point, time, and moment. Heading over to where Chris was, Quinn then placed his hand on him as he sat down. Right now, there were two things that Quinn was doing. One of them was trying to heal his own body with ki. For some reason, the Dampier energy was still rampant in his body, making it harder than it usually would have been. As for the second thing, it was to give back what was rightly Chris's. His body looked weak, and there was a time when Quinn remembered that Chris had cared for him in the past. Although both of them were on different sides at times, it was time for him to return the favor, especially now they were on the same side. It didn't take long, as Chris's body seemed hungry for it, as it willingly took the energy from Quinn. It also took a lot of burden off Quinn for having so much energy in his body. He could imagine a time if he was just a vampire noble. Such an amount would have destroyed his body. Once everything was done, and Chris looked a lot more healthy, Quinn could let out a sigh of relief. There is still a lot of ki energy, though, so I gave Chris a little more, but even then... Wait, where are Minnie and Fex? I see their ship, but they're not here, Quinn asked. Chris coughed a couple of times as he moved his head. They went to stop Agent 4. He has the red heart. Suddenly, Quinn's eyes widened, as he realized that the root of their problems wasn't just Aaron and Zero. I need to get them, Quinn said, standing up. I know where they went to. I can guide you, Vanessa stated. No need. There's another, faster way I can get there. Quinn replied. On top of the mountain, Fex was circling around the Fleshman, moving by the side, and he could see his body move with his own movement. At the same time, he had Lucas on his strings, and although feeling powerful with Fex powering him up, it was safe to say that he was still a little nervous. "I can feel you shaking through the strings. Just relax and trust me. You have a young, flexible body compared to mine. This should be easy for you," Fex said words of encouragement. However, they didn't do much to calm Lucas's nerves, but instead he thought back to his training, when he and Vanessa used to sneak around all over the place. In order to move silently, one needed to be calm as well. "I can feel him relaxing now. We have to strike that strange flesh man, and together with everything we have, otherwise we will have to deal with an endless amount of creatures crawling through that hole," Fex thought, as he could already see the claw of something reaching out from the magic circle. This time, it wasn't a strange flower tentacle monster or a giant cockroach with hundreds of teeth. It was something different altogether. Who knew how many creatures were on the other side, but judging by the fact that this man had said an army, it worried Fex a great deal, and there were chances that there could be even stronger things getting ready to come out. Looking to his right, he nodded towards Minnie, and that was the signal. Fex moved his fingers slightly, and just like he had said, Lucas was moving all on his own. It was strange in a way. The movement of Fex using him like this was faster than he could move his own body, and suddenly he found himself in the air, in front of the Fleshman with a sword in his hand, ready to strike. Swinging it, the Fleshman unfolded his arms and held it up by his right side as the sword struck against it. It didn't go through the flesh, and it looked to be easily blocked. "The strings! I can feel from the momentum and the power my strike is stronger than it's ever been, and still, we were unable to hurt the Fleshman." Before the Fleshman could react with his other arm, though, Minnie was already swinging her arms out. She was fast and seemed to appear out of nowhere, but still, with his other arm, the Fleshman was easily able to block all her hits. The motions were extraordinarily fast, as Minnie swung both her deadly claws rapidly, and the Fleshman continued to move just one hand, not taking a single step away from the circle. "He can keep up with Minnie's speed. No, he's most likely faster because he's blocking her two hands with one hand. But I thought something like this might happen," Fex guessed, as he continued to move Lucas, now letting him swing his sword again and again, and it was lighting up red. The same thing was happening on both sides of the Fleshman, who was easily blocking strikes to his body or head. "I'm glad that I didn't try to do anything to him," Agent 4 thought, as he crept out from behind the rock. "But while he is distracted with them two, I should be able to stop the portal from finishing opening up. If the red heart is what caused it to open, then I'm pretty sure if we take the red heart away, I can close it as well. I just need to wait for the right time." Minnie decided to change tactics, rather than just attacking him by swinging her arms in one spot. She was moving, and as she touched the ground, she would bounce off and attack other spots, now aiming for the legs as well. Even then, the Fleshman would simply lift his leg, either avoiding the attack or blocking it. "Even if you could hit me on my head or neck, it would be useless," the Fleshman spoke, as he allowed one of Minnie's claws to reach him. As it scratched the flesh, it looked like it did nothing at all. However, Fex thought this would be the case, as he was counting on something else entirely. During this whole time, the speed of Lucas's attack was getting faster and faster, as his hits were being consecutive, and now, Fex was confident he was at a speed where the Fleshman would be unable to block. As Lucas moved his sword once again, the strike got through, piercing its chest, or more like, getting stuck in its chest but doing no harm. That's when Lucas was pulled back, and now, the sword could be seen on a piece of string connected to Lucas still. Controlling the arm, the sword was swung, and as it touched the Fleshman, a large explosion went off. "Lucas, stay strong! I'm going to keep attacking!" Fex ordered. With the great speed, the momentum of the strings, and the power of explosions, Fex was making Lucas swing the sword, and each time it touched the Fleshman, it would explode on impact. Unable to see the Fleshman clearly through all the smoke, Agent 4 thought there was no better time than now, as he rushed forward and reached out to grab the red heart. When he touched it, though, he felt a burning sensation on his hand. Suddenly he could feel his skin was starting to peel. Quickly, Agent 4 pulled it away. "That felt like vampire energy. The red heart is in its pure energy form. It would be impossible to grab it like this. Think, is there something else I can do?" Looking at the magic circle, Agent 4 started to look at the symbols, although they were glowing and seemed to be untouchable. Now that the inscription was done, maybe there was a pattern to all of this. Right now, Agent 4, without realizing it, as he looked at all the patterns, was learning how to code magic. To make it work in a particular way, his great mind was working away, and something else had occurred. I understand it. If I draw up a bigger magic circle around it, maybe I can reverse the process and use the remaining power of the crystal to close the gate. Bringing out his chalk, with a smile on his face, Agent 4 was about to undo what he had just done. He started to write away, drawing up the patterns as the explosions continued, but midway while writing, a sharp, long, tooth-like object stabbed him right through the hand, causing him to let go of the chalk. When looking up, it was something resembling a spider leg that looked to be coming out of the magic circle, which had stopped him. Crap! 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 Agent 4 pulled his hand out and quickly grabbed the chalk as he went back into hiding to see what was going on. Minnie stood next to Fex, who had brought Lucas back, and the sword was no longer in his hand. As the smoke died down, they could see the flesh man holding on to the sword. The flesh all over his body was moving around, rearranging itself, as if it was all individual parts that were alive. It looked like quite a bit of damage had been done to the flesh man, but after his flesh moved around for a bit, his appearance was back to what it once was. Then, in his right hand, the sword could be seen. Moving his arm out, the sword was thrown into a rock, staying there in place, far away from where the others were. You, celestial followers, are weak, the flesh man said, and behind him creatures could be seen coming out of the magic circle. A large spider, something that resembled a giant slug, as well as the creatures they had seen before were all out. The creatures were able to come out of the portal easier than before, but the Red Heart still hadn't completely opened the door yet. I imagine you guys are some of the strongest that have been sent to stop us. If that's the case, then the annihilation of all life around here will be a simple task, the Fleshman said. Shut up, Minnie shouted. We aren't weak. My dad, he's a lot stronger than you, and if he was here, he would kick your butt. The Fleshman found the young one's words humorous as he laughed. So you say your father is strong, but then where is he? The Fleshman asked. That's when Minnie could feel something. Her shadow powers were tingling for the first time since she had gotten them back. Then, from behind, a figure started to emerge. I'm right here, Quinn said.
The Fleshman looked at the mysterious person that had appeared out of the young man's shadow. He was left confused as to how this came to be, but there were always those with all sorts of different powers. What he was more interested in was the confidence that could be seen on all of the other faces as soon as this one appeared. Could he really be any different from those that I have just fought? How much stronger can this person be? The Flashman wasn't just any individual from the other side, from the realm where the dead's dark energy resided, spawning creatures that looked like they had come from hell. The Flashman was named Eskam, and he was a general belonging to Imortui's army. There were a few strong individuals from the special realm that Imortui trusted, and one of them was Eskam. It was why he was told to go ahead and break out of the portal, protecting it from anyone trying to stop it. It was a job for one that would be strong enough to defend it from the Celestials, that would possibly come to stop Imortui's plan. What Eskam did notice was that the energy that was coming off from this new person was similar to the others, yet for some reason right now it felt weaker than the others. Even more so at a closer look, it was as if this person was heavily and severely injured. It looks like this whole thing was a bluff after all, Eskam smiled. This actually was the case at the moment. After using all different types of energy to break through Aaron's strange dome-like power, Quinn was weak in celestial energy, but he could tell, just from a look at the person and the creatures in front of him, that they were strong. Dad, this guy is so annoying. Minnie can't hurt him at all. Neither can Uncle Fex teach him a lesson, she said, but soon she realized that her father was hurt, and her confidence started to fade. In fact, she started to become teary-eyed, wondering what had occurred. You don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, I can tell he is strong, Quinn said as he had no choice. He never thought he would be using it this soon, but he had to. Full restore. Full restore has been used. The system will now restore your body to its strongest form within the last 24 hours. Any additional energy that the user currently has will not be lost. The description of full restoration wasn't very clear. Quinn had feared that it might be a reset,
but reading the description, now he was over the moon because it was far better than he thought. In fact, it was perfect. The energy around him seemed to enter his body. It felt similar to when Quinn had absorbed the nest crystal, yet different at the same time. Suddenly, he could feel all different types of energy coming back to him. His red aura, his celestial energy, and on top of that, since it stated it was at his strongest in the last 24 hours, Quinn had even gained back the MC points that he had lost for using Shadow Overload. It certainly was a great reward for completing a quest that had lasted a long time. The final cherry on top was it didn't take anything away, meaning that Quinn still had all the ki he had from before. The wounds on his body had healed in an instant. It was as if someone had clicked their fingers and now a new person was standing in front of them. The system was truly one of the most impressive things that Quinn had ever come across. The reaction was the same for the Fleshman on the other side, because now with the celestial energy that was burning off Quinn, including all the points that he had recently gained, he was burning like bright light. "That energy is so sickening," Escam commented, "but I wondered when one of you would turn up, a celestial." Quinn lifted both his hands up, and the shadow soon covered it. Almost immediately, he had his dual blood guns in his hands. Without wasting time, Quinn fired a blood bullet away. None of them were aimed at the Fleshman, but instead the creatures by his side. The bullets were far too fast for them to react, and as they went through their bodies, the sound of them squealing in pain was heard. A few bullets in each of them, and they soon collapsed on the floor. "Wow," Lucas thought with his mouth hanging wide open. "It took so much effort and energy to take those things out, and here Quinn is taking 3 of them out in seconds." Another one could be seen climbing out of the hole and pointing his gun. He shot 2 more blood bullets out at it, and the creature looked to have fallen back in, making it 4. "So you have a fancy toy, but it will take a lot more than that to defeat me," Escam said, with a smile on his face, as if he was excited at the thought that he would have a challenge. "Quinn, that one doesn't move from his position. If you can take him out in a few shots like the others, I think you have a chance," Fex shouted. Fex was confident in Quinn, but there was something about the person in front of him that made a tingle run up his spine. Not saying anything else, Quinn pointed both of the guns at the Fleshman and fired away. 2 bullets went through his chest. They went right through, and around the area where the bullets had damaged, the flesh was seen moving and going back to normal as if nothing had occurred. This wasn't like Peter, where the body was healing and using energy to bring back part of it. It was as if the bullets were doing nothing at all, and the body was just growing and reconstructing itself. Continuing to fire bullets, Quinn had an idea. Perhaps this person was like Peter, and what was needed was a shot in the head. The bullets continued to be fired as they moved toward the top of the head. Finally, a couple of bullets had gone through, but just like before, the flesh had just reconstructed itself, making it look completely normal as it was before. "Even standing here I can see that you are afraid. You chose to fight far away because you are scared of what I can do," Escam shouted. "I'm not scared," Quinn replied, as the top of his gun started to turn a dark red instead of a glowing light red. "There's just no need to. Blood Forest bullet." When this bullet was fired, instead of going right through Escam, this time it splattered across his chest. It looked like a spider web, only dark red and made of a thick substance, moving and pulsating all over. "Energy has been absorbed due to the Blood Forest bullet. Bullet has hit Demon Escam." "Oh, so these things are known as demons." "Energy taken from the demon has been converted into blood energy." "Blood energy?" Quinn was confused by the term, but a few moments later he could feel it, his blood aura. It felt more intense compared to before, slightly more powerful. Rather than increasing the size of his blood aura and how much he could use, this was a more powerful form of the blood aura. It almost felt like a purer form of blood aura, which Quinn didn't think was possible. "I don't know what this is, but it looks like it has done me no harm," Escam said as the strange blood-like spiderweb started to disappear off his body. Quinn knew that the extra blood energy would not be able to take care of the one in front of him, as the extra bullets seemed to do nothing. So instead, Quinn was ready to try something else. For one, instead of a bullet, Quinn had set it so his gun would let out a more explosive shot, one that could cover the entire area of the body in front of him. He had set this for both guns because he knew that he could take it. He knew that this was something that he was able to do now. "Key blast bullet." A strange feeling was felt coming out of Quinn's body. going through the weapons would condense the power away, but since Quinn had set it off to go in an explosive way and with a wide radius, quite a bit of ki was taken from Quinn. With how much he had, what did it matter? To the others from outside, they could see nothing. No bullet came out, but suddenly Eskim's body was just disappearing bit by bit, and at lightning speed it was completely gone. "Where did the Fleshman go?" Lucas asked. Now, Fex was the one left with his mouth hanging open. "I think Quinn just killed him." In some cases, a small blink would mean that one would miss what had just occurred, because coming out of Quinn's weapons was nothing but ki energy, and according to the bullet, it was thrown out in the same way as the third stage of ki, meaning the attack was invisible. Those that were at a high level were able to sense such a thing, but in this case, it didn't matter. Eskim felt the energy, but it was too late. Never in the first place did he believe there was a being, even among the Celestials, that would be able to defeat him in such a way, which was why he didn't attempt to move. Whether or not that was his downfall, it was hard to say, because in one way or another, Quinn was going to defeat him even if he was prepared. In the end, he was nothing for the group to worry about now. There was no longer a guard to the strange portal in front of them. "What is happening here?" Quinn asked, as he slowly walked forward. There was intense blood energy, but he didn't know much about what was currently going on. "Chris asked us to come here," Fex replied. "The strange creatures that you defeated before, including that flesh man, had come out from that hole. The man talked about sending an army through there when it was complete, so we need to stop it somehow." Pulling all of his knowledge together, Quinn had a guess. He had been told a while ago by Logan what Pure's true goal was after the raid had occurred. It was most likely that they were completing it now, a doorway into another world, and Quinn could sense that it was the Red Heart in front of him. "How do we stop it, though? I'm not really sure if things will end up being worse or not," Quinn thought. While thinking this, it looked like something else was coming out of the portal. Quickly using his gun, Quinn fired out one blood forest bullet. "Blood of a lesser demon has been found. Blood energy has been added." It had the same effect as before when Quinn had used the bullet on the Fleshman. Only the energy increase that Quinn could feel, with his blood power getting higher, it seemed like it was less than before. However, there was one thing that Quinn found interesting when using the blood forest bullet. The current energy from the Fleshman was still present in his body. It made him wonder, was this increase something similar to the Dalki blood where his power would increase temporarily, or was it perhaps permanent? If it was the latter, then the blood forest bullet was more impressive than he originally thought. Just in case, Quinn started to fire away several blood forest bullets from the one gun at anything he could see trying to crawl out. Each time it would flinch, and then the hand had let go. After each bullet, Quinn had received energy from them, but the effects of the power gained felt less and less. "I wonder why there is a boost to blood energy from them. Does this mean that the demons from this other world use the same powers as vampires, or is it something else?" While in the middle of the thought, Quinn had heard the sound of breathing and a slight footstep. Immediately, he lifted the gun. "Get out! I know you're there," Quinn said, with both guns pointed. Soon, a face that wasn't too familiar to all of them had come out from behind one of the rocks, with both of his hands raised. "Don't shoot, please," Agent 4 pleaded. "I'm Agent 4. I work for Pure. Or, I guess the correct term is I worked for Pure, but I know now they are no more." Quinn was wondering whether to shoot the person in front of him or not, because, so far, no good had come of leaving loose ends or certain people alive. He knew that already about Jack Truedream. "Since you are here and Zero was back there, I'm guessing you were the one that opened this portal. Tell us how to close it, and don't lie because I'll be able to tell," Quinn said. "Don't worry about that," Agent 4 replied with a grin on his face, and attempted to put his hands down, but Quinn soon moved the gun, insinuating that he was still to keep them up. "You're right, I was the one that opened the portal, but I didn't know what it did. We were only meant to call over Zero's master and ask him to bring back those from the dead," Agent 4 explained. From what Quinn had heard, this had lined up with the stories he had learned. "However, I realized if bringing back that god, or whatever it is, into this world means bringing back an army of these creatures, even if the others were alive, they would be coming into a world where they would perhaps quickly perish once again. I want to help," Agent 4 said. Because of this, Quinn put the gun down, but it was a false sense of safety for Agent 4, because he knew with his speed and power, Quinn could deal with Agent 4 with ease anyway. Keeping a close eye on Agent 4, everyone went closer to the magic circle, and if there were any signs of the creature coming close to the circle, Quinn would just fire his bullets inside, a blood forest bullet mainly, to see if there was anything different he would hit and to keep the creatures at bay. While looking at the circle, Agent 4 was having second guesses about his plan to rewrite the circle. In the first place, he wasn't an expert on whatever these symbols meant, and he was just trying his best to interpret them on how far they would go. If he got something wrong, maybe then the magic circle would use the red heart to do something else. Perhaps this was how the red vampires were planning to use the red heart to change everyone into vampires. They were in desperate time when it was the flesh man, but now not so much, and he was seriously beginning to second-guess himself. For now, I would say the best bet is to get rid of the energy source that is trying to fully open this thing. The only problem is, it might leave the door partly open like it is now, which means we would have to find a way to close it, but it would give us more time. The only thing was, when I tried to grab the red heart earlier, the vampire energy, or aura as you call it, damaged my hands and I can't take it out, Agent 4 explained. From what he had heard, Quinn didn't sound like Agent 4 was lying. There were no strange fluctuations in his voice. His heartbeat remained consistent and strong, and there was no extra sweat coming from the palm of his hands or face. Still, this was a person who had lived 1,000 years, and it was safe to say they wouldn't have been so surprised if he knew a trick or two. I can try to grab the red heart, Vex said. If it's a trap or if anything happens like I fall through to the other side, then that's okay. You did it right. The fact that you're here? Quinn knew instantly what he meant. I'm sorry, I wanted to speak to her, or at least get the last hit in before her last words, but everything happened too fast. But yes, Aaron is no longer alive. While saying this, Quinn did wonder whether or not later on he should tell Vex the truth, how it was most likely that Aaron was being controlled by Jack Truedream. However, Vex had been around for a long time, and right now, there was a satisfied smile on his face, as if a long-time pain had finally gone away. He didn't want to bring that back. He didn't want to give Vex another target to focus on. He wanted him to enjoy his time. No, you can finally spend a few good days with Andy. He wishes to see his father, one that no longer has a large burden on him. Besides, if I fall to the other side, I'm most likely to get back out from all of us. I have the shadow skill as long as Minnie stays up here, and I am a celestial after all. Lastly, I need to stop this. This is what I created, Quinn said, as he walked over and reached out to grab the top of the red heart, the last remaining bit that hadn't been absorbed yet. The second Quinn touched it, the whole magic circle started to light up a bright red, and Quinn's entire body was covered by the red light. From the look on Agent 4's face, it was safe to say this was not what he was expecting. After having received the energy back from Quinn, it didn't take long for Chris to finally get back to how he was. It seemed the key activating in his body, once it healed beyond a certain point, it was enough to kickstart the werewolf genes in his body. In the first place, a werewolf's body was more resilient than nearly anything else, and now with Chris standing, it was as if he had never been in a fight in the first place. It was truly amazing. Zero, I just wish we had spent some time together, just together, not focusing on anything else. I will now always wonder, would you have still picked me up and treated me the same if you had never lost the others? Chris said to himself. It's good to see that you are okay, AJ commented as he looked him up and down. Without his clothes and fur, all of his body was out on the show and able to be seen, revealing his hardened, overtrained body, which easily showed the dedication Chris had put in. I know this should be a time of celebration. Chris stopped himself there, because he was still unsure if he even felt happy about Zero's death. The truth was, even though Chris had agreed to switch sides, he hadn't had time to strengthen his feelings to get rid of Zero. Everything had happened so fast after the attack on the main base of Pure. We can't rest, Chris continued. We need to head over to where Quinn is and see if everything is okay. He helped us all this time and is even helping us now, but we don't know what could be happening, and he may very well need our help again. The others knew this somewhat. There was a tingling sensation that was felt in the air by all of them, that soon there could be a big event happening. Even the ground they were standing on felt like it was reacting to something. For Chris, he feared the Celestials. They had strong power and their numbers were unknown. It was perhaps the only group of beings left that were able to do something to Quinn, and if they did try something, then he would need there to help.
I know the way. I can lead us there, Vanessa suggested.
You have to take me as well,
Peter said, lying on his back. Peter had managed to eat some flesh, and the wounds on his body had healed, but for some reason, his body was still quite hurt and damaged from the fight, and he was still unable to lift a muscle.
I don't care what I look like now, Peter shouted. I have to be with Quinn, and if you are going there, take me. If I'm in the way, then just let me die, but that's my choice, and if you don't take me, I'll kill you.
The others smiled as they heard Peter's words, because even AJ felt the same as he nodded toward Chris. He had come this far, and if this was the last bit, then he would need to film this as well. Seeing how everyone was coming anyway, Chris activated his powers as his whole body was growing larger, but he wasn't turning into the normal werewolf form that he was in while he was fighting. He was turning into his gigantic wolf form. So large, it was easy to fit Vanessa, AJ, and also Peter, who was lying across sideways.
Hang on, I'll be getting there as fast as I can, Chris said, and without warning started to run in a direction at great speed.
Wait, wrong way,
Vanessa shouted. At the top of the mountain, it was lighting up red once more, and the beam of energy reached far up into the skies. Agent 4 was in a panic as he saw this. This hadn't occurred when he had touched the red heart, so why was it happening now? And the big question was, why didn't Quinn just pull out the red heart and was still holding it onto it floating in the air?
What is happening? You tricked us. I'll kill you, Feck shouted.
No, I didn't trick you. I promise. I don't know what's happening, Agent 4 said, stopping mid-sentence as he thought of something.
Let go of the crystal. Just let go of it now, Agent 4 shouted.
Hearing this, Quinn let go of the crystal, and the red light disappeared, but it was still doing the same as it was before. The energy was coming out from the red heart and was slowly opening up the portal. However, 3 creatures could be seen coming through at once, climbing through the hole. Unlike before, they didn't seem to be struggling either. Using his guns, Quinn started to fire away, but that's when he noticed after his bullets finished off the ones that were at the top of the portal, there seemed to be even more underneath them.
Look, I'm not sure what happened, but I can only guess, Agent 4 said as he panicked because Fex was pointing Arthur's sword right towards his neck. The magic circle. It must be instructions on what to do with the red heart's energy. So right now, the magic circle might have instructions like to take energy from this to open a portal to another world. Well, when Quinn touched the red heart, the instructions must be working on him as well, so it was drawing the energy out of him.
Fex wasn't too sure if this was the truth or not, but one thing was for sure. The portal seemed to be more open than it was before, letting through more creatures. And as for the second thing, Agent 4 had told Quinn to let go of the crystal.
How do we fix this then? Lucas asked. I think I figured out what each symbol and pattern means. I can at least draw instructions to stop drawing out energy, or maybe even try and reverse what's happening. I need to write another magic circle, but I need protection from those creatures from the hole, as they seem to know what I'm doing.
With no other plans, it was the only one they could go with. So while Minnie, Fex, and Lucas stayed close to Agent 4 as he made the circle, Quinn was trying to fight off as many of the demons that were coming through, firing bullet after bullet.
I need a larger attack. There's a lot of them, Quinn said as he jumped off above the magic circle. These creatures seemed to be hurt quite a bit by celestial energy, so he knew what he needed to create. Although this was not something he needed to do anymore due to his weapons and armor, it was something that he needed to do right now. Activating the celestial power in his blood, Quinn made a small cut on his arm, and he started to form this into a large blood spear. Holding it carefully in his hands, he could see the creatures coming through. Leaning back, the blood spear was then thrown out at full force straight toward the hole. With blood control, Quinn was able to move it slightly away from the blood crystal. The last thing he wanted to do was give it more power again. Then, with the blood control, he was able to move it back to hit his targets as the blood spear pierced their bodies and continued to go forward, through the portal to the other side, hitting many of those that were trying to get in. In the other place, where the world's sky was red, a lot of destruction had occurred. Everything in the nearby area that showed any sign of life, such as plants or roots, had been obliterated. The only thing that was clear was the number of creatures that numbered in the tens of thousands that were all running towards a certain spot. As Imortui looked at the opening, seeing it open more put a smile on his face. That was until he saw a large celestial blood spear shoot up from the ground that they were on,
killing everything it touched and continuing on, heading up into the sky. Is someone coming through, or do they have someone on the other side? All of my links with my followers have been lost, so it's hard for me to tell what is going on, Imortui thought. He wasn't the only one that noticed this attack, as Mundus turned his head for a split second to catch a glimpse of the celestial blood spear reaching the clouds, and then, running out of energy, bursting into nothing but soon, demons could be seen falling from the sky with missing limbs and more. It looks like I have chosen a reliable one this time, Mundus smiled. The messenger of the celestial world, a being that was always seen instead of the ancient ones, was a frightening figure to the celestials. The fact that he could show his real form in the celestial space while the others couldn't was enough to show everyone that he was different from them. At the same time, due to him being the only one that was seen, if Mundus ever was the one to meet you or give an order himself, it was pretty much taken as if the ancient ones were the ones doing the talking. However, due to this, no one really saw Mundus's act, which begged a lot of them to ask the question after some time had passed, was Mundus actually a strong celestial? Imortui wasn't the only celestial to act out or attempt to go against the ancient one's setup of how things worked. There were those that were simply just kicked out of the celestial space like Quinn. Usually that would be enough for them to calm their behavior down or stop them from getting involved so much with others. But if that didn't work, then at times, Mundus would pay them a visit, and the celestials old enough to hear the tales of what had happened would tell you straight, yes, Mundus was strong. In the red world, Mundus stood there with both of his arms held out, a strange blue orb surrounding both of them. Still, there didn't look to be any severe wounds that could be seen on his body. There have been many of those that fear you, but I am not one of them, Imortui stated. I can tell. You know you are not strong enough to defeat me. So instead you have decided to just waste time. I know you are good at doing that, but what difference does it make if you are wasting my time now or if you simply just let me pass? What are you waiting for? For one of the others to come and fight me? No, they wouldn't dare come here. They hate the idea of losing so much that they would never come to where I am and would always force me to bring the fight to them. So what is it? Mundus just smiled as he received the news. The Godslayer had been defeated. Quinn had kept up his side of the deal, and it was most likely he wouldn't stop there. There are new strong celestials popping up all the time, Mundus replied as the orbs around his hands got bigger. After throwing the blood spear, Quinn landed down on his feet, and it looked to have somewhat solved the problem, at least for a little while. Even though Agent 4 was drawing a large magic circle around the current one, he couldn't help but be distracted by the creatures, even if Quinn was there. His hand was still hurt and damaged from the time before when one of them had stabbed right through it. Picking up the pace, Agent 4 was now done with half of the new circle, but once in a while, he would have to stand up and redo certain parts. After all, as he had stated many times, he was only guessing what the symbols meant and was working from that. That was until once again, creatures began to pour out from the hole. The first thing that came out was what looked like a large black slug. It didn't have any arms or anything, but as usual, Quinn shot bullets at it before giving it a chance. The only good thing that is coming out of shooting these creatures is a small power boost, but I can tell the energy upgrade to my blood is now non-existent compared to before. Is it because these are just regular demons? Quinn was still trying to figure out the relationship between their power and his, but that's when he could see 5 winged creatures that looked like a cross between a bat and a tiger fly out at a fast speed, spreading in different directions. Quinn used a bullet, firing at one of them, knocking it out of the sky and killing it in an instant. However, while he looked for the others, he could see more creatures were pouring out of the hole compared to before. If you could beat them a little more quickly, that would be great, Agent 4 said nervously. The circle had opened a bit more compared to before, and now 10 creatures were coming out at the same time. Some were the same, and others were different compared to before. It looks like we need to get involved as well, Fex said, as he tied up one of their bodies with string and slammed it into one of the others. Then, with another, Fex threw it toward Quinn. At that moment, Quinn placed the guns away and threw a fist out, punching his whole hand right through the head, killing it with one hit. In this case, with the large size of the creature's body, it was best for Quinn to use a mixture of his fists and weapons. He charged forward, close to the magic circle, grabbing one of the creatures that had a spider leg and ripped it apart before throwing it right through its body. Then, with a gun in his other hand, he fired at one of the winged creatures, before pulling another close to him and shooting it right through the chin. After that, Quinn raised both his hands, and 1,000 blood swords started to appear. Every second it looked like 10 creatures were coming through, and there was a good chance he would need to use everything he had to take care of them and protect Agent 4 at the same time. This felt like a test, a different type of battle compared to the one that Quinn had faced before. Now he was using everything he had learned to kill as many beings as possible as quickly as he could. With a strong kick, a large line of blood aura came out, slashing 5 of their heads off. Meanwhile, Minnie, Lucas, and Fex were working together just to take out one of these creatures. "I'm not feeling so confident about you guys protecting me," Agent 4 said, as he continued to draw the circle. "Well, we're the best you got," Fex shouted, as he got hit by something right in the chest, sending him flying to the other end. Lucas went to help him, but a winged creature was in the air, and Minnie was busy fighting against 3 winged creatures. Just as the strange winged creature opened its mouth, ready to gobble Lucas up. Right in front of him, flying through the air, he could see a gray-furred wolf open its mouth and chop right down on the creature, killing it in one bite. When the wolf landed, Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. "Vanessa, you're here!" Lucas shouted. They quickly jumped down from the wolf as Chris transformed, and with his werewolf body, started to swipe at the creatures, one by one, ripping their bodies and limbs apart. As for the others, they were put towards the side, out of the way, near the rock that Agent 4 was hiding behind before. AJ stood next to Peter on the ground. Seeing this, AJ pressed a few things on his back, and small balls started to rise in the sky as they turned into drones and started to film everything from above. Seeing this sight, it looked like a nightmare. Here, Quinn, Chris, Vanessa, and the others were all fighting off creatures from hell. From the hole that was open, everyone could see that more and more were pouring out. Chris focused on protecting Agent 4, slashing anything that got in his way, while Quinn was killing the bulk of them with his blood powers and fists. "Everyone watching, now you can see, now the whole world can see. This is what they were fighting for, this is what they were trying to stop," AJ commented. "Even though our hero Quinn has done well so far, he has no time to rest, and neither do the others." The viewers were left speechless. It felt unreal to them. Now even some of the naysayers, those that were in favor of Eren and Zero, had quieted down, because none of them could imagine being in the middle of it all. In the middle of this massacre, they saw bodies piling up one by one, and the intense fighting and the fast-paced destruction that was going on. Now, the only comments that were left were encouraging ones. "You can do it, guys. Please keep fighting, don't give up. Contact the military, the Greylash family, and tell them to send help. They need to get there and stop this." "Quinn, please, we don't want another war." From the footage that everyone could see, the fight was continuing, and honestly, they could see no end in sight. The blood swords were going through several enemies. Once in a while, Quinn would hit one of the demons and a pulse of energy would come out, killing all of those in the area. Yet no matter how quickly they killed the wave of creatures, more and more were coming through the portal. The people themselves were getting tired as they continued to watch the fight. It looked like there was no end in sight. However, they were unaware of what Agent 4 was doing, but that's when he had finally done it. The last symbol had been drawn. "It's done," Agent 4 said, stepping back. When he did, the light on the inner circle started to fade, as if it was deactivating. Then, after it had been deactivated, the red crystal started to fall. Seeing this, Agent 4 ran in, transforming his legs and boosting himself to grab the red crystal. As he reached out, his fingers were seconds away from touching it, before he could see a red claw grab it as well. "This belongs to my father," Minnie said, sticking out a tongue as she landed on the side. Continuing his flight, Agent 4 thought there was no use worrying about it now. He needed to be concerned with something else. Getting to the other side, he could see it. The red heart was no longer being used, and the portal looked to have shrunk now that it wasn't getting its consistent flow of power. However, the circle was still there, as if it was permanent, and even now, a creature could be seen trying to pull itself through it. "If we think of this portal as a door, it's now been permanently opened somewhat slightly. Even though we have stopped it, it wasn't soon enough. Creatures will still trickle through, and I don't think there is a limit as to what can come through here. That flesh man came through, so why can't Zero's master? The answer is in front of me. I just need to find it. There must be something stopping him at the moment on the other side." By the time it had taken Agent 4 to think those words, the rest were done with the creatures that had come out. They noticed their numbers had vastly reduced, and now they were looking at the same thing he was. The others had gathered around the magic circle as they all looked at the problem in front of them. Those watching online had cheered for a moment, but they noticed that a creature had still come out, and Quinn had dealt with it again with a bullet. "What's going on? I thought you said you could stop this thing," Feck said. "And I did stop it," Agent 4 angrily replied back. "The problem is a lot of the Red Heart's energy was used to open it." "Can't we close it then?" Vanessa asked. "We have to close it," Quinn replied. "I can feel it. I don't know what it is, but on the other side, there are more powerful energies waiting to come through. We have to close this as soon as possible." Hearing Quinn, of all people, say this, they knew it was a serious thing, but the question was how, and once again, the solution fell to Agent 4, who had been a big help so far in all of this. "I have an idea," Agent 4 stated. "Look, the Red Heart's energy was used to open the portal. All I did was draw a magic circle to stop the current spell. However, I think I have a grasp on things now. I can probably code it to use the Red Heart's energy to close it back up again. But there is a problem. The Red Heart is nothing like it was before. The same amount of energy would most likely be needed to close it." Minnie looked at the crystal, and it was nowhere near the same size as it was before. The fact that she could hold it in one hand now showed that. "Quinn, didn't you make the Red Heart?" Chris stated. "I mean, if you made the Red Heart, can't you do the same again?" Hearing this question, Quinn thought back to the time he had created the Red Heart. There was the blood of the fallen vampires, of the Dalki all around, and Graham as well. It was something that Quinn himself didn't even know how to replicate, which was why another solution came to mind. "I don't think I can create the Red Heart again, but perhaps you can use me as the energy source to close up the portal. Use up as much energy as you need from inside me." Agent 4 started to nod, a plan forming in his head. "I think this can work. If you stand in the second circle, then I can make adjustments." "Good, but before that, I need to be absolutely sure that this will work," Quinn said. "So before you finish the last symbol, let me know." Agent 4 didn't know what Quinn was planning to do, but he agreed as he changed a few of the symbols on the ground. Meanwhile, Chris was now in charge of taking out whatever it was that was to crawl out from the hole. Minnie handed the Red Heart over to Quinn. As he held it in his hand, he would be using what was left as part of the energy as well, and it was as he thought. Back then, Quinn didn't realize it, but the Red Heart was not just created with the blood of others, but it was a strange mix. Just like how Erin had become a crystal after her death in some way, some of this was Graham. At the same time, there was a strong amount of celestial energy in it as well. Maybe it was due to the large amount of celestial energy that had appeared when Quinn had first evolved. Everything had been crammed into the crystal, allowing it to do such things. Which was why Quinn had a plan, as he called over a particular person, and now a camera was directly pointed at his face. The whole world was looking at Quinn from the live stream. AJ had brought several of his drones that had been flying around above them, and was covering Quinn from every possible angle. The world could see Quinn in whichever way they wanted. "My name is Quinn Talon. I don't know what people think of me, as I have been asleep for the last 1,000 years, but none of that even matters now. What I did in the past or what I did just now, none of that matters. What is important is what I'm doing now. I have learned that a video of the past has been seen many times of me, when I called on the help of others and asked to use their blood, and this time I will be asking for something similar. In order to close this hole in front of me and stop these monsters from coming into our world, I am going to need your help. What I am about to say might sound strange, but I promise you that if you do this, everyone will be doing their part to help us save the human race. Vampire, human, beast, I don't care, but this world is ours, and we will be the deciders of what happens to it. Whether we are the ones that destroy it, or we are the ones that save it, we will be the deciders of that. Which is why I ask you all to find a statue of me, even a picture, maybe even just close your eyes and think of me as you make a small cut on your hand. By doing this, your blood, your power, it will join with mine, and I can use this power to close this portal permanently. So I ask you all to let me borrow your power," Quinn shouted down at the camera, straining his voice as it was said out loud. When zooming out, the camera showed that the others were already doing this. Chris, Vanessa, Lucas, and everyone who was present were making a small cut on their hand while thinking of Quinn. "I don't know how well this will work or how many people will listen, but the least I can do is try." Seconds later, the notifications were coming in, one after another. They were rushing in too fast for Quinn to read it until it had reached a certain number. 1,032,342 celestial points have been gained. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up.
You are now a level 10 celestial. You have reached the max level.
The first Dalki War had gotten rid of most of the human population, which had grown to 10 billion at the time. After the peace treaty signing, the number had risen, and no longer did humans have to live on Earth, as there were the beast planets where shelters and living areas had been made. Then, the second war had taken place, causing the population to decrease once again. With a low population, many predicted it would be a long time until the human race would be able to see the same numbers as they had had back then. 1,000 years later, the numbers started to stabilize, with the human and vampire populations reaching a high number, but not to the same levels as they were before. The number had also stagnated due to the fighting between the vampires and humans. All of this information was unknown to Quinn. He knew none of this, and when making his case, when pleading with the whole world, he could never imagine seeing such a number.
1,032,342 celestial points have been gained.
During Quinn's plea, the people, everyone who was watching the event, clung to his every word. Listening to everything that had been said, they could feel the conviction in his voice. After watching the events, watching how he fought the creatures nonstop without taking a break, they didn't care if what Quinn was saying was a lie, whether it was just words to win them over, as he had already won them over. Whatever was happening, they wanted to be a part of it and wanted to help Quinn in whatever way was possible. A small cut on the hand, it was nothing compared to what they had seen all of the others having been through. Closing their eyes, making a small cut, everyone had an image of him in his mind.
Quinn, I hope this can really help you. Please help us again like you did back then. I'm sorry, I was one of those that hated vampires as well, but I know you're different. You are one that is trying to help us.
Quinn, Quinn, Quinn.
Standing in the position he was in, Quinn looked at his fist, which was glowing with white energy, and soon it started to spread to his whole body. The AJ's camera was filming every second of this and could see Quinn look off to the side and nod towards Agent 4. With that, Agent 4 finished drawing the last symbol and took a step away. It was quick to activate as it all lit up, and instead of a red color, it was lighting up in a white hue. Quinn could feel it. His energy was being drawn from his body, and not just his vampire aura, but just like how he had used every last bit of his strength trying to get to Eren, it was now being drawn out of him. Suddenly his body started to float, just like the red heart had done, and so did the red heart in his hand as well. When rising above, Quinn looked towards the camera. Thank you, everyone. I can feel all of the energy that you have given me. You have done your job. Now it's time for me to do mine. The usual red glow that could be seen in Quinn's eyes was starting to change as the ring around it started to light up white, and soon the entirety of Quinn's eyes was lit up in a white energy. Straight out from his body, shooting out like a beam, it was hitting the magic circle. There was no need for Chris to stay by the circle and fight the beasts that were coming his way, because the white beam of energy had turned every demon it touched into nothing. As the white beam energy was shot down into the circle from one side, the hole was seen shrinking in size. On the other side, a white beam of energy could be seen shooting up from the ground. As the demons heading towards it could see that every creature that was to touch it was losing its life, they started to run away. "What is this?" Imortui shouted at the top of his lungs. Everything he had worked for, it was disappearing right in front of him, and of all people that were in his way, it was a damned messenger. "Move!" Imortui shouted, and for the first time, a wave of energy hit Mundus. It looked to be hurt as the front of his body had been damaged, showing parts of his crawling flesh. However, Mundus could feel it. No longer was there energy flowing into this realm, flowing into this part of the world. "You were close, but not close enough," Mundus stated, as his body disappeared directly in front of Imortui. "Damn it! Damn it! Who was it? Which Celestial was the one that closed the portal? Who ruined my plans? Was it him? The one that kept getting in the way? I swear I will do everything in my power to get out of this place, and when I do, I will find out who did this, and they will be the first on my list to disappear. Everyone you care about, everything you are fighting for, all the lives around you. I will make you witness all of them disappear in front of your eyes, one by one." The beam of energy continued from Quinn, and the portal door was seen closing. Everyone could see that it was closing. Then, finally, there was no longer any part of the magic circle that could be seen. The energy from Quinn was starting to fade. The white that was surrounding his body disappeared, and so did the white from his eyes as he fell onto the ground. Quinn fell to his knees with one fist on the ground and was huffing and panting quite heavily, taking in air. Is it Over? Lucas asked, warily. I think... Tears started to roll down his face and his voice was choking up. I think the door was closed. It's over. Something had come over nearly everyone in the area as they heard these words. A sudden relief, as all of them decided to fall on the ground right there and then, on their back. Chris, Minnie, Fex, and even Quinn. The stress of everything that had happened, everything they had been through had left their bodies, and all of them had gone above and beyond what their bodies could take. Everyone, AJ said as he filmed it all, these people are your saviors. They deserve a rest, and I think the world deserves a break. Remember, each and every one of these people who not only helped out today, but those who had helped out and had lost their lives, and of course, let's not forget, you must all thank yourselves for helping out Quinn and giving him the power. I think these people now deserve a rest, and there will of course be an update shortly. The live stream ended there and then, with the images of the new heroes left burnt into their minds. All of them vowed to never forget the people that saved their lives.